at the same time in the same system. Is there any reason for that? Like, I'm struggling to see why you can't have both of them coexist simultaneously in the same system. I can give you a justification. I can show you an example, practical. But yeah, go ahead.
You and I are making these things compatible in two different ways. You're saying that he knows what you're going to choose, but you still chose it. Right?
Yes.
I'm saying you didn't actually have an option to do anything else.
No, that's not true. You have what's the justification for not having an option?
That God knows which one you're going to choose.
Yeah, and why would that violate your option of choosing?
Because you didn't actually have an option. If that decision is already written in the future.
No, I didn't. No. Why not? Just because he has foreknowledge, all of a sudden you have no free will. It just completely disintegrates your free will. How does that make any sense?
You don't have your free will, no.
Okay, let me explain it like this. This is like Arthur Schopenhauer famously said, man can do what he wills, but he cannot will what he wills.
So okay. I'll give you a real world example of predeterminism, right? For example, we have free will within certain parameters that God has set forth, right? There's certain boundaries in reality, physical and metaphysical boundaries, right? We have 5 senses that will only get us so far. We also have the icy boundary that exists at the extremities of the earth. So there's physical boundaries that he won't allow us to go beyond those boundaries. There's a firmament above our heads. We can't break through the firmament. So right there, we don't have the free will to go beyond those boundaries, right? But we still have free will, but it's limited, right? So with that stance, you have to be reasonable with me. So, for example, if we're all sheep,
nobody pretends that free will includes being able to break the laws of physics, though.
I'm just giving you a practical example how you can have free will and still be bound against certain, things like freedom to roam the cosmos. With that being said, hold on. So we're all considered sheep in the scriptures, right? And we have the lost sheep of Israel that have been scattered abroad. Now, normally we would be penned up in a pen, right? Now the sheep have the free will to frolic and jump around and mate and do whatever they want, but they have the borders, right? Now the creator, the shepherd, he has a staff. And with that staff, he can kind of push us around and kind of get us to go down a certain path. So he can corral us to another pen and move us from one pen to the other. We still have free will, but he still has the determinism to control the sheep in the flock to push him towards a certain area, yet still maintaining free will.
Yeah, but that
doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
it does actually in all of, because you're going from an is to a ought. So just the fact that you can rethink an intended course of action, it proves free will.
What?
No. So
the fact that you can take a course of action and rethink what would have happened in another aspect proves free will.
Why doesn't that prove absolutely not the existence of free will? Why doesn't it prove that you are meant to rethink that?
Because that what I'm describing now would be like soft determinism. You don't have to 100% go one way or the other. It's not a dichotomous situation that it's either free will or no free will. And you're presenting it as if it is. So you're in a false dilemma.
I think that God just said you have to do this, and when you do this, you have to think this. That's perfectly compatible with like the idea of determinism set by God, because He knows everything and is also.
No, because then what you're saying is nobody has to choose God, right?
Yeah, I agree.
That's not the case.
No, I don't think you can choose God. I think God has a limit.
No, it is specifically something that is chosen, because when you don't choose God, you lack knowledge and wisdom, and you end up in a predicament like you are in here.
Why do you think that all truth and intelligibility are housed and upkept in the disembodied mind of a creator God then? You have to affirm that premise. Why do you think that I cannot hold knowledge without God? I clearly can do a lot of things without God. Like, for example, I can understand you, I can reason without God, and you're claiming that through God you can only reason. But
Oh yeah, because I'm
talking to
saying
me,
you're
talking to me
borrowing from
shows.
my world. You're borrowing from
Talking to
my
me,
worldview at this
I'm not
point.
borrowing.
So yeah,
I completely reject God, and then yet I can still reason.
that's fine. Yeah, you reject it, but you're lying to yourself. Man can also lie to
So this
himself.
is grotesque now. You're just accusing me of like being diluted.
Well, no, I'm just saying to you, when you ask me for a justification of what makes knowledge possible, and then I answer God, and then I ask you the same question, what's the justification for making knowledge possible? And you say, because I can reason with you, you've just used a
No, I'm
circular
not saying that.
argument.
I'm just saying I can reason without God, and I don't know why I can reason. Let's say I don't know why, right? But in
Well,
your
that's the
world,
difference
the
between
only
me and
way you
you.
can reason is through God. So in my world, I don't
No,
know
no,
why,
no,
but I
no,
can
no, no, no,
reason.
no,
In
no.
your world, God is
That's
the only
not what
source
I'm
of
saying. That is not
the
what I'm
ability to
saying.
reason. What are you
No,
saying?
I'm saying that reason is only possible through God. Now you can deny God and still reason, but you're not being honest
Can
with
you
yourself.
prove
You're
that?
just
Can you prove
lying.
that reason is only possible through God?
Well, no. It's what I'm saying is because of the lack of
The
evidence to the
presupposition.
contrary. Just like you said, I don't know why it is
Exactly.
possible. So yeah,
We never move like this through the entire world
we
of
do
like
actually in
rationale
everything that we do.
because
Do
like
you
we lack
agree right
evidence, then we
now?
assume like
No, you do. You do in all of it. Right now, you agree that heat boils water as far as we know right now because there's no evidence to the contrary, but it is possible in the future something could change.
I mean right now I agree that there's a phenomena that's related to energy in terms of like transfer of energy when it comes to like achieving certain temperatures of matter. Sure. So
Yeah, because there's no evidence to the contrary so far, right?
I don't understand what you mean by this.
Well, I mean, is there another way to make water boil? I mean, we could go through all the
Yeah.
ways and then we could come to a
Yes.
conclusion saying, well, there is many other ways, but so far the reason we believe these ways to be the only ways is because we have not seen evidence to the contrary. But we
we have
leave it
multiple ways to
open
make
for the
water.
future. Can you let me finish? But we leave it open for the future that there is another possibility. It's the same thing I'm doing.
Well, no, you're not doing that. You're saying is that you're making a very ultimate statement, as if it is impossible to reason without God. Therefore, the only way you can reason is through God. And if you think that that's not the case, then you're just diluted. That's what you're saying.
No, that's
You're
not
not
what I'm
being
saying at
provisional.
all. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm
That's
saying that
exactly
there
what
is
you're
no
saying.
evidence
That's
to
You're
the
starting out
contrary so
in
far.
land, Tor. I mean, you're in pretend land because there's no evidence for God anyway.
Well, no, I know
Well, the
that you
problem with
can
the
assume
presupposition.
that. You can assume that, but if you start, right? And I know sometimes people won't like to start with this, but just say you have two options. Either we live in the God world or the not God world, right? So what we do is we try to build coherent frameworks off of that dichotomy, right? So God world, what would be the evidence for the God world? Then you would have to step into the creationist worldview, right? And you see, okay, well, they say the complexity, the creation around us, we have all
But
these
I reject
transcendentals
that
like knowledge.
dichotomy.
Yeah,
Why is it the God world and non-God world? Why is it not the God world, the non-God world, or the multiple
Demiurge.
gods world?
Yeah.
that would be the God world. Multiple gods world would just be the God world.
No, they're all equally powerful.
Okay, that doesn't matter. That's still the God world.
Oh, okay. So it's just a theist world. It's either a theist world or a non-theist world.
Correct.
Essentially, what
Yes,
you're saying.
exactly. Yes, that's all
Okay.
I'm saying. So now we can critique the
But
two positions based
But
on the
again, it's
transcendental. So the
if
justification for the transcendentals, like knowledge, was justified in both of those worldviews coherently.
or I can just be agnostic and say that God does not make any sense. It's not coherent.
That's fine. That's
God
an
in general
incredulous argument. That's
is a
fine. You can.
nonsensical world. So therefore, I cannot
Dude,
even perceive what you mean by the
You
God
can
world.
make
Right?
that
that's
argument.
fine.
That's fine. That's called an incredulous argument
That
that
means
you
you
don't
lost then.
know, you don't understand, therefore
Is
I don't
everything like
believe
win
it.
or lose with
So
you
if I
guys? It's
don't
not
know
like
or
actually
understand,
like.
so if I don't know or understand you, should I then just assume you don't exist?
Hold
No,
on, bro.
I'm saying is that Lion. This is really showing as a Christian
quick.
that everything is win or lose scenario. But
No, it's
in
not.
general,
It's not that. But if you're going to engage in
I
a
mean-
theological discussion regarding logic and reasoning, you just bailed out, dude. You just
no,
admitted
I have not. I'm
to a-
if I'm
well,
if
you
I'm
said two
given
things.
if I'm given time to lay out my position, you understand what I mean. But you consistently don't give me time.
No, but you already
Do I need to ping? Do I need to ping Omni again so we can have a conversation in the mod room
Go ahead,
about
dude.
this?
Go ahead.
This
Go
is so
ahead.
obnoxious.
Get back to the point.
But you
So,
understand that you appeal
if
to
you-
incredulity, right?
If you are giving me a dichotomy in one situation where you're talking about a being outside of this universe that I can never perceive, that will be a false dichotomy from me, right? You understand this, right? And you have to justify why should I accept that dichotomy in the first place?
Okay, so you don't
Alright,
accept the laws of logic.
What? What do you mean?
So then you don't accept the laws of logic.
I don't think you understood what I said.
Okay, where are they in the universe then? Point to them for me.
The laws of logic are something that we instantiate in our minds. They're not like written somewhere
with
in the
God,
universe or
bro.
in the center in the universe.
Yeah, that's
We
what God is.
instantiate it.
Dude.
No, God is.
Yeah, the universe acts in a logical way from any point of the universe.
Can you prove
So,
that?
yeah,
What do
we
you mean
just
by that?
assume it to be logical without a reason for the laws of logic.
How do you
existing.
know that?
And
First of all,
God
what
is
does
a
it even
concept-
mean?
Hold on.
God is similar to the laws of logic in the fact that it is a conceptual item held in the mind.
Yeah, when you ask for proof, right? We're not dealing with 100% proof here. There are axioms. The laws of logic are axiomatic, unless you can provide the contrary, right? That you've somehow violated them. They stand true. They don't need proof. You understand? You know how axioms and principles work.
There's no evidence to the contrary of the laws of logic.
Yeah, there's no evidence to the contrary. That is the evidence that they hold
The
true.
laws of logic are tools that we manifest because our brains are geared towards like that specific pattern of thinking.
So
right?
humans
So we can-
manifest
so we can-
things.
I mean, the laws of logic being one, yeah.
Yeah, it's called a discovery, not a manifestation.
I
But
mean,
yeah, for
you
for
can
when it
discover
comes
and
to
manifest them, like figuratively speaking, right?
I mean, if
Real
you
quick,
want to
bro.
get figurative, but we're having a very in-depth conversation, so please choose your vocabulary wisely.
yeah, to
Sure.
engage in this discussion, you have to really know your logic and your reasoning. And when you ask for proof, it's not proof. You got to ask for evidence for our justification, right? And the evidence that we use is based off of inductive and deductive reasoning and following a propositional like logic formula. You have to really know your shit, dude. Like, and
Yeah,
I'm not saying I'm not saying I'm a doctor in philosophy. I'm not saying
You
I'm a
got to
doctor in
identify your
philosophy.
evidence.
Right. But when you start off the conversation saying, "Well, it doesn't make any sense to me," and this and that, you're already losing the conversation. Logically, you're losing because you're appealing to incredulity.
That's not incredulity. Being presented a dichotomy in which one of the components of the dichotomy, which the whole dichotomy hinges upon, is incoherent in my worldview, does not help further the conversation. I would expect my partner in the conversation to be able to convince me that this is not an incoherent thing, and therefore the dichotomy is valid.
Okay, well then we'll use a different dichotomy. Think of either the laws of logic exist or they don't, right? We'll just use that dichotomy instead, right? So we have two worldviews. One, the laws of logic don't exist. Two, the laws of logic do exist, right? Which one's more logically coherent?
What does it mean for the laws of logic to exist?
They
Like
exist.
they're material. They're like they're written
they're
somewhere.
immaterial. No, they're immaterial. You don't know what we live in the world that the laws of logic exist, right? And you couldn't even imagine a world that the laws of logic don't exist, correct? That's the point of the question.
So I assume you're
Because you
talking
would
about
have
the
to
classic.
use logic to come to that conclusion, right? And you can't.
I assume you're talking about the classical laws of logic, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The law
So
of
the classical
non-contradiction.
laws of logic are the thing we derived, or as you like to say, discovered, right?
Correct.
Through some whatever process. Well, sure. And those laws describe certain things, certain properties, of abstract thought or whatever, right?
Yeah,
But I don't-
identity, right? The laws of logic, like, is the reason that we can.
Sure, but they describe
separate
something that
between
already existed, right? That's the point.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and the laws of
Okay.
logic are mind dependent.
Sure, I would agree.
Yeah, so then if they've already existed before any man's mind, therefore there's an ultimate mind that holds the laws
No,
of
they're
logic.
mind dependent, not mind independent. Mind
Yeah,
dependent.
they're mind
They need-
dependent. They
need
need a
human minds
mind
to-
in order to exist. So therefore, before any mind existed, the universe operated in a logical manner, unless you're saying it didn't.
No, I disagree. I don't think the universe can operate in a logical manner.
Okay, so then how do you do
we-
science? How do you do
we
any science then? Because then you've lost uniformity of nature at this point.
We established that there's patterns to the way universe works, and we call that logic. But to call that the universe uses logic the way we humans understand it is absurd.
Well, you said logic is mind dependent, so are you attributing the universe to being a mind?
No. What I'm saying is
Then
the
why-
universe has mechanisms by which it functions. We don't know all the mechanisms. Some of the mechanisms we have uncovered, and we have given them some sort of mathematical justification, or using symbols to justify
Okay,
these
and those
phenomena.
are considered laws, right? And those laws are mind dependent. All laws are mind dependent.
They're laws in the sense of they describe
not
the
a law,
phenomena
right?
consistently. That's what
Yeah.
if you mean that by law, sure.
and
But
that requires a mind.
That's not an objective universal thing. They're
That
just
requires a
doing-
mind
hold
unless
on.
you have evidence to the contrary.
Yeah,
So-
you're making claims right now that go against reason. Hold on, hold on.
I'm a descriptivist.
You're claiming that the universe isn't logical. That goes against reasoning, deductive,
I'm not
inductive,
claiming
and
that.
abductive reasoning. For you to claim that, you would have to abandon reason. You understand that, right?
I'm not claiming that though.
You just said that.
What I'm saying
You said the
is
universe is not logical.
we humans have discovered certain mechanisms of the universe, and we have described these mechanisms with whatever formulae, right? And we use that formulae or that set of formulae as a compendium for us to describe said mechanisms, and we use them in practical manners. We apply them where we can and where it's useful. But the universe does not care how we describe its mechanisms, because it's not a sentient being. It's not a mind. It's just a function or a
That's not the
series
argument.
of functions and some functions.
Well, you made a specific
You
claim.
just-
You can't back it up without using sophistry, dude.
Hold
Everything
on,
that
you made-
exists,
I'm not using
everything that exists, right, has a cause. Everything that was caused to exist has a reason. You're saying that the universe is illogical or it's not logical and it's not reasonable. I wholeheartedly disagree.
Yeah,
with you.
then
Go ahead.
how did we derive
I
the laws of
don't think I
logic
said that.
from it? You know, I mean, this is the problem
That's
you're
not what
in
he
right
said.
now, is the universe itself can't account for itself.
I feel like Discord
So-
might be a point
Did the
against the
laws-
universe being
yeah.
logical and reasonable.
Okay, please hear me out.
Could I ask a question?
I agree.
If we think that the laws of physics, as we know them now, existed prior to humans, and it's just that we have discovered them and described them, wouldn't that be more or less the same thing with logic?
Yeah, it's all so every law requires a lawmaker. Yeah, and you have to assume the laws of physics work that way because you have a whole entire story about how the sun created the earth and coalesced dirt because of these laws of physics that we have, and then this giant thing hit into the earth and created the moon, and it stays right where it is because all the laws of physics are not changing.
But that's just a presupposition that you need to have a lawgiver. The laws that we have is made by humans.
It's to the
describe
evidence
the
of the
universe.
It's because there is no evidence to the contrary. You don't have evidence that there has ever been a law ever without a mind.
So
You
the
don't
laws,
have
yeah, that's completely wrong.
assuming that's the case.
Yeah, because the
It's
laws
not
are,
the case.
laws of hang on, the laws of physics that we have today is our description of how the universe works. Prior to that, it was just the universe and how it works. We made up those laws. to describe how the universe works.
Okay, yes, we use language, which is subjective, but do you agree no matter what language you use, those laws are objectively true?
Objectively true is a bit difficult because they could
Well,
be
then
changes
you got to
within the
throw
law.
away.
Within the
Then you
law.
got to
No,
throw away your whole model because it's all built on the fact that the laws of physics were the same from the beginning till now.
no, it's just that we haven't described them perfectly yet.
You guys are
No,
conflating
dude.
a
In
couple of
order to
different
have the sun create the earth and have dust coalesce together, you used all the laws of physics that we described, that we observed in the universe already. So yeah, the laws of
But
physics
those,
are objective. Our
those laws
interpretation of them are
could
subjective.
but those laws could change slightly. So we don't have a perfect description yet.
Yes, you will never, with that mentality, with that appeal to the possibility of that, then you have no reason to even believe the future is going to be similar to the past.
Yeah, based on what the past has been and tell us what it's been, yeah, it's very, very likely that the future is going to be more or less acting more or less the same way. It's
Yeah,
a
that's not.
presupposition, yes.
Yeah, it's a presupposition with no
just like you do.
justification.
But you
I feel like we're
argue at the
conflating-
exact same time, don't you? You have a presupposition that the God exists, and then you
It's
you
not a
sort of-
presupposition.
Yes, it is.
It is.
No,
It's
you know why it's not a
I walked
presupposition?
you through. I walked
know
you
why
through
it's not
the
a
true
presupposition?
dichotomy. I walked them through the true dichotomy line. I don't know why they're going with that. It's either the God world or not God world. Are you stating there's like some other option out there?
No, I'm not. But
Okay, therefore, that's an
no,
axiom.
The presupposition is that a God exists, and then you afterwards try to use logic and arguments to fit to your presupposition. That's all you do.
That's not correct.
No, you can
dude.
work. No, hold on. You can work deductively or inductively and come to a reasonable conclusion that creator exists. But it's not circular reasoning or presuppositional fallacy because you have external lines of evidence. No, like the teleological argument. If you look at irreducible complexity, irreducible complexity is the best evidence that there was a divine architect, and that's an external line of evidence. It's not circular reasoning or begging the question.
The argument
It is
is
a reduced
No,
question.
complexity.
no, hold on. It's a rational. Listen. It's not begging the question. Begging the question is if I use the listen. I'll explain it to you real quick. If the Bible says, right, God created the universe, and I say, and you guys ask me, what's your evidence for God creating the universe? And I say, oh, the Bible said so. That's begging the question. If the Bible says God created the universe, and then I look at an external source, an external line of evidence like nature, and I use deductive and inductive reasoning, it's no longer begging the question
it's called indirect evidence. It's called indirect evidence.
Hold on, dude. I'm almost done. I know you guys are getting triggered. I'm almost done. When you use inductive and deductive reasoning from observations of nature, that's a rational inference. It's allowed in propositional logic. Go ahead.
You make the question at the beginning.
Has been debunked. That's a very bad argument.
I can put this very simply. The problem line is that you're presuming the world in which we live to be a God world, and any evidence that's presented to you from the world at all, you're going to reject as being from the not God world because you just pre-assume that such a world doesn't exist. That's what makes it circular and begging the question.
No, it's the incoherency of the not God world. So we can go through it with you. Okay, in the not God world, what makes knowledge possible?
A brain.
The same thing that would make it possible in the God world.
Okay, was there any knowledge? Oh, the difference is in the God world, what makes knowledge possible is the God.
That's your opinion.
That is the truth of the God world position. When you define the God world as God being the source for intelligibility,
that's
the
your
intelligibility. No, I'm not defining it into existence. Dude, what do you define God as?
You're begging the question at the get is the problem.
No, dude, I'm not. If we're gonna have a reasonable discussion of what is the God, what is like the difference between the not God world and the God world, we have to come to agreement on the definition of God. So You give me a definition, I'll give you one. We'll come to a conclusion and agree on a definition.
Real quick, let me just add real quick that also, if we're going to progress this conversation, we have to know the difference between a presuppositional fallacy, speculation, begging the question, and a rational inference, right? And with syllogisms, right? With propositional logic, you're allowed a premise. You have a major premise and a minor premise. That's what's the premise, you guys? What's the premise?
When you say that, you're using
we
the
live in a
Bible
God world.
Hold on.
and you're
what's
using the
premise,
Bible to say
Leflin?
that God is real. Is that right? Is that your initial
Leflin,
premise
no,
that
listen.
God is real because the Bible says so?
Just
No.
because you have a premise doesn't mean it's a presuppositional fallacy. There's rules for inference. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. You guys are not listening, right? Begging the question would be circular reasoning when you're using the source itself to defend the conclusion. So you're using the premise to defend the conclusion. So if my premise was the Bible says that God created the universe, and then I say the evidence for that is the Bible, that would be begging the question. That would be circular reasoning. I'm not doing that. There's multiple lines of evidence in biology, in DNA, in the theological argument, the cosmological argument, the irreducible complexity. There's multiple lines of evidence defending my premise externally from the
all
Bible.
that to say that God did all of that, you're begging the question.
No, it's
It's not
not.
begging
It's
the
the
question.
transcendentals. It's the transcendentals, okay? The three reasons that we believe God exists is because of the laws of logic, the uniformity of nature, and knowledge being possible. These are all indirect evidences of the God world. So if the not God world could go ahead at this point and present justification for those three things, that would be great.
I can actually do that if I may jump in. In the non-God world, we do not require God to know things. So that already directly refutes your claim that knowledge is evidence of God.
Okay, so do you know that for sure?
If I do, within the non-God world, for me to know that, I don't need God.
Okay, how do you know that then? How do you have knowledge? Like, what is making the knowledge possible, though? What is it? Is it
What
your
is making
brain?
knowledge possible? What is making the knowledge possible is the state of the world.
The state of the world?
Yeah.
What is that?
Let me explain.
What do you mean? Can you
So,
expand on that?
We let's say we have a star called the sun. In the non-God world, the star is not contingent on God in order for it to exist.
You're going way too far ahead.
Within the non-God world, you cannot refer to the sun and say, see, this magical thing couldn't be without God. The same for knowledge. Knowledge just exists. It doesn't need a God to become into existence.
Okay, and how did you determine that the sun is external to your mind?
Do I need to determine that?
Oh, so you're saying you could just be in a grand delusion, and all this could just be happening in your
I'm
mind?
just saying that I don't need to determine that when I get born into the world. Like, does anyone?
Wait, how do you know that you were born into the world?
I'm trying to make a point here. No one gets born into the world and asks, "Oh, I see this sun. Is it outside of my mind? I need to somehow justify that." No one is doing that. So your
The
question is already
philosophers are.
absurd. It assumes that in order for us to know that the sun is outside of our mind, we somehow need to justify it. No one does that.
That's what philosophers do, bro. That's what epistemology is. The epistemology is like, should we just grant knowledge? Should we just grant all these presuppositions? Should we just grant the circular reasoning of I looked outside and there the sun is, so therefore the sun is outside? Are we allowed to just grant circular logic or not, dude?
My answer to that would be no, we are not supposed to allow circular logic. And what would be circular logic in this case is I want God to exist. So I'm just going to assert that for the sun to exist,
sir.
God also has to exist.
No, sir, that's not circular. See, but you do agree, you use circular logic, right? That you looked externally, looked at the sun, and you said, look, the sun is external to me, therefore the sun is external to me. Like you use that, right? You
I
agree?
never said anything about the sun being external to my mind. So to me, it's a complete red herring. We were talking about if
Yes, you
knowledge
did.
requires God. Why
And I asked you, how do you know that it's not internal?
I'm asking a question. Why did you run away from the point of, do we need knowledge? Do we need God for knowledge? Now we're talking about the externality of the sun to my mind. This has nothing to do with the original.
Yes, it does. Because if you're just deluded and having a delusion, then what are you talking about? You have no justification except I see it, therefore it exists outside of my mind. That's circular.
I don't think you can just do that. I don't think you can just run away from the original
welcome
topic
to
and say,
epistemology,
well, see,
bro.
you couldn't answer, therefore I win. No, you cannot run away. If you cannot win on the original topic, then I win.
The original topic is you just explained how in the not God world, you have to use circular reasoning to make sense of things.
I didn't say anything about circular reasoning. That's
Yes,
your
you did,
assertion
dude.
into it.
This is getting up purely dishonest at this point.
I am not being dishonest with this gentleman. This gentleman just told me that he sees the sun, therefore he doesn't need to believe that God exists to know that the sun is there.
I didn't make
and then I asked him,
any
is
kind
the
of case
sun?
about the sun. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting, but you lied. You lied right
You
there.
gave a
You
case
brought up
about the sun.
My argument for God not being. Oh yeah, that's true. I did bring it up. So let me actually find a way to justify that. Is God in your God view world outside of your mind?
I'm trying to get to the bottom of the not God world and how we know the sun is there. How are we obtaining knowledge in this not God world? Please, we're not doing the critique on it. See, this is what's happening. When I critique, no, dude, you interrupted me again. When I critique your worldview, all you want to do is try to come back and critique mine. But right now, we're just doing, we set up the true dichotomy.
Sure.
And first, we're going to go through the not God world, and then we can go further through the God world.
Yes,
okay?
exactly. So let's start with how do we know knowledge in that? Let's not talk about the externality of the sun to my mind. That's not the case yet. Let's just talk about, can we know that the sun exists without God? And let's say
where?
Yeah.
Where does it exist?
Somewhere. It exists somewhere, right?
It exists somewhere. Okay. You want to be more vague or what?
I don't need to. I just need to know the sun exists. I don't need to define where it exists yet.
Okay, the sun exists.
We're not defining yet if it exists outside of my mind or inside of my mind.
Okay, the sun exists. I agree.
But the sun exists, and I can know that.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. And how do you know that?
Yes.
Wait, no. I want to know, how do you know the sun exists?
Through my mind.
Okay, so through your mind, you know the sun exists. Okay.
Yes. Do you know this, by the way, that my argument is quite strong here, because I'm currently applying these to all possible ways for the sun to exist, because you brought up whether it exists in my mind or outside of my mind.
Does it exist in everyone's mind then?
Hold on, I'm making a point here. I know that the sun exists whether or not it exists in my mind or not. So by my mind, if it exists outside in the real world, I know by my mind that it exists. If it exists only in my mind, again, by my mind, I know that it exists.
Okay,
so my answer to your ultimate question, how do we know things? My answer, through our mind. I know things through my mind. That applies no matter where the sun is. So now your question of whether the sun is external to my mind or not has no validity in our larger conversation about how do we know things.
Okay,
so
beautiful.
You now have no grounds to ask
you're
that
going
question.
Forever. Okay, no, it's beautiful what you just said, because what you're saying is in order to acquire knowledge, there must be a mind that exists, right?
Yes, and it
so
only...
now, hold on, dude. I just let you go for 5 minutes, bro. Just relax for a second. So all knowledge is mind dependent. Is it dependent
Sure.
on your mind or your father's mind or their father's mind or their father's mind, or is there somehow an ultimate mind that is holding all intelligibility somewhere in or outside the universe? I don't care.
That is a good question. Now let's apply your logic to these other minds. Can you know that another mind except your own exists stronger than you know that your own mind exists?
No.
I rest my fucking case. Your proof for your own mind existing is stronger than your proof for God existing. So you cannot say that the source of knowledge rests on God, because that's a weaker source of knowledge. You know better that your own mind exists. So that has to be the primary source for knowledge.
In the beginning, I told you it's an indirect evidence, and then you went to direct evidence as if that was like a big slam dunk. That's not a slam dunk, my friend. I already told you this is an indirect evidence using a logical syllogism. Dude, why are you talking through me? I normally interrupt a lot, and I get that. But I have not been interrupting you, dude. I have not been interrupting you. I let you get your whole piece out. So please, dude. So this is the indirect evidence, because if I know my mind exists, right, and then knowledge is dependent upon my mind, well, I know that my grandfather had knowledge before my mind existed. Therefore, did all the knowledge exist in his mind? No. So what I do is I just take this all the way back to something that's ultimate and non-contingent for knowledge to be possible in the first place.
That's a good argument, but let me see if you can actually justify it, because you refer to your grandfather's mind and what existed in your grandfather's mind in that argument. Now, in order to actually make your argument, you have to justify that this mind called your grandfather's mind exists outside of your own mind. So again, you are running against the whole problem that you brought up before. Can you justify that anything exists outside of your own mind? You tried to bring it up against me, that I should justify that the sun exists outside of my mind. Now you need to justify your grandfather's mind actually existing.
Okay, from my worldview. Okay, so we'll step into the God worldview, since you're asking from my worldview. Yeah, no problem. God has revealed this information to his people, that men are without excuse that the external world exists outside of their mind. And the reason we know that is because of the way the external world acts. It acts in a way sometimes that is unpredictable, but for the most part, it acts in a uniform way. Now, I know for a fact I'm not the one holding the uniformity together in my mind, because my mind isn't exactly perfectly logical. I can lie to myself. I can tell myself illogical things and come to false truths. So therefore, there must be this God that revealed all this information to us, and we can trust our senses to a certain extent that the external world exists outside of our mind, because God said so.
Thank you for the response. I think you misunderstood my question. My question wasn't inside of your worldview. My question was philosophically within this conversation. Can you justify? Because if you want to refer to your worldview, and for me to accept that, I would have to accept your whole worldview. But we haven't justified your worldview as being true. So we cannot start from that baseline. We are only starting from the baseline of, can you logically prove an outside mind exists, period. Not within your worldview, because I'm not going to accept that. You need to prove all of your worldview for me to accept it. So you need to justify that your grandfather's mind existed outside of your worldview that says that the Bible is true or whatever. Because that's how logical conversation works.
Yeah, without
that's
God,
how philosophical conversation works.
I understand that, and without invoking God, there is no justification that I could give you for that, and that's why that position is reduced to absurdity at this point. So there is no evidence to the contrary of what I said. Okay, that's the only way that makes knowledge possible so far as we know. Unless you have a better answer for us. And you did say knowledge is mind dependent, and you agree knowledge existed before your mind. So you're just going to. Okay, so knowledge didn't exist before your mind.
I didn't say that either, by the way. I'm just correcting you on what you asserted me as having said. Now,
I thought you were being honest, so I was just going with the honest response would be true that you would believe that knowledge existed before your mind existed. That would just be axiomatic.
If you just want to assert that because in a philosophical conversation, it should be the case that you are finding out some truths as you speak. So you cannot just ascribe positions that I haven't taken yet to me.
So you are telling me
I need to actually take those stances before you say that this is what you think. You cannot.
This is just honest position. I'm assuming you're an honest. I'm assuming you're an honest interlocutor. Okay, are you saying I shouldn't make that assumption?
I'm saying I am going to use my brain to think for myself. I'm not going to use your brain to think for me.
Dude, the honest position of any person in this room is that knowledge existed before their mind. It doesn't have to be you. Anyone would hold that position. It's the honest position.
We are talking about philosophy. We're not talking about real world application or practical. How do we practically act? We are talking philosophy here. And we are trying to justify from a philosophical standpoint. And by the way, I already
God is a philosophical standpoint, dude. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about this conversation and what we are starting from. We are starting from basically nothing. And then you want to bring your God in, and then you want to say that.
No, we're starting with the dichotomy. We're starting with the dichotomy of the God world and the not God world. And then the question is, what makes knowledge possible? Okay? And both of those worldviews would have to have answers, right? And you're in the not God world so far is showing incoherency because you can't even admit at this point if knowledge existed before your mind. You're nervous.
I'm not nervous in any way. You don't, and you don't. I love the fact that you try to make personal attacks like that because it shows that you're losing. When you have to attack the other side by ascribing nervousness to them, that shows that you have a weak position.
Okay, and
let me actually make a point.
Someone is losing, shows you're losing. What the heck,
You're triggered. You're triggered now. Let me
I'm
actually
not triggered, bro.
respond.
We can have the conversation.
Okay,
just
you're both interrupting each
respond
other,
to you.
guys. You're both interrupting. Let's go one at a time.
Laurie, can you clarify something for me?
Sure.
So, are you asking him to validate that you exist outside of his mind? So it means that you are not sure that you are an NPC in his mind?
We're talking about philosophy here. We're not talking about my personal beliefs.
I understand, but are you telling him that he have to validate that you are not an NPC inside your mind, inside his mind? So you're not sure if you are an NPC inside his mind.
I don't think I'm asking that question yet.
You ask him for his grandfather. It's the same thing. Does his grandfather exist? So you're asking him to validate that me, you, SE, and the others we are not NPCs inside his mind.
Yeah, actually, yes. Yeah.
So it means that you're not sure if you are an NPC inside.
I might be sure that I'm not an NPC, but I need to find if he can justify that in his own worldview.
So can you
I'm justifying it? I'm responsible for whether I can justify it in my own worldview, but he is responsible if he can justify it in his.
I did. I gave you my justification in my worldview, and now we're talking in your worldview, which is the not God worldview. So go ahead and prove how you know that I exist outside of your mind.
I don't need to know if you exist. I just need to know if knowledge is contingent on God existing.
And how do you know that?
by my mind being primary to God's, because I can know that my mind exists far better than I can know that God exists.
Yes, I understand that. I understand what you're saying. But do you agree that knowledge existed before your mind?
I do not know if knowledge existed before my mind.
Okay, no problem. This is why I say I've reduced your position to absurdity. Because at this
Why
point,
is it absurd,
because,
though? If you want to
because you
assert
can
that it's
say you
absurd, you need
don't.
to justify that
You
it
could
is
say you
absurd.
don't know, but you could also say I'm highly confident in the fact that there probably was knowledge before my mind. That would have been the
Yes,
more
but why is
honest
that
answer.
absurd, though? Why is it absurd to say that?
So
Because
To
if you
just
say
say
that,
I
if you
don't
say,
know if knowledge existed before my mind is basically saying that you're not sure if any of us even exist.
I'm just saying, can we philosophically justify that? Now, I want to actually dig to, can you actually justify why it's unreasonable to say that, and why it's absurd? Because if you cannot justify why it's absurd, then it's absurd is just an appeal to emotions, and it's invalid.
Hold on. Let me respond, Tora. Do you know what an axiom is?
Sure.
Well, can you define an axiom?
It's basically
It's all right if you don't know, dude.
Even.
We're trying to learn
Sorry?
here. We're all here together to learn. So if it's all right if you don't know, you can look it up.
If you want to learn, it helps when I give the answer for you to not speak over me and instead listen.
Go ahead.
Maybe you could learn that. Because I did answer the question and you spoke over me.
Sorry, go ahead.
An axiom is basically what you take as given before you start thinking.
Yeah, it's pretty close, but do you know why that is?
Can you tell me?
Because you don't have a contrary. There's no evidence to the contrary. So I have here right here. I have it pulled up. I'll give you it. An axiom is a statement or principle. And there's many principles in science, including in geometry and in mathematics, that is generally accepted as true, often serving as a foundation for further reasoning or arguments. It's a fundamental truth that is taken as given without proof or further justification. So when you're asking Torah for justification of a fundamental axiom of knowledge and logic, right? You have to understand that the way axioms work, it's to the contrary. There's no evidence to the contrary. And so axioms, I'll give you some examples. So axioms are commonly used in mathematics, logic, and philosophy to establish the basis for deductive reasoning. It's the foundation for all reasoning, actually. Without it, you wouldn't be able to acquire anything.
Yeah, you can't know.
Exactly,
that's the tag. That's part of the tag
I'm
and the
not sure
precept.
exactly
argument.
that it's true that there is no evidence to the contrary. Well, kind of, but it gets more deep than that, because sometimes you take some axioms as truths so that you can get started, but in other contexts you may start with, let's actually question those axioms. So it's not like
axioms
there are some given
unquestionable.
axioms that we always take as true and never question.
Yeah, 1 + 1 equals 2.
What you take as axiomatic and what you don't.
Yeah, 1 + 1 equals 2. Go ahead, debunk it.
I don't need to debunk it. Why are you talking over me and bringing a stupid point that I don't need to debunk?
It's all right, dude. But when you're asking Torah for justification of an axiom, you have to understand that is a stupid, unreasonable request.
Axioms are there for us to question, because sometimes if I want to, for example, go and make some coffee, it's axiomatic for me to take it as granted that I know whether coffee machine exists. But then in some contexts, I may have to question that axiom. For example, if the coffee machine, I cannot find it, maybe then the axiom gets broken. And philosophically speaking, practically, yes, in everyday life, do I take knowledge as something that exists, and do I take outside minds as something that exists? Yes. But in other in other circumstances, it might be helpful to break down that axiom and see, can I actually justify that? Because otherwise, if we don't question axioms, then we might rely on bullshit and take that as axiomatic. And you're basically now saying, let's not question axioms ever. Let's just take them for granted, even though they may be bullshit.
No, for example, the laws of, hold on real quick, let me give him, hold on,
though.
Yeah, so for example, like there's nothing wrong with questioning axioms at all. The scriptures tell us test all things, right?
Hold on.
But right now, like for example, the 3 laws of logic, right? Those are axioms. Unless you can break one of them, please go ahead. Try to break them. Try to break the law of non-contradiction or law of excluded middle. Go ahead.
I find it interesting that you right now said that there is nothing wrong with questioning axioms. But before you were literally asking me, why am I asking Dora to justify something axiomatic? So right then you were saying that there's something wrong with questioning.
No, you're missing the point. It's okay to question it, but you got to give the rebuttal. You got to rebut it. You can't just question it for no reason. That's a gigantic. Okay, then that's a gigantic leap of faith. A faith that is so strong that I don't have. I don't have that kind of faith. So I don't know why you have that kind of faith, because you have no evidence to reject a claim based on the contrary. So there is no evidence, but you still reject a claim. It's ridiculous leap of faith.
I don't need evidence to ask a question. What are you talking about? I was asking a question and now you are saying I have some faith. No, I was just asking a question. That doesn't require any faith from me.
Okay, that's fine. So what you're doing is you're operating from a worldview as if God exists without admitting it. Just like you're like, because we don't want to define what it is or what. So it's just like the fact of pi. Like pi is axiomatic, right? 3.1415. It's just an axiomatic truth about circles. But you're saying, I'm going to accept that pi is true, is the case. But I'm not going to actually give any justification for why I believe. I'm not going to accept that pi is ultimately the case. You know, it's not, I'll live my life as if it is the case, but I'm not going to accept it ultimately as it is the case.
I don't think you are correct there, mister, because me accepting knowledge as existing is not in any case comparable to that. Because already again you are asserting and defining by your axiom that God exists, and now you're saying, oh no, if you ever admit that knowledge might exist, you have to buy my axiomatic claim that God is the basis for it. And I'm just asking, can you prove that God is the basis for that, other than saying that Scripture says so?
No,
I haven't seen you do that. I haven't seen you justify
I know that. I know I have done that in the past. Can you define God for me so I understand your point?
God is basically like an ultimate bigger being.
Ultimate bigger being?
Yeah.
So is it possible that there's an ultimate bigger being than yourself?
Is it possible? Yeah, anything's possible. But
okay,
I'm asking, you need to justify that it actually is factually 100% the case. We're not talking about
is it
like magically possible in some fancy universe.
You're asking for the impossible. I cannot prove anything with 100% certainty. You already know
that. Then I rest my case.
Let me give you an example.
For God, then.
Okay, then we can't know anything unless you prove it with 100% certainty, so you don't know anything.
Thank you. Neither do you.
Can you debunk the law of identity, which is axiomatic?
I don't know if I need to do that.
It's one of the main principles of logic, dude. So I know you guys keep saying the possibility that we're all one mind. How do I know that really I'm not a figment of your imagination, or you're not a figment of my imagination, and you're really just a construct, right? That we're all one. We're all just a big brain, and this is all simulation. For that to be true, for that possibility to be true, it would violate the law of identity.
It wouldn't violate the law of identity, because then the identity would be my mind. So the law of identity says that A equals A. And then in that case, the equation would go like this: my mind equals my mind.
Yeah, but it would
we're
devolve into
talking about
absurdity
your mind.
because then you could be me and I could be you, and really we're all the same being, we're all the same entity. You wouldn't know where to distinguish an entity from another entity. That would violate the law of logic. Because
It doesn't violate the law of logic. Maybe I can use an example here.
In the law of identity, you distinguish you from the person next to you, bro. And then right now in the solipsistic mind, you can't tell if the person next to you is real or not.
That's
you don't know. It could be you. It could be a part of your own mind. The person next to you could be a part of your own mind.
Let me use an example to demonstrate why that's a mischaracterization of the law of identity. Let's say I go to sleep and I see a dream and there is a ball in my dream. I can then say that the ball is a part of my dream. Does that break the law of identity? Because the ball in my dream is a different thing from the tree in my dream, but they are both part of the dream.
Fair enough.
So now the law of identity is broken because the equation is the ball equals my dream, and no longer A is no longer equal A. It's exactly the same argument that you were making. So you would have to say, agree that dreams breaks the law of identity.
Right. But within reason, right, in your dream, you could be talking to your mother, right? Your dead mother or whatever. And then your dead mother starts to transition to your dead sister, for example, right? I know it's kind of morbid, but so just because in your dream your mother became your sister, right? It doesn't necessarily violate the law of identity. And even though it's within your mind, doesn't mean that now you can superimpose your mind to all of reality and act like all of reality is part of your mind. You see the difference there? You're making an illusory correlation. Just because things in your mind sometimes can change from, or for another, doesn't mean that that's going to happen in reality necessarily.
I'm not saying that things in reality, for my argument to stand, things in reality don't need to change into each other. So let's argue the case that everything actually exists in my mind. Does the law of identity actually get broken? Because then the equation would go like this: my mind equals my mind. Your mind inside of my mind equals your mind inside of my mind. My mother inside of my mind equals my mother inside of my mind. The ball inside of my mind equals the ball inside of my mind. At no stage whatsoever, we can take an infinite amount of objects within my mind. They all are themselves. So the law of identity doesn't get broken in the metal level of my mind, nor in the sub-metal level of all the objects within my mind.
Listen. Bro, I'll give you that. All right, you got me. All right, go ahead, Tor.
He violated the law of non-contradiction there. Because are those things outside of your mind or not?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
Are those things outside of your mind, or your claim is they're all in your mind, so then all those things are just your mind? That would just be an illusion.
Yeah, it would be an illusion. How does it break any law?
Illusions are illogical. Don't you agree?
I don't think they are illogical. No. They don't have to be.
They don't have to be illogical? Okay. I can understand what you're saying. So you're saying, like, can you just repeat to me exactly? Because in your mind, my mind exists in your mind, but my mind is not your mind? How is that possible if your mind manifested my mind?
I didn't say my mind is not your mind. Your mind would be part of my mind.
Okay, so then everything is in your mind.
Yes, that's kind of the definition. But something being, look here, I think here's the critical problem. You think that something being a part of my mind breaks the law of non-contradiction or whatever. It doesn't.
No, I thought I heard you. I thought I heard something different. So I'll recant that. I don't think you broke the law of non-contradiction. Yeah, I think I just misheard what you were saying.
Okay.
Now I'm looking for the distinction. I'm looking for the distinction of how you how did you distinguish that my mind is inside of your mind, but it is not your mind?
basically it's part of my mind, so I guess that would kind of mean, but it's part of it, not whole. It's kind of the same thing as saying I have a chair here, and the chair has a foot on it, like the part that the chair stands on. The foot is part of the chair, but it's not the whole chair. And just saying that the foot is part of the chair, that doesn't break any law.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. But now, so then, is there an ultimate mind that has your mind and my mind? Right, that because like the chair example, right, is your foot sitting on the chair, the chair sitting on the floor, the foundation of the floor is sitting on the earth is sitting on space-time, and then, you know, I mean, it just goes back. Like, do you end up in infinite regression, or do you have an ultimate source, or are you just okay with the infinite regression?
Couldn't it just be that I am the ultimate source? If we need an ultimate source, I am that.
Okay,
and
then can you prove things? Hold on, can you prove, if you are, can you prove things with 100% certainty?
I'm not sure if I need to for me to be the ultimate
well,
mind.
then you can't be the ultimate source.
Why couldn't I be? Because even if I am not a perfect mind, I can still be the ultimate mind. Because if you exist outside of, if you exist inside of my mind, then you would be a sub-mind. So even if I don't know things perfectly, you know even less than that. So I would be an ultimate mind, even though not perfect.
Okay, that's fine. I'm done at this point. You are the ultimate mind. You are the arbiter of truth. You are the God. I got it.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you live in the God world. You just attribute it to being you. It's still
I think that would work well for me.
It's still not the not God world. So you also believe in God. It's just you.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, so then why are you arguing with me when I try to bring up that God exists?
Because you refer to the Bible as being the ultimate source, and I didn't write the Bible. We have now defined that I am the ultimate mind, so you cannot refer to the Bible as the.
I didn't write it either, man. I didn't write it. I just read it, and I'm sorry that you get upset with what it says.
You need for me to write it for you to refer to it.
Yeah. Okay. You got any writings? You write anything? And especially something that claims to hold truth with 100% certainty?
Yeah. Let me see actually the
I
last.
thought you said you can't have any 100% certain claims. So, but now you can write a book that does claim 100% certainty? Uh-oh, contradiction alert.
I answered your question whether I wrote something. I didn't answer your question whether I wrote something in 100% certainty.
Wait, how do you know that? How do you know you wrote something? Couldn't that just be in your mind?
Yeah. But I mean, if I write inside of my mind, that's
yeah, you don't know. Yeah, so you don't know.
For certain, I know better that I wrote something than I know that you wrote. Because I had the experience of writing something, but I didn't have any experience of you writing it.
Hold on, go to the text chat right now. I'll show you, okay? It's going to say, for ya is typing. Did you know that I was writing?
I knew that a text message is telling me that you're writing. That's not the same kind of knowing that I'm writing, because when I type on my keyboard, I have the personal experience of producing letters. I don't have that kind of experience. I cannot experience and know. I cannot know your hands on the keyboard the way I know my hands on the keyboard. So in every way, my knowing of my mind existing and my existence existing is superior to me knowing that you exist.
Yeah, but the evidence is clear now, though, right? Because the text came through, right? And you didn't know what I was going to write, but you knew I was writing something. And then I wrote something that you had no idea. And then there was evidence for it because I hit send and my message came through, right?
Yeah, it just could be that my mind wrote the message Torah for Ya is typing. And then my mind also typed test I am writing. It spontaneously
Okay.
came up with it at the moment when you hit enter.
Okay, no worries, brother. Let's get a topic going. Let's get a good one.
Was that one over?
I think it is. I mean, we have God in the chat, though, so if you guys want to know anything, just ask him. Hey, Lori, does it bother you that God makes rules that suppress you from doing, like, bad behavior? The God of the Bible, I should say. I think it's just too hard for some men to see, like, cleavage and not lust after that woman. And so they have an issue with God now or something. I don't know what's going on.
What are you talking about?
Seeing cleavage doesn't make me think about God.
No, obviously, that's the problem, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, when you see cleavage, you get all excited and you follow fleshly desires rather than just seeing that that's someone's daughter.
You're still operating from a God world, though.
Yeah, and I know my question is the reason that you're denying the existence of the God of the Bible because you have behavioral tendencies that go against the behavior he requires?
No, that's dumb.
Okay, so then what is your issue? What do you take issue with?
Just hasn't been demonstrated.
Well, if nothing can be proven with 100% certainty, what are you looking for?
That's not what I'm asking for. Not 100% certainty.
Okay, then what makes knowledge possible? What makes knowledge possible in the not God world?
Minds, human minds.
So before human minds, there was no knowledge.
Correct.
Even if there was a bird, but there was no human mind. There was no knowledge in that bird's head of how to feed its babies and all its instinctual manners.
I don't know if that would be considered knowledge, but I could allow for the possibility that that would be knowledge, yeah. So maybe not human minds, but minds in general.
Okay, so, and you agree knowledge is mind dependent?
Yeah.
Okay, and then, so before human minds or animal minds, then there was just the earth. Was there any knowledge to be had?
No.
So it operated in an illogical manner.
No, it still operated.
What is it?
The universe,
the universe,
the
I
earth.
presume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just in a universe acted as it did, and there was no one to know anything about it.
But it acted by the laws of physics and the laws of logic, which are mind dependent.
No, we humans lay that on it. Things
So the laws
things
of
happen
physics,
without us. Things don't need us to interpret it. Stuff happens anyway.
I agree, but it needs an ultimate mind, right?
No.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be intelligible.
Nope.
It needs to be intelligible.
Okay, do you have an example of this somewhere?
No.
Cloud formation.
Cloud formation doesn't require a mind. How do you know
That's
that?
right.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
you're saying we know 100% certain how the clouds are being formed, and we've given a descriptor to it.
Oh,
And
that's a
therefore,
Don't need
different.
100%
Yeah,
certainty of any of this.
yeah.
well, I'm just asking, how do you know it's
Moving
not
the
the mind
goalpost.
of God? How do you know it's not the mind of God controlling that scenario?
I don't
Because
see
it's
any
not been
reason for me to
demonstrated
think
that it is.
that.
Okay, can you see your mind?
Nope.
Okay, then why would you expect to see God's mind somewhere?
I'm not saying to see God's mind, but to see evidence of it.
Yeah, the evidence is the knowledge existing.
No, it's not. How does that
Okay, then
follow?
what? Okay, yeah, because you just claim knowledge didn't exist before any minds got here. Therefore, things didn't have to operate in a logical fashion. So there's no mind,
That
right?
doesn't mean it didn't have to operate in a logical fashion. It just means nothing was known.
Okay, then
I don't know how
how
you're
do the
getting
laws of
from
logic?
A
How
to
do
B.
the law? Where do the laws of logic exist?
The conformity of the universe allowed us to derive the laws of logic from its operation, from the universe's operation.
So they exist in the universe, is what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh my goodness. What are you saying then? The universe operates in a logical manner because the universe is a sentient being that is logical or something?
I don't know,
Actually, the
man.
opposite. The universe operates in its logical manner because that's just how the universe operates.
You have an example of anything without a mind acting logically?
The universe.
And why are you attributing that there's no mind to the universe? How do you know that?
Because there doesn't seem to be a need for one.
But everything else does need one.
No, not everything else.
This is just the one thing. Okay, so you have an example of something besides the universe that has the laws of logic without a mind?
That has the laws of logic without a mind? No. But it wouldn't have to be anything
Oh, so
besides the
it's just
universe.
this one thing. It's
Laws
just
of
this
logic are
one thing, right? Okay, so just this one thing. So we can
even that is
special
an example
plead.
that actually exists.
Yeah, we're special pleading for the universe to have these very special properties of knowledge and intelligence, laws of logic, uniformity, all of
Nobody
it,
said that.
which requires a mind from all the experience I've ever had on Earth, and you agree, all of those things require a mind from all the experience you have, but the universe, for some reason,
I
is the
agree with
only
almost
thing that
nothing
doesn't.
that you've just said.
Okay, are you sure about that?
You're speaking in an illogical manner.
With everything you said.
If I may, I find this argument kind of interesting because, for example, I think you have experienced doors. Do you, in your experience of doors, do you assert that a door needs a mind for it to be logical? Because if you're not saying that,
doors are logical, is that what you're saying?
Oh my God! Just answer the question
they
without
seem to
asking
be.
another question.
It didn't really compute to me. He asked me if doors are logical.
My question isn't, are doors logical? That was your question. My question is, you're saying that you have no experience of anything else in the world, maybe apart from the universe, which we cannot grant. You don't have experience of anything else in the world that's logical, that doesn't have a mind. So, two questions. A, is a door logical? And B, does a door have a mind? That's my question to you.
A door cannot be opened and closed at the same time. I mean, unless it's like a screen door, I guess. But no. So a door cannot be opened or closed at the same time. But it would be the creator of the door that was logical. Yeah, when he put it together.
Okay, but then the door itself doesn't have a mind. So you do have experience of something logical existing that doesn't require a mind of its own.
That's like you're in a whole category error here. Are you saying a door is likened? Are you saying the door? No, but is the door likened to the universe? Then is that what you're saying?
I'm actually making the point because I noticed that you are kind of making a category error of yourself. you are deliberately asking the question about the universe, so that anything that might actually fit into your examples of things that do not need a mind to be logical, you can just say, but see, that's within the universe. But that's kind of a logical, you're doing a tricky thing, like you're playing a game there, because you know for real that we can list an infinite amount of things within the universe that do not need minds to exist. So you're asking the initial question already is the game, where you can then say that, oh no, it's only one thing. You defined it as one thing.
I get it. You're mad at me.
By playing them all together, but you have an infinite amount of things, not only one, that don't need a mind to be logical.
Okay, please. Okay, the operation of the door is logical, but what about the door itself makes it logical, please?
That's for you to... It's my question to you.
So I don't grant No, it's not. Not on its own, no.
Okay, got it. Okay, doors are illogical.
Yeah, unless you can apply logic to... I can apply logic to the operation of the door, but the door itself, I don't think you just point at stuff and go, that's logical. That's not how it works. You don't just point at a street and go, look, streets are logical. What are you talking about?
But streets are logical. They can be trusted. Like I go out every day and I see the street.
That's not a definition of logical.
Yes, it is, because it would be illogical.
Okay, so definition of a thing being logical is that it can be trusted.
Yes. Partly,
where do you get that definition?
Because, I get the definition by being logical. It's fun for me, by the way, that you're interrupting me, because that shows that you're getting triggered. It would be quite illogical if I go outside and there is a door, there is a street in front of my house, but next day I go out, there is nothing there, not a street and nothing else. Then that would be quite illogical. And
why would that be illogical?
Dreams have that quality. Have you ever had a dream where, for example, you have clothes on now, but then the next moment you don't have any clothes on? Because that's illogical. But these clothes that I have on right now, they are logical. They don't disappear randomly. So yes, one definition, one quality. Not all of the qualities of logicalness, but one quality of logicalness is things behaving in a patterned way.
Yeah, uniformity of nature.
My clothes are here, and I see them, and they don't disappear randomly.
Okay, I'll address both of your points.
Clothes are logical, and the street is logical.
Okay, I'll address both your points. First of all, you said the street being gone the next day would be illogical. No, they could have torn it up to repave it, so it's not illogical. It's a possibility. And I'm not finished, so who's interrupting who again?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay, so that's first off wouldn't be illogical. Now you're saying because dreams don't have uniformity of nature, that makes the dreams illogical. It's not really the case, because there's nothing that states that dreams require uniformity of nature. However, what you're stating is that uniformity of nature exists in the world, therefore we can know some things. Do you have a justification for why nature is uniform besides habitual observation?
Thank you for going on so long that I will only address the first part of it. You asserted that my first point about the street existing gets debunked because they might have torn it out. Did you listen to what I said? I said very clearly, if I go out this day, the street exists, I go out the next day, there is nothing there. The street doesn't exist, and in the place of the street, there is nothing. They didn't torn
nothing doesn't exist, so I don't know.
Nothingness. There is nothingness.
Nothing doesn't exist.
Clearly, you didn't listen to what I said.
Well, nothing doesn't exist, so that doesn't compute
within my original statement, I already took your criticism into account, and I predicted it, and I anticipated it.
But nothing doesn't exist.
I knew that you were gonna say that it gets thrown out. I already took it into account.
Okay, nothing doesn't exist. Okay, so your hypothetical is illogical. So yeah, I
Yes,
agree
yes,
with
and
you. That
streets.
would be
Yeah, yeah.
illogical. Yeah, for just something to turn into nothing, because that isn't nothing doesn't exist. So yeah, but can you address the second point? Like you're saying, nature is uniform. We have pattern recognition. We have habitual observations, so we know things. Well, what makes nature uniform? Why is that?
What makes
Yeah,
nature
it should be.
uniform?
Yeah,
I don't
according to
need.
your argument, it should be your mind.
Actually, I don't need to make that case. I can just make this simple case. Why does something need to make nature uniform? Can it not just be uniform? You are already asserting by asking the question that in order for a thing to be thus, there needs to be something that makes it thus. And that's an assertion that you haven't justified yet.
Yeah, I have plenty of examples of it, like watches, clocks. There's tons of stuff that we make that create uniformity, and they are because we made it uniform in that way. So there's no evidence to the contrary that you can just have a bunch of randomness create uniformity.
It's evidence to the contrary in the sense that we can point to plenty of things that we didn't create that also have uniformity. So you cannot assert based on the subcategory of things that we did that have uniformity, that everything else also then needs a creator to have uniformity. You are trying to broaden from the subcategory to the whole without any basis.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I'm just looking for evidence of the contrary. So like when you say there are things that we didn't make that are uniform, you're just, in my worldview, pointing to the creation, which has a creator.
I don't think that's again based on your assertion. So it's again circular logic. Your assertion is whenever you point out to a counter example of things that have no creator, I will go to my original argument that oh no, they required a creator. Well, I think I can play that game too. So let's say you refer to this table. The table was created, and then you refer to the ground. The ground was also created because everything requires a creator. Well, I can then just play the same game, and I can say, see, but in my worldview, the ground doesn't require a creator, so your example doesn't work. You cannot refer to the ground as a category of things that we didn't create that need a creator, because in my worldview, they don't.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. That's not a problem. Foundations definitely were created by a man. No doubt. But the bottom line is, so then if there is no creation needed, I can grant that point, that there doesn't have to be a cause to an effect. So then and then things can't be circular. So you're saying axioms have to be justified. So why does 1 + 1 = 2?
Oh my God.
I think I need to justify why 1 + 1 = 2. For you to ask the question, you need to justify why it's on me to even justify that.
I'm just demonstrating that you don't have to justify it. It's axiomatic, and I'm putting forward the God world is axiomatic. And you agreed with me earlier because you said you were God, and you can't think of it in another way in the not God world of anything existing.
I can think of it in plenty of other ways.
You will attribute anything. You will attribute the position of what God is, like the ultimate higher being was your example, to something. Either being your mind or a picture on the wall, whatever you want to do it, but you will attribute that to something.
I don't think you are correct. You already went off the rails when you said that I cannot do anything else. The only way the conversation plays is I justify it by it being my mind. That was the one particular conversation that we had. I can play this conversation many times. We're just playing a game here. And the game can end in several ways, but in every single case, I win. That's the only thing that doesn't change.
Yeah, if you felt like you win after being backed into multiple corners and then going into other corners to deflect and then contradicting, hold on, and then contradicting your previous positions, if you call that a win, then I mean, I don't know if you're operating in a logical worldview.
Well, this is a new game, so this is a new match. So if my positions currently contradict my previous positions, that's the same as saying, see, this move wouldn't work in the previous chess game, so you cannot play this chess game like that. No, every single match is independent of each other, so we're gonna play a new game and we'll see who wins.
Okay, if you're playing games, with your worldview, that's fine, bro. You can play games.
This move doesn't apply to the previous game. That's nonsensical.
Except that you obviously don't understand what a worldview is, and if you think it's just like I'll just borrow from this one here in this argument, and then I'll borrow from this one here in this argument, then what you are is a double speaker. You act one way and say another thing. So you're a dishonest person, sir, and you're suppressing the truth and unrighteousness, and it's sad to see.
For the moral grandstanding there, mister. I am a very reasonable person. I am a nice person to know, probably better person to know than you are. And I am simply trying to test your worldview. You made the assertion that I don't know what a worldview is. You cannot say that just because I'm testing your worldview. If I didn't know what a worldview is, how could I even try to begin testing yours?
Maybe this is the right time for a topic change. I'm just saying. I'm just bringing it up.
I'd love for a topic change.
So who's gonna bring one up? Please, somebody, anybody. If you guys want, I'm not forcing anything. I'm just merely suggesting. After all, it has been about 6-7 hours.
Yeah, I love that. I love the topic Lion brought up the other night about shooting a gun down and then dropping a bullet. That was pretty interesting. Which one hits the ground first?
Apparently, they say at the same time.
Yeah, but with the curvature of the Earth, why would that be? Like, that makes sense on a flat Earth, but I don't know about a curved Earth.
Right, and then there's the rail gun. I'm sure that's not going to fall at the same time. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm just saying, will it? Will a rail gun? Because then
I think I would say with a rail gun, I don't really know, but they're going so fast. It might be slightly off, but it would be very similar timing. But with the rail gun, it just goes so fast.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Did the slugs of the railgun have any lift at all? Or are they as aerodynamic as possible?
There's no lift. I don't think they have any lift. I'm not sure. I don't think so.
It depends on what you're shooting.
I mean, how many variations of railgun slug are there?
A lot.
Currently known.
Well, there's one they use for like the, it's like, hey, do you have like a BB gun? Like, you ever shot like a BB gun with pellets in it? Kind of looks like that. And then there's another one they use that looks like more like a missile, but it's like flat. But basically what it is, it's like a cartridge that they shoot out through the projectile. Then that cartridge opens up to what munition, whatever goes out. But there's a few different. Yeah.
There's no munition. It's just a slug. It's just a.
Yeah, I understand. There's no like blow ups in it. I just said munition instead of shell. I was just using that word.
Yeah.
The shell would hold the propellant anyway. Like, there's no cartridge. There's just the slug, just the.
No, but he's right. There's a metal jacket that shoots out of the cannon. That's the electromagnetic. Like, that's what interacts with the electromagnetism. But once that shoots out of the cannon, it ejects from the shell itself.
Are these actually deployed anywhere? Like, are they still R&D?
Both. They have. I know they have one on a boat, but they have like a testing facility for them, like somewhere around like an upper, like around Washington area. But they have them.
Even the boat's experimental, right? Like,
yeah, I know. I don't know this for a fact, but like the last like military naval battle we were in, we didn't have any of them on there. You know, whatever is out there now is still definitely, in my opinion, probably definitely experimental R&D, like you said.
Yeah, from what I remember, there's two issues with them. At first, they thought they could eliminate the amount of ordnance, like the amount of gunpowder, because when a ship gets hit, that's like you're a floating bomb, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but apparently that didn't work out because two issues. One, they need a lot of power.
Yeah.
There's only a handful of ships that could handle a gun like that. And two, the barrel itself cannibalizes itself after every shot. It gets worn down. So those are two reasons why they basically shelved it, if I'm not mistaken.
Any assumed capabilities are literally just assumed based on marketing materials and potentially leaks.
Well, they have. You can go online and see the process. Like they have their scale. You know, this is what it looks like, what it works, and you see like what he was talking about, that jacket coming out, then some type of something deployed. But he's right. It's the barrels are super expensive, and like you said, you shoot it a couple times, you got to change the barrel. It's not efficient, and then the amount of energy it takes it's ridiculous. But it's not impossible. It's just we just don't have those technological capabilities yet. The materials.
It gets used as a flat earth proof, though, because some of the marketing materials or some of the claimed capabilities are like, oh, it's just like it doesn't take a ballistic trajectory and it goes this far.
Well, when you look at
that remains unproven in the field.
Well, when you compare it, you can just do it with different munitions. And like I said, I don't know. I know the times will be similar when they hit, and I think there's delay of the hit due to like the velocity of it coming out of the muscle. But like if you do like a Barrett compared to like a 30-06, you can shoot the Barrett and 30-06 right next to each other. You can drop the bullets right at the same time. And I truly believe that the two bullets you drop at the same time are going to hit the ground. I think that the 30-06 round and the 30-06 round will hit the ground at the same time. But I just don't know if the Barrett has enough power, or has too much power, because you can shoot those line of sight for just over a mile. So, you know what I mean? So I think it's just it would be like a question of like the muzzle velocity, essentially, a lot of how it's exiting that barrel,
Yeah, and for it to be quote unquote the same time, it would have to leave the barrel perfectly perpendicular to the ground, which often won't be the case, even with the most careful setup and alignment.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it'd be very, very hard to prove same time. But like I said, I if you did that test, you have those two rifles. I think the 50 cal would probably hit the one you drop from your hand would probably hit before the round hit the ground. But I would say that was due to the muzzle velocity, and I could be 1,000,000,000% off though.
Like in a simulation, in an ideal setup, and like, it's in a vacuum and there's no air resistance, and it's comes perfectly out of the barrel, and there's no turbulence. That's the crazy case where it should be the correct, like same time.
I mean, you can model it, but you know what I mean. You got to kind of trust the numbers. Like I said, like you were saying, doing it in real life, it would be very, very hard to get the results.
I mean, I think the small scale demonstrations, I don't see any variables there that are invalid when you scale it up. That'd be interesting if somebody has some that they think, it won't work if it's bigger and faster. But electromagnetic demos are pretty cool.
Well, that's what I think the railgun claim is, and I think it might be a possibility. But yeah, as you scale it up, it's definitely gonna. I think it's gonna affect when it hits.
Have you seen the inverse, like the slightly different demo where there's a projectile aimed horizontal at a metal can or something that can be released with the magnet, and if you fire it and release the target at the same time, it hits the target, assuming it had enough energy to get there. But they both fall at the same rate, and so you catch the metal BB in the can if you set it all up correctly. even though you let go of the can the moment you pull the trigger.
That's cool. That's like a trick someone did, or it's like an actual experiment.
I thought in physics class, but
oh, that's cool.
No,
Sure,
it
it's out
sounds
there.
cool. No.
I'll find an example.
So if a railgun, I have a question for you guys. So if a railgun could hit these vast distances, right now, bear in mind there's a misunderstanding here, right? Because some think that a railgun could be fired like a cannon upwards, and it can. But I'm talking about a straight trajectory, straight one, right? So how far do you guys think in a
42, at least. But
How
we're all
many?
just guessing because none of us have a railgun and haven't
Yeah,
seen
yeah,
it
yeah.
used in the field. Why did we go to
Yeah, of course, yeah.
classified weapons that none of us actually have to hypothesize about stuff?
Yeah, but they have one, and I'm not sure. I can't remember. It's slightly raised. The barrel is slightly raised, right? That's the huge one the Americans have. I forget how far they say it traveled, that one. They fire it over a lake.
I trust them as much about that as I do about most of the other shit the government says.
Yeah, I hear you.
So, like, we're going to go off government's own numbers to try and reason about what a railgun can and can't do? That seems like I mean, it could be fun to imagine, but it's all imaginary, in my view.
I can't argue with that. Yeah.
I want to put a railgun on the moon.
One of the weapons, one of the radars I like talking about, and it really triggers the ballers, is the X-band. The THAAD radar system, which apparently in the forward-looking mode, or whatever they call it, they're going to start getting triggered over the wording, forward base mode, whatever. It can spot a target like well over 1,000 miles.
Allegedly, according to the government, you have to trust them again. Like, I feel like this is the same problem, right? None of us have that radar system. None of us have verified what it can and can't do. And we're going off quotes from military personnel, government employees.
Again, I can't argue with that. Yeah. I'll tell you one thing, the demo of it is pretty impressive when it goes through those metal plates. I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that. Now that they can't lie about, right? I mean, or could they lie? Could they have faked that?
With their budget, they could do anything, right?
Well, I must admit I'm a little bit of a military geek, so these weapon systems freak me out a bit, shall we say, especially the robotic stuff now.
Is it quiet? Essie, any good information these days on the political scenarios? I haven't heard any of that talk in a while.
Oh yeah. Well, there's definitely a lot of going on there. Oh yeah. For one, I usually trounce Trump lately, but I gotta give him kudos for this. It appears that he's putting his foot down and he's like going against Netanyahu. So that's a bit of good news right there. I don't know if you heard he bypassed the deal with the Houthis behind Bibi's back, and he was all pissed off. He made a deal with Saudi Arabia. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I heard something about that. That's crazy, huh? You never would have saw that coming, huh?
Yeah, and for the first time, an American president went down in those parts and did not stop in Israel. And it's well known that Trump hates Netanyahu. So there's some good news there. Maybe, just maybe, they might, stop that.
I love kudos. They're sweet, little crunchy bars of deliciousness, really. But if I'm going to bring world peace to the oblate spheroid, I should get something better, maybe. What Obama got. I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, it's freaking funny, man. The person they have as president like just says it all. It's like it's unbelievable.
What did Obama get that usually scientists get? Some big honor, right?
He got the Nobel Peace Prize.
Yes.
And Trump wants it badly.
When do you think he can get it before the 4 years is up, or they'll give it to him like afterwards? Like, all right, here you go.
Well, if he does a piece here, he's gonna freaking get it for sure. I mean, it's never been done. I don't think he'll be able to do it.
They said Obama dropped more bombs than anyone else, by a drone or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Does that equal peace?
You want to hear something more crazy about bombs? What Israel dropped on Gaza, it's more TNT than Hiroshima and Nagasaki, some crazy thing like that. Like, unbelievable amount of bombs dropped.
Nagasaki.
Yep. It's a sad world we live in. Imagine dropping more bombs than those wars or whatever the TNT was in a little enclave like a walled city. Imagine in today's world, we are supporting, not we, like our governments are supporting a genocide, like live on TV. You hear people screaming. They're operating on them without anesthesia. You hear the screams and that, and people just don't care. It's just continuing, right? Like right now, it's happening. Right now, as I speak. But I've been hearing some rumblings in Congress. Some people are shouting out. Let's see if we can change this, because if we can do this, it'll change Americans' lives like so much for the good. So much for the good. It's not even going to be funny. But usually people clam up when conversation like this comes around.
Yeah, I don't know why.
That is.
Yeah, me neither. I think it's a hot topic right now. What's going on, guys?
It's for everybody. Like, this is the number one thing affecting our lives. The tariffs, the gas, everything is more expensive up there, no?
It really shows you like where the important stuff is, and then people want to argue, you know, over like the unknown, you know, when this is like a known thing, you know?
Yeah, it's weird. Like, if I say gravity right now, 20 people are going to start attacking, right? Or talking. But this, nobody wants, I guess it is what it is. Or maybe people are just not familiar with the subject. Like, how many people truly know what's going on, like in Israel and in Ukraine? Like, let's take Ukraine. How many people do a lot of people know there's a big war going on there for years? And most people, like, I don't know, do they know?
Guess they just live in their bubble.
Or is it, oh no, it's something that they can't, I know, I just figured it out. It's something they can't argue about. So they just don't bother. Could that be it? Like, they can't say, I see, you're wrong. It's not apartheid. You're crazy. Maybe that's it. I don't know. For me, it's a thing like, I see people suffering, I got to speak about it, you know? I've always been like that. Oh, Tora, you said something interesting before, bro, but I'm afraid to say it because it's going to bring the subject. But remind me another time. You brought up something very, very interesting, bro, with the free will.
Yeah, it's a tough topic, definitely. So, I mean, I'm still studying it myself and trying my best, but yeah, it's something I'm still learning and willing to learn more on, for sure.
No, but you put it in such a way that actually almost made sense, right? But like I said, I don't want to bring it up now.
Yeah, from my understanding.
Open floor, guys.
Yeah, go ahead, guys. From my understanding, omniscience is like knowing all possible outcomes. I don't think omniscience makes the claim to knowing what choice is going to be made.
Yeah, you phrased it in such a manner that, yeah, next time we talk about it, I'm going to bring it up for sure. But guys, open floor, here's your chance. Bring up a topic, please, anybody.
Prove 1 + 1 equals not 1, not 2.
Oh, I got one, Laurie, since you brought it up. What is -3 times -3?
I'll ask you a question and you come up with a brilliant question of your own and ask it instead.
Okay, my bad. Go ahead, Laurie. What did you say?
Can you prove that 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2?
I don't think so.
There you go. So we just disproved God because you cannot disprove an axiom, and my axiom is you don't need God to have knowledge.
Well, I can counter that with, have you ever seen anything created without a creator? Without somebody creating it?
Yes, unless you want to refer to things that you don't know if they actually were created, you're gonna do the same thing that as Torah before. You're gonna refer to, let's say, that rock and say, well, even though we don't have evidence of that being created, like we have evidence for the man-made things being created, I'm just gonna assert that it was created. Is that what you're gonna do?
So the moon in your paradigm was created.
The moon was created?
Yes, yeah. By a Mars-sized body striking the Earth. And then the laws of physics.
There you go. So we have an example of natural processes being able to create things without God.
Yeah, and everything in motion requires some kind of mover.
That's, again, you're trying to define your God into existence. We axiomatically assume that...
That's another law of physics.
Hold on, but I didn't say
Can
God,
you
right?
disprove?
We didn't say God. We said creator.
Yeah.
You said God. You said God.
Yeah,
Yo,
but isn't
don't start it
kind
up
of,
again.
I think kind of, if you assume that there is a creator that ultimately, I think I hear my own voice, so something is going wrong with the audio. If you assert that there is a thing that created the world and the universe and everything, that kind of fits the definition of a God, so it's kind of a stupid word game that you're playing, that you'll say that, well, we're not talking about God, you bring it up. You and I, we both know that if we talk about an ultimate creator, what's that except God?
You can call it God, but God has a specific meaning, right? Like a person in the Bible or, in the Quran. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about an ineffable thing, something that's unknown. It's too powerful for our brains to figure out. That's what I'm talking. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that kind of transcendental being would be referred to as a God. God isn't, if you define God as, well, it was something written in the holy books, but people who don't have any holy books, they also have beliefs in gods and ultimate beings. So your definition is too narrow.
No, you can define them as God all you want. Again, I'm saying creator. You can say whatever you want, think whatever you want, don't ascribe it to me. My definition is an ineffable being, something unknown. Our brains don't have enough capability to figure it out. You think whatever you want.
Yeah, sure, exactly, I do. So why was it a problem when I mentioned God?
There's no problem. You can think whatever you want. Don't ascribe it to me.
Okay, but I didn't ascribe it to you.
Then we're good.
Okay. So can we disprove 1 + 1 = 2?
I already answered that.
Yeah. So that means we don't need God to know things, because that's assumed. You cannot disprove an assumption like that. And also we cannot disprove that we don't need God to create things.
No, you can't disprove that we need God to create things. Yeah, that's right.
I think you misheard my argument. It's like, do you know these things called axioms? It's axiomatic that we don't need God.
Yeah, that God exists. Yeah. God exists is axiomatic. Yeah, that there is a God. Yeah.
I agree. It's axiomatic that we don't need God. Now, can we move with the conversation?
Well, I'll do your 1 + 1 for you. Okay. If you told me 1 plus 1, what does that equal? And I was saying, okay, in the terms of addition, like adding the numbers on top of each other or putting the numbers next to each other?
I don't really
I
think
just
I
put
need to
1
answer
next
that.
to 1, and it's 11.
Yeah. But did you add them together mathematically?
No, I put them together. That's like another form of addition, like just putting together, you know?
It's computation, dude. Something we discovered in nature. It's not something that we created.
Yeah, I agree. So because
So
previously
hold on,
the
but
argument
hold
you
on,
made.
dude. Hold on, dude.
Okay, yeah. Fair
Yeah.
enough. You
So
were talking. Go ahead.
right. Thank you. Appreciate it. So axioms are computational, and you can use reason to discover certain natural axioms that exist in nature, certain principles that you don't have evidence against. So axioms aren't arbitrary, is what I'm trying to tell you. And you're trying to make it arbitrary, like, oh, I could just choose this to be an axiom. That's not how it works. It has to be computational. It has to be coherent.
Can you point out to something to say that axioms aren't arbitrary?
Yeah. So we have the axiomatic laws of logic. We have axiomatic principles in mathematics like geometry. You know, 3 angles of a triangle add up to 180 degrees. Right? That's an axiomatic principle. Unless you can prove otherwise. Now, granted, the degrees themselves, because of the language, you know, can be arbitrary. Like it doesn't have to be 180 the way we divide the triangle, but a triangle has 3 angles, right?
I think your angles adding up to 180 on a triangle. It brings up an interesting point because that was taken as axiomatic, but then at some point it took like 1,000 years or something for us to question that. But then at some point we realized that if you do a triangle on a sphere, that axiom breaks down. So
That's
we
not
can
a
take some
triangle.
things as we take some things as axiomatic. Well, mathematicians disagree with you on that, so you can try to debate them on the topic.
It's a spherical.
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Triangle. It's not a triangle.
Yeah, you can't. The thing is, bro, like something that holds an identity. It's not identities aren't necessarily arbitrary. They have a conceptual existence, like numbers, letters, shapes.
Yep.
Even they have not only do they have a physical existence, but they also have a conceptual existence in philosophy. And just because you can come up with a different type of shape, like a spherical triangle, doesn't mean that now a triangle stops being a triangle. A triangle is still a triangle. You just have a triangle and also a spherical triangle.
Yeah. So they would all fall under the subcategory of different types of triangles, right?
Dude, are we doing this again? Nah, dude, listen. We already ended the philosophical debate, but you guys want to pull us back into it.
What about a square on a square is easily defined, right? But you put a square on a ball, and it's what type of square?
A non-Euclidean square.
Sorry.
Yeah, Euclidean shapes are the ones we generally talk about every day, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. And we would never call a triangle that's on a sphere a triangle. We would call it a spherical triangle because the law of identity states what a triangle is, and then it states what a spherical triangle is.
It depends who you mean by we. If you're asking mathematicians who are evaluating different planar surfaces, then they will swap categorizations depending on the context without any problem.
Also,
yeah, as long as the context is they're working on the surface of a sphere, then we already know they're working in a, non-Euclid geometry.
Right. The only
there
time
would never be anyone talking to you and just be like, yo, a triangle, the interior angles add up to more than 180 degrees. No one could say that.
And that's because at school you're taught elementary mathematics like we all are, and we our default sense of geometry is Euclidean.
Yeah, but hold on. Everything can break down if you abandon reason. Right? So within reason, things hold their identity.
That doesn't relate in any way to what we just discussed. The idea that you have a Euclidean triangle and you can have concepts of triangles in different geometries is not a breaking down of reason.
I
They're
didn't
not
say it was.
triangles, though. They're not
I say
triangles. Those are called something different than the triangle. You call it triangle in Euclidean. You call it a spherical triangle if it's on a sphere.
So you have Euclidean. Hold on, dude. I'm trying to get. Hold on, dude. So you have Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry. A spherical triangle would be non-Euclidean. A spherical square would be non-Euclidean. Now, within Euclidean geometry, things hold their identity within reason. If you abandon reason, if you abandon the law of identity, of course you can make anything be whatever you want. A boy can be a girl.
I'm not abandoning reason. I'm not trying to recategorize things.
Yeah, you are. You just told us a triangle exists on a sphere when it doesn't. That's called a spherical triangle.
Yeah, and a triangle on a planar surface is called a Euclidean triangle. Colloquially, we would just refer it as a triangle because most people are taught and conceptualize mathematics in a Euclidean context, which is the one they were taught.
Yeah, but you're talking about language, which is subjective. But when we're talking about mathematics, we have to be specific. So then we would include those, priors. We would include those descriptors.
You would, and strictly speaking, someone who's working in a mathematical context that can consider Euclidean and non-Euclidean together would call them a Euclidean triangle and a spherical triangle.
That would be non-Euclidean. Spherical would be non-Euclidean.
I know. Yes.
All right, cool.
But having a conceptualization of the pair of them and the contexts in which they can be applied and utilized is not a breakdown of any logic or not a breakdown of any conceptual models. There's just two ways of referring to things in different planar constructs.
Yeah, that's
fine.
fine.
I don't think anyone's saying that. Yeah, I don't think anyone's saying that's a breakdown logic. The breakdown logic would be like a spherical triangle is a triangle. A spherical triangle is a Euclidean triangle. That would be where the logic breaks down.
That would definitely be a breakdown, yes.
Yeah.
Wait, so the Globers are claiming non-Euclidean?
Claiming it, which means claiming it.
I just want to get the idea is light in the Glober model, at least in space, travels straight. Straight's not non-Euclidean. Non-Euclidean's curved. So
what's that got to do with measuring shapes across the surface?
Yeah, so from the non-Euclidean measurements and math you're using down here on Earth to the Euclidean traveling of light, where is the break? Where does this warping happen? Where does it change?
Because there is the surface on a sphere is curved, but light arriving at it isn't curved in the same sense. So I don't know why you're drawing a parallel when there isn't one.
Now he's right, dude.
You see what I'm saying, Lion?
Yeah.
Like concave Earth, their shit is just straight non-Euclidean from Earth to the center of the sphere. But this Glober, they've got this straight light, which they're using Euclidean for. Then when it comes down to the Earth, where everything's bending and curving, now they want to claim non-Euclidean.
Because light is not the surface, is it? I thought we would have established that already, that light is not the surface of the Earth. Now, someone write that down. Yeah, because it's a very important...
I'm going to pick my battles. You can take this one.
I'll write it in the text chat. What was it again?
Light is not the surface. For all the concavers out there.
So light's Euclidean?
Light behaves in ways that can be described using straight line maths.
But how do you know that it's Euclidean, though?
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you think the definition of Euclidean is?
Straight.
Right. So can you see we both said straight in a sentence?
Right, but how can we verify that light
travels in straight lines?
Yeah, that it follows a parallel postulate for infinite, from the sun to here and etc.
Well, we can measure what the behavior of light in a vacuum. And if the proposition that they supply you is that the journey from here, the transit in space is near vacuumous, they're making a correlation, aren't they? That's as simple as that, really.
All right.
What about when Venus eclipses the sun? Then it's not traveling through a vacuous scenario, right? It's got to travel around Venus, which there's got to be like something going on there, right?
There probably is some effects of light on the very peripheral of Venus traveling through its atmosphere. That's how they. Isn't that the way in which they discuss the idea of evaluating atmospheres in distant planets around distant stars by looking at the spectroscopy off of the light traveling through the fringe?
But does it come in parallel to Earth on that day?
What are coming in parallel to Earth?
The light rays.
Light rays from the sun are coming. They're not coming in perfectly parallel, are they? Not all of them.
No,
all light. Well, basically, all light you guys claim is basically parallel.
No, we don't claim all light's parallel. No one claims all the light from the sun.
For the most part,
nobody. No,
Yeah,
they
we only
don't
get
claim
hit
that.
with one beam of light. We only get hit with one beam. Like the sun puts out light in all directions, but we only get hit with one beam of it.
No one says that either, do they? Really?
That's true. That's the only way you get parallel light rays from a circular light source. But you agree too, like all light sources look circular the further away you put them, right?
All light sources look circular. All light sources subtend to a point, don't they? If you're far enough away.
Yeah, exactly, right? And a point typically looks like a circle. A point.
What would be a good way to? What would be a way to like test that, Torah? Like, is there like a way that like something we could do in our house to kind of like see that effect?
Yeah, you could get a square light at nighttime, put it really far down your block, and then go check if it looks square or not.
Just like slowly move away from it, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to come to a point source, just like Pazza said, which I guess saying circular will.
Everything in the far distance subtends to a point, doesn't it? Because of perspective.
Is a point. Yeah.
So if your point is you're arguing using reason that all light sources are circular, isn't that circular reasoning?
Yeah, it's reasonably circular reasoning.
Reasonable circular reasoning. It is funny too because in my worldview, sometimes circular reasoning is acceptable. Like I'm perfectly fine with someone saying the grass is green. Just look at it. You know, I'm good with that.
What is it that Darth says? It's virtuously circular.
Yes, exactly.
That's not circular though. It's actually logical. It comes from your lived sensory perception, and then you say this is green. It's going in a straight line from the world external through your senses into your. That's not circular reasoning at all.
Why is the grass green? Because it looks green. That's where it's circular.
All right, so here we go. Let me ask. I just asked ChatGPT. It says I put what is circular reasoning? Circular reasoning, or begging the question, is when the conclusion is assumed in one of the premises. You heard me?
Yeah.
When the conclusion is assumed in one of the premises, rather than derived from independent premises. Example of circular reasoning. Example: the Earth must have a firmament. So ChatGPT already knows me. The Earth must have a firmament because pressure needs a container. And we know the Earth has pressure because it's inside a firmament. See, that would be circular reasoning. That would be begging the question. Now, how do you make it so it's not begging the question?
Ask it how.
Hold on a second. Yeah, I'm doing one. Okay. Now, it's not, if it says here, why the example isn't circular if structured carefully. Premise number one, all environments with sustained pressure require containment. Premise number two, the Earth has atmospheric pressure. Conclusion, therefore the Earth requires some form of containment. This is not circular unless you're already assuming the Earth has a firmament in premise 1 and 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's why I use that.
Like the grass being green is not circular unless you say because it's green. So you say just it's demonstrably evident that the grass is green. Like words have a meaning. We derive that meaning from what we actually see and experience in the world. It's not circular unless it's like coming back on itself. If you're directly looking at something and describing it, that's not circular. That's empirical. That's evident. It's demonstrable.
Would you say it's axiomatic?
I wouldn't say that. I guess loosely I would say it's axiomatic. It's just a if we're all sat there, we're all looking at the grass, we can all see that it's demonstrable. It's readily evident. I guess it's self-evident. I don't know about I think axiom might not be nuanced and I don't know. I'd say generally yes, but I don't know. I wouldn't specifically say it's axiom.
So for edification, it says here the sound syllogism that I just gave. Premise number one draws from general physical principles from physics or observed engineering. Premise number two is an empirical observation of atmospheric pressure. Right? And then the conclusion is logically derived, not illogically, which would be begging the question or a presuppositional fallacy or affirming the consequent. The conclusion is logically derived without assuming the firmament. So long as the premises are independently justified, this remains deductive, not circular. And this is part of propositional logic. There's nuances that people confuse and conflate. When it could become circular, it says here, if you frame the premises like this, premise number one, the earth is inside a firmament. Conclusion, therefore the earth must be inside a firmament. That's begging the question. It's retarded. None of us make that argument.
That's funny because a lot of premises in the globe argument are premised on it already being curved, which would be begging the question because that by definition would be property of the globe.
Yeah. I think that's a key point. Is I think most globe evidences are fallacious. I think almost all. I don't know if there is one that isn't.
Well, they can be explained away. Whether the explanation is substantive is a different question.
I'd say a good example of a non-circular argument for space would be when they give us footage from NASA. But the problem with that footage is that, I don't know, we just constantly keep catching them faking it. So they could have had actually a non-circular argument, but their own guys fucked them over by not actually going to space, or if they're in space, not filming that and filming shit in studios instead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the best evidence for the globe, right, Paza? The pictures from space.
Well, it's pretty. I mean, there's lots of it, and when the majority of video and image analysis experts around the world agree with you, then I'll swap sides.
You're asking for something that'll never happen.
Well, that may be the case.
Yeah, even if it was the case that they were faking space, you would not get a majority of people to side with you on saying that. Like even in the case where it's true, you're even in the case where our side would be true, your standard of proof would never be met. So
that's not true. That's simply not true. I've never heard any expert in video image analysis who goes on to assert that the moon landings were fake, and we've more to the point, we've never been to space.
Rob Skiba did.
He wasn't an image analysis expert.
Yes, he was.
No, it wasn't his Why did he get his qualifications?
Wait, why do you have? Oh, so that's what it comes down to is qualifications. You can't be an expert by working in the field. A professional.
What field did he work in?
Filmmaking.
Filmmaking. People who make films aren't experts at analyzing the validity and quality of actual other people's work.
They're professional.
I think there actually has been film analysis experts that have explicitly said or whatever directly said that.
I'd love to read what they got to say. I'd love to read what they got to say.
You've never seen any of the documentaries, and not the one where that's something weird happened. That's a fucking the worst doc. It's funny how the most spread fucking documentaries are the worst ones. Not the one where it's a funny way on the way to the moon. That's literally the worst possible moon documentary. Like, I don't know why that's the most spread, but it's literally the worst possible one. Have you never seen any of the other documentaries? I mean, they've been doing documentaries on how it's fake since the fucking 70s and 80s.
Yeah, no, I've seen some of the documentaries.
So then, I mean, there are some people out there who are experts who disagree, right? I mean, it's not going to be a majority, though. So your standard's never going to be met, even in a world where it was faked. Even in a world where it was faked, you're not going to get a majority of the experts to go against something that could ruin their career. It's never going to happen.
But I'm always suspicious of a minority of experts anyway. So should you be.
Right, but in this case, your standard of having a majority of the experts back something is so against a person's political and economic interests that it would be ridiculous to expect it. It's like, well, I expect if this dictator is corrupt, that everyone's just going to overthrow him. No, they're going to get their fucking family killed. That's why they're not going to overthrow him.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't actually rely on images from space as any evidence anyway, frankly.
No, you rely on begging the question of first assuming the globe to prove the globe.
No, I've worked in technologies which are contingent on there being a globe, so there you go.
That's what I just said, yeah. You first assume it's a globe, and then you develop all your technologies around the assumption, and you go with pragmatism. Yeah.
He takes it as an axiom. It's an axiom.
No, I don't. You just, no, you don't. No, not at all. Designing something contingent on some premise is not making a presupposition. That means you're making something to work in a specific sense of reality. If I buy a pair of glasses that enable me to read, contingent on my current state of my eyesight, there's no problem with that. That's me making something to fit reality.
No worries.
That shouldn't be problematic.
There is a presupposition. There is a presupposition in vision, right? That first of all, we look to each other, right, for what is the best vision to have. We come to the conclusion
we look towards each other.
Yeah, that's right, because we come up with this idea that 2020 vision is what we correct to based on consensus, right? Why not? Why don't we correct to 2010? Yeah, why don't we correct to 2010?
What does 2020 vision mean?
2020 vision, when I asked what is it called, the ophthalmologist, she said that you can see, you have 20 feet of depth perception. So when you're reading that chart, she puts you 20 feet away from it. And in mine, it wasn't 20 feet away, but she makes it reflect through a mirror and then another mirror in a 10-foot room.
Yeah, and why do they use that particular number, do you think?
Because that's what they have studied, that we have depth perception up until.
Right, so they're using a number
the majority of people. Hold on, based on the majority of people, there are some people that might be able to have depth perception to further distances, and also you can train yourself to have depth perception for further distances. Fishermen and people that go out on boats are great at that.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I have Sharingan, so I can see unlimited.
But like, I could tell you if something at the distance something is away by constantly looking at things in similar distances.
This has got the premise that you if I build a satellite, or I've worked in the satellite industry, we want to communicate to it and from it. That's all we're interested in doing. If the Earth was flat, we would have engineered them to work in that context.
Well, that depends on if all the dynamics are the same for a flat Earth and the round Earth. That once you send something into space, they all take the same paths on both. How do you know?
That would be
when someone comes up with a demonstrative.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to correct Tor. That would be kinematics.
Sorry, kinematic. Yeah.
If someone wants to demonstrate a kinematic model will do for what is the equivalent of orbits on the flat Earth that can be somehow evaluated and corroborated, then let's go. But I'm not interested in upturned salad bowls and torches waving around under the Gleason map. That's not going to cut it for me.
No problem. I understand.
Yeah, we
that.
don't. Unfortunately, we don't have that.
Doesn't Piezo bring something forward though about that? And wasn't there like something about like 7,500 being like a specific number for like being like the speed? Something was important. Do you remember that line? Piezo would go into
No,
it?
no. We don't have a kinematic model right now on the flat Earth.
No.
Or a dynamic one for that matter, but
we have a kinematic model.
No, we don't.
The Shane's model of the stars.
Shane's model of the stars. What you mean? The water doodah bastardization, where you got bendy light everywhere. Bendy light everywhere. Some of it bent 180 degrees.
You gotta pick. You want bendy water or bendy light?
Mirror before? You ever seen a mirror before? You understand that when you look in a mirror, the light that came off of you must have reflected 180 degrees for you to be looking at your own image.
So build a model, scale model of it, so that it corroborates multiple observations at any given time, and you can't. Show me where the mirrors are.
It does. It does.
No, it doesn't.
If you have a personal dome over a person, give them their latitude and longitude, it shows exactly what they see. That's how the stellarium is built.
No, stellarium isn't built with a personal dome. It's got an azimuthal and it's got an equatorial grid as a reference for the stars.
It literally is. There's a celestial sphere.
Yeah.
And depending on your coordinates, i.e. latitude, longitude, and time, the personal sphere will be oriented in a certain direction. That orientation will be cut off by the horizon, thus giving you a personal dome wherever you are. That is, in fact, in reality, how your observation works.
No, it's not at all, because the stars don't travel in the hemisphere. If you're going to go that route, you're going to have to say the stars go under the ground, come up the other side, because it's clearly observed by multiple people to be a slightly different dome. And the only way you can have simultaneous domes is if they're part of a sphere.
Yeah, they appear to go under the ground. They don't have to physically do that to appear that way.
Well,
yeah,
how do you
they go under the ground? That's not a big deal.
You've got no model that does anything other than bendiness, or mirrors you can't describe where they are or how high they are.
You move the goalpost, because at first you wanted a model. Now you're saying you need a model, and now you need additional explanations. So
no. Explanation.
It looks like the goalpost is just going to keep moving.
No, not at all. You saying we've got something that explains something, but you can't describe it with mathematics and diagrams is pointless.
It literally is made of mathematics, and it literally is a diagram.
No, it's not. The water basin,
quite literally is made of computer code mathematics, and it quite literally is a diagram of what you would see on the ground. It is, in fact, the thing you're asking for.
And it's got bendy light, and it was built to demonstrate you can't have the stars on a flat plane above your head. That's all it was built to do.
The demonstration did the opposite. It clearly works.
No, it doesn't.
I don't have a problem with
nonsense.
bendy light necessarily. If there's a proof of concept showing bendy light, what's the problem?
Because we don't have any referential experience of bendy light. Not to the extent. Not to the extent.
Yes, we do.
Not to the
You
extent.
said it in the beginning with a pair of glasses.
Not to the extent that you need for simultaneous corroborative observations across the surface for things like stars and the sun. You can't build it.
Have
no
you
one's
ever
built
seen?
it because you can't.
Pazza, have you ever seen the model with all of the luminaries raised extremely high? Because the light bending gets really minimum at that point.
Great. But you still can't.
Yeah,
you still can't explain adequately why everyone looks to the south and sees octans in that model. Where do you put octans in that model?
And the personal dome, and your dome is tilted a certain way so you can see it. It's self-explanatory.
The top of the personal dome doesn't describe where things actually are, does it? Where is octans?
It describes what you see empirically. It doesn't need to show actually.
It doesn't.
You guys don't even know where it's actually. If you did know where it's
we
actually,
do know where it
the
is
distance
actually.
the distance to the sun would not have changed fucking 15 times if you actually knew where things were.
That doesn't mean anything. In our proposition, there is a position within the realm around us for Polaris. It's the top of your dome, and it's always at the top of your dome, Polaris. Not the personal dome, which is something that Whitsit's made up. No one in astronomy talks about the personal azimuthal dome of equidistance and all that kind of bollocks. That's just made up
observed.
shit.
It's not made.
No one in the real world thinks you've got a personal dome of stars. There is the stars in the sky.
All the navigators do.
Do they?
The people who anyone, all the people who knew the stars for thousands of years.
Absolutely.
Ptolemaic,
and they all know.
Ptolemaic model. They all had a celestial sphere. A celestial sphere is.
They all think that all those people.
Celestial sphere was invented in ancient Persia and is still around today and still used today for navigation of the seas.
The celestial sphere means the stars are all around you.
I.e. a dome.
Yeah, for the person. The person, no. Paza. For the person, not for the earth. The celestial sphere is an abstract concept that all the stars are equidistant to your specific location, not to the earth.
This is twaddle. You don't know where Octans is. You don't know which direction it is. You're just making shit up.
Yeah, but we do know empirically where it all appear to be, and we can map it out on our celestial sphere like people did, like people have done for thousands of years.
That's because you're on a sphere and you're looking south and looking at the same thing like you do when you look north to Polaris. No, it's not. There's an equivalent observational geometry in the northern and southern hemispheres. How would you explain that? You can't. Nobody can.
I think it's pretty easily explainable. You can look at Walter Bisland's model whenever you like.
Walter Bisland was trying to demonstrate what you're saying doesn't work unless you have contingent, personally experienced bendy light, which is not next to the same as the same bend. It's not the same bendy light.
You've ever used? Well, you. Sorry, light always bends, bro. Light constantly bends. For you to say light doesn't bend is foolishness.
You've got no way of demonstrating to me that over the massive distance of transit from the sun to here, light continuously bends. That's something you
have no way of demonstrating the massive transit. Period.
No.
So you can't. You're claiming a massive transit. You can't even produce that. You're saying Noah, go prove your model in my worldview, which
you won't win by just continuously talking, because you're saying is fluff and
talking.
You are doing it now.
I'm not trying to win by continuous talking, bro. That's definitely not what I'm trying to do.
All of astronomy, or most of it, is contingent on light, generally speaking, traveling in pretty near straight lines from the direction of the things are. And so is astronomy, actually, astrology. But that's beside the point.
Astrology is different, though.
And they actually used to be the same thing. They only split off recently.
I mean, because we know that light travels in a specific way, we can determine the distance from the Earth to the Sun.
Yeah, but you don't actually know it travels in a specific way, because, sorry to bring it up, but no one's even measured the path of light over a quarter mile, let alone millions and bajillions of light years.
What do you mean the path of light over a quarter mile?
No one's ever measured the pathway light takes over the course of a quarter mile.
So I can tell you there's an experiment by the same laboratory that is currently trying to detect neutrinos in the universe, the LNGS, which is an Italian, super famous physics laboratory, world famous. There's the first neutrino experiments happened there. And they have a vacuum tube of 1 kilometer long, I mentioned this today already, with a photon emitter on one side and a photon receptor on the other. Perfectly straight vacuum tube, right? they fire a photon from one end to the other, and they time when the photon is going to hit the photoreceptor. And they can derive the speed of light in vacuum in that way. Photon travels straight.
My question would be, how did you confirm that it's perfectly straight?
I mean, they build it perfectly straight. Like
what did they?
The
what
laboratory
did they use
to build a kilometer straight pipe, vacuum sealed, like
perfectly straight, not
Yeah,
just
perfectly-
straight, but perfectly straight. Yeah. How did they? How did you confirm that they did this particularly? And if it's been done, why have you not done this? Why have you not done the same thing and forced the line and proved the curvature of Earth?
First of all, 1 kilometer is not that much. First of all, so it's very minuscule when it comes to light travel. It's nothing for light. Right?
I'm not asking about light
So they're using some kind of technique to detect.
How did you determine that it's perfectly straight? Not the speed of light, but your claim is contingent upon that being perfectly straight. How did you confirm that?
I did not confirm it myself, obviously. I cannot just dig up their laboratory technology and
do you
just
know
measure it.
they confirmed? Yeah, do you know how? Or are you just speaking out your ass? You don't actually know that it's straight.
Well, I was there when they were testing this, and they said that it was built to specifications to be straight. So I assume we know how to build a pipe 1 kilometer long.
So you don't know
straight.
you don't know, you just heard them say.
I don't have first order knowledge, sure.
Well, it sounds like you don't even have second order knowledge. Like, it sounds like you have no idea the technique in which you
I
can
have
build a
second order
perfectly
knowledge.
straight
I was told
okay. So
by
then
the
why don't
people
you
who
explain?
own
Why don't you explain
this piece of
generally in
tech.
principle? Why don't you answer the question? Why don't you answer the question and explain in principle how they built something to be perfectly straight over the course of a kilometer? Please, if you have secondhand knowledge, please enlighten.
I have second knowledge that it's straight, not how they build it. I don't know how they build it.
So you don't. So you can't really speak on it. So
Well, I can speak on it as a matter of fact of detecting light speed with such contraption, right? With
We're
such
talking
technology.
about the path of light and if it's perfectly straight or not.
Yeah,
and thus far, you've not actually brought forth anything past an appeal to an authority who has lied to us in the past.
It sounds like you have no way of measuring if the Earth is flat.
No, I'm asking you.
How are you going to prove the Earth is flat?
I'm asking you. Your side is making a positive claim that they have a perfectly straight kilometer-long tube. I'm saying, how did you prove that that's perfectly straight? Please bring evidence to that claim. So we can move forward.
I'm not an engineer. I don't know how they did it.
What, like the slack?
So you don't know.
Waveguide?
So it's just a claim for you.
Yeah, like the 2 mile long slack waveguide. Yeah, the electron beam going down the waveguide is perfectly straight and not at a constant elevation.
Wait. So you knew that the light was traveling a straight path because you built a path based on the path of light that you assumed was straight. That's begging the question.
No, it was machined. It was machined mechanically straight, and the beam matched it. You do understand we can machine something.
Machining, what technique of machining did you use to keep this thing perfectly straight for a kilometer long? Please let me know.
Well, okay, there is the documentary showing the machining of the waveguide. I could call up that documentary, but then you'd probably dismiss it because they're taking copper and putting it in lathes and using micrometers. Oh they're building it straight, but they don't know.
Why are you being disingenuous? Why are you already assuming what I would say when you have no
How is
idea
that
what I would
disingenuous?
say? That is completely disingenuous to say, I can't bring you evidence because I assume you're going to do this. That's disingenuous as fuck.
Oh, yeah. Like every time they say, show me a video, and then they bring you a video, and you say, oh, that video's fake.
This is disingenuous.
Show me a perfect circle.
So, are you going to give me the thing you were promising, Shubel, the waveguide or whatever, technique for machining perfectly straight objects for miles on end? Could I please see that?
Well, not miles on end, just 2 miles.
Okay, 2 miles, doesn't matter. Main point, please address.
Stand by.
By the way, 2 miles is more than a kilometer. I just want to mention that.
It just seems like there's just so much dismissal of human intellect and accomplishment.
Not at all. It takes a lot of human intellect and accomplishment to essentially deceive the masses.
No, well, the human accomplishment of building the physics in the waveguides and the LIGO and measuring, the radar to the sun, all that too. No.
Now you know how I feel when I run the room with my arguments, just dismissing logic and reasoning and being like, we don't need that. We got consensus.
Yeah, dismissing the past 3,000 years of logic in one sentence. Yeah, it's kind of fun.
What?
And dismissing all of navigation and Western civilization. Yeah.
Yeah, you're just
No
using
one's dismissing
pragmatic
that.
evidence.
Who's dismissing 3,000 years of logic?
A lot of people who argue with Torah.
Yeah, people that think God doesn't exist, man. You think atheism is like something that existed forever? You think there was always atheistic people?
Yeah, there kind of has been.
Really?
As far as
Does anyone have evidence of that?
I don't know about always. I don't know about,
during
I don't
the
know
time
about,
of
yo,
Adam and
I
Eve.
just started fucking answering your fucking question, dog. So, I don't know about all of history or whatever, but I know in fact that they had a classification for atheists in ancient Rome. But
By the way,
atheist is someone who denied.
Do you know what the LVD is?
LVD, no?
Yes. Trivial, do you know what the LVD is? It's the large volume detector. Does that mean anything to anybody?
No, it sounds like a neutrino detector in Japan or something.
Exactly. No, that's the neutrino detector in Gran Sasso, in my country's laboratory.
Okay, a neutrino detector. Give me partial credit.
Sure. But I just wanted to brag about how Italians are great at physics. And anyways, that specific thing required for us to get lead that is 1,000 years old because it's pure and it was not bombarded by galactic radiation. So in order to build this monumental apparatus, which is huge, by the way, underground, we have to take lead from ships sunken in the Mediterranean, Roman and Phoenician ships, because the water would protect said lead from the galactic background radiation that's consistently bombarding the planet. Therefore, it's pure and can be used to detect neutrinos. This is what human ingenuity is, right? It's not... I think you are kind of making us look like stupid monkeys when you make these arguments.
No, what you're doing is you're embellishing with the findings of said experiments. That's what you guys are doing. And you're saying it as fact, right? That's
the neutrino detectors have not found...
quantum physics and the double slit and all that stuff.
The neutrino detectors have not found... They have found really interesting things, but they have not confirmed what we set out to look for as yet, obviously. But it is an amazing feat of engineering to make this, right?
I'm looking for the amazing feat of engineering where they're determining that they made something perfectly straight over a mile. As you guys claimed, I'm really interested in that because if that's something that we can do, then you can just replicate. Then you can just go ahead.
I posted the Slack waveguide for the Stanford Laboratory Accelerator.
Where'd you post it?
In the chat.
Which chat?
Omnipresence.
YouTube video. Fabrication of accelerator structure.
That's the one.
Thanks. I'm gonna like this and watch it later. This is exactly what we needed. Something to force the line because
the force the line.
The Globers aren't going to do it at any point. The Flags are going to have to take up the slack and force the line.
No, force the line has been done multiple times, but you don't like the authorship, so it's your turn.
The authorship?
Yeah, apparently you don't like the authorship because the Slack accelerator is a force the line. LIGO vacuum tubes, they are force the line, and then but you don't like them, so that's the globe side. It's your turn.
Nice. Okay. I'll be looking into these and seeing how they determined that they made a line straight for a mile. And if it's actually not begging the question, then I'll have to
What does
come
it
back
mean
and give you
begging the
some credit.
question when it comes to technology? I don't get it. Like, it's
Well,
confusing
you
to use
see,
that
if you're
expression.
trying to prove that light goes in a straight line, and then you build a structure based on light, and then you say, the structure matches light, which then matches the other light, therefore light is straight, that's begging the question.
No, what they did is
No,
they
no,
built
that
in the case of the Slack waveguide, they carefully machined it, they carefully constructed it, they meticulously by metrology built a straight line, then sparked up the proton beam, and found that it hit bullseye on all the circles. So they didn't tweak it to match the beam. They built it and saw they built it correctly, and the beam hit
confirmed it.
bullseye. Because every 10 inches, there's like a 1 inch orifice for the beam to pass through, and it hit bullseye all the time. So you have machining proving it's straight, and the beam bullseye on the circles. You know, if you think you're going to do better, you think you can just dismiss that? Yeah, then that's the problem.
Okay, you don't need to get angry at the end. I think this is a great piece of evidence, and I'll be looking into it further. Everything I've heard so far is actually probably the most value Globers have brought to me since the beginning of the year. Matter of fact,
Amazing.
thank you, Shubil.
The Slack accelerator waveguide
is now MVP. He's brought more value than all the other Globers combined over the entire course of the year. Thank you, Shubil. You're MVP.
The Slack accelerator waveguide has been discussed about as much as the LEGO vacuum tubes.
Not ever when I've been around. So maybe I missed all that.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe if you weren't so hostile to other people would be more open to talk to you about these things.
It's not the case. Whenever I come in and I disagree on anything in a very classy and calm, patient manner, there's at least 5 people usually in this room who just have to make noises and insults and mocking. So it's definitely not me at all.
Maybe it's my European sensibility, but you sound incredibly irritated right now.
Well, I haven't really slept in 2 days, but I'm pretty calm.
Maybe you
pretty
should.
Patient. Sorry, I have to do work, make money.
Yo, I haven't slept for 10 days because that would be way too long.
Last time I slept was in my mother's womb. I don't remember the dream.
What is it? There's a saying in Italian, you sleep when you die.
I needed a nap.
These 2-day weekends aren't enough. Fuck what you gotta say.
Yeah, well, you know, people before technology even like existed who were like raking mud with like sticks in the dirt and putting seeds in it worked less than us. So obviously we're getting fleeced the fuck out. Like we were getting so fleeced nowadays, it's so funny, and no one's gonna do shit. So, like, it's not gonna
my
stop.
friend, if you want to abolish capitalism with me, let's go.
And capitalism's not even a real thing. It's just a thing some guy made up because he wanted to rob a country.
Some guy, it's like literally the entirety of Western philosophy. From mercantile capitalism from feudalism to mercantile capitalism to capitalism. Like there's been a renaissance.
It's literally just a word made up by Karl Marx, so he could have an excuse to rob entire nations.
Hold on, the word capitalism existed long before Karl Marx was ever born. I don't
really.
know what
You sure about that one? Sure about that one?
Yep, I can provide sources if you want. I mean, Karl Marx has a good critique of capitalism.
Right. Yeah, he's the one who
he would be on your side about like people being fleeced.
He's credited with well, he's not on my side because I don't even believe the term capitalism really even makes sense. It's just a catch-all term, so you could just destroy entire nations and rob them.
Which
yeah, the
nations
word
did
was
he rob with
popularized.
the word?
China, Russia, Vietnam, any country that has supposedly gone communist just basically got robbed, and they had an excuse to rob them.
Isn't China richer than ever before? Like Xi Jinping currently?
Yes. But they have different problems and stuff. But that has nothing to do with communism. In fact, all the policies that are anti-communist is what makes them wealthy. Anyways, Karl Marx is the one who popularized capitalism. So yeah, like nobody was talking about capitalism before Karl Marx.
Interesting.
You didn't know that, or you? I mean,
No,
you should look into
I'm
it.
aware that I read Capital 1, 2, and 3, and 4 several times, actually, these books. And I came off with a different conclusion that Karl Marx absolutely hated capitalism and he wanted it destroyed.
Yeah, he did. But the thing is, he basically...
Because capitalism is robbing people out of their money and life, and it's a vampire.
How can... Okay, so basically what he did is he said, this is capitalism. And he gave a bunch of examples of what he didn't like. And he used that as an excuse to take people's private property, rob entire nations, and plunder entire nations. It's like a Trojan horse.
Capitalism
these small things. See these small things that you don't like here. You should just give up property rights in a whole, and you should just give all the property to the state. Oh, and I'm the one who runs the state. That's basically what communism is. It's not even a convoluted way to rob people. It's actually just rather simple. This happened to you. It's bad. Therefore, you should give up all property rights, give it all to the government, and I get to run the government.
May I give you
It's not even a
some
complex
opposition in this?
Yeah, it's not even a complex scam, bro. It's actually just right on its face robbery.
No, can I give you some opposition here? Would you like some pushback? Or?
Yeah, sure. Give me some.
I mean, I would argue that capitalist systems have driven people into 2 world wars, numerous conflicts and genocides, insane amount of poverty, an insane amount of suffering, and I have the receipts for that. Maybe you can argue that communism has brought a lot of suffering too, which I would agree.
I don't know about World War One. I don't think World War One was caused. We can argue that later, but World War II would not have happened if communism wasn't a thing.
I mean,
communism
happened. Communism happened as a response to what was happening in Europe after World War One. Like the communist revolution was in
communism. If you did not have communism and millions of people dying in Russia, you would not have had a Nazi Germany. Thus, you would not have had a World War II.
I disagree. I think this is very ahistorical.
Well, it's just a clear line of whatever. The only reason Hitler came to power was because people were afraid of communism and mass murder of millions in a country right next to them.
The only reason why Hitler came to power was because Germany was suffering financially under the burden of reparations for the fact that they lost World War One. And the reason why World War One happened was because financial interest of these absolute vampiric lice, the royals in Europe, wanted to increase their wealth and prestige across the continent.
No. The only reason people let
human greed
Hitler into power was because they were terrified. Because when they looked at the neighboring country, Russia, millions and millions and millions of people were just being on wholesale slaughtered.
I mean, are you talking about the Russian Revolution?
Okay, so imagine you're in, I don't know, Costa Rica, and you look over to Mexico, and there's a wholesale slaughter of everyone in Mexico for no fucking apparent reason, and everyone's getting robbed, blind, raped, and murdered. And then a guy in your country says, I'm gonna stand up directly against the type of government in Mexico. Then everyone agrees with that guy because they don't want to get wholesale murdered and slaughtered. It's basically equivalent to Hitler. He said, look at Russia. The people looked at Russia, millions of people getting raped, slaughtered, and robbed. He said, we're going to not do that. And everyone said, that's a great idea. Let's not do that. Let's elect you instead.
Are you talking about the Russian Revolution?
No Hitler without communism. No Hitler without a Bolshevik revolution. Sorry.
The Americas had their own revolution. The United States had a revolution. I don't think, people dying in revolution is an odd thing. It's incredibly tragic and sad. but it's not odd.
You would not. You're ignoring the point. You would have never been a Hitler if there wasn't a Bolshevik revolution. The only reason the German people supported someone like Hitler and allowed something like Hitler to happen was because right next door, right a couple states over, there was a wholesale robbery, rape, and murder of an entire people's. And they said, "Fuck, I'm scared of that happening to me. I'd rather have a strong guy like Hitler protect me against communism."
I disagree with this now. I don't think that's correct. I mean, like, if you read historical analysis from contemporaries or from post World War II researchers, you would understand the incredible financial burdens and economic decay that the German society was experiencing was the predominant factor for German discontent,
and they had a choice,
and the desire to take back what they were perceiving as lost.
Okay, and they had a choice, Either we're going to do that by becoming communist, or by going with Mr. Hitler here. And when they looked at the two options, Hitler, a stranger they didn't really know, or communism, a government they were well acquainted with, as in their neighbors, not too far away in Russia, had just experimented with and essentially raped, robbed, and genocided millions with. So, it was pretty easy for the people of Germany to make a decision to go with Hitler, not with communism. It's pretty obvious.
I don't think communism was on the table for the Weimar Republic, though.
Basically was.
I mean, you can argue about the election results.
They're socializing all the property.
Which was it, 1930, 32, 33? But, I mean, I think this is kind of ahistorical. Like, most historians would agree that the sentiment in Germans was economic
something needs to change, and we're definitely not going to do communism.
over losses and perceived losses, right?
Yeah, and we're definitely not going to pick communism, was the sentiment.
I mean, they didn't pick communism. They didn't pick communism prior because the Weimar Republic was not a communist state.
It was pseudo-communist. Yeah.
The Weimar Republic? What do you mean?
Most states are pseudo-communist.
Really?
Yes, yeah.
Is Singapore pseudo-communist?
Is Singapore most states?
No, I'm just asking. I know you said most states. I never said like that. I never implied that you think that Singapore is a communist state. I was just curious. Do you think Singapore is a communist state?
I gotta go.
I'm trying to establish a metric. Oh, okay. Talk to you later, man.
Hello? Is there anybody out there?
I'm here with you, Marty. Thankfully, we do have some real flat earthers here.
We'll proceed with our arms bound together.
Help straighten the curve.
We got Don in the house, one of the most polite sounding British men possible.
Yeah, I like Don.
Hello, mate.
I remember playing a video game that was on a computer where you just read it, right? You know, whatever that's called. It's just words, and then you choose left or right, and it came up on a frog with a crown on it. And I chose to talk to the frog for a while. So I think of every time I see Don's profile picture.
Oh, really? An adventure book.
Right?
So somehow that's happening right now.
What do you choose? Flat or oblate?
Don, have you ever gone down the flat earth path?
Yeah, of course. What do you think? I'm here, still here.
Have you ever been a flat earther?
No, but I follow the path working.
Beautiful.
Well, we haven't got any new evidence. We can't explain the sky or the sun, but it's a way of life. You know what I mean? We don't have to explain these things.
Yeah, we don't have to, but we can try. But
Yeah, if we find it fun, we can try it.
the globe has to produce more evidence to keep up. I'm sure you've heard of this story where if you create one lie, you have to create new lies to support the original lie.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true for both. Yeah.
Yeah. So if Earth is indeed flat and they're covering it up, just imagine all the lies they've had to produce from just that one lie. Earth is a globe.
It would all be a lie, wouldn't it?
You got to cite all those lies, and that's the problem is when you got a liar that doesn't have good memory, then he's telling stories differently, maybe making them more exciting and more believable, right?
Yeah.
So like he can remember, the liar can remember the story better if it's a real good lie.
Oh yeah.
Do you believe the Voyager pictures? To imagine you're on a flat Earth, but the elites with the space program sent something really, really high up, and it went past Saturn, above it, and it sent a photo back. Could you believe that?
I could believe it if it wasn't altered.
So I'm trying to say, like, some real guy sent a real probe and saw the top of Saturn on a flat Earth.
Yeah. It's interesting. There's some high altitude footage showing zero curve, and then there's other high altitude showing extreme curve. Which one to believe?
It's probably somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, Don, I have a flat round table in my living room, and I put myself on there. I can imagine myself on that table, and I just rise in elevation. I think there would be some curvature, right? If you're looking at the end of the table, there's some sort of curvature.
If you're looking to the south and you're close enough to the edge, and Earth is only a circle and then darkness, then you'd see a curve on a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, but that's only if you're looking south near the edge. And
yes, I think that would be the most
circle in some darkness.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you seen the meme with the naan bread? I think it is. What's that other bread that you have with curry?
Pita bread, but naan. Yeah,
Panini?
yeah.
One of those bread, someone's got a curved one, and they say, "Look, that's the curve of the Earth."
Yeah, I can see that. Just like the round, flat table.
You know, it's all a psyop. They want to give the flat Earth curves. They want to give men curves. What else do they want to give curves to?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
And on that
Straight
note, I'll give
lines,
you
they
all
curve
a
straight
fond
lines.
adieu. You guys stay blessed.
He's an elite martyr. Look at that, look. Falcami is zoomed in and he's got two flat bits. Diagonal ocean. Desperate for the curve.
Sounds tasty. So, Don, I have a question. Let's imagine there's the flat Earth path, and then there's the globe path. In order to fully enjoy, I guess, the flat Earth path, you have to fully embrace it. And maybe when you speak with others, you can mention the flat Earth. Maybe that will be a completely different experience from the globe Earth.
Yes.
For instance, let's say if you meet, let's say you meet someone and they're well, I don't know. I mean, just think of the endless possibilities. Being a flat earther, accepting it, and trying to share it with the people you come across.
Yes, so you got me there. I'm not doing the full path working. I'm just observing the path working while the other initiates go through the path working.
Yeah, that's a good idea too. Observe, try to be observant. You've definitely done that and have been that.
So I'd say the same with maybe the bits and bobs of Freemasonry that I've read. I've tried to go through that initiation myself without ever meeting them. But I've tried to do the path working. Imagine Earth's flat.
Yeah.
Wait, who are you trying to meet? Satan?
No, I'm just referring to the fact that I've studied the flat Earth and followed it for years as a type of, I called it a path working, even though I'm not a flat earther. And Eden said, well, you didn't go all the way because you don't tell people Earth's flat.
Yeah, and if you do go all the way, you fully embrace it. Maybe the experience is something completely different to the globe. Maybe better or worse, but completely different.
Well, I can imagine it, but don't promote it.
Like, I'll tell you my experience promoting it. I've met incredible people, had incredible experiences so far, incredible debates. I don't think I would have ever done that if just continuing as a glober.
But it's like me saying to you, why don't you become a Muslim for 5 years? to really see how it feels, and then go back to being a Christian?
That's a good question. Okay, I would respond like that, like this. Let's say if there was a rating. Let's just give everything a rating, 0 to 100. Some paths or some knowledge would be, in my opinion, rated at 100, and some other knowledge and paths would be maybe like 90 and going down, right? 80, 70, 50. So perhaps, yeah, the Muslim path, it might be 80, 90. I don't think it's 100.
Higher than globe.
Oh, it might be higher than the globe.
So what would you get out of Islam that you wouldn't get out of being a globe?
They do have some sort of well, I guess let's consider the fundamentalist Muslim. They would probably have a lot of protection from their creator, and they would have to live by certain rules that, I guess, provide some sort of protection or experience.
Okay, yeah, you're going with if it's true, as well as following it.
Yeah, the thing is, though, I think some knowledge or paths aren't 100% accurate. I would presume flat Earth. Let's say the biblical flat Earth is probably 100. Christianity is probably 100. And yeah, there would be other hundreds, things that are absolutes, I guess, like maths. So let's say if you go down
my
past
ratings would be
hundreds.
different.
Oh, sorry?
My ratings would be different to yours, I guess.
Yes, yeah, that's true. Now, I wonder, our ratings could be subjective, but from objective standpoint, maybe there is an objective rating too.
Okay. Yeah, so you're saying Christianity is the best 100
I
out
think
of 100. So. If it's literally true, it's even better.
Yes. I mean, it's been tested time and time again, and I think that's probably why it's the most popular faith in the entire world right now. Majority doesn't mean it's true, but it should be, that might be an indicator that something about it is interesting or accurate.
So there's path working. The idea of path working comes from Kabbalah. So the Kabbalists get taught you're going to move from this sphere, this Sephirot, to this Sephirot. And so you're going to change this and this and this in your life and see how it feels and imagine your spirit is developing, blah, blah, blah.
Interesting, yeah.
But we're talking about the Kabbalah? Ooh, are we going to talk about summoning golems? Because that's my favorite subject.
Okay, maybe.
Do you know how to summon one?
Let me finish my point on the path working. So there's some Satanists that become the opposite of what they want to become. So if they're a neo-Nazi fascist, they become a Muslim to try and draw out the shadow and create a duality sort of bullshit. Anyway, one guy joined Islam and never left. So the path working turned into his final religion. But I think, I can't remember the rest of the story. So yeah, he was supposed to be testing out Islam to radicalize himself, but he ended up just staying there.
I can see that.
Maybe he just got more women as a Muslim, staying as a Muslim. That's called the Order of the Nine Angles. Bunch of nut jobs. And their leader turned into a Muslim.
Interesting. I guess people choose things because of the potential benefits. So maybe he thought there's benefits in the Muslim faith or idea.
Yeah, he must have, yeah. Another thing they do is, so if you're a pacifist, you've got to go and join the army. And if you're a militant, you've got to go and be a monk. So you have to sort of test yourself in the things you don't like.
I can see a use for the military even in peace times. Let's say if we ended all world wars going forward, I think there's some sort of practical use for the military still. Keeps people trained and strong in case they have to rescue people.
Yeah. On a globe, I think they could go to space, train to go to space.
Yeah, we could do that on a flat Earth, I guess, too.
Maybe.
I think that
no one ever talks about landing on objects in the sky above flat Earth.
Yeah.
Because you might be upside down, or what would it look like?
I mean,
Don, what do you think about the new moon? Some people think it actually disappears. Do you think it's just difficult to see? I'm still looking into it. Or what do you guys think?
Can't really remember what the evidence or the photos
I
look
think
like.
the conjunction is what the Globers explain it is. I just don't know exactly how it's working, but
Is the new moon every month?
Yeah, the sun and moon come together every single month at the conjunction. And then that's what begins the new cycle, for the lunation. And then as the moon starts to move away from the sun and separate from the sun, it gets further and further and further away until it's literally the 15th day of the lunation when you get a full moon. When you got a full moon, the moon's literally polar opposite, or not polar opposite. It's.
Oh right, okay. Yeah. The new moon is where there's no crescent before the crescent appears on the other side. Just before, and when you first see the crescent each month. So I just see that as symbology, and of course it works on a globe.
What's it called when the sun's on the other side, or the moon's on the other side of the sun, on the opposite horizon?
I
would check it out.
Sinalinion or whatever.
I forget. No, every month. So the moon, when it's a full moon, it's the 14th or 15th day of the lunation. The moon will literally be on the opposite side of the horizon. The furthest it will be from the sun every month. And then as the moon begins to get closer and closer to the sun, it starts to wane until you get to the conjunction again.
And waning.
Waxing, and then the moon, real quick. So the moon at the completion of the waxing, the completion of the waning, it'll be tucked up right next to the sun. You won't be able to see it anymore.
Yeah, they call it gibbous when it's 2/3, and a quarter when you see half of one side. So crescent, quarter, gibbous, full. Gibbous, quarter, crescent, new moon. I don't know what the explanation is. It's just the angles. That's the dance of the bodies in the sky.
Yeah, thank you, Don, and thank you, Lion. If I'm not mistaken, I haven't done too much research, unfortunately, on the moon, but it does appear to be difficult to even see during a new moon. I don't know if anyone's actually captured it, some sort of device.
So this is another reason why Enoch's amazing, because Enoch explained when to see the earliest possible new moon crescent.
Interesting.
So let me ask you, when would you expect to see the earliest possible crescent for the new moon at the conjunction? As in, like, after the last waning crescent, 1%, 2% waning crescent. When is the earliest possible date that you could see the waxing crescent after the waning crescent?
It's only like a day or two later.
What do you think,
Yeah, I
Ian?
think it's 3 days.
Less.
Thank you.
Less.
24 hours?
Yeah, less though. Less than 24 hours.
I guess if you've got really detailed instruments, it's straight away, right?
So apparently, with the naked eye, people have been able to see it 16 hours after conjunction, or after the last waning crescent, and with specific optical tools. The record, a French guy has the record. He built some type of he had like a cardboard box, not like a cardboard, but he had like a cardboard shield where he blocked out the sun, and then he put his camera through this circle. He was able to see the earliest possible crescent was 11 hours after conjunction. In the morning. Not at night. In the morning, dude. In the daytime. Most people think that it would be impossible to see it during the daytime, and they only look for it at night. If you only look for it at night, yeah, you're gonna have to wait 3 days. But if you actually try to look for it during the daytime in the morning, like Enoch said, the earliest possible crescent is literally the same day as the last waning crescent. That same day, you'll be able to see.
Yeah, so you can watch
the waxing crescent.
The moon flip and die and come back to life all in one day.
So people have been able to confirm what Enoch was saying thousands of years ago. And this is something that's hotly debated today between the Jews and the Muslims and the lunar Sabbatarians. When's the earliest possible crescent, dude? Well, the record, this French guy has the record with 11 hours after conjunction confirming during the morning, during the daytime, just as Enoch described. Not at night, not 3 days later.
So we've now got photos of the sun being eclipsed, but with the moon in the same shot. We've got telescopes with an occulter on the front, which is a big, huge circle at the right scale, and so size and distance, to block out the sun completely so that we can look at the corona and the space between Earth and the sun. So they've got a photo of the sun being eclipsed by the telescope with the moon in the same shot.
That's kind of what this guy built. Yeah, that's what he built in a occulter. He had it was like a cardboard with a circle cut out in it, and then he put his camera so he could point it at the sky but block out the sun.
Yeah, it's the same technique. What reminded me, I read about this the other night.
That's what he had. Because if you put a solar filter, you're not gonna be able to see the sun either. I mean the moon. Excuse me.
So I think they claim to have 4 of these new satellites with occulters on them. Or it's 4 joined together with like a little frame.
A lot of people also talk about the lunations being 28 days, 13 months for the year. That solves everything. Wrap it up, call it a day. No problem with the time equation. That's just not the case.
In the occult and New Age, the moon is a reflection of the goddess growing up and dying, becoming a girl and then growing up and dying. But I think in ancient monotheism, that's a male god, and it's doing the same, growing and dying thing. It's only just feminine today in symbology, but originally that was another dying god. Regenerating every single month. Oh my god, it's come back again. You can watch it.
Yeah, Don, and if I'm not mistaken, people in the past, I think it was Marco Polo, when he was stranded, there's a story that he was supposedly stranded in Jamaica, and him and his crew ran out of food and supplies, and I think from the story is the natives were hostile. So what they did was they had the almanac, and they knew that there was an eclipse occurring soon, so they went to the locals and said, you better help us or our God's going to devour your moon or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Have you heard that? So
what
if they heard that today with us and the globe?
Yeah, it might be just a sailor's tale or traveler's tale. But if you could predict the sky to some non-astronomer people, maybe they might think you're magical.
Yeah.
And that would be an easy thing to predict, right? The moon, because every month, and it's a regular pattern. And if the natives didn't know it was gonna change on that day, or pop out from the mountain, at that time. Still works today. If you get a bunch of hippies, then you tell them, God spoke to me. Now I've been assigned a special angel who's speaking to me. And it just, next day it happens, I'm God now. I am the middleman of God. And now, next day, on the return of Jesus Christ. And the hippies will just believe you.
I like hippies.
I don't like hippies.
Okay.
I just mean gullible, free-living people.
I like the 70s show, though. But I mean, I don't know. I guess it depends what kind of hippies. But normally, I really don't like hippies, dude.
You've got to have charisma. But it can be done. You can convince people you're God.
Some people believe that hippies... I had a conservative teacher growing up in high school, Mr. Kachaputi. Wore a suit and tie, briefcase to work every day. Distinguished himself from most of the teachers. But he wasn't the only one that wore a suit and tie. I had an English teacher, Mr. Knapp. He was a fully American, but his accent was so proper. He almost sounded British, dude. I don't know how to explain it, but he wasn't British. He was fully American.
It sounds like a posh tribe.
Mr. Knapp was English. Mr. Kachaputi was a historian.
Kachaputi.
Yeah, and he blamed the hippies for the downfall of America. It was the beginning of the downfall of America.
Yeah,
the baby boomers.
But I mean,
Or the
today's
boomers.
Today's much worse with liberals than the woke movement. But maybe that was the first signs of degeneracy, smoking in the street and stuff like that.
That was the beginning of the tearing away of the fabric of society. Like, you know, when you have a thread in your shirt that's loose, and you pull it, and then it starts unraveling your shirt, dude. The hippies was that thread. It just started unraveling society after that, dude. Because that generation of hippies grew up listening to the Beatles and stuff. Their parents their grandparents and parents survived the Great Depression, right? World War I, World War II. They were hardened. They understood the meaning of life. How life is what's the word? What am I trying to say?
Oh, I think you're pointing out a lot of great points. Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Life is delicate, right? It's amazing how it can be held together, right? So we can have successful lives and flourish. And if something goes awry, like, it can ruin that, right? So they understood how volatile life actually is if you F with the formula. Anyways, somehow in one generation you went from conservative Americans, all about the nuclear family and traditional family values and marriage, and then, like, in just one generation you had people, going to Woodstock and frolicking in tents and having orgies and reckless sex, not shaving their armpits, putting ketchup on hot dogs, and doing LSD and smoking weed all day, dude. Trying to live off the fat of the land, not really working, not contributing to society, but just trying to live life and indulge. But their children grew up under that. Their parents were hippies. The children were neglected, and then that led like a vicious cycle into the 70s and 80s with sex and rock and roll, dude.
You're
and it just
exactly
continued
right.
from there.
Rebellion, gentle rebellion over a few generations.
And I think the financial freedom as well, at least for women, plays a part of it.
Oh, and then the feminine shit came out too around the same time.
Yeah, the hippie movement empowers women in a different way to feminism, but it's similar.
And I think you changed
Vietnam. And then Vietnam came out, and everybody was anti-war, all about peace and love, but the peace and love was more about degeneracy and debauchery,
but
and reckless behavior than
wouldn't you rather see
anything
hippies
beneficial.
You'd rather see hippies than Palestine, pro and anti.
It's more. You got two extremes, dude. You got one extreme. You got the war hawks. What are they called? The neocons, war hawks, right? They love war. They all about military industrial complex and these military contracts with all about the newest weaponry and what can they invent to blow up people efficiently. That's not good either, dude. But on the opposite end, you got like these lapsidex. What's the word I'm looking for? My mind's failing me, right? Go ahead, dude. I look up this word. I gotta look up this word.
The hippies were a result of an anti-war movement.
Yeah, there was sort of some anti-fascism going on, but not like today.
You remember Muhammad Ali? Why am I going to go fight for the white man? The white man is the one that's doing this for us and that. That's what started it all. Vietnam. And then, of course, the feminist movement came in, and that's what really destroyed the family unit.
The word I was looking for was lackadaisical. I don't even know how to say it, dude. I forgot how to say it.
Oh my god.
How do you say that word, dude?
I've never heard it before.
Lackadaisical.
Lackadaisical. I just don't know how to pronounce it. I've read it, but I don't know how to pronounce it.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I have
How's
heard it.
how you doing,
I've heard
dude?
it.
Not so man. Are you all right, Andy?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
Enjoying the weather?
Yeah, it's lovely. I've just had to pay a shit ton to do my car. You know, I just got an MOT and that. Oh my god.
Oh god.
Crazy.
Do you operate like me on Bangonomics, or is it just? I buy a car for the same amount of price that most people spend on a watch.
Yeah, I want it to be decent mechanically. I don't really care if it looks a duff on outside. I'm not too bothered. In fact, I would prefer. I don't not prefer it. That's a silly way to put it, but I always think if it looks too nice, someone will want to do something to it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And like you say, if you park, there's no point, fretting over the bodywork in this country. Everywhere you park it, there's people would use their doors like they're going into battle with sabers.
So yeah, I'm skinned for a little bit. I'm gonna have to sit on my hands for a while, so that's okay.
Go for a nice drive.
I do joyride. That was the thing, like once. I do that now.
I do that occasionally. I go in the middle of the night if I feel like putting some loud music on like I used to when I was younger. I just get in the car, just get on the country roads and just put it up full volume for a bit. Get it out of your system.
Yeah, banging with doors. I know what you mean. That's why I've got this really old small Peugeot. So especially Christmas time and so on, when the family's going shopping, we always use that one because I don't care.
Yeah.
This is. I'm sorry, I have to really emphasize this word for a second because I'm looking at the etymological history and it says feebly sentimental. It's pretty funny, dude. And the hippies were feebly sentimental.
Now, the hippies were cowards that didn't want to go fight the war, and that's what started all that. People not wanting to fight the war. Well, you could call them cowards, but really, they just didn't want to go there and get killed. So that's
Well, it was anti-establishment, wasn't it? So it was like, fuck the man, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it weren't so much cowardly. It was more like, what? Fuck you. Who do you think you are? You go and fight.
You can hardly blame them for. You're getting offended.
They were born on the anti-establishment firmament hot pot from the post-war Korean War, Vietnam War kind of retaliation to what they thought was just a careless war machine. They didn't like established religion. They didn't like it. They didn't like any establishment, basically, did they?
No, they were counterculture all the way, trying to undo the fabric of society.
Yeah.
I wonder if it started before that with Kerouac and all those sort of people. I think it did, probably.
Yeah, I mean, there's always been a little bit of that in America, isn't there? A little bit. America there's always a section of American people that will kick and snarl and stomp and clench their fists, and that's good. That's healthy.
Yeah,
cultures need that.
I had an interesting theory that I'm not doing justice. I'm not really focusing because I'm killing zombies, but basically, Americans moved. They went somewhere else, and the idea is that they were, how can I put it, uncomfortable. They sort of, you know what I'm trying to say. They sort of, they're unsettled. They got up and went, and they were like, "Fuck this, I'm out." There's a lot of people then. They were like, "I'm staying."
Let's not mince words though. America is awesome. What America has achieved in that period of time.
Absolutely.
That's right.
Americans single-handedly, by the virtue of their might and their desire to keep capitalism over peace have effectively reduced this endless cycle of consigning every other generation of young men to trenches to drown or get shot. And you can't argue that that's nothing. That can only be seen as a good thing. And America needs to be applauded for effectively being the first genuine arbiters of peace in the world.
Oh, that's a fucking claim.
Are you
right
serious?
there. Oh my god.
I think he's joking.
Oh,
No,
right.
well, I mean,
I don't think he's joking.
I know, I don't. What I mean by that is, I'm talking about world wars. Yeah, every country pushes and prods at little countries. They can't help themselves, and that's not going to go away. America's not going to nudge the occasional Gulf state or the Central American, cartel or whatever. And they will get involved in wars to some level around the world. But they have definitely stopped the cycle of, whole generations and whole countries decimated, and the poverty that comes with the size of the magnitude of wars we saw in the century, two or three centuries before that. That's definitely changed.
Yeah, they relegated it to proxy wars. They just shifted it.
And now we got mercenaries and proxies to do our bidding. That's all.
Don't forget Iraq. All these places that, I mean, seriously.
There's a lot of profit in war, though, isn't there?
I didn't say that America wasn't warmongering. I just said it's not world warmongering. And usually every other country before them that had a military might had machinations of literally stomping militarily on the rest of the world completely.
Well, before the things we used to do were more brute. Now it's like surgical precision. Tactically, like we can send in, a Delta squad, or we can send in a tactical team to topple a government, kill its president, and insert a puppet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, the reason why America took off is because after World War II, you guys were like literally the only country left standing. Everybody, all the other countries were like ruined. You guys were across the ocean, right? Us too in Canada. We didn't see any of that. Yeah.
Oh, the UK was financially and ideologically on its arse after World War II. We took it. It was a very bruising 75 years prior to 1945.
Well, you guys finished paying off your debt to the Americans in the 90s, the World War II debt. You know that, right?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
I mean, just the Marshall aid we got from the U.S.
Yeah, make no mistake, America helps no country, right? All the money is, except one country, of course, that never has to pay its debt back. We all know that country, right? But all the other countries you guys help, they have to pay you back.
Sure.
Except one country.
Yeah. Well, not 100% true though. Like when we in Norway ordered and bought the F-35s, one of the deal is that the Norwegian military industry is going to sell almost for the same amount to the US back. So it sort of works both ways.
Well, they didn't. Well, how did they help your country?
Well, the Marshall aid, that was just after the war.
The Marshall Plan, yeah. Well,
yeah,
that's what I'm talking about. That plan had to be paid back.
Right. Yeah, that was sort of a loan. Yeah, absolutely right. Correct.
But now there's one country that you give them unlimited amount of arms, unlimited amount of money, and they never have to pay that back. What does
that you think that's Saudi Arabia?
No, Israel.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Isn't that the price you pay for the fulfillment of the second coming, though?
Yeah,
I think,
right.
Yeah. Don't you think that is based on, well, we must agree that US is a religious country in that respect. The evangelicals got a lot of voters and stuff like that. That's where the support is coming from, I suppose.
No, the support is coming from bribery and intimidation.
Yeah, none of that's in the Bible.
Well, Jesus returning is not in the
Nothing
Bible. I
to
don't
do
know.
with religion.
No, I'm
But
not saying.
there's
I'm
none
not
of
saying
that
any.
propaganda stuff that they talk about has to happen before he comes.
No, okay, I'm not sure. I thought there was correct me if I'm wrong because I don't know for certain, but I thought there was descriptions in the Bible of the circumstance that have to be fulfilled before Jesus returns.
Or they use the Bible, yeah, they use the religion, but the thing is,
I'm not saying
the movement is a Zionist movement. It's not a religious movement.
no. I'm not saying the rationale behind the way that the world treats Israel is religious. I'm just saying that I was being flippant. That's an aspect to it, though, isn't it? That certain people see there's a requisite in Israel being the way it is at any cost.
Oh yeah, yeah. On that, you're correct. They have convinced the American Bible Belt, the Christians, to support them. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Only in the last 70 years since it's been coming. It was nothing before, right?
No, a couple hundred years. Even before the establishment of Israel as a state, there was already propaganda getting incorporated into the Bibles, like the Schofield Bible, and the footnotes promoting a state of Israel.
Oh
Really?
yeah.
Well,
Okay, yeah, you're
you know
right.
what's confusing about that is that they're supporting the Temple Institute, right? They're supporting Israel, who intend to usher in the Antichrist by any Christian standard, right?
That's the killer, Andy. That blows my
That's what's
mind.
confusing.
Yeah.
I mean, what's happening?
Yeah. Like you're supporting the people that want to put you down. Like it's unbelievable.
I don't get it. It's so weird.
They did a good job. They paid a lot of money. Literally, they spent a lot of money in advertising. They spent a lot of money in advertising and using the printing presses to their benefit. The Rothschilds used to own a printing press. I forget what printing press it was that actually printed the Schofield Bible, but they worked alongside Schofield and Darby to promote this idea of a new state of Israel being established way before the Balfour Declaration. Hundreds of years before the Balfour Declaration.
Wow.
You know that Netanyahu held up the Bible as a deed to the right of the Zionists to claim Israel. Netanyahu actually did that. He goes, look, this is our deed right here. He held up the Bible.
What might wonder what was Schofield's, those guys' motivation for doing this? Is that to sort of move the second coming forward one way or the other?
That's part of it. But they felt that Israel being reestablished as a nation would help the Christ come back or whatever. Like it's part of the dispensationalism that Schofield believed in Darby.
That's crazy too, because after reading the scripture, the last thing you want is to make that happen any quicker. You know what I mean? Because you're gonna want to teach people and learn about all this stuff. You know what I mean? Like before he comes back, because once he comes back, it's too late.
Yeah. Well, there's quite a few that hasn't heard about it, so well, that's probably an excuse. All right, a loophole somewhere in there.
It's the biggest con job in history. The mightiest empire that has ever existed, right? Succumb to these parasites. That's the only word I can use, like these Zionist parasites. It's going to go down in history as one of the biggest ever. So it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Happening right now. We're talking about it and they're getting away with it right now. It's amazing to live through these times. It truly is if you're a historian.
Yeah, I mean, if you look on how they've occupied more and more of Palestine area, yeah, I agree. And the way they do it, I just saw an interview with one of these settlers, and he said on TV, even if he was the last one in the way for a everlasting peace between those nations, he would never surrender. If you have that mindset among quite a few of the Israelis, and the same on the Palestinian side, there's never going to be any peace down there. Absolutely not.
Bro, we're allowing Brooklyn Jews to go and take over Palestinian homes that have been there for hundreds of years. Right in front of our eyes on TV. They show it all the time. It happens every day almost.
Yeah, I agree. It's like almost like ethnic cleansing. Lebensraum.
Exactly ethnic
like,
cleansing.
Yeah, it's like they learn nothing from Holocaust or all that.
Yeah. Ethnic cleansing from the biggest criers of ethnic cleansing ever. You can't even question their ethnic cleansing. And they're ethnic cleansing right now. It's astonishing. Astonishing to witness. It's mind-blowing.
To be fair, before 2019 in my country, before the nation-state law was passed, people were very much willing on both sides for a two-state solution. I think in Israel, the Israeli population was in the high 60s for a two-state solution. The Palestinian side in the high 80s, percentile speaking. But 2019 just fucked everything. Then the March to Return happened, and actually before that, the March to Return happened, and then nation-state law.
It's all
That's so funny. I just mentioned Zoidberg. That's so weird. I was like, "Where's Zoidberg?"
Hey,
oh, there he is.
What do you know about Robert Maxwell?
Well,
what do you guys know about Robert Maxwell?
The scientific journal person.
Wasn't he part of like Mossad? Isn't he like ex-Mossad?
No, he was recruited by Israeli intelligence.
Right. Isn't Israeli intelligence Mossad?
He was a double agent actually, because I think he worked for the British government. I think. Check me on that though.
No, yeah, I don't know. That's why. Was he Israeli or was he British? Robert Maxwell.
He was both.
Is he Jewish?
He's Jewish, yes.
Was it Robert Maxwell or Rupert? I don't know why I got thinking of Rupert. No, Rupert Murdoch I'm thinking of.
Robert Murdoch is not Jewish. Robert Maxwell is the father of Ghislaine Maxwell, and we all know who Ghislaine Maxwell is.
So Ghislaine Maxwell is the daughter of Robert Maxwell, the wife of Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein.
And correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't Robert Maxwell also in control of a printing press or printing publishing company?
He was in control of one specific scientific journal, but there are multiple scientific journals.
What about Pergamon Press?
I'm not sure. Check.
They publish textbooks. You know, it's a printing press.
Sure. Okay.
So
I mean, if you're saying that a bad man was owning a business that produced like some literature, sure, but that's like almost all people in history.
Well, no. The reason I say this is significant is because when it comes to indoctrination or programming, right? Yeah. Societal manipulation, what's the best way to do that? Besides media.
Brainwashing?
Besides media, the best way to
he wants to say that the scientific literature is wrong because the guy that was...
Yeah, but that's the point. There was multiple people who had multiple scientific journals. Maxwell owned one big one, but there were multiple big ones. And if you're talking about printing school books with some sort of indoctrination in mind, that Anglo-Saxon people, white people, owned printing presses that printed the same material. Chinese people owned printing presses that printed the same material in Chinese. I don't get it. This is going nowhere.
I'm not saying anything. Material? I'm not saying anything about your scientific journals, dude. I'm just simply making the connection. I'm not confirming anything with 100%
What is the connection? A man who was a bad man, whose daughter is a notorious pedophile, but took in the printing of books and also was part of science. Sure, okay.
Yeah. that he was involved in printing American textbooks for elementary school children.
Okay, but the implication is that those textbooks were brainwashing somebody. How? What's the mechanism?
Another thing is, those books were not used in every single country on the earth. It's not like whatever you do in the US would be the same in the rest of the world.
No, yeah, they were specifically used in the US.
Yeah, so what about the rest of the world? So only people in US were indoctrinated by it, but the rest of the world was not?
Who cares about the rest of the world, dude?
Exactly.
I mean, but the Chinese and the Russians and the French and the Germans also believe that the Earth is a sphere. They also believe that the sun is 93 million miles away. So
spheres, man.
We're not talking, dude. I'm really not trying to take it to the science part, dude. You guys, I'm not talking about scientific journalism.
What are they indoctrinating them with? Evolution? Like what?
Who knows, dude? I'm not making any positive claims. I told you.
Then why mention it?
Oh my God! Yes, you are. Don't do that shit.
No, dude. Because if I did, it would be fallacious.
You know, there's an expression in Hebrew that's called scratching your tongue. It means that you're just talking to talk. You're not saying anything, so you're just scratching your tongue right now, which is fine.
Guys. I'm being suggestive because I want you guys to make the connections. I don't want to make the connections for you.
What is the
You're
connection?
literally saying that there is a
promoting
connection.
pedophilia.
You're literally saying there's a connection between Robert Maxwell and the scientific information that was put into school by the same person. That's the connection you're literally making, and you are literally making some positive claim, although you refuse to specify exactly what.
Right, I'm not specifying it with 100.
Can I ask you a question? Have you ever been outside the US?
Yes.
Okay, good. Like
yeah,
what?
I've been to the Caribbean and I've been to Canada multiple times.
Yeah.
Both places multiple times.
Yeah. So you've never been to Europe or the Far East or Africa? No. Well, I have, and you sort of learn quite a bit about their culture and how they are thinking, and the variation is really big.
Really big.
Yes, in many respects.
But what's the implication? A bad man who apparently was a spy, a double agent, whose daughter is married to a notorious pedophile, and she's a pedophile himself. Fuck her, I hope she burns in hell, right? Made printed books. He was not the only printing press in the United States. There were millions of printing presses in the United States. It was not obvious, I don't know if there are millions, but whatever, right? Oh, what's the implication? What was he teaching our kids that is so dangerous? Is he teaching them how to be pedophiles? Is he like teaching them how to be ashamed of their whiteness? Is he teaching them something in relation to the earth being a sphere? Is he teaching them evolution and how to stray away from God? Is he teaching them Satanism? Is he like
I'm not making positive claims, man.
Trying to use some Jewish magic to destroy them?
Just leave it at
that. They're teaching your children in school how to give fellatio, male fellatio. That's what they're teaching.
Where, man?
How about that?
In sixth class? Like what are you talking about?
Male, not female to female, not female to male sex ed. We're talking about books, gay books, teaching young men how to give fellatio.
Where in class does this happen?
I'm not done.
Where does this go on? Where is this going on?
This happened in the States. There's a father.
It just does.
And I'm sure it's Robert Maxwell's This is where you don't let somebody finish the sentence.
But like you,
starts?
It's a very contentious thing to say. You know this, right?
It's a fact. This is like, open your ears and try listening. That means close your mouth for 30 seconds and listen, right? There's a father that went in a PDA meeting, or father or a mother, and they complained about certain books that were teaching young men how to give proper fellatio. Do you understand that?
Okay. Was that part of school curriculum? Was that in an extracurriculum class?
It was
that just
in
a
the
book?
school. Yes.
Was that just a book that exists in the library of the school?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so a random book that was not used in the curriculum about some sort of homosexuality existed in the library of the school. Maybe because there were gay kids at the school and they wanted to like learn something about gay sexuality. I don't know. Is that?
And there it is. You are part of the problem. It's people like you
Why
that
am
are
I
going to
part
make
of the
society fall.
Hang on.
You,
so you
right
can't
there.
have a book like you can't have a book like
that's
that
the case.
in a library. Are you actually saying that we should ban books like that from libraries?
Absolutely, yes. In kids' library, that's exactly like. Do I have to say it, dude? You are part of the problem as well.
Homie, when I was 12 in my high school, there was a book about how babies are made with drawn images of human beings penetrating one another. Like
Imagine a guy like this on a battlefield now.
It was a heterosexual sexual act, obviously displayed between a woman and a man.
Guess what? Now they're homosexual acts being displayed between a man and a man. That's the difference.
How is that? How is that like less or more like bad, good, or whatever the fuck?
Like just
let me ask you a question, bro.
Man, it's unbelievable, man.
Let me ask you a question.
That's the sound of the fall of society.
Hold on.
Those two guys right there.
Mon ami, you're just
let me ask you a question.
Mon ami, tu es infame.
Io sono italiano.
Mira.
Una faccia, una raccia, but you're a disgrace to Italians, bro. You're a disgrace.
I'm not a disgrace to Italians.
Yeah, you are, bro. If you're a woke man, you're a disgrace to Italians.
Mamma mia.
You apparently don't know that Italy had the largest communist party after the Soviet Union in the world. We have plenty of woke Italians, quote unquote. Walk about racism, walk about women's rights, stuff like that, right?
Yeah, let me ask you.
If you're around my Italian friends right now, they'd be ridiculing you.
Hold on, do you mean Canadian Italians? We don't count those.
Yes, so easy.
When North American Italians
gonna make
come to
Western
Italy, we laugh at
civilization
them.
fall. Men like you, sir. Yeah.
Exactly, okay.
We call them soy boys where I come from. Yeah.
Soy boys. Nice.
What up? Where I come from, we call them boosties.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But
yeah, good one.
Anyway, Aryan, you're right.
We don't talk about them. We don't have a word for them. We just grunt.
We were talking about books
we were
in
talking
America
about America being usurped by
that teach sexuality.
People. That's what we were talking about. America being usurped.
By who?
Yo, let me ask you a question, bro. Did you
By
take
other
that book?
Robert Maxwell's.
You take that book home?
Well, I am not a kid, and I don't need to learn how to perform fellatio, so why would I take that book home?
When you were 12, did you take that book home?
Oh, the sexuality? Yeah, I did.
Of course you did.
Are you kidding me? You're 12 years old. You're just like starting to think about these things. Why wouldn't you take it home?
You're hilarious, dude. Thank you for your.
You've never been a
all
child,
of Western
man.
civilization, bro. You're witnessing here live. Yeah.
You've never been a child, like somebody or a young boy with like hormones and everything, and they see something sexual. Well, why is that strange?
Well, that additionally, not having children also does this.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they don't. Any of you guys have kids, by the way? Out of curiosity.
Yes.
Okay. How do you like?
Have they reached the age of 12?
No.
When they do, and they start talking about sexuality, how do you plan to introduce them to that?
I'll talk to my son about that. He's not that. He's only 8. He just turned 8.
Learning about sexuality and gay blowjobs are two different things.
No.
Somehow we can't figure that out. It's amazing.
Learning about sexuality is learning about sexuality. Sorry.
When they do finally bring up the topic, you can't say we're not going to talk about it, because the place where they're going to learn all that shit is from their peers. When you say we're not going to talk about blowjobs, they're going to only hear the shit that they want, or that their peers are talking about.
I don't think there's ever in the history of man and son that a father explained his son how to give fellatio to another man. I don't think that has ever happened, dude. Ever.
You never heard fathers having gay sons?
Oh my God! You
And
guys
additionally,
are beyond reach, man. Just beyond reach. It's
Well, hold
unbelievable.
on. If you have a gay son, would you at least talk about, hey, maybe you should use a condom if you're having sex, or you should be careful performing these sex acts because whatever. Sorry.
I don't think in the history of ever there's ever been a dad teaches his son about blowjobs. So we're going to talk about this real quick. So most parents, most of them who have children who have reached this age, have had their child come to them first. This is the shit that happens in reality. This is not something new either. This is like since the 80s. Kids have been doing this shit. Kids learn the sex stuff from their peers before their parents get to it, usually.
Okay, so how does that change what I said?
Because if we're not going to talk about it, if the parents are not going to talk about this information, then they're going to learn the wrong stuff. They're going to learn the wrong stuff from their friends at the school.
That's not even
incapable of having
Gay
these conversations.
blowjobs is the wrong stuff.
That's not even really the argument that I'm trying to put forth. My argument is that there's a difference between being completely repulsed by a certain type of behavior, being tolerant of that type of behavior, and then encouraging and that behavior becoming socially acceptable. It's a gradual scale.
You're running away.
They're already
from what
bringing
I said
it to their parents, man.
Yes.
It's not okay. You didn't hear me. Here we go. The kids are learning this shit already. That the not having this information in a controlled environment from an adult perspective puts the kids at risk already.
I mean, I think it's a hard hypothetical to ask you guys about, knowing your political stances and whatever. But if you have a gay son, right, and they come to me and ask me, "Hey, Dad, what's a blowjob?" Right, I have to explain that, right? I'm not gonna let my son just learn it off the internet.
No, dude.
Or watch porn.
Dude, that is the worst. That is a nightmare scenario for me, dude.
You would not explain that. You would let
it's going
your
to
son
happen.
learn.
Hell no.
I'm telling you,
hell no.
It's not just a nightmare scenario. It's reality. These kids are bringing these sex acts to their parents to figure out what they.
Yeah, you know what I would tell my
dumb
son?
to figure it out on their
You know what I would tell my son? Son, are you gay?
They'll say yes.
He would say no. Hold on, I'm not done.
Oh yeah, that's good.
And if he would say no, I would tell him just disregard what they're saying. This is a woke movement. They're all freaks. Don't fall into that trap, son. Girls thinking they're boys one day, girls the other. That's abnormal. This is a psychological problem. That's what I would tell my son.
And if they're gay?
See, that is about the worst approach possible, and I'll tell you why. When parents tell you that there is some information out there that their peers know, but you say is wrong or should not be learned, they will go out and seek that information now.
I didn't say
parents
that.
say
Dude,
there's
you're
some,
just making
if there's
up
some,
fantasies. You don't even have to-
You're just making stuff up.
if the parents are saying, if the parents are, my God, nobody's heard of rebellion. Real quick, if the parents are saying there's something out there that is wrong or should not be done, they're going to find out why from their peers because their parents aren't helping.
Not necessarily. It depends on how attached the child is to the parent. If the child is really attached, they're not going to stray. Just like a best friend. A best friend isn't going to go off and make friends with other people because they're really attached. But I get what you're saying, though, Doofus.
If your son brand new child psychology. We've never heard of child psychology before. This is new.
If your son is gay, like what would you tell him, right? Would you not warn them about these things? Like maybe you should not do that with strangers, or if you do that, maybe use a condom. make sure your partner is like whatever. You wouldn't say those things. I assume
We're not talking
knowing
about
your
that.
politics and religion.
We were talking
religion
about
or
in schools, in elementary schools.
A school providing
Elementary.
literature on how
It's
to
not in
perform-
elementary school.
That was not.
I think that was elementary. I could be wrong.
Okay, provide the article because we're working off like evolving description of what the situation was. So just provide the article and we'll read it. But
Do
in
you
any
not
case,
know
if
what's
my-
going
if-
on in schools today with the woke movement? Are you guys
I'm-
not aware of this?
They like it.
Everything
They
has
want it.
changed since you
Homie,
guys grew up.
not everybody lives in America. I live in Italy. Like, come on.
Post a video with the drag queen pulling out the dildos during story time with the kindergartners.
Oh my god! I don't.
Oh yeah,
I don't
that
care
exists.
about this. I care
Bring that
about
up,
the
bring that
article. Please, Jesus Christ! You guys are like
bro,
like butterflies. You jump from a flower to flower, like a subject to subject. There's just
No. Dude. This
It's
is the
Jason,
destroy.
It's all the same
the
subject, dude.
Yeah.
The woke
The point
movement.
is,
It's a degenerate movement designed to take America down. Do you not understand
yeah,
that?
to destroy morality in America, to take us
Yes.
down.
That's why the parents are
Yes,
supposed to be
it's-
giving
it's
out
crazy.
the safety information. That's why the parents are supposed to be doing that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
it's too hard
when
to
somebody
figure out,
tells you they're
apparently.
gender neutral, or they're one day they're a man, one day they're a woman, the other
there's
day they're
nothing
a cat.
to do with that. The original
That's
premise.
a psychological.
Montreal-
Try not to interrupt, bro. It's bad manners. That's a psychological disorder. It's not a sexual thing.
Yeah, because
That has
a
nothing to
kid
do
would
with the
never think of that.
premise.
A kid would never think of that unless an adult told them that they could do that. And that's what you guys
Exactly.
like. You're
Incorrect.
Like, oh yeah,
That's not
let
true.
adults tell them that they can be
That is incorrect,
trans.
and I just explained why. I just
No, it's
explained
not.
this, man.
It's not incorrect.
Were you not here?
No, I heard everything you said. You're full of shit.
Okay, so you don't have any kids. The kids in school are
You're
already
my kid. You're my
passing
son.
around this sex acts information with each other. This shit is already out of the bag.
We share
It's
videos.
not the adults.
So why
It's
do they
not
need
the
to tell
adults
us those
telling.
things?
It's
Why
not
do
the
they need
adults
to-
telling the kids. It is not the adults that is telling the kids.
Calm
It
down,
is not
everybody.
the.
Calm down.
I am gonna get this shit out eventually.
That's what I'm trying
Sometime
to do.
today.
I'm trying to
I'm
clear
going
the
to
way.
eventually get this shit out of here. Sometime today.
Oh,
You're
I
on the
said it's
toilet.
not the kids or it's not the adults that's passing this information around. The kids already have this information.
Yeah, they already know. So why do they need to talk to adults? Dumbass.
So, okay, now
And where
you
did they
just
get?
said
Where did they get the
the
information
kids wouldn't
from?
be
if they
saying
didn't
this
get it
unless
from
the
that?
adults were
Where did they
telling
get
them.
the information
And that's
from?
incorrect.
Yeah, with
Because I
trans,
just explained
with
to you how the
with
kids
trannies,
already
yeah.
have it.
Okay, this has got to chill out, or it's not gonna work.
Yeah, everybody's
It's eye
talking.
level up.
Doofus
It
is-
never works.
No,
Doofus,
it's
did you
Doofus.
finish or did
Doofus
you want
was
to
talking to somebody else. Doofus finish so they can respond, please. Come on, guys.
Yeah, I was just going to say, where did this information come from that the children got?
Not your
How
turn,
did they
Jen.
acquire this information?
They just intuitively
Not-
know it. They don't need tutorials for blowjobs from adults, or they don't need to be told that they can be
Not-
trans.
But that was not the premise of the conversation. The premise of the conversation was your child is inquiring about a specific sex act. What would you do? They already know about it. How would you like formulate it for them?
Just change the subject and tell
The
them
question
about
is,
something
how
else.
did
about
they
that?
know about it? Hang on. How did the
The
children know
original
about it?
premise.
Something. Let me just put this forward. Definitely change if kids today are talking about sex acts and all this nonsense, because that wasn't a thing when we were growing up in England. We went to
Are you
school,
shitting
it was
me?
butterflies and rainbows. Literally, when you went to school in England.
You are delusional
Okay.
if that's how you think.
No,
kids
I'm not.
thought
I'm
back
telling you
then.
what happened when I was at school. Now, obviously, in the community, you hear about transvestite. It wasn't taught at school, though. Teachers didn't teach us this until you got to secondary school.
Nobody
education.
does this now.
Then it came. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. It came in secondary education under sociology. That's when you start to learn about the people in the communities. Gays come up, lesbians come up, and the transvestites came up then. But that would be sociology, secondary education after third year. Learn about all that stuff. It wasn't happening at elementary school. I literally said what I said there. It's butterflies and rainbows. I'm not delusional, because that's what it was like. I was born in the 60s, remember? Thank you.
You're absolutely right, Jin. This is the difference, what we're talking about now, the children.
It's the demoralization of the nation.
The children in schools, exactly, away from the parents, exactly.
So I think Doofus was outlining another issue, though. Let's say the children are exposed. I think it's a simple answer. Just as if when children are exposed to other things that are wrong, like murder, we have to I think it's a good idea to speak with them and say what's right and wrong. But yeah, thank you.
Well, first of all, you find out if your child is actually gay or lesbian, right? Number one.
Yeah, I agree.
And if yes, you proceed from there. If no, you explain to your child that this is a woke movement. This is a degeneracy deliberately brought on by sick individuals, and take it from there.
This was prophesied or predicted by Aldous Huxley, Sigmund Freud. They taught, even like you brought up psychology earlier, child psychology. You know what this can do to a child's mind, right? Being exposed.
Yeah, it messes your whole life up, man. Messes your whole freaking life up.
Actually, yeah, there's even one story. One young girl, I think the testimony is on YouTube. She was actually sexually abused as a child, and then she ended up, it was really bad. She was like playing with herself constantly throughout the day until it was where she was bleeding. And yeah, so having children exposed or abused, whether they're abused mentally or physically, it really does send them, it corrupts them.
And abusers tend to abuse other people. So it's a vicious cycle.
But I think the agenda to teach about transgendering at elementary school age is way too early. It should never be in that environment at all. What's going on?
Yeah, that's not education. Being taught about trannies, yeah,
it's a waste of precious time. They need to be putting the children on other curriculum or other topics, right? Get them number one in math again in the world, how to open businesses, file their taxes.
teach them about the Federal Reserve Bank and the Talmud.
Yeah.
Again, a bit early in elementary, isn't it? That's a bit early for elementary school kids. Well, I suppose it goes through to high school as well. So you would be right in that sense then, yeah. High school onwards, I think, would be a good idea to start teaching them. At elementary, it's like I said, it should just be butterflies and rainbows, really. That's all it's about there. What are they doing? You know, they're wrecking the psychology of the child now. You know, in Britain, there are lawsuits coming up because the parents, this is where the stupid parents that are not woke, thought it was trendy to have their child, you understand, gendering in a different gender. So they had the puberty blockers. That's had a negative effect. Now the child is confused. Now they want to sue the doctor and the company that produced the medicine. Stupid fools that they are. Then you've got other kids who have actually gone through the whole transition, and now they don't want it. Now they realize it's wrong. Child now.
Yeah,
child.
Bro. Think of the sickness, right? We don't let children drink until they're 18, but we can give them puberty blockers at 7, 8 years old. What the hell, man?
Yeah,
what the hell?
We're still seeing. Earlier we were talking about the 1960s and the hippies, right? We're still seeing the effects of the 1960s sexual revolution, right? The after effects, the whiplash in time that ripples through time. We're still seeing the effects of the children that grew up neglected by their hippie parents.
In the porn era?
So how much worse are our children's children going to be due to our cultural shift, another sexual revolution, even worse than the 60s?
It's always set to get worse and fucked up. It's always set for less control, the idea of more, but always less.
Make no mistake about it, the rest of the world is not following this path, right? This is just a few countries in the West.
Thailand.
Well, Thailand was like that from boy girls from ever. Yeah, that's a different story. Yeah.
Sexualizing children? Oh, go ahead.
But Thailand, the boys there tell you they're boys. They tell you they're lady boys. They're under no illusion there. It's not the same.
Yeah, it's a little different. But it seems like it's more common, It's more like it's just what happened. It's just what they do. Like they're just trannies. Like I don't know, kind of weird.
Yeah, but they don't pretend to be boys one day and girls the other. They're trannies. They're what they are, and they've been like that for like decades now, right? It's not the same kind of woke movement as in the West.
Yeah.
Like they have traditional families, and you know, this is just part of their weird culture. I don't know what the hell that is.
Anyway, we can keep talking about this, or we can. I don't know. What do you guys want to do? The Glovers
No,
just
just
shut up.
look.
None of them are talking.
It's kind of sick, but just beware if you have children, they're being taught these crazy things and they might never recover. That's all. Protect the children. I don't give a shit what adults do. Do whatever you want. Like the British lady said. Well, I won't say it because it's kind of crude, but you get what I mean.
You know, I always bring this up. Go ahead. You good?
No, you got it.
Go
Go ahead.
All right. So I always bring this up when this topic comes up. This is ex-KGB agent Yuri Bezmenov from the 1980s. There's a video, an interview of him in 1981 speaking to an American journalist. And he spills the beans on the Soviets and what their plans were, how to topple the West. And in their plans, there's multiple avenues to topple the West, including mass immigration that we're seeing today, an influx of immigrants flooding the nation, displacing the American citizens, right? Causing a civil, racial, sexual division, right? So you have sex wars or gender wars, race wars, all that. It's part of the toppling. Just, it's divide and conquer. But on top of all of that, he talks about the encouragement of moral decay. He talks about traditional values about family, marriage, loyalty, and like the nuclear family being like completely teared down. And the biggest obstacle to toppling the West is the nuclear family.
I heard that, Lion. I heard exactly what you're talking about. You guys should see that. It'll bring shivers down your spine. And this guy, they killed his daughter because he was talking out about this stuff. I highly recommend you look into that. They say that the woke movement was started by the Soviets as a tactic against America to bring us down from within, to bring you guys down.
Without firing a bullet. Yeah, without firing a single bullet.
The biggest obstacle that he said was the family, the nuclear family, marriage.
Which is why you should. This is the reason when children bring these things up that they're being taught to them. You should start informing them why these things are being taught, and what sense does these things make, and why do you think people do these behaviors and teach these behaviors? You should start that critical thinking, immediately.
Yeah, that's a good point.
No Spike. Hey, how you doing, mate?
To mention this. Yeah. Also, I would say this stuff. Please, don't take your eye off the ball. Remember that all these G20s, they're all interlocked together here. So whether or not Russia really did start this thing to implode America from the inside, I find that a little bit difficult to accept. I think they're all working the same agendas here. They're working together. Remember, each government is at war with its own citizens for control.
Exactly.
So
no, there's no gay pride parades in Russia, Jin. I'm sorry, brother. Not this one. They might be working together on other things, but not this.
That's not what he's talking about. He's talking about they're all connected, whether they got gay prides there or not.
Yeah, they are connected. Yeah, I'm not gonna say no to that. Yeah, they're definitely connected where it suits them. Absolutely.
Well, technology too. If you guys pay attention, it all falls into it too. The NASA, the technology, the supposed science, billionaire, brilliant guys needing something done, paying another brilliant guy to do it because they can, and some other guy learned all this special, great, magical stuff, and it's going to make your guys' life a lot easier. Gas is going to be a penny a gallon tomorrow. Energy is going to be free tomorrow. You're going to have free electric cars. Oh, no, it costs more and more. Oh, hydrogen cars cost more. Oh, never mind. Sorry. There's no point for technology in the first place.
Yeah, it's a web. It's a web, and you try to figure out. I mean, yeah, good luck. But this woke movement is definitely here. Doesn't matter who brought it, right? It's definitely taking down the West, like really, really bad. I don't know, man. I don't know.
So, Yuri,
I
go
was
ahead,
hoping. Sorry to cut in there. My timing was bad. I was hoping. You go ahead. Sorry.
D-Mark, then
I
Jin.
was just saying, like what you said, Jin. Like all the people are being gone against by their own. No matter what the people are doing, it's going to be considered a woke movement to the government they don't like, because none of these people like to be scammed, paid $3 an hour, any of this shit. Not fed, not housed, not no heat, no. You know, nobody likes that shit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was hoping. Yeah, thank you. I was hoping that this woke thing was going to unite people, wake everybody up, and we unite, and then the good old fashioned bring down your government. But at the moment, people are so divided, as was put forward by you guys. Family divisions, racial divisions. We're a long way from that at this point. These people are lost out there, man.
If you don't mind, when you take down the government, what do you actually put in its place? A better one, or?
Well, of course, like you've asked me before, if it was me that was in control of that, obviously I am aware of the good people who are out there who want to live in harmony and peace without bombs and bullets going off, without chemicals in the water, without chemicals in the air, without GMO threatening to poison. You understand? Those people, there's millions of these people out there. You work together to bring about the world that you want, which was intended by God. And it doesn't have to be Bible bashing here. It's just living cohesively together without ripping everybody.
No.
Remember,
I'm asking you specifically, though. Do you want to take down all governments? Is that the thing then?
Remove the government as it is, remove it completely, and then put in people who want to do the job without power. These people don't have power to make law. It's the people that make the laws in the end and vote for the laws. They're there to ensure that the laws are abided to and companies are not polluting, etc., etc. That's all they do. They don't have power to start making situations whereby it is mandatory. That individual doesn't have that power. All that individual can do is do what the people want them to do. That's it.
What if the people want a dictator, though? What if the people end up wanting a dictator?
Yeah, the people are retarded.
I doubt that would happen. You brought that up before, Tora, and it was a good point. But I don't see people wanting dictators. I don't see that. I really don't.
I do.
People listen to the media. People want what the media tells them they want. People want what's programmed for them to want, even unknowingly, like the Stockholm thing. People they're like, no, this, and then they cry when they don't have certain things. And it's like, well, if you don't want this, that comes along with that. So you're gonna have to give that garbage up too.
The only way to do it,
when you hire someone,
is, let me just go real quick. You need like a team of leaders that just tell everyone how it's gonna be. Otherwise, like people can't decide for themselves. They're stupid. They just fuck it up. So you need based leaders.
Anytime, excellent point.
Anytime you hire someone,
re-education through the TVs, your YouTubes that you've got, programs that you have to watch in order to be unbrainwashed, if you will, clean out.
Let North go. Let North go.
You hire someone. Anytime you hire someone, they're supposed to do a specific job. If they're not doing that specific job, they get off of your property. So this is what I would say. I would say that when you are going to elect or select a president or someone to run the country, they have to have a plan. And that plan has to be given to you before they even get elected or selected. And if they don't start immediately, go according to the plan, then they're out. I don't care if it's a month, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you're out. That's what should happen.
Accountability, yeah.
Yeah, and sorry to cut you off there, North, earlier. I was just going to put forward to Andrew. It's re-education. It's key here. The realization that we've all been brainwashed has to be put forward so people understand truths are coming out. And what that would take a little while. Once everybody has realized that we've been duped and it's all been a farce, then we can work together a bit better, I think. Education is key to undo the brainwashing to the extent where they realize everything that's gone wrong. Yeah, go ahead.
That's the only way you can teach them that money was the wrong thing taught. The thing where everybody wanted gold, that was all the wrong thing in the first place. The commandments set up, like all the stuff that we've been taught thus far for the way that it is, it's not exactly right at all. And if you teach them, hey, the worth of what they told you today, like paper and this and that, 50 people ridiculing another person, I'd rather stand for the person being ridiculed than the 50 people trying to ridicule them, you know? But like, it's like money. What is money? What is true wealth? And what is truly getting a job done? Material is in the earth everywhere. All you have is trial and error and to do something. Step 1, you start. Step 2, you keep going. Step 3, you keep on. Step 4, you're done. Like money, right? It's not needed at all, but it's taught to everyone from some weird way that we have to have it.
Remember when they used to say entry level
That is well
jobs?
said there, Denmark.
Remember when they used to say entry level jobs, like people coming out of high school, and they would go get these part-time jobs or full-time jobs, and they couldn't make enough to have housing or food or the necessities to clean themselves or the clothes. So the parents would end up paying for the children to go to work, right? And that's basically what happened for many, many years. And I think that's part of the downfall. It's like, you serious? It's an entry level job. When I look at the man who calls the ambulance, he's just as important as the guy who drove the ambulance. And the guy who drove the ambulance to the hospital is just as important as the doctor who worked on the man. So everyone, the person cooking your food, like these little McDonald's shops that have old women, like old women and very young people coming out of high school, these are called entry level jobs. And for many years, people were getting nothing to work those jobs. In fact, their parents had to take care of them. That's what I've seen. And that's been a terrible issue, man.
Good point there. Now imagine that old woman that works at McDonald's. Why do you think she's there? That woman shouldn't be working there.
Because Social Security is not paying her but like $600-700 a month.
Exactly, brother. Yep.
To be able to retire every 10 years and get a watch. Now you got to work 70 years. You don't get nothing.
Yeah, and the entry level jobs and the whole thing with the minimum wage, the way they calculated minimum wage when they first came up with it was just take the food cost, not shelter, not clothing, not any other necessities, just the food cost, and multiply that by 3. And that's what you should be paid. And I don't know if anyone's trying to calculate that same kind of math today, eating healthy or not. I don't even know how they're trying to calculate these things, because they're not doing it according to the cost of living. It's really not.
Whilst we've been living through the last, well, let's say 60 years, all right, the Amish have flourished. They're enjoying a 500-year existence in the US currently. This year makes it 500 years, okay? And they have not suffered in any way, shape, or form. They don't have this transgender nonsense. They don't have any vaccine problems because they're not getting it, as you know, from what I understand. They don't get that. They're not on that program. They can grow their own food. They can their own food. So if there's an emergency, a disaster happens, they're well protected, the Amish. So we need to take a lesson from, look at what the Amish are doing that we've been dumbed down to forget. Okay, please
That's
look.
what it's all about.
There.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
There's a book about how, bad food leads to degeneration, physical degeneration. And then basically it causes people, like in Thailand, the reason why they're all trans is because they're physically degenerated from bad food. And you don't see that problem with people that are extremely healthy. And people need to earn money to get food. And the cost of living can go down severely if it's very easy to get these foods. Like, these things need to be more abundant, like raw animal food.
I don't think it's just the food. You can go through famine and not want to commit those deviant behaviors.
No, it's over. It's over generations. It's over generations. It takes. So there's like a 7-year cycle with the cells. The cells recycle and rebuild themselves every 7 years, and it takes about 5 generations to reach peak degeneration. So you get skeletal deformities. You get, people are just smaller, weaker, exactly, sterile, all that shit.
I could see people being, sterile, low testosterone, all of these things, men becoming more effeminate, but to actually choose the behavior, this is not.
They become retarded as well.
I would just like to finish. When they choose the behavior and they act upon the behavior, it's not 100% due to physicality, things in the physical realm, be it famine or whatever, over many generations. I would say that what it really is that people are self-consumed, self-gratifying, selfish. This is one of the most selfish acts you could do and act out, I would say. And I would say you would have to deny a creator and be more indulging in the creation and giving honor to the creation to gratify yourself more than a creator, and that's where that behavior and that choice comes from.
The thing is, though, the people that are very healthy would never make that choice. So, like, you could say that it's not all the physical degeneration and that there's like this satanic ideology, which is true, but the satanic ideology is only effective on those people that are degenerated.
When you say healthy,
but do they really have bad
what do you
food
mean
there?
by healthy? Can you define, like, what do you mean?
Skeletal deformities, no toxicity.
Yeah, there are many people like that are homosexual. There are many people that
I mean, blah. Like, reasonably though, you got to understand that that can't be the only leading cause.
It's the number one, easily, by far.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Don't they have good food there? Please, like, they have bad food there?
In Thailand? You're talking about Thailand?
Yeah, Thailand. Yeah.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's one of the worst.
But Blob,
really,
like before the pasteurization of milk and cheese, before the VAC, the jab, before modern industrial food, we've had this phenomena through thousands of years. Dude.
Yeah, that's actually talked about, where it's the same thing that would happen all throughout history. This is what happens, where people get really comfortable. They start living in very developed societies, and their practices in terms of health, they start to live like lavish and eat things that are degenerative and toxic. And literally, they like. So the book about it is called "The Disease of Kings," and it talks about how people will build a very successful society. You have all these super healthy warriors. They're very successful. Then they start living comfortably in these well-developed societies, and they start to degenerate from the food they're eating, and they all become trans. They all become gay and trans and sterile. That's literally what happens.
That would be very difficult to link.
Before they did any of those things, they replaced the creator with their self and their selfish needs. And it's all about them and those people. That's what it's about. And so that's where it comes from.
Hold on, let me get next one, Blob. So I see what you're saying, and there's historians that have kind of tracked this. You get from a hardy society who's been through war, been through depressions, been through famine, and then you get a society of complacent, lazy, like just debauch. Like you, I forget. I'm here. Give me a second. I'll pull it up.
They're spiritually
like Americans
retarded.
and Canadians now. You mean, Lion?
Yeah.
It's a cycle. It's a cycle of up and down, up and down. You go through war. You build up a good society for your children. Then your children have it so easy. They have everything they need, and then they get lazy, and their children end up suffering and going through debauchery.
Strong men make good times. That whole thing. Good times.
Yeah. Can you say that? Can you say that for me, dude? Say that phrase.
Good times make weak men. Weak
I don't
men
like
make
that phrase.
hard times make strong men.
I don't like
Yeah.
that phrase because good times wouldn't make weak men. That's a psyop. It's not good times then if the men are weak.
No, it literally does. That's what happens.
You're right. It gets soft.
Well, it's not good then.
Yeah, good times don't last that long typically because you get one generation to screw it up.
Easy
Yeah, maybe
times.
enjoyable
Just say
times.
easy. Just say
times.
easy time. Just say an easy time where there's nothing to do and you just sit around on your keister all day. You know, it's just say that. And then you have all this time on your hands to try to fulfill your selfish behavior to gratify yourself. Because that's basically what the majority of people do. They try to gratify themselves. And they don't put the issues of others above their own self. They rarely, and I mean rarely, do that. And that is the root of the issue. It's selfishness.
North, if you think about it, if you decide,
I'd like to interject with this viewpoint, and it's this: don't forget that today's young generation have taken so many selfies of themselves. They're insecure. These individuals, these new devices has now made it possible for them to enter what I call junk highway or junk avenue, where they're getting a lot of junk suggestions. That's where it's all coming from, and they're looking for their peers to be recognized. How do I make myself look a bit different from anybody else? And this is where it's coming from. You know, that's what I think is the problem, really. I wouldn't say it was food as such, although food, healthy body, healthy mind, I can agree with that to a point, yeah. But I think it's a psychological barrage on especially the young generation with these new devices. They're not mentally strong. You go back to the 60s, 50s, 30s, that stuff wasn't there, and we didn't have this problem. So
I'll give
clearly
you a
it's
prime
modern world
example.
with junk highway. Go ahead.
I'll give you a prime example. Today, you have men and women arguing, telling you, should the mother give her life for her unborn child? Do you want her to give her life? And I'm like, well, yeah, I would give my life for my child. I've lived a pretty good life. And if it was between me and an unborn child, I'll go save the child. It's not. It's about selflessness. It's not about selfishness. That's how you continue a society. And so, people who say that they're all about progressiveness and all about society and taking care of society, it's a bunch of malarkey. They're full of themselves. There is no selflessness now. It is
They're
it's
usually
lost the
organizations.
natural.
They're usually
Natural.
organizations like that try to adopt kids and do weird shit like that, and like the same people that like say, "Oh, we're gonna help your old people. Send them to our old folks' home. It's the best. We'll take care of." Yeah.
Yeah, right. It's natural affection has gone out the window. And there used to be a time when you could say even the wicked parents give their children good gifts. But now we have to say the majority of wicked parents would rather have their children dead. And they give them terrible gifts all the time.
So interesting that you bring this up, because when you start studying like the French Revolution also, and how they toppled their societies back then, and they promoted individualism over the collective, that's when you start becoming, selfish, because you start focusing about your own wants, your own gratification, and you'll put your wants before the collective society, before the family. And you start thinking like that, you start promoting, individual rights, and that will affect the collective, right? People think that our decisions don't have some type of consequence to your neighbors in your society, and it does. These decisions can affect society as a whole detrimentally.
Yeah, it's
The
like
homosexual lifestyle, abortions, all that. Go ahead.
It's like deciding to eat cake because you think it tastes yummy instead of like raw organs, and that literally alters your physiology and like the cells of your body and the frequency of your whole system. It literally is altering the cells of the society when people choose to eat cake, and it's satanic. It's Satanism. And it makes people trans.
Even cheesecake or like
If
funfetti?
it's raw cheesecake, then that's good.
Well, they don't say soy boy for nothing, right? It's like this estrogen stuff there. So
yeah, plastics and yeah.
Like Destiny.
I think those things can make you effeminate, and they can grow breasts and all these different things and make you have low testosterone. But as far as actually choosing and acting out the behavior, that's a fine line. It's not all about the food. There's other things going on.
Well,
And
the food.
yeah, the
The
choosing
food
I'm with you,
affects.
North. I
The
don't get
food
the
affects
choosing.
your spiritual like your intuition stuff. That's why they want people like drinking fluoridated water and dumbing themselves down on all this bad food. It makes the people retarded. And then it's like, so you use calories to create thoughts. So the energy that you have on your body is what you use to formulate the thoughts that are in your mind. You're creating a construct in the mental plane. And if the body is very toxic, it will alter the quality of these thoughts. It will alter your intuition. It literally makes you spiritually retarded when you're super poisoned and toxic, and creates femboys like Destiny. And this is what happens.
And Dean and Parker. Yeah, there's so many of them nowadays too, right? But when you say spiritual and then you kind of relate it to intuition a little, isn't that interesting? So are you kind of relating the mind to something that's spiritual?
Yes, because if you look, people know that like bacteria in your body will literally give you like cravings, and it will affect like your senses. So there's microorganisms in your body that literally give you like signals and give you information that alter it. It's like your intuition. It's like very deep, and it has to do with microorganisms. But yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you for expanding on that.
It's actually
Yeah,
why
Mode One.
we can't talk about medical talk. It's the only thing we can't talk about because it makes people trans.
have you heard about
I'd
the
like to
ostrich
say,
egg?
Heard about what?
I don't know if you guys have heard about the benefits of ostrich eggs, but look into that. There's a lot of benefits, and I think they're killing them in Canada right now. Is that true?
Is that thing
doing
clean?
what?
I hear the ostrich wasn't endowed with the wisdom to know not to trample on its own eggs.
I know, right? But that's kind of funny, isn't it? It being that the egg is supposed to be so beneficial, and I'm not going to say too many things about it because I probably can't. But this is what's being, spread today. The news about the ostrich egg and about the ostriches being, taken out even though they're not sick. Put the clean and unclean aside for just a second and look at what they're saying and then look at what they're doing. It doesn't even make sense, right? I mean, whether it's clean or unclean, we could discuss that later. But to have people, killing things that are not diseased and that they say are beneficial at the same time, speaking out of both sides of their mouth, it's weird, man.
Oh yeah, that's a concern.
They double speak about everything.
I didn't even know there was ostriches in Canada.
Listen, what about giraffe milk?
Giraffe is
Neither did
clean,
I,
right?
Lion, and I'm in
Giraffe is
Canada.
clean.
Yeah, giraffe's clean. Yeah.
Giraffe
Giraffe's clean.
milk. And then you're talking about ostriches, a huge bird. Then you got a huge giraffe. I mean, and then what about other big animals? How come they weren't used to like on the Flintstones, the cartoon, right? They're bringing home a Brontosaurus rib that's bigger than their car and knocks it over. Like, why wouldn't we go for like whale stuff or like ape or like just elephant stuff, like just something that from like a big species, and then like we get big too. I mean, I don't know that I think that would be the idea.
D-Mock, you
You ever
sound
have
big.
ostrich meat? D-Mock, you ever have ostrich meat?
No, sir, not that I know of. My dad used to give me all kinds of weird shit, so I couldn't guarantee it, but not that I know of.
I tried it once. It completely blew my mind. By the way, the meat is red.
It's
not
red
white.
meat.
Yeah.
That's the same with the crane, the sandhill crane. Before was concerned with clean or unclean, I've eaten the sandhill crane, and yeah, we call it the ribeye of the sky.
Wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, the cranes too, huh? Yeah.
Well, when I was little, I got steak, right? And come to find out, when I actually had some real steak, I was like, "What is this? This is pretty good, man. I like this." It was like, "What do you mean you've been eating that the whole time? I thought you said you eat steak." So I eat steak all the time. This ain't steak. It was like, "Yeah, this is steak." And I said, "Hey, Dad, what am I eating, and how come it don't taste like the steak that you make?" He said, "Oh, you've been eating liver." So ever since I was a kid, I ate liver, 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 and I thought it was steak because he said it was steak.
You like liver still?
No, I never really did like it that much then. I smothered it with ketchup and ate the shit. I smothered it with ketchup and ate it. Smothered it with ketchup.
It's super good for your liver, isn't it? I have it very rarely, like once every couple of months or something like that. But I like the sort of gravy it makes. But I've often thought of old I Level Up and thought, I wonder if I could eat this raw, and I just don't think I could.
I never
You can do
I
it.
never tried to eat it after the point that I was tricked to eat it. I've never tried to eat it since knowingly. But yeah, I think it's really good for you because like the doctors used to look at me weird when they do my tests and be like, I have too much or like too much of this. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? How can you have too much of those things?
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
There's a lot of animals that when they kill another animal, they'll literally just take one bite out of it and they'll just bite where the liver is at. Like birds do that, killer whales do that. They'll just take one bite and just get the liver.
You know, it's crazy. Blob, you would have loved it. Someone was trying to argue today about, or maybe it was yesterday, about like how we learned with science that it's smarter and it's easier on our tummy to eat food that's been cooked.
Yikes.
What's up?
Yeah, I was thinking this is a weird. This is like it's like you have to change your whole shit around. I was thinking about, and perhaps you could help me out with this eye level. I was thinking that perhaps if you could eat something so healthy, if we just think of the raw liver, for instance, that it could trigger like a detox and make you ill. It's
Yep.
completely backwards, right?
Exactly,
To
yeah.
what we think. Yeah.
It's sort of like how you were talking about quitting cold turkey. Like if you're say you drink alcohol every day for 3 months, your body, the frequency of all your cells, they're used to being very toxic. So if you abruptly stop that, it will alter the frequency of the cells and create symptoms and essentially trigger like a detoxification. It happens in both ways. Like you can eat something very healing, or you can stop ingesting poison abruptly. Both of those can trigger sickness.
Yeah, it's a very different way of looking at it. It's all. You have to think like you're in a sort of low level of toxicity constantly.
Yep. What is the sickness? I was getting ready to ask. How would you know whether the cure wasn't the sickness or the sickness wasn't the cure? And then like another thing that's weird even about like medical stuff or food or whatever. And on the I go back to cartoons and there's a reason for it. I know it sounds weird. He was like an ultimate thing until Spider-Man figured out a frequency hurt him. So you know how like a baby can scream and a baby's screams can like bother anybody. They can get like they can like pin like focus like something. You're like, oh dang. Yeah, there's something about the sound and stuff too.
Even with light, it's why like sunlight is very healing, but other wavelengths and radiation are extremely toxic. Like EMF radiation is extremely toxic. It interferes with bacterial function, like all the processes of the body are interfered with when you're getting poisoned with radiation, EMF radiation. Sunlight has the opposite effect. It actually boosts and helps your bacterial health and kind of like reverses that poisoning. And it's just due to the change in the frequency.
So it's a natural EMF versus. Go ahead. Sorry.
Exactly. Yeah.
When you're
It's just
speaking about the,
Go ahead.
when you're speaking about the food, and you got people from all over the world listening in, you have people from Hawaii and different places. These people should share some old seed, right? That's what we should do. And when we see things like seedless watermelons, and we understand they cross-pollinated 2 watermelons to make it a seedless watermelon, or basically have immature seeds, we should think that's a devolution. That is like a mutation. It's not beneficial to do anything with food that produces seed. We should not do those things to make them not produce seed that's mature, or anything like that. It's just, to me, it's stupid.
Yeah, like a lime. When's the last time you seen a seed in a lime?
Yeah, the seeds are being done away with, whether it's your food or your children. That's basically what they're doing, and it's not for the society. It's not for the well-being of the family and all of these people on Earth. It's selfish behavior again. All wicked actions are rooted in selfishness.
Yes, I agree.
It's a seed war. Someone said that once.
They don't even want to have people plant the seeds of truth in the mind, even.
People hate seeds, man. They hate seeds in their watermelon. They hate their children. They hate their children's children. Their children hate having children, or the idea of having children. It's absolutely a war on the seed, or a war on creation. In a sense, it's all about selfishness.
Totally. Well said.
Does anybody know anything about the current military? Anybody serving or has because I'm trying to convey a message to my buddy Mordwan that the American military is not what it used to be. It's like training, and due to the woke movement, morality has been down. Does anybody have info on that?
That's
Inside
been for a
info?
while. That's been for a while, man. Like I have many family members in the military in all branches, right? And when you call people heroes that go out and half step on the battlefield, and they either get themselves blown up, or they can't read a map, and they're in the wrong place, and they get blown up, we call them heroes. I'm sorry, you got lost, and you got blown up, and you were not prepared or well trained to go carry out the task. And that's what happened. I remember back in the day seeing these guys drive up and down the same road, going back to their base where they're going to eat chicken and steak. And it's like they're running over these IEDs every day. And I'm talking to these old men, and I'm like, why are they not dragging the road? Hook something up on the chopper, drag the road before these guys drive over it and get blown up and come home with, without their appendages, And that really upsets me also, because I've known people who've served during that time also in Iraq and different things like that. But yeah, it's really like that, SC. We're calling people heroes that go out and half step and get other people's lives put in danger, and their own, and they're not well prepared.
Not of their making, right? I mean, they're just there to serve their country. It's just that, what is it? The training, what do you think it is? It's all of the above: the degeneracy, the woke movement, lack of funds. What would you say it is?
Hey, Essie, I'm here. What is your question about the military? You're talking about morale?
I'm talking about morale due to the woke movement and also like military preparedness, but mostly morale, yeah, due to the woke movement.
Okay, so first of all, this is just my personal opinion. I do not represent the United States Army or the DoD in any way, right? But I've been in for 24 years now, right? I enlisted after 9/11. It evolves, right? Post 9/11, we were a very united country. There was a ton of people. There were so many enlisting, myself included, right? Because I initially was in the infantry before I went military intelligence, but they didn't have room for everybody that was signing up, right? And then as the war dragged on, everybody knows, like, oh shit, this was a mistake, and that ultimately has affected recruiting. It's affected morale. It's affected, the Army is not the only branch that can't, make their recruiting standards. The entire military is kind of suffering from that because it's just a different society. That being said, I will say that politics should never like we are supposed to be apolitical. We're not supposed to be political in any way. This is again my personal opinion. I think some of those lines got blurred, especially in the last really ever since Trump was elected the first time, and society got so polarizing that you would see some undertones of that in the military, which you hadn't seen before. And I do think there is an effect. I wouldn't know how to measure it, and this is just my sense, but I think there was an effect on the morale, of the military for the readiness part and for the training. Honestly, man, we have so much better shit now and so much better training when I first joined, because new technologies, new tactics, techniques, procedures. So I don't think the training portion or the readiness from how lethal we are as an army and as a military has really been affected by that. I think it's more of kind of in the morale realm, if that makes sense. But again, this is just my personal opinion.
With the
Well,
technological
I'll go with you rather than me all the way. What I'm saying is I've been hearing it from military people like colonels, generals, military experts, and they all say the same thing, like morale and stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. The biggest evidence is, right, that no one can deny is we cannot make our recruiting numbers. You know what I mean? People don't want to join. And I think a product of that was some of the politics actually getting into the military. And I don't agree with that. As a private citizen, right, I can go vote and all that other stuff. But if I put on my uniform and I go to a political rally, I can get prosecuted under the Uniform Code of Military Justice for that. We are not supposed to do that shit. And unfortunately, I think there were some leaders that actually did that and kind of got away with it, to be honest.
And then you hear stuff and please, ladies, don't get offended, eh? Please. Then you hear stuff they that they lower the physical requirements because they're having hard times getting recruitment, that they're lowering the physical requirements for women, and that's part of what's making the army less efficient, whatever. I don't know how true that is, but
yeah. So there's two schools of thought on that, right? So as far as lowering standards, I think there's an argument on both sides of the aisle for that. In some instances, I think I would agree with you. In other instances, I would disagree with you, right? But women in combat arms has proved to be not really a bad thing. Now, I will say not every woman can do combat arms. Not every woman in combat arms should be in combat arms, right? And then as far as the standards go, yes, they have changed. For part of my career, I was teaching ROTC, so that's, I was a assistant professor of military science. So I was, college active duty army officer. And like over the 4 years that I did that, right? Like at first it was like you never should have touched drugs, and then by the end of it, it was like, if they did drugs, it's fine as long as they're clean when they commission. Now I don't know, like if that like if you call that reducing standards or whatever, you know, because there's a lot of mixed feelings on pot. Like I personally think pot is less harmful than alcohol. But like, yeah, so like there is an argument for both. I would say it's kind of like the case. I wish I had like a more solid.
Breaking up, man. When you speak of morale, SE, and you think about the people that are joining the military, they're not doing it because they believe in. There's a lot of folks who are not just doing it because they believe in the country and they're willing to die and fight for what they believe in and protect their own land. There's a lot of people, that's not the reason they go. Just like preachers, the reason they go is not because they believe, they're going for a career. And so I think any man that's going to fight for a nation or for a land or for a people, you should be willing to die for what you're fighting for. And that should be the reason you should be fighting for what you're stating that you're fighting for. You understand what I'm saying? And so that's what I would say. And as far as all the technological advances and all the new weaponry and the advancements in the weaponry, that doesn't give you common sense. You know what I mean? To not get yourself and others put in harm's way. So there are many instances where you can see that even though these people had more technology to know where they were and ended up in a place that wasn't where they were supposed to be, and then they get blown up, or they travel the same road every day thinking there's going to be no consequences if they don't drag that road before people start driving up and down that road. And there's many other instances I could give you, but those are just a few. And when you have these people in the military, it used to be a thing where you can't be unfaithful, man. You can't be unfaithful to your spouse. But now you have people in the military, drill sergeants telling other men they're going to rape them or grape them or whatever. That happens. So I know a guy who knocked his drill sergeant out because of that. So those things happen, and then they brag about how many people they're sleeping with while they're out there in the field.
Are you serious, man?
Yeah, that goes on. And anyone here that's been in the military in the last 10 years, man, admit to it that is going on.
Yeah,
That's
I've heard
going
stories.
Also, so like your first point, first of all, I 100% agree with you. Like most of us that join, like, look, I know America has like, you know, it's made bad decisions, really stupid decisions. And like, I can admit that, even though I've dedicated my life to serving it, right? I think at the ultimate end of the day, right, America is still like the best country and the best shot we got at actually living in a free world. And I know people might disagree with me on that because of all these different things, but like, to be honest with you, after being in 37 different countries and seeing different governments, like, there's nowhere else I would want to be, right? To your second point on technology, you're absolutely right. The reason why the fifth principle of patrolling is common sense when you go to Ranger School is because you absolutely have to have common sense. So there is no amount of technology that is going to fix or give you common sense. So you're 100% right on that one as well. And then your third point about like, yeah, there's some dudes and folks that are doing bad things in the military. Dude, look at Abu Ghraib. Look at, you know, I could name a dozen controversies over my 24-year career that happened since I've been in. And honestly, man, it's just like any other organization. You're going to have bad apples. And you're going to have bad apples that are really bad. From espionage to doing, you know, sexual stuff. So, you know,
Yeah, you're right
that's
about
just going to be a thing.
There should be accountability, though. You're right about that, and there is some accountability, but it's not always brought to the attention of the people it needs to be. And I don't know if you know what long-range recon patrol is, but most people today don't. When you say LERP, they have no idea what you're saying. But yeah, that's what my father was. He was long-range recon patrol.
No, dude. So when I first came in, we had LERS, and then they did away with it. And here we are 2 decades later, right? And we're going back to large-scale combat operations, and we're like, maybe we need LERS again.
You got
So it's pretty
LERS.
fun.
You got LERS, but I'm speaking of LERP. LRRP.
They're
Long
so
range.
they're the same thing.
Basically, yeah.
Do you know about DEI training?
Yep.
Can you explain to the people here what that is? And do you know about the Air Force guy that was fired?
Which one
Because
is
he
he?
spoke out against that, and then Trump made him the leader of the task force. You hear about that dude?
Are you talking about Raising Cane?
I forgot his name.
Yeah, so this is where I get in, this is where I was talking about, where I think, politics kind of came into the military when it shouldn't have, and that was on the DEI front, that was under, the previous SecDef and, the previous administration. It was basically a very, I don't know, weird, my experience with it, none of it made sense. It was like, we have to make sure that we're including everybody, but if you're in the military, you have to have standards, and if they don't have the standards, get the fuck out. And honestly, that's the feeling of a lot of us. So I'm not a fan of it, but yeah, it did happen for a little bit. And then those that
His name is Matt Blomeyer.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. Yep.
Unbelievable, right? They fire him because of that, and yeah, it's crazy.
Well, the Trump administration now is, they're changing things. So, for instance, they removed the senior Coast Guard leader, right? Because she was all about DEI. They removed all DEI stuff in the military. They removed it, and then they also modified the new Army fitness test. So it's now called the AFT. It was the ACFT. And what they did was they made one standard for combat arms. So if you're going to be in the infantry, armor, field artillery, those combat arms positions, it doesn't matter if you're female or male, you're going to meet the same physical standards. And then for the support folks, because I'm now military intelligence, so technically I'm operational support, right? So for my branch, there is a female and male standard. So I'm okay with that. I think the combat arms definitely need one standard, because you got to be able to carry somebody if they're shot. You know what I mean? For instance, and that makes sense to me. For those of us that kind of sit, on computers and shit like that, maybe it's not as important. So I kind of agree with Hegseth's approach so far.
You got to be able to carry them
in combat. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, man, your brother, or maybe someone you're rescuing, or civilian.
Why do you think that women should be in combat?
So you're the last 3 guys. One of you gets shot, and all the other ones are dead around you. How many are you 2 carrying out of there?
One guy named Desmond Dawes, great point. One man named Desmond Dawes saved 77 people by himself, carrying them. Hacksaw Ridge.
What, their bullets ran out? They were like, fuck, shoot that. Hold on, we got no bullets. We got to go back to Paris. We got to go back to get some bullets. We have throw a rock at him. I can't hit him from here, Captain. Do something, run him over. I missed. I can't. He's getting 70 dudes in front of you guys. Somebody do something to him. We can't.
Got to be pretty strong to carry 70 people.
So I'm saying, but think about it. You're carrying 70 dudes while the whole army is trying to pot shot at you. They miss every time. You're the last guy, and none of them can hit you. And you get all the guys back safe. That would be a funny cartoon skit.
Your adrenaline is pumping, bro. So I imagine you wouldn't even be thinking about, how hard it is at the moment. You would just be in the moment doing it. And
Right.
people are
Imagine
trained
your
how
brother
to carry several people. So
It's true. Imagine seeing your brother calling you, "Come back for me."
Verdict, but what? Yeah, why do you think that women should be in combat? Thought I heard you say that.
I think some can do it. I don't think all. And I say that, Lion, because like I'm telling you, I have seen some women over my career that were capable of doing it. Like
that's not my argument. Is not that they're incapable. I've seen women shoot very capable. But that's just because they're capable doesn't mean that they should be in combat.
How can you judge the capability just by seeing a person? Like, oh, yep, they can do it.
Just at the range, and how much if they can handle stress or not. But I was gonna say, the reason I say it is because it changes the dynamics in the field. When you're out at war over the line, you have a girl on your platoon or in your squad. A lot of the guys are gonna baby her. They're gonna cover for her, right? And they're gonna prefer to cover her over the other guys, right? Because she's the girl, dude. It's natural tendency for men to protect the female, dude. So that right there is gonna throw off the dynamics. And then the second thing is like this, the sex stuff that happens out in the field, right? Like the girls always end up messing around, dude. When you're out in Afghanistan for 9 months, bro. What do you think's gonna happen?
So I will say that
choo choo.
So that was a big concern for a lot of folks when they first started doing that. Because and this was a conversation that we would have at work. You know what I mean? What is it going to be like when in my infantry platoon we have a woman? Like, are people going to like want to protect her? Is that going to jeopardize, the thinking and all the other stuff? And really, I'll be completely honest, man. Like when I say that some are capable of doing it, they're the ones that go in there, and it doesn't happen because they're an alpha, just like we are. So like, I'm serious, man. And now, how many of those versus how many females there are? I would say it's not a lot. So that's why I say I think some are capable.
That's what I'm saying. Like but you're focusing on the exceptions, right? The exceptional women that are morally and ethically right, even when nobody's looking. Nah, dude. Well, I'm not talking about the exceptional women, dude. I'm talking about the average woman. In general, they're gonna be sleeping around, dude. Because even when I was in the military, dude, there was women getting like gangbanged, dude, like on base.
Yeah, sure.
And the guys heard about it. We talked about it. Everybody talked about it. And that's on base, dude. Never mind when you're out in freaking 9 months out in war, dude, dry and haven't had any pussy or any, you know what I'm saying? Like shit's gonna happen, dude. That right there is gonna throw off the dynamics of war, because then you're gonna have like romantic affairs and people drama, and this guy's jealous because he's getting some and he's not. Dude, that like distracts you, dude. Never mind the shit that's going on at home. It's already a distraction as it is. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think Tom and Billy?
You just directly blame the guys for it.
So why can't those guys be the exceptions, whereas the guys who are more well behaved are the rule? You're focused on the exceptions. Unless you got details and data like percentages of how many gangbangs were participated in per male soldier.
No, I'm not focused on the exception. The exception is the minority, right? The minority are the women that actually are.
I'm talking about the men. What about how many men are the exception who say, no, I'm not going to gangbang a lady today?
So do you think that makes sense, though?
Yeah, most men are dogs, dude. Most men will bang if they got the chance. Dude, you kidding me,
dude?
Think
about that mentality, though. Do you think back in the 1400s or whatever, when they're like, the redcoats are coming, let's all go have sex in this room over here? No, you didn't. That should not be the thing that's on your mind right now.
That's what I'm saying. And not only that, dude, but I've heard like sodomy's gone up exponentially, dude. So now there's guy and guy action going on too out there, bro. And that's what people don't want to talk about, because right? It's Sean. It's nobody wants to talk about.
It's the sergeants.
Sounds like you got to get your men in order, sir.
Yeah, you got to get your sergeants in order.
Yeah, settle those war dogs down, man.
They shouldn't be allowed in, and people aren't willing to die for Laws, they shouldn't be allowed in.
That's
Yeah,
why
people got
that's why the
court-martialed. When I
first
was
new
in,
one.
dude, men got caught, dude, and got court-martialed because of it. And I'm glad that even during Obama's administration, when women were first allowed in combat, there were still men getting court-martialed for sodomy, because that's part of the military code.
I've always wondered why they call the new ones privates. Get your privates over here. Let's look at your privates. Like, what? Hold on a minute, sir. What are you saying right now? Don't worry about it. It's not harassment. I said privates. I know.
I just posted the guy that got fired for saying DEI was no good, and that Trump made him leader of that department. Just posted it.
That would be a shirt, an army shirt that says "Show me your privates" and have like little sergeant markings on the side. I don't know.
You got to turn your head and cough in the army still, right?
That'd be a good shirt. Turn your head and cough.
I think even to joke about the behavior that people choose today, that's wicked and selfish and dangerous for their partner and themselves. I think even joking about that behavior or hinting at it, you should be out. You're not serving.
I think they should be focused on I don't even think there's a point for what they do most of the time. A lot of them, they're all just shackled up and can join together for nothing, really, just to just for show. Most of it. And then it makes all these people do all this shit, leave home and all. It's crazy. All the money they have for all this just ridiculousness. Gobs of money, sending people to sit and paying people all the stuff. And then how B-Ball or whoever that's in the military said that one guy orders all this stuff and then he's gone. The next guy comes in what's all this stuff that Bob ordered? And Bob's already got huh? You mean the military can't even keep track like a school? Come on.
You guys know Jeffrey Sachs? Professor Jeffrey Sachs?
Nope. Any thoughts?
Well, let me introduce you to this dude. Very smart dude. And yeah, he breaks down a lot of this stuff. Military and political and the usurping and there's all of it. He talks about all of it.
Such a big money laundering thing all the way around for lots of groups and lots of people who just want to hold that position as whatever. Then you got a million of these and a million of those, and it's just weird, isn't it?
A little old lady has to work at McDonald's because she doesn't have enough money in her pension, right? But yet the government is giving out billions of dollars for war. So take it from there.
Toilets for $1 million.
That's the USA for you. Look at any other countries, very different though.
What if we reversed it? All female on the front line. That sounds like
They
madness.
probably figure out how to make peace before us.
There's one good scientific reason to keep female combats to a minimum. Because one guy could repopulate your tribe if he's the only survivor, and all the women stayed home. But if all your women die, your tribe is done.
Bro, you don't get to vote if you don't go in the military. How's that?
You sound like a Starship Trooper fan.
No, only people in the military get to vote if we go to war or not. How's that? Enlisted men.
Democracy, retaliation? I thought democracy was a bad idea in those sorts of situations.
No, only.
We going
only
with a
in times of war.
51% majority to go to war or not, or what? 2/3 majority?
66%. That's more than 2/3. That's more representative than 50-50.
Was it Israel? You required 2 years service.
In South Korea.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know how many years it is in South Korea, but
South Korea's 1 year.
Yeah, but that's what makes America different than regular democracy, is that we have a republic, dude, where it is 2/3 of it's a super majority to make bills.
what about
to elect
declaration of war
presidents.
though? Is that 2/3 also? I forget.
Yeah. 2/3 of Congress, the congressional seats.
Would the United
Pretty sure.
Kingdom,
I'm pretty sure.
I have a question. Would the United Kingdom be defined as a kingdom or empire in this current
It used
state?
to be an empire. Now it's nothing.
So it's just a kingdom then.
That's nothing.
It's just a kingdom.
They're all
A
kingdoms.
pretend kingdom. Yeah, it's
pretend
literally,
kingdom.
militarily, monetarily, it's nothing, and pretty soon, culturally, it's going to disappear.
No, that's only in London and Birmingham. Manchester, it's still the same. Everywhere else is still the same. It's just London and Birmingham. I tell you
Give
from
him time.
experience.
Give him time.
Give it time. I honestly, no one wants to move to Manchester or anywhere outside of London, Birmingham, because it's just shit everywhere.
Who has more power, the prime minister or the king?
I'd say the prime minister, even though
Really?
the prime minister means to serve the king.
The king has no power whatsoever.
Yeah, he doesn't.
I was just wondering.
Even though the word
Lion,
prime
we
minister
actually
means-
have someone above the prime minister. Maybe you've heard of it, the lieutenant general. They're the middleman
Wait,
between
where-
the royal.
Where are you from? When you say
I'm from
we, what do you
Canada
mean
as
we?
well. Oh yeah, I'm from Canada as well.
All right. No, I was talking about England. Don't they have also a prime minister?
Yeah, we have a prime minister. but
Yes, yeah.
Prime minister here means supposed to serve the king. In reality, it's just
However, if I'm
serving
not
the
mistaken,
king.
the prime minister in England isn't even allowed. Well, no, I guess he can be invited. There's actually another district of London that's completely separate, similar to like Washington and DC. You got Washington
That's
DC.
the banking area, right?
I think it's the financial area of London you're talking about.
Yeah.
Now he's talking about that area that's like, yeah, there's a specific area that, yeah,
It's near Westminster.
London.
That's what I know.
yeah, it's a segregated area because they had all these marble arch and all these arch stations, which were the boundaries of the original city of London.
Yeah.
What's this whole thing with the Queen or now the King having power over Canada and certain
Yes,
British colonies?
Commonwealth.
Apparently, the king is Muslim. Apparently, the king. I don't know how true that is, but some crazy
If he
stuff
was,
going on
Diana
over
would
there.
have died. If he
I think
was,
it's vegetarianism.
if he was Muslim, Diana would have never died. Let's be real.
Like I said, it's a rumor, and I don't know how true it is. But and by the way, they're not British; they're German, right? You guys know that?
Yeah. And Philip was Greek. And Philip was
Germanic.
Greek.
English is Germanic though, so it's not.
Yeah.
That's surprising.
The British
German
royal
family.
family is German. They're all German.
Yeah, but English is an Indo-European language, but it's German. It's a Germanic Indo-European language. English in general, dude.
Yeah.
History.
Go ahead. Whoever was trying to talk.
And you have places like Saudi Arabia, so it's just like kingdoms of fuck what.
You guys know what's going on in Africa right now? All the ex-colonies that the French and the British had.
Which one specifically?
Well, what's his name? Hold on, I got a brain block. The guy's name is Traoré, and Burkina Faso, I think it is. Yeah, I think it's Burkina Faso or Burkina Faso. I'm sorry, but I'm not. You heard of that guy? The captain, Captain Traoré.
Yeah, the French colony.
That's right.
French colony.
Yeah. So what's happening right now is Africa is waking up. They're throwing the French and they're throwing the British out. And they're taking control of their lands, their mines, their minerals. It's a big awakening, which I'm sure most Americans have no idea what's going on, or Canadians, but that's to be expected.
We used to discuss it about 20 years ago, and we would, say to each other, if Africa unites, what are we going to do? What are you going to do, man?
Realistically,
there's nothing you can do.
Realistically, we are fucked. They have nuclear sources. They have so much diamond and gold, so much which they can use against us. Even have some bright minds as well in certain areas. They can literally, if Africa bounded together as one nation, the whole world is just.
Well, there's one thing we could do, North. We could. Well, they would, if they were Christian, that would be the solution.
You could say that about any country, though. Really.
Some countries, though, like majority Christian in Africa would probably be only like 3-4 countries, like South Africa, Nigeria, Tanzania, and probably Mauritius.
That's what's keeping him down, though. Right? For my opinion, dude, that they've been cursed for thousands of years, dude.
Yeah, I mean, have you heard of Mansa Musa? That was the golden age of Africa.
See this dude here that I just posted? This dude is going to take Africa right here. This man right here.
And what else is good is that Africa is also part of BRICS as well, South Africa, which is really, really good for them. But yeah.
This guy here. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You explain. I was just commenting.
Yeah, everybody should watch this video, especially if you're a black dude, right? And you want somebody to look up to for pride. This is the guy right here. If you hear this speech, your freaking hairs are gonna stand up, man. This is one of the best speeches I've ever heard.
Don't feed people propaganda, bro. Don't tell people to go to the propaganda, man. I think I did watch that, and just like any other propaganda, I mean.
No, this ain't propaganda, bro. This ain't propaganda.
I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is people are going to buy into the propaganda of one specific race looking up to someone. When you start doing those things, that's kind of dangerous, man. That's a slippery slope. You can agree with someone. I'm saying you can agree with the man, but don't present it in such a way to be like all of the African Americans should look up to this guy, or you want someone to look up to, listen to this guy. There's more to life.
Well, that's why they can never get anything done, because they have pride.
I've heard many speeches. I've even heard this one. But there's one speech that always resounds in me. It's from a kid's show as well. But it will resound in you forever. 1 second. Let me copy and paste it real quick. It's really, really powerful as well.
No, but I don't get Nord's objection. Like I'm giving African Americans a figure to look up to instead of Snoop Dogg or bitches shaking their asses. What's wrong with that, bro?
Damn, dude.
I get it.
Can they look up to a white man, Essie?
The African I look to is probably Muhammad and Sadio Mane.
I'm not saying that, I'm not pointing out things that the guy said that was wrong or right. That's not the issue. The issue is a whole people group looking up to one man. That's what I have an issue with.
Unless it's Steve Irwin.
Looking up to things.
Well, okay, like don't deify the guy, but yeah, the message, like, stand up, don't be oppressed. We can be the destiny of our own future.
But
I like
remember
that.
what we just spoke of. If Africa unites, what are you going to do? If they have a certain feeling about a certain group or anything like that, when you present it in such a way that there's a certain group that needs like reciprocity, all of these things become issues for everyone.
Look, I didn't mean it as an insulting thing. I just meant that as I don't know, somebody to look up to. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like Martin Luther King or what George Washington or whatever. Name a figure, man.
Black people in America don't want to be associated with Africa, dude.
And vice versa.
Really?
Yeah, dude. They don't like, even the term African American might be a little offensive for them. They just want to be considered black, not even black, dude. Just American, dude. They don't even want to be classified as Black Americans. They're just Americans.
And I've heard Africans don't like all the like black culture in America. Like, they don't like.
That's right.
Yeah, Africans don't like black culture, and black culture don't like African culture, dude. There's like even though they have the same color skin, they hate each other, dude.
Are you serious?
They'll never unite.
Yes, I'm serious. I know that. I grew up around black people.
Sadio Mane.
And even the Americans that claim a tribe in Africa, when they're questioned about which tribe do they claim, and their roots, when you start looking into that tribe, you might find some disturbing things, or you might find some great things. I'm just saying, you might want to look into what they're claiming, and what those those will be issues also.
Yeah, are they Muslim or are they Christian? Which one would you prefer?
I don't determine based on religion.
Well, if they're worshiping a dude like Muhammad who was mounted by 5 men, literally, that's what the Hadith say, then I think that's probably a bad option.
But yeah, I actually respect Africans in America, like that migrate to America, probably more than I respect Black Americans. Black Americans more the ghetto type, the hood type, where the Africans, they're still humble and they haven't been tainted by gangster hip hop.
Especially Nigeria.
They're claiming Native American. So you have
Nigeria is one of the most wonderful people. If you've ever met someone from Nigeria, you're honestly shocked by how nice they are. Usually,
I have.
SE, are you aware that some of the black people in America now are claiming that they're natives and they're not from Africa at all?
No, bro.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's crazy. It's crazy.
There's that too. No, it's true though. It's true.
Yeah,
I know it's crazy, but it's true.
So does the cold?
So you're gonna tell me if a black African comes to America in the hood, they're not gonna accept him as a bro?
No, they will, but there's a culture clash. They're culturally different. They're completely different.
Yeah, of course.
You got one. Yeah.
I think it's the other way around.
Yeah, like pick up a guy born and brought up in, let's say, Lagos, Nigeria, a Nigerian person of Nigerian descent, born in, like, let's say, Chicago. They're gonna have very different values.
Yes.
Well, come to think of it, I saw an interview with Morgan Freeman, right? One of I think my favorite actor, to be honest. And they asked him, "Are you African American?" He goes, "No, I'm not African American. I'm just American." And he got like pissed off, like. So I kind of understand what you're saying now. Yeah.
Have you ever seen the movie Guess Who's Coming to Dinner?
I think I have. I can't remember.
Or
it's old. It's very old. But in it, Sidney Poitier says to his father, who's black, "Stop labeling me and calling me a black man. I'm a man. I'm a man. I'm a man." And that I would say, disconnection to Africa that's being spoken about is the fact that you were saying if an African came and moved into the hood, there'd be a culture clash. Why would I associate myself to where my culture is not?
I kind of get that. Yeah.
We're all Africans, whether we're brown, we're black, we're paler than brown. It doesn't matter. So we're all Africans, right?
Yep.
Egyptians are brown. Egyptians are dark brown. You got, I mean, it's just
white Egyptians.
You know what I used to think about the Dark Ages? It was when a different class probably ruled, and then the other class was mad about it, and then when they finally got ahead, they called it the Dark Ages and the Ice Age and all this other shit, and that's not what it was at all. At all.
History's written by the victors.
Yeah, there was
really
actually a lot of cultures that were in power. You're right. Or
yeah, like
were in the
England used to be, was it, in charge by the Saxons, and then in the Dark Ages, William the Conqueror comes around. Like,
or the Conk.
Very different.
Have you guys ever heard the theory that King James was black?
Which James? Which one?
They're making everybody black now. Even
You
Cleopatra
don't
is
believe
black.
that shit.
Oh, they made Professor Snape black. Why
Fuck
Professor
blackwash.
Snape? of all people?
I will say, like, if there's anywhere that, like, if there's anywhere I could tell that, it would
Like,
be
if you're gonna
the
make
dark.
something if you're gonna make something that's historical, at least make it accurate. At least, if you're gonna make a
Wasn't
movie,
Snow White made black?
Yeah, Shakespeare was black. King James was black.
No,
Which
listen,
one of the
listen.
guys in the desert was pure white?
Jesus was black.
First
George
president.
Washington was black.
But
I have a
weren't all
question.
these people from like desert areas and desert moms and dads for like centuries? Like,
Do you think that Jesus was white?
I don't think Jesus was white.
He definitely wasn't. Listen, I don't even want to start a race war in here, but he definitely wasn't black, dude.
He had blonde
No,
hair and blue eyes.
I haven't made the argument
Jesus
that he was. My question was
brown.
Yeah,
I don't even know if he was brown. He might have been more of a lighter tone. No, but he might have been light. Like he might have been.
Why?
He might have been like.
Why is that? Why?
He probably
I'll tell you why.
Was it California tan?
What about the
Historically,
Nephilim? Were the Nephilim
at
white
the
or
time,
black?
hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on. I'll get there. Historically, at the time that Jesus was around, the Israelites were white, dude. Now, granted, it was a mixed multitude, but there was a lot of Romans and Greeks mixed in, right? And basically, you couldn't tell a Jew from a Greek apart by the color of their skin. They were so mingled at that point. It was impossible. Now, granted, there's certain Greeks that might be a little more olive tone, but it's very hard to discern. And you read the early texts, there were certain Jews that were masquerading as Greeks, and you couldn't tell them apart. You couldn't tell them apart.
So if you just look at the line of his mother, allegedly she comes from a dark ethnic group.
That's not true. Why would you say that?
I could show you.
Let's not start a race war. But anyway, moving on, like the misrepresentation of like history as well through like races is also like really bad these days. Like look at the Snow White film that released, yeah. It was based in, what is it, 1600s Germany, and then in the background you see like people, you see Indians, you see Mexicans. That's not even accurate. Like if you're gonna make a historical movie, make it fucking accurate.
Yeah, it seems like attacking white people is in vogue right now. That's what it is.
Bro, all human lives matter. Why are you making it all about one race? All human lives are equal, bruv.
Well, that's what the Satanists are doing. They're attacking white people. And it's like, okay, the evil people who want to enslave everyone are attacking one group pretty easy to figure out what's going on.
Why are you making your own group dominant? Just that's the same shit that happened.
No, that's what the
years
Satanists are
ago.
doing. The Satanists are doing that.
When you try to accurately represent what happened in history and what people own what land and those different things and why there's animosity towards other groups that look different from themselves, you have to take into account all of history, including, you know, the Bible that everyone speaks of. And after the Tower of Babel, no one really speaks a lot about it, but after the Tower, supposedly what the scripture says is that these nations were given land. So it wasn't one nation that was given land like Israel. All the nations were given land, and these people were spread out. Not only did they take slaves with them and people who looked different and probably spoke different languages because they were just split up in the language, they took those people with them as slaves, as different things and entertainment. But then you started having animosity towards the other groups and the blame from the city that had just got toppled and they had to leave and disperse. You would have people blaming each other. And so I think a lot of that and a lot of taking other lands from that point, that's where we need to go back to, is what land did he give what people, and who has a right to what land? That's what we should go back to. What does it actually say? And I think everyone would have a point. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's where you get into like inheritance and a lot of land that was allotted to you and your family, and jurisdiction and borders.
Yeah, and if you went to that land and you fought for that land and you were not selfish and you were selfless and furthered your seed and your society, and you trusted in the creator who gave you the land, who created the land for you, you wouldn't have to do business with your enemies. Your enemies would fill your dinner table with food. And they would do that for many reasons, but one reason would be because no one could touch you at that point. But that's not how people move anymore. So that's why we have all the issues with people doing business with their enemies and things. I mean, why? Who could think of such a thing? Why would you line your enemy's pockets with money to buy weapons when they've already declared you an enemy?
You know what the biggest export of the United States is right now?
People?
Weapons.
People? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of obvious it's the United States.
Yeah, they're big ticket items.
They love selling weapons.
And some you give away, but yeah, most of them you sell. There's one country that you give them away, but yeah, everybody knows what I'm talking about there.
Hey, we gave them away to Afghanistan too, dude. Remember? We pulled out. We left all that stuff behind on purpose.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was an embarrassment, bro. Oh my god. And they used it for the military parade, by the way, right? ISIS or whoever took it over, they used it for their military parade. They were parading Humvees, bro. The terrorists.
I know we left a ton of ARs, dude, AR-15s with the ACOG scopes and all the futuristic gadgets hooked up to them.
You left heavy equipment too, bro.
I heard they left night vision, you know, the night vision binoculars or whatever, the headset, they left stuff like that behind too, bro. So now the enemy has AR-15s with American night vision. It's gonna be crazy, dude. If we ever have to go back over there.
Let's be real, they have a hard time already figuring out how half the stuff works. So I'm pretty sure we're fine for now until they figure out.
Any of you guys remember watching the news?
Some of that shit is complicated to operate sometimes, but some of them are easy. But then the maintenance of them as well is sometimes complicated.
Have you heard of the Houthis?
Hey, SC, do you ever remember watching, or anyone, do you remember watching the news when all of the things were going on in Afghanistan, and you've seen these ISIS people, and they would have like 13, members of ISIS, and like 4 or 5 of them, maybe 3 of them would have their face blurred out, but everyone else's face you could clearly see. Do you remember that?
Yeah, there were Americans with them. We made them. You guys made them. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, they were there to combat the Russians.
Then you also have Pakistan harboring and making terrorists for them, and then just outright denying they'd make terrorists, and just going to the media, and look all over.
Pakistan is #1 in terrorists, next to Turkey. Turkey is #2, but Pakistan pulls them out like like a military college. Look what they did to India just a couple of weeks
If you
ago.
look at Pakistani media, all it's about is just spreading fake news and stuff like that about like wars, about terrorism and stuff like that. And with it, during the skirmish between India, they used the game Arma 3. The official Pakistani government used the game Arma 3, bring down 2 in Rafah.
What's that?
Fun. It's basically like a military game. Like they used a video game to prove that they shot down Raphael's eye in real life, which is kind of bullshit. Like, no, you can look on it. It's literally all over the news. Pakistan is a nation of liars, man. Let's be real, because they lied about knowing about Osama bin Laden. Either that or they're incredibly stupid. Then they also lie about a lot of attacks they made on India, which is clear. It's very clear once the terrorists were caught, or once possession from them were caught, that they were making terrorists for India. And they've also contributed to so many aircraft hijackings and stuff like that.
You're always going to find lies in military strategy, because this deception is like key. Deception is key in war, and even martial arts. Deception is key. So I would like let me just finish, bro, please. Please. Yeah. I'm not like speaking against you or anything. I'm just stating a fact. I'm just stating a fact that when you look in war and you look in any kind of martial art, you're gonna have deception as key. And so when you hear about people creating an enemy, I'm sure everyone here has heard the enemy of my enemy is my friend for the time, right? So there are times when you'll create a situation that will seem like it's, it shouldn't be what you should be doing, but it's actually beneficial to you and it serves a purpose. Now, a lot of times those things backfire on people, but we would not have to do those things if we would go back to what I was originally saying. If we didn't deny the Creator and do business with our enemies and entertain such selfish things, we wouldn't have to do those things. We wouldn't have to deceive people in war. We would just walk in, and that's it. So that's a lot of things that people do not consider when they're saying, "Oh, you created these people, and what are you doing that?" And there are reasons sometimes for those things. It's beneficial, so it doesn't always turn out to be beneficial. It actually backfires, and they admit to that a lot of times.
Yeah, but I mean, letting a country like Pakistan just, fuck around with nukes and stuff like that, it's very dangerous considering they're passed with terrorists as well. Like, if anyone bad, let's say, got their hands on that, we don't fucking know what they can do.
What do you think about the United States creating the idea that there's like terrorists and nukes and these people, and they're basically creating a threat so that the U.S. Army can just go in and fuck it up?
Have you watched Avengers: Age of Ultron? Yeah, Tony Stark said a quote in that we are too powerful. No, Vision said a quote: "We are too powerful. Power attracts enemies." Something like that.
Everyone deserves to have their own weapon to protect themselves, and everyone should have a weapon equally as powerful as someone else. But if you consider someone an enemy, and they consider you an enemy, and you have both declared each other enemies, then go to war and let God decide. Stop monkeying around with the people and just killing people. Just go ahead and do it, man. Just go ahead and do it and let God decide.
Yeah, Pakistan, for example, they use terrorists to try attack India and then try provoke a war. I don't, and because they've lost 2 wars already, no, 4 wars, sorry, against India, and I don't understand why they just can't just go fucking attack them like proper old men. Why do they have to rely on fucking terrorists to do their dirty work? Nations like America, Russia as well, they should be going out against each other. They don't, because they know they'll just destroy everything. They don't want that. Yet they're just making this narrative of themselves.
I say make peace, not war, but doesn't seem that that message gets through to our world.
It's not going to happen. When you have different ideologies, that's never going to happen. It has to be supernaturally taken care of, because you're always going to have different ideologies. If it's up to man, there's always going to be different ideologies. That's clearly the case. There's no running away from that. So there's always going to be war. It's going to be until it's supernaturally addressed.
Well, there are people out there that think we are run by lizard people, right? You do know that.
Yeah, that's a different ideology. So you have all these different ideologies. Just among the Christian people in America, you have thousands of different ideologies. Thousands. Just among Christians, people who call themselves Christians. And they go by one book. They have one book, SE. They have one book. And they can all go to the original languages, every one of them. They all have that opportunity to do that. But they all get a different message and preach a different message. And, you know, that's just clear, man. And that can happen in that group. It can happen amongst the Muslims. It can happen amongst the Buddhists, anyone.
It can happen against anyone, any group. Like, because every human is different. No 2 humans are the same. Let's be real.
Well, I've always said that religion is used to control. So, I mean, that's hardly news to anybody, right?
Yeah, but it's the religion. It's not.
I'm not talking about believers like North and that. I'm talking about organized religion. Let's get that straight.
Yeah, it's not about the text, because if the text was, see, there's two documents that are highly and just interpreted by everyone.
For example,
like
one
the
imam
Constitution and the Bible
could make a sermon, right, and can stir up like a whole city. Just one imam or one preacher.
When it comes to the Constitution or the Bible, in this country, you have many interpretations. That's been my experience. I don't know if people are illiterate. I don't know.
It's just different opinions, and sometimes.
What's going on with Iran? SC, have you heard any news?
Oh yeah, they're fixing to bomb Iran, and that could start World War III for real, because Iran. Sorry.
They're fixing what? Sorry.
They're fixing to bomb Iran. They want to bomb the nuclear installations. Of course, Israel wants to do that. I have a sense that Bush is doing pushback, but I'm not sure if it's sure or anything. But yeah, that's the plan. The plan is to attack Iran.
I know someone who lives in Iran. They said in nowhere is really that safe from Israel.
Yeah, but Iran is like a very strong country, big country.
Yeah.
They like I'm not a military guy, right? But I follow this stuff, and apparently they stand no chance. Israel stands no chance against Iran.
Yeah, even
some say even with the help of the states. Sorry.
Even even if Israel have the backing of let's say the US and stuff like that, they still can't stand up to Iran.
Correct. That's what the military strategists are saying. Yep, because Russia's gonna step in and help. Like what's happening now in Ukraine, the Russians are dying for us to attack Iran. Like they're praying we attack Iran. Yeah.
Yeah, because Iran, what they have, not only do they have the entirety of the Arab League, but they also have many powerful nations as well. Not only Russia and China, as well as that.
Right, and they've been preparing for this war. They have rockets, they have underground bases.
Iran has so many countries backing them. Israel won't, and that's the truth.
Yeah, Iran can't do shit. And that's because of the way Syria went. If Syria,
but the thing is, Iran's not Syria.
No, I know, but the problem is that Syria is in between Israel and Iran, and Syria is now under the rule of Gilani, and they are not friendly to the Iranians. So the Iranians basically had to pull out of there. The Iranians can't do shit. They can fire their inaccurate rockets all they want to. Their stockpiles won't last very, very long. So to say that Iran, can fuck up Israel, I would highly beg to differ. Yeah, the Israelis would mop them like straight off the map if they wanted to.
What about the situation in which they have no U.S. support? Given the whole Netanyahu saying, like, we have to wean off of U.S. support, and Trump essentially being
let's compare the militaries, air forces, and stuff like that. Like, it's very tight, but Iran actually makes it higher than Israel in terms of that. The reason Israel are ranked higher is just because.
Yeah, because also in a situation to where Israel is fighting Iran, it's not like the Palestine stuff that just goes away. Like,
Israel demolished not only Hamas, but they also demolished Hezbollah. Like they're all gone.
Yeah.
So like to say that the Iranians
have a major leadership left.
Well, to say that the Iranians are going to come and fuck up Israel, it's not going to happen, bro. It's not going to happen in at least 2 generations. Period.
Now, Israel is, look, you're a military guy, right? You know more about this than me, but surely you know that Israel's been fighting women and children and guys with machine guns that are, barely have anything. They haven't fought a real army, bro. You know what I'm saying? You think these ragtag Israeli soldiers that are used to killing women and children can stand up to a hardened army without U.S. backing? They're already not going and they're not going back to their duties because they're being they've been whipped by Hamas, bro. And to think that Hamas is defeated, you're delusional, bro. They have more men now than they did in the beginning.
Hamas have the media on their hands, and Hamas have a lot of people still left. But a lot of major leadership structures in Hamas have been toppled. The same with Hezbollah. A lot of major leadership has been toppled, but they still have a relatively large amount of people supporting them. You even have Irish people supporting them. I've seen pure Irish people supporting both.
I mean,
there was a group of rappers who got fined for saying comments that they support them in one of their songs.
I get what you're saying, bro, but like the Arab-Israeli war, just look at the history. It'll be no different if Iran actually tries to attack Israel. Like they have no ground lines of communication anymore because Syria, the Assad government got toppled. Like the Iranians were, if you go back in history and you remember like the Silk Road, right? One thing about the Iranians, they plan on like 100-year timelines, right? So they have these goals. They were trying to do that whole Silk Road thing again, have access to the Mediterranean, and it failed. They have gotten set back generations on any power projection going to the Mediterranean because of what happened in Syria. So you couple that with a military that is not as capable as the Israelis without U.S. support, right? Just Israel versus Iran. That's all I'm talking about. Israeli capabilities far exceed that of Iran. I mean, far exceed it. Probably on the magnitude of 2 to 3 times, like just in firepower, training. It doesn't even come close. So unless Iran had Arab allies, it's not.
They would.
It's not going to go anywhere.
They have bigger allies than that, Russia and China. Bro, I think you have to brush
They
up
even
on
have
your.
North Korea as well.
Well, you
They even
got
have North Korea as well.
Essie, you got to remember about Russia and Iran and Syria for the past decade. That relationship has been strained pretty significantly, and then Russia is also dealing with Ukraine. So, in Ukraine, I really think that Don is going to get Ukraine and Zelensky and Putin to the table. I really think that Don's going to do that. So I think that's probably going to end within this administration. And one thing that the Russians learned about it is just like the Ukrainians, you can't do shit alone or unilaterally, especially if there's other powers that are involved in it. So for Iran to go fuck up Israel, they would have to have the backing of so many people. And then even on top of that, there's no guarantee because of the geographical distances and all the support that they would need, not counting the support that Israel would get if Iran, decided to go fuck them up. So I would caution about statements Iran could fuck up Israel for multiple reasons.
Like I said, I'm going by what all the military colonels, analysts, professors, they're all saying the same thing. Iran has been building up for this war for 20 years. They have huge stockpiles of missiles. And just their missiles apparently could do a lot of damage to Israel. So I don't know who to believe. If you were to listen to the military experts, Israel stands no chance with Iran. Absolutely no chance at all.
Well, you saw the strikes that Israel did, or Iran did, right? The one in October. There was another one after that, the ballistic missile strikes. Did you read about that in the news?
Absolutely. Did you know that they hit the most protected airport where you guys keep your F-35s in Israel? They got through the most defended air base in the world, apparently. The Iranian missiles made it through.
It was one round and it landed off of the airfield. And then on top of that, most of them, the vast majority of them were shot down. It was a completely ineffective strike. You can just Google it. It's all in the news. They fired hundreds and hundreds. Most of them were shot down. A few got through. There was one poor guy that actually a casing landed on. You can actually see that video. It's fucking horrible. He got crushed by one, but it was a nothing burger, man.
Yeah, it was designed to be a nothing burger. It was advertised. This was not, we're attacking you with our full might. This was just a response, and a very limited response.
I'd use slingshots and throw rocks and stuff, and they would do good.
Anyways, I hope it never happens. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I think my no response. They expended a vast majority of But I will say, like, it was an experiment too. I think they were kind of experimenting.
Man, I would have hit him with a big yard dart right in the fuel tank. No blowing up necessary. Just knock the fuel out of each one. They're all empty. Like, what the hell?
I think the fear from Iran is that the Iranian government is definitely bad, right? And it's all death to America, death to Israel, and all this other shit. But like Iranian people are not like that. And in fact, a lot of them escaped to come to the United States. PBD, Patrick Bet David, he has a podcast. He talks about this a lot. So yeah, I don't know. I don't see it. I think it's a bunch of fear mongering, and definitely not something we should concern ourselves with or get entangled with in the Middle East. Hopefully, we learned our lesson.
I remember Iran used to say America was the great Satan and Israel was a little Satan, right? And so right there you have someone declaring you an enemy and declaring your death. And so what do you do at that point? Do you get involved or do you not get involved? What would you do if you had you were the only one to protect yourself with the weaponry you have and someone declared death on you and that they were going to carry that out if they were given the opportunity? Would you go handle that situation and do away with those people?
Well, think about it. We killed Soleimani, and he was one of probably the smartest and best military leaders they had, right? What did they do? They fired some ballistic missiles in Iraq, right? Caused some TBI for some soldiers, right? That was all they were capable of. And yeah, sure, death to America and all that other shit, but like, they're also not a very popular government, and their society doesn't like them very much. So they tread this fine line of like, we're going to instigate conflicts and all this other stuff, but
Yeah, it sounds like North Korea, doesn't it?
they're not going to go to full war. That's why they rely on proxies.
The moment, bro, the moment you declare me like to be Satan and I'm a leader of a nation, the moment you declare death on my nation, I'm destroying you. I might not destroy your entire nation, but you're gone. That's it. There's no more breath to breathe for you. That's it. And that's the way it should be, in my opinion. I don't know how everyone else feels, but I most certainly would not let that person live.
I think they understand that they can't do much and they can talk. So let them talk.
Yeah, but see, again, like I was saying earlier, when you allow this disturbing remarks and even joking about certain acts in the military that are going on, these things shouldn't be allowed. And when you have people that think that they can say these things and declare death to other people and entire nations, you immediately deal with that. And the reason it's not dealt with is, again, like I said, these people are making backroom deals and they're all sitting at one table and they're all going to war against the creator. In fact, they're doing that now, which is why they have to do business with their enemy. Because if they weren't rejecting the creator, they could stand on what they say they believe in, and I think they would be successful. But we see every government failing, and it's all due to selfishness. And every government, kingdom, whatever you want to call it, is failing because of selfishness and greed of certain people.
Not all governments, you could say. There's a couple that are being successful, but they're just outliers in the bigger picture.
You remember when they used to say if we're going to have a president, he needs to separate his faith from his presidency. You know, it's like a division of what they call it, state and the religion or something of that nature.
State.
Yeah, yeah. So how can you deny what you truly believe to be right and factual, and then go against that? If you're going to separate your actions from what you say you believe in, I would never trust you.
Easy, they don't truly believe.
Yeah, I could never trust them, man. That's the most ridiculous statement I've ever heard when people say separation of church and state, or however they put it. It's weird to me. How could a man say he's going to do such a thing? He's damning himself.
It's just one of those things where the interpretation of it has dramatically changed over time, to where essentially the modernist interpretation is, oh, don't have a single one of your religiously informed thoughts have anything to do with anything that has any relationship with a government entity, whereas that is not even vaguely what it originally meant. Like, you literally had like around the time of the founding fathers, like Bibles being endorsed by Congress to be put into schools. A little bit after the founding fathers' time, but get the point. Like, it was completely different what that term sort of meant of separation of church and state.
Then you have Henry VIII's method as well.
I guess I don't know. I guess I just think we should be careful, like, you know, like making generalities or assumptions about another culture versus like their government. You know what I mean? And like there's a few out there that are probably, you know, pretty nationalistic and unified. Iran is definitely not one of them. I think America would probably be kind of close to that, but like Australia is a good example. I don't know. I would just caution about like, hey, this like country X is going to go against country Y and it's going to be bad. There's so many external factors to it and internal factors within that country that I just don't see it, man. I don't see a major conflict coming anytime soon.
I mean, it's a question of with what you're saying. There are certain cultures, like certain peoples, that are more likely to have like dissent or rebellious nature to them. But like, there's nothing about Chinese culture to where there's like that sort of rebellious spirit. It's very much like lockstep, unified.
What?
Everybody is sort of on the same vibe.
You speak.
No,
Are you serious?
Rebellious to who? To who? To the Creator? Who are we speaking about rebelling against? What are we speaking of rebelling against?
Rebellious to the monolithic culture of the place. So China being rebellious to the Chinese government. Like, it's not that like, oh,
are they allowed?
Yeah, no, they're not. And also, everybody agrees that you shouldn't be. Like, there's not the same level of like
because
America.
They're not allowed, they'll be punished. Of course, they all agree. Because they're not going
you're having zero empathy in this situation, and you're trying to model your American Anglo-centric mind onto the Chinese, which is like, you cannot do that.
Don't be presumptuous.
I lived there for 7 years.
Don't be presumptuous. I know human behavior, right? Human behavior is this way. If we both know, we don't know if we can. How many humans have you ever seen? Can I just finish my point? If we're both together and we're both in China, right? And we grew up in China, and we have to go along with the rules, or we're punished extremely. So we can't be rebellious against the government. Now, if we're together, do you think we're both going to be like, hey, let's do the right thing? Or, and I don't even know who you're going to tell about it, or are we going to make plans together to conspire? what seems like, is more likely going to happen in China right now? People are not going to try to conspire in great numbers. That'll be very few people. You'll have
That's
people
more
scared of
murmur.
someone narking them out
more
or ratting them out. You'll have people scared to death of someone ratting them out, right?
Can I ask you
You have these
precisely?
aspects
Can I
that
ask you
you're not-
precisely the
you
number
have
of Chinese
aspects
people you've
that
ever
you're not
met?
thinking of. You have
Can I ask
aspects
you
that you're not
precisely the number of Chinese people you've ever met?
in the hundreds. So you have aspects of
So you
human
met
behavior.
hundreds
You have
out of
aspects.
billion, out of over a billion, and you feel that a sample size of
You have
100
aspects
out of a
of human
billion is
behavior
enough
that
to
you're
make
not
sweeping
considering.
Let's take two
generalizations.
countries that
Okay,
You have
got it.
aspects of human behavior that you're not considering, and you're presuming what kind of mindset I have and what I'm bringing to the
Don't take
table.
China. Don't take China. China's bad.
Everything that I have just shared with you is factual amongst any people group. I've seen
The
it happen in
laws-
every people group.
The laws are
Don't use.
So you've
I
met
didn't say
every
the
people
laws.
group,
No,
is that
you're
it? Correct?
you're
You've met
paying
every
attention.
people group. You've
I know
met
you
every
can't.
people group.
I know you
You've
can't
met
follow
every people
along
group.
with what I'm
Go one
saying
at a
because
time,
you're
guys.
speaking while I'm speaking.
Well, I mean, he
you
doesn't want to
didn't
answer
hear what I
questions,
said.
obviously, because he keeps monologuing. He's been monologuing for the past 5 minutes. So have
Yeah,
you
but
met
listen.
every
5 minutes.
people group,
Can
North?
you even tell Tom? If you can't
Have
tell
you met
Tom,
Don't use.
have you met every people group, North?
have I met every people group?
Correct.
I would have to say probably no, but
Okay
in a
then,
sense,
thanks. So your generalization across all people group is
I'm not even
unevident.
finished speaking, bro, and I haven't spoke for 5 minutes. I haven't even finished answering the question. I said probably no, but in a sense I have. Because when we look at people groups and where they all come from, we understand. And we understand human behavior isn't different just because the culture is different. Just because you're in a different land, you don't behave some extremely different way other than other human behavior in different lands. So what I'm saying is this, and it's not being heard, and that's why you're misrepresenting me. What I'm saying is if you're living in a country, that you are scared to be punished if you rebel against the government. The majority of your people are not going to rebel. Therefore, they are going to agree out of fear. And if you don't understand that that is human behavior, you're just a moron.
No, I just directly disagree with your assertion because you have no basis for your assertion. Get some bases for your assertion, and then we'll
I have
talk.
no basis for my assertion. How many bases should I give you? Should I take you to the mob aspect? Should I take you to the sheriff departments? Should I take you to the police station? Should I take you to the military? Should I take you to religious organizations? Should I take you to the medical field? Should I take you to science? What group of people do I need to take you to make you understand that people are afraid to speak out and rebel against what is in place and in power at the moment in every one of those organizations?
Now, I can very simply state directly why. I can very simply state why this is just an incorrect way of thinking, in that not every government can just do whatever law that they want at any time. Like
Did I say
governments.
that? Let me
finish. So,
are we?
Like,
is that even the point?
The same
That's not
kind of
even-
laws. No.
Why are you deflecting?
Let me finish my point. So the U.S. government cannot implement the same laws that the Chinese government can because the American people are different. The only reason the laws are allowed to be so strict in China is because the people of China, the culture of China, is set up in a particular way to where the laws are allowed to be the way that they are. So it is directly tied, the way that the laws are, to the people, to the culture. And no, it doesn't matter. It's not some like magic soil thing where you step on land and then you change. Like, it is just factual that Chinese culture is highly collectivist, whereas, as an example, America is highly individualistic. And the laws and the sort of spirit to rebel is going to be different because of these factors.
You said nothing to refute my point, which is factual amongst any people group and amongst any government and amongst any organization, which was my basis. It's just human behavior. That people in fear.
Yet you use any terms, which means I just need one counterexample of each group, and I've disproven your whole thing.
Oh my God!
Hold on, let him finish, dude. Let him finish.
That people who are in fear of their life, no matter what government you are under, no matter what organization you are a part of, no matter those things, no matter where you are on the earth, human behavior is such that the majority of people, out of fear for what's going to happen to them, will not rebel. And therefore, they will not conspire amongst each other to rebel. Therefore, they will agree that the government
hold on.
right.
Hold on there.
Are right.
If they're conspiring amongst each other, then you're not going to hear about it because get this, it's amongst each other. You're not included.
I don't even think the U.S. I don't think you can even comprehend what I'm saying to you. And
let me just add this to North's case, because I get what Yasuke is saying, and I'm not discounting that as a factor, but it doesn't negate what North is saying either. There's an East Asian idiom, and I heard somebody say it last week. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. You try to stand up, what's going to happen? You're going to get hammered down. Right? It's something that's prevalent in Eastern cultures, Chinese or Japanese cultures. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like the laws that can be implemented in America have to be more lax because the people are more lax and the people are more individualistic. The people are more likely to rebel, which is why America can have guns and America can have all of these things that would never be allowed in China. You can say, oh, the governor is a poo-poo head and not get reprimanded for that. Whereas in China, you can't do these things because they have a culture more based around collectivism and more based around kind of all being of one singular ethos. They do not have the same culture of individualism, so they don't have the same value in, oh, I want to be the rebellious person. Like you don't see any rebellion in the kind of media that they make because that's not part of their spirit.
Hold on, really quick. I'm so sorry. So, have you been to China?
I know Chinese people who actually grew up in China.
Yes. Okay. So you're talking about a homogenous culture and all this stuff. In North China, they speak Mandarin. In South China, they speak another language called Cantonese, but it's still Mandarin, basically. Yeah.
Cantonese.
But Cantonese. It's Mandarin is simplified Cantonese, essentially. But like in what you're talking about of a culture, that culture that you're talking about of order formed after other cultures were there. You're speaking of Taoism about the hammering down, but you have to remember Confucius was from there. There was other ethos and other things. You're talking about rebellion. You look at the warring states, the three kingdoms. You look at Mao versus Ho Chi Minh. No, not Ho Chi Minh. Chiang Kai-shek. So like your statement has no basis in reality.
I mean, Han Chinese are 91% of the population, and there very much is a Han Chinese ethos. And it's we are Han Chinese. We have great pride in that, and we care about the collective good of Han Chinese.
That would be more of a state agenda than a cultural one.
It's one is downstream from the other.
Which one's downstream from which?
Hold on, no. Cantonese is only 5% of the population, whereas Mandarin, standard Chinese, is 71.5%.
Okay, Cantonese. What do you mean by Cantonese? The language, or there's no Cantonese people?
Yes, I'm speaking of languages, which is why I also contrasted it with Mandarin. Mandarin is 71.5%.
Have you ever been to Dongguan, China?
I have not.
If you go to, that's where you get almost probably everything you use. That's in mainland China where everything is built, and you speak Cantonese there to the people. Like yes, on the census, everyone it's simplified Cantonese. That's what Mandarin is. So basically,
bringing up how they speak different languages doesn't refute the idea.
He was talking about there's a homogenous culture and all like.
Yeah, there is. Even if they speak different languages, they still have the same spirit with rebellion. They're submissive people.
Cantonese and
there's a huge difference between that aspect. Even like when you're talking about in the language. So in North China, if I say Xiaojia, that means miss. But if I say that in South China,
there's different words. Come on.
Yeah, no, it's the same word. You say the same word, and they'll slap you. And then you learn another word, fu yan. That means waitress. That's who you wanted. You didn't want a prostitute. I was trying to be nice. I used American. You call people miss. But what I'm saying is that therein lies there. I have a person from Beijing who speaks with a hard R going to Shanghai who speaks Quirkalurka. He says Xiaojia. This yes, the language is an issue. It causes problems. Everything is talked about how cultures mesh. There's always problems. So what I'm saying is like you're saying these people have no rebellious spirit. That is a modern construct, truly a modern construct from a communist state. You're praising the product of a communist state.
How many cultures exactly are in China?
There are a lot of cultures in China.
The difference between the most extreme.
50? Is it over 50?
There's over 1 billion people there, dude, and that's a very large land mass. Yes, I would say it's 50 or above. That would be a safe number to shoot at. I think something crazy would be like 1,000.
Yeah. I think you made some great points, man. I think Yasuka's just all over the place and telling me I had no basis for explaining human behavior to him. I mean, across the board.
Sounds like cope.
The difference between these cultures in China is smaller than the difference between Scottish and English. Like the differences are so much smaller than what other places would be in that there's technically differences between those who speak Cantonese and those who speak Mandarin, but it's so much less than what other things would be. And there's a very large amount of shared things that are exclusively them that would not be shared by American culture, as an example.
You think China's the way, man?
But what I'm saying, though,
are you moving to China?
I lived there for 7 years. It's a lot of fun. But could you not just say that's a result of their lack of representation to their direct government?
I mean, what do you mean? The dominant culture is so language-wise, it's 71.5%, and then ethnic-wise, it's 91%.
Okay, do you remember? Okay, so of those 71, right? So that percentage of people who just speak Cantonese would be people who just speak Cantonese, and they don't really have the ability to be in areas where there's other aspects. But if you speak Cantonese, you can speak Mandarin.
I don't think that's true. I think there are many people who can only speak
Cantonese. Do you know
Cantonese.
what Mandarin is? Do you know why they call Mandarin simplified Chinese? Do you know why it's called that?
Yeah, I mean, it was simplified to try to be something that was a little bit more universal for everybody else to learn.
What was it simplified from?
I assume you're probably going to say Cantonese.
Exactly. And if you know the 8 tones of Cantonese, you can apply those to the 4 tones you have to use in Mandarin. Cantonese is it's a gutter language, and it's like the shit they say to each other is absolutely horrible. But Cantonese, it's a if you of that 71%, a large portion of that 71% still speaks Cantonese, and they speak it because of their region of where they live, and they do it in their culture. So when they go home for Chinese New Year, they're all sitting in their house speaking Cantonese.
Okay, here's what you need to do to make your point be relevant. What is the actual connection between these places speaking different languages and having a different cultural ethos?
Because you claimed they do not have that. That is the relevance of that statement. Because you made a claim that they have that. And then you're talking about the submissiveness of the people, if you want to go to that point. And I said
that wasn't. I never said that.
You said the submissiveness
that
of
was
the
somebody
people.
else. Somebody else at that
sorry.
point.
What I'm saying is that's why that is relevant.
So both of those populations share the same level of collective identity and lack of rebellious spirit. So what I'm saying that these cultures both have that. Like, there's no population in China that has like that American freedom-loving ideal.
I agree with that because they don't have access to fucking information. But what I'm saying is this is why I was talking about earlier about the submissive, but I use a superlative. You're talking about the same thing. You are looking at the product of a communist system.
You could never have done that in America. People would fight to the death.
Hold on.
Because the culture, the ethos of the people would never have allowed that. The culture and ethos that was there from China from the start allowed that kind of stuff to happen.
Do you
in
know
America,
how
people would fight to the death?
Do you know what year? So you like I said, you should just look at history, so you won't make these claims that they've been the same and submissive for a period of time. Like before World War II and all the way up to like 1900s and all that period of time, there was just constant war over and over and over again. When you make your claims of how things could never happen here, you have to at least look at the prescriptions of how they formed in the places they actually did. And you have to then say, that hasn't happened here. But what if that did? Could it be the same results?
Going to war doesn't mean that you're not like
Civil war.
Going to war doesn't mean
internal civil war. That's what they had. It wasn't them. China really has no force projection. They've really not ever won shit outside of their borders. Civil war.
Yeah, and that doesn't have anything to do with rebellious spirit.
Civil war has nothing to do.
Do you not know what a civil war is? Like for real?
You're tying yourself to a different. You're tying yourself to a different ethos. Before China before China became a single war. Before China.
Just answer the question. What is a civil war, please?
It's a pointless question, Dan.
No, it's not. I want to know what you think a civil war is. Please, going forward.
A civil war is when you hire a bunch of foreign-born soldiers and genocide Native American cities. Or is that only the U.S. Civil War? Never mind.
No,
that wasn't even the U.S. Civil War. So, I don't know what you're talking about at this point.
More than half of the soldiers in the Civil War were foreign-born. But I digress.
Yes.
Yeah, and then they became citizens by serving in the army.
Yeah, from Ireland and other places. Yeah,
that's how citizenship works generally. Yeah.
So that's how you civil war. It's not an internal struggle against an ethos versus another ethos. Someone rebelling against an ethos. That you couldn't describe it like that. That's using a bit of your structuring of what you said it was an ethos.
No, it's that before that, there's no unified thing that everybody is sort of coming across. So people are still taking the same behavior of like, I am going to tie myself to this.
Civil War.
No. I'm going to tie myself to this.
We're going to stay right here in time. Before the Civil War, there was no tying ethos for America.
Wait, we're going to America now and not China?
I'm going to speak directly to the Civil War in America because I don't know what country you're from, but I thought you were American and I thought you might know more about that one. But if you want to speak about
yeah, there were a bunch of bustling Native American cities, some of them being, 30% white, 50% black, that had international trade routes, and the Civil War was fake as a pretense to destroy those cities. The Confederate Army didn't even exist, and you can see in those photos that they literally just prop up dead soldiers
Dude, like I
for
literally, I'm
propaganda
from
photos.
Nashville, Tennessee. I'm from Nashville, Tennessee. I grew up in this area, in this region.
You have a bias.
I have
I'm
a
from North
bias.
Carolina, man, and like,
You think,
bruh.
you're
I
a
don't
Tar
know
Heel,
what I
right?
just
saw
heard.
the Civil War.
Why do you
You're
think?
from
Why
there.
do you think you're a Tar Heel? Is that because of fake propaganda of people dying, sticking, and fighting for their fucking life? What this guy basically said about why you're called a Tar Heel?
Apparently, like yeah,
And I have
like
friends. I have friends with rebel flag tattoos who they're still my friends. And I don't really mind the flag at all. I just hate when people use it wrong. It's not the rebel
too
flag; it's
bad.
the Virginia War flag. But
Too
like,
bad
but at the same,
Confederates didn't win, huh?
I honestly,
I don't
at the
think
end
that's
of
what
the,
he said.
but at the end of the day,
Well, you
but
you wouldn't prefer it that way. You like centralization of government.
Well, that's not how that worked at
do you
all.
think if the
So, fun
Confederates
fact.
won, it wouldn't have been such centralization of government?
Fun fact: towards the end of the Civil War, they were actually much more centralized than the U.S.
And how,
But
how do you know
hey.
all that's not just propaganda? How do you what do you found like some bullets in a field somewhere or something?
My backyard was a battlefield, and there was a archaeological dig, and there was recovery of weapons. It was a field hospital, so there was a bunch of tools and other things that were discovered there.
Does that go against what you think, Yasuke? I mean, that sounds like it's possible in your worldview as well, right?
I mean, that there were battles and there are bullets that exist. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, yeah,
Battle,
that's not a
did the
problem.
battle. So I'm making a claim that the Battle of Nashville happened. I'm making that claim. Are you saying that it didn't happen?
I think that there were bullets flying on a particular point of land. I'm making no
I am making
claims
the
past
claim that the Battle of Nashville happened. Are you making the claim that it didn't happen? You can say you're not making a claim at all, but you are. But at the same time, that is the direct line of questioning. Do you not think the Battle of Nashville
But where do you
occurred?
draw the line on history? Because it
I'm
seems
sorry.
like you
I'm so
draw it at
sorry.
an
I'm so sorry.
arbitrary point. Because then when I
I'm
bring up
sorry.
the
I would
Bible,
love
it's
to
no
answer that
longer
question. I would love to answer
historical,
that
right?
question, but I'd like to get an answer to this question. I
So you just
would
got
love to answer
an
that question.
you
I would
got
love
an
to. I'll
arbitrary
tell you where
line.
the line is, where I can draw it. But I would love to. Like, are you making the claim that the Battle of Nashville did not happen?
He didn't make that claim.
He did.
I mean, what do you mean
No,
by
he
Battle of
didn't, dude. He
Nashville?
literally,
Yeah.
you literally this is the second time you're asking him. So his first time was not a
It's the
sufficient
third
answer.
time. It's the third time I'm asking you, and now
Yeah,
this is
and
the
I
fourth
answered it.
time. What was your answer
What do
again?
you even mean by the Battle of Nashville and happened? Like what? Like does it does every single detail of this need to be exactly as it was shown in the history books? Otherwise, it didn't happen.
Bullets were flying. There were
You made the
men
claim
in
that the
uniform
Civil War was
firing a
basically a
weapon.
fucking wag your dog psyop, dude.
Yeah.
Like, are you? Yeah. So I am asking you, did the Battle of Nashville happen?
What does that mean? Like
when the Union commander, Major General George H. Thomas, fought against the Confederate commander, General John Bell Hood.
No,
Would
there
you
was
like
no.
the dates? Would you
There's
like the
never.
date?
There's never been a Confederate general because the Confederate Army didn't exist.
It did exist.
So then, what was the
Straight up,
Hunley
yeah.
that they pulled? What was the Hunley that they pulled out of Chesapeake Bay that sunk during the Civil War?
I don't know every single detail of every
More
single
psyop.
thing and have
More
a
psyop.
viable
More
explanation.
okay, okay. So they definitely like put it there in the 1860s, and we're just like, fuck it, we're gonna play
You gotta
really
wait.
trick on them. Yeah.
We gotta
Okay.
wait. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, would that be a problem?
Yes.
Because
in fact, it would.
Yes, it would.
Yes, well, I have a quick question in favor, if that's okay. Could you reiterate the idea you proposed a moment ago?
Of what idea? I say many ideas.
Yeah, about how it wasn't actually a civil war, and how I think you mentioned it was there was some sort of city, and it was overtaken.
Yeah. So most succinctly put, there's 1776 Pilgrim Founding Fathers America, and then there was all of the people sort of like kind of rejecting that system and then going to live with the Native Americans, and many Native American tribes like the Cherokee were like 30% white. Some of them were like 50% black. they were like, properly racially integrated societies where everybody kind of has a similar vibe. All up and down the Mississippi, as an example, a lot of them had international trade routes, including trading with, Europe and stuff. And just like many other, essentially every war in history, really.
What years
is that
were you talking about?
The Civil War? I'm just giving the TLDR. I'm just giving the summary here.
Well, it's not very TLDR, to be honest.
No, I'm sorry for cutting in.
So, what's it called? The Civil War was a pretense to essentially bring over groups and to destroy this other America that came up about, to essentially make the 1776 Pilgrim America be the only thing that exists. Because there was a sort of a splinter cell, and if you have a successful splinter from the dominant American culture, other people can see that and be like, hey, I don't want to, be a part of North Carolina or whatever, like, dumb BS that is. I'm going to go over here to Chesapeake or something.
I can see that.
Okay,
Thank you.
Real quick, so these areas on the Mississippi bank that you're talking about, what years was this?
Pre-Civil War.
Pre-Civil War?
Right, so it came to an end at 1865, you'd say there?
Like, it would be a rolling date, like not a specific date. It's somewhere.
Give me a year, just a year, a decade. I can deal a decade. Give me a decade.
Yeah, no. So roughly around that time.
Okay, so roughly 1860. So to be clear, telegraph lines were laid. There were photographs, but we have no evidence at all of any civilization along the Mississippi that meets the criteria you've just described.
I mean, it's not that there's no evidence,
but there's
also
zero. I will say there's zero. You can give me some AI-generated evidence if you'd like, but there is zero.
I know I'm not giving you demonic Lee spawned images. But no, like, what would be the problem with the idea that you could censor that information? Like, do you think that would be impossible?
The level of coordination would be impossible, correct?
Like, how many people would even have that information? It's not like every single person has a cell phone. It's not very difficult.
Greater than 100 people, it will come out. Oh, what's that over there, MK Ultra? I didn't see you. Damn, scared the shit out of me again.
I mean, we could go into that argumentation, but like, I don't want to go down every single rabbit hole that ever goes.
Yeah, no, I get it. You don't want to do any cognitus. You don't want to do any cognitus. I get it. It's fine. I'm really fine with it.
No, I mean, you're just constantly baiting out ideas so that we have to go from one idea to another when we haven't even gotten 20% of the way through another idea.
Yeah, because I'm trying to understand this whole concept that you bring. It's how you look at something and analyze something. I understand that it's tiring because you have to make up everything when I ask you a question you don't know, but it's fine. You don't need to go into the meta talk. We can just agree to stop talking, like I'm doing right now.
Yes, I am deathly afraid of your surface level questioning that I've totally never thought about before, and I'm really
you definitely weren't just complaining about 10 minutes ago.
I'm really afraid
to stop the meta talk, but like I guess
I'm really afraid that you're going to actually destroy my entire worldview, and I'm going to go into a schizophrenic break.
I appreciate you, Yaskua. Thank you for helping me out with that. I haven't actually heard that idea before.
Yeah, because I mean, this entire thing started out, right, with the idea that I forgot the exact context, but it was essentially just
so
like
what happened was
Chinese,
we went from China to here, but I didn't bring you here. I just asked about here.
You're done on your
Yeah, the Chinese population does not innately have the same type of rebellious spirit as the American population, and you cannot take your modern Western American values and then apply them to other cultures, because it's not appropriate, and you need to be able to have empathy for other cultures and understand that they don't think like you. And that's not a bad thing. You just need to accept that, okay, these particular people think a different way. In the same way that like Korea or Japan, their work cultures would never be able to happen in America. But the reason that their work culture exists the way that it does is because it is a branch or an offshoot of their general culture.
Yeah, we got it. You're an idiot and ill-informed. Can we move on to like the flat Earth? Something interesting? Not more idiotic takes on culture. I'm really tired of idiotic takes on culture. Can we move to the flat Earth? It's at least more intellectually stimulating.
I mean, it's not. It's pretty obvious. Different groups create different systems. I don't know why you're saying it's idiotic. It's extremely obvious. And with the America thing,
and then that's what makes it idiotic is because two people with two brain cells could put us together. The flat Earth is at least mildly interesting. Right. I'm really tired of listening to people be idiots about culture. Can we move to
the whole history of America is obviously fake. The whole story of Columbus discovering America. There's people talk about Leif Erikson, who was a Viking who was in America 400 or 500 years before Columbus.
The people in this room don't exist to entertain you, sir.
And I didn't say they did, Riggs. Just so you know,
you're wrong about
we're not going to operate on that presumption, then.
Well, that's fine. You don't have to. I'm just letting my preferences known.
Thank you for your permission.
It is in fact a free country, Riggs, for me to let my preferences be known to the aether. Thank you for your judgment, Riggs. I appreciate the contribution from your First Amendment rights.
Vikings were hanging out with the Indians.
So true, King.
But anyway, do you also just think that information travels instantaneously?
I don't know why this is still got this way about Columbus. He didn't discover America as if no one was ever here before Columbus. It was new to him. That's all.
And people just don't just somehow think that information just travels like it does today. Like it's fucking wild.
The mainstream.
It's taking the modern construct of the Chinese society and extrapolating it across the entire history of it. It's the exact same premise.
No, I mean, it's like taking, so if you look at Japanese culture, a very good example is like, obviously they currently, since, 1945, have a drastically different government system, drastically different work system, et cetera, et cetera. But the way that their work culture, as an example of like, the salaryman who spends all day, every day at work and then gets drunk until they pass out, like that very particular culture where they essentially just work themselves to death.
So you would push for an agrarian societies then, because you're describing agrarian life and they lived agrarian lifestyles back then. Like that agrarian farming.
I understand.
Yes,
the idea of you bringing it up has zero relevance. I don't see where you're trying to make the connection here.
The reason why they worked and did the things that you were talking about was because of their lifestyle. You're talking I don't like that's to feed themselves. That's to get food for everyone to live. So I'm trying to ask yes, people work. Everyone has worked. You're saying that they have a culture of work that you like. In China, that culture of work was killed into them. In Japan, that same culture of work was killed into them. There are no samurai anymore. So you extrapolate tiny, tiny fragments of data and you pull it across history. You make these claims about it. Like it's.
Yeah, I make these claims that make sense. So in Japan, right, you work for a single.
They don't make sense.
you work for a single corporation. There's no, like in America, right? There's not like loyalty to a feudal lord in the same way.
I'd like to point out that my father worked for the same company for 30 years. So like you're just not making sense.
Yeah, that's dumb. You're retarded if you do that in America. Like you should actively.
Oh my god, he doesn't realize it. He just literally doesn't realize it.
You actively.
Oh man.
You actively benefit in America.
You just undermined your complete point. You just undermined your complete point. Thank you for that.
Interrupting like crazy. You sound like a child.
In America, you actively benefit from moving companies every 2 to 3 years. Like it's dumb.
401k rollovers. Like explain to me that. Please explain to me that. Like, are you talking about like a 401k rollover? You get like a bonus, and there's like explain to me how that is reality, please. Job security is the greatest thing in the world. What are you talking about?
I mean, you just don't know anything about the job market if you disagree with that. That is just universally the idea in the job market is that it is infinitely better to get a large pay increase by moving companies than by hoping for a raise or hoping for a position difference. You are going to increase your position in the American workforce much faster by moving companies somewhat frequently.
You must see this as a possibility, though, Renee, right? Like
I 100% see this as a possibility,
that does occur, right?
So if I'm working for Pepsi and I'm making $10 and Coke says I'll give you 20, I'd be an adjunct fucking moron not to do that. That's not what that's not what you're saying.
Because you guys keep interrupting me. That doesn't happen.
No, it's not.
That doesn't happen
because again,
in Japan.
it's not like my father got those opportunities
again,
where he
dude.
could have jumped. You mean I think you're assuming that those opportunities just happen to exist when it's not necessarily the case.
I mean, that is the nature of the American cultural workforce today.
But I'm not disagreeing if it is or isn't. I'm just noting that this thing of working for a company for 30 years and having company loyalty is not a uniquely Chinese thing that occurs quite often here in America. And that B, your counter to that you would be stupid if you didn't, hinges on the fact that it is available in the first place.
I'd actually have to kind of agree, Yasuke, because even in the business model, like for the air conditioning business I'm in, it's better to build up your business for 10 or 15 years than sell that business, than open another business and then sell that one. And like that's like what a lot of people do at this point.
Yeah, which is like really weird incentives.
No, hold on. You you said you agree with him, but that's not what he said. He said it's better to change every 3 years.
This is business ownership rather than like employee of the business. So that would be different time scales, but it still works under the same principle.
The principle of selling every 3 years or building it up for 15 years.
Like the employee versus the ownership thing, it's also good to change over. You know what I mean? Now, those would be at different rates. As an employee, maybe it is every 3 or 4 years or something, you move to another company. I see it happen in the AC industry all the time.
Yeah.
Guys get major bonuses for jumping to other companies right at the beginning of summer. So now I'm saying, as an owner of a company, a lot of people are saying it's good to build up your name 10 or 15 years and then sell that business and then start another one, build that one up, sell it, and do that as many times as you can, rather than just running with one business the whole time and depreciating everything till you have absolutely no assets and all you can sell is your like name.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's kind of not what I thought the point Yusuke was making was, and I think it was specifically Japan you were talking about in the corporations, how people kind of work for them like they're feudal lords and they have no ability to move corporations. Is that what you were saying?
I mean, I would have said something like that, but nobody can ever let me actually finish a point.
Well, that's the thing. I can say that because I know where you're going a bit, because I've already extrapolated that tiny point that you're pulling all the way back.
Yeah, when you're a 40-year-old salaryman and like you are not allowed to quit effectively. Like culturally speaking, like you can maybe
welcome to life.
Yeah. But like you cannot be a 40-year-old man and then try to get a job at a new corporation. Like
that's not true.
The idea of like doing this kind of stuff in Japan is drastically different than it is in America. Like it is not.
And you've been
not
to Japan,
normal to be going over.
But and it's another thing. Like Japan was another society that was built from fucking having the surface of the sun opened up over their country twice. I mean, it was wood before World War II. It was burnt to the ground and it was rebuilt. An entirely different culture, an entirely different society, entirely different everything formed.
Wait, you think because a nuclear bomb got dropped, the whole culture and civilization like entirely 180? What are you talking about?
Yeah, so essentially Japan have like outsourcing of factory work. Japan is essentially outsourcing of like middle management work. In that it's the similar structure, but just for a slightly more higher IQ population. But so just in that sense of like the system of the way that the Japanese workforce works very clearly mirrors the kind of culture that they had before. of, you know, essentially pledging fealty to a feudal lord, and the way that their relationship with their corporations work is to where there is essentially that pledging the fealty to the corporation that you work for in a way that Americans could never understand, because that's not part of our culture. So in this sense, like the workforce is informed by the culture that was there previously, even if it is in a new system.
But you're extrapolating things out of these people, like rebellion and all these other aspects, and assigning these traits without taking it to. Like, I don't disagree with what you said, but it's not really speaking to what I'm trying to tell you. You know, like you're making a claim that is today, and you're pulling it all the way in the past, and you're not even taking into account history.
I mean, in this Japanese example, how am I not taking into account history? Like, yeah, they got bombs dropped, and yeah, they went into a different system, but the cultural
I said I
ethos,
agreed with you. I literally said I agreed with you on that point. On that point, yes, I agree with you on that point. But now let's say this: bombs are dropped. There's nothing there. What from that prior culture is what makes them this submissive, awesome workforce? And you or like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's the conversation.
It would be the minds of people, wouldn't it?
I mean, it's not that they're a submissive, awesome workforce, because with the way the work culture goes, there's going to be less incentive for, you know, automation or like making things more optimized and stuff like that, because, you know, everybody has this sort of like, you know, just work hard and, you know, put your nose to the grindstone kind of culture. So I'm not saying it's better, but like it just is what it is, you know?
I understand that, but like so work hard, put your nose to the grindstone culture. You would say that is an attribute of the Japanese culture.
Yes, and specifically in the context of like pledging fealty to a feudal lord. In this case, it's a corporation. In this case, it's Honda.
So where don't you find those types of attributes of working hard, putting your nose to the grindstone? Like what cultures could you tell me that you would associate to that?
I mean, which is why I specifically said the idea of like pledging fealty to the corporation, which is not something you'd see in America. People are way more willing to just say, you know, like, screw this corporation, I'm going to go somewhere else. And they won't have a second thought about it. Whereas you will not have that same thing in Japan.
I understand, and I kind of wasn't talking. My question was, you gave me an example of a culture that has, of that culture, an example you showed was they have a nose to the grindstone work mentality. Could you give me an like an opposite of that? Like, what culture would you say doesn't have a nose to the work mentality?
Democratic Republic of the Congo.
They don't have a nose to the grind work mentality. DCNR.
You think a country is a culture? I'm more hung up on that one.
But real quick, you're looking, Renee. Real quick, I just want to clarify. You're looking for evidence to the contrary, right, for your argument?
Yes, I just want to see. I'm looking at one color right now. I want to see what shape this is. So I need a median to contrast it against.
I mean, so in this context of like the thing that he was saying of like, oh, you think a country is a culture? Like when Japan is 98% Japanese, 98% speaks Japanese.
Yeah,
you could say that
the
you could say that
Democratic
they're very
Republic of the
homogenous.
Congo, dude. Got you there, didn't I?
Or could you just say black people don't have a nose to the grindstone mentality?
Have you ever seen?
So this is just about racism. Okay, I understand.
I'm asking. Well,
have you ever seen the documentary Empire of Dirt?
No, I haven't.
It's where the "it's all so tiresome" meme comes from.
I don't know. Put it in the chat and I'll watch it.
This image, right? It's also tiresome. So essentially, it was a documentary about a Chinese railway company that was coming into the Congo, and they were trying to sort of like develop things up. And in the Congo, this was a place that like they had all of this infrastructure set up from colonialism. They had hospitals, they had roads that had all of these things, and essentially none of them were maintained, even vaguely.
Could
after
that be because of the
colonialism rolled
multiple
out.
civil wars? I think it probably could due to the multiple civil wars.
I never said what the cause was. And
that's fine.
so this railway company was trying to come in and Schlitzy, you're hot micing.
London Bridge, Orpington.
You're hot micing Schlitzy. Yeah, so this Chinese railway company essentially comes in, and all they're trying to do is fix a singular road, right? And the entire thing kind of goes into them trying to source gravel from one of these companies, and all of the sort of issues that go into that. And like, you know, there'd be certain things of you couldn't pay workers for like days that they haven't worked, as in like, you know, you pay daily or whatever. You could not pay 2 days, because if you paid 2 days, they wouldn't show up the next day because, you know, they're already paid. Or there were very specific things, right, to where when somebody used a tractor, right, anytime a tractor was used, they had to measure the fuel in the tractor to the milliliter, because it was very consistent that the employees would steal from the company that they were working for. And so every single thing needed to be counted and accounted for every single time. And then you would also have to have people essentially looking over and making sure that people are actually working, because if you didn't have somebody actively enforcing, actively, you know, snapping the proverbial whip, nobody would do anything.
So the discovery you've made is that poor people are desperate. Wow. What a discovery.
No, it's that they think...
No, sourcing materials during a civil war is hard. I think that's
like all of this is just like, wow. So there's so many other reasons this is happening, but he's gonna blame it specifically on a culture that he can't even name, because he knows the breakdown for countries that are named after their cultures. But you ask them, like the Democratic Republic of Congo, no idea.
It is a short-term thinking that causes this. When you don't have that short-term thinking, you don't have these issues.
Yes, again, desperate people. Poor people are desperate. Congratulations.
That's not being desperate. What?
Yes, it is. And you know how I know it? You know how I know it is? Because I've been there. And I know why I know you don't know what it is. It's because you haven't been there. So, congratulations, you've discovered
You
that
just
desperate
admitted
people are desperate.
you're a bad person, basically, because if you're poor, you'll lie, cheat, and steal.
Yeah, do you think every poor population
Do you think rich
lies,
people
cheats,
aren't
and
lying,
steals?
cheating, and stealing?
I'm sorry, but it doesn't mean that if you're poor, you're lying, cheating, and stealing. So if that's what you've come to the conclusion of, you have a very skewed view on reality.
No,
because
I don't
that's not
think
what
you're
most
poor. Did I say you're poor? I said desperate. Desperate people do these things. And poor people are usually more desperate than other people.
Okay, and
As a
what makes a
general rule.
person desperate?
Starving.
Well, let's see. Food insecurity, housing insecurity, water insecurity. Need I go on?
Civil wars.
So because of that, then people will lie, cheat, and steal.
They're not lying, cheating, and stealing. They're trying to survive in the world they live in. That's all they're trying to do.
The answer is because of human nature, they will lie, cheat, and steal. And you can't fight against that.
You steal a mirror. You steal a random mirror that's like a side mirror on the truck that you work with. You get fired. You don't have a job anymore. That's very short-term thinking.
But you know what? You know what? I have a mirror now.
You are a retard.
I have a mirror now, and I wasn't going to have a job when this company was done anyway. So I got a mirror.
Yeah, but there's like something wrong mentally with that person.
Like
dude.
You're saying this doesn't make sense to me. And
bro, hold on.
You're saying,
hold on, dude. That's not a product of your environment. That's values, bro. That's the person's values. Just like you,
my guy. None of you have ever been desperate. None of you have ever in your single lives have ever been deprived of anything in either of your two soy boy latte sipping cappuccino having ass lives.
Let him finish. Just let him finish.
Not the case, dude. This is a problem.
It is the case. It is the case because I can hear it in your voice.
This is the problem of the values of the people. This is
no, it's not. No, it's not. You've never been
I have a
desperate.
question.
Like that's what it
I
is.
have a question. I have a
mean,
question.
it's just
No,
not.
hold on.
So no, the claim at this point
I'm
is this
sorry.
gentleman has he's putting
Dog,
forth
I'm about to start
egoism.
muting people.
That-
You guys,
No,
what's
my
going on?
claim.
Been like 2 minutes of this.
Everyone has to think the way he does. So therefore,
No.
if he
No,
becomes
incorrect.
desperate, he lies,
Incorrect.
cheats, and steals. So that
Incorrect.
must be the case for all people.
Incorrect. The
Hold on,
case that I'm
dude, hold
making
on, dude.
here is that I have starved, and I know that you have not starved.
Why would you think that?
He just made my point. He just made my point.
You
for me
only
again.
think that? Yeah, exactly. You only think that because you think that, oh, this behavior is the
No, I
justification
think
for
that
why I
because
did
I
these
know
evil
what
things.
rich white soy boys sound like.
Here's
Bro, you're doing a good imitation.
Yo, hold on,
But
dude.
But hold on, real quick.
No, wait, dude. Wait, bro. The whole time, dude, he doesn't stop talking. You too, Renee. You gotta let people finish. Both of you. Please just chill out a little bit, dog. Please, you. Come on, man.
People even in comfortable positions and comfortable lives are caught lying and stealing, right? Shoplifting. People from wealthy families. I went to the mall with a close friend, and one day at the mall, he decided to steal something from one of the stores. And this guy's wealthy. And then you have people stealing movies off the internet and music.
So hold on.
It's not all about desperation, but thank you.
Well, if you eat like it's cannibalism, like the story of Moby Dick. It's a real story. It's the Essex. They get shipwrecked. They're in the middle of the fucking ocean, and they fucking ate each other. I don't think eating people is good, but do I judge
people
them?
are not
Hold on, I'm sorry.
surviving.
But I'm not calling. Yes.
Come on, Tor. Let him finish, Tor, too.
Gosh. No, I'm not talking about being cut off. I'm talking about even the statement. These people are surviving. They are. They're a step probably above cannibalism at some point. They are surviving. Yes. And like I said, as I don't judge those people and call them cannibalism, lock them up, put them in jail, it's the same type of morality of lie, cheat, and steal. If you have the means to buy and get yourself and you choose to steal it, do you think that's a bigger sin than if you don't have it and you stole it?
No, it's wrong to just steal it in the first place.
I agree.
And when you're saying it's because they don't have it, that's also values issue. And that's what Yasuke is trying to show you with the short term. When you're thinking for the short term, you're putting yourself in hell. So when you think stealing is going to help you get anywhere, you're not, dude. It's why it's one of the 10 commandments, dude. It's
I will
do not
never
steal, bro.
I will never in my life ever snitch on anybody for shoplifting. Point blank.
I mean, yeah, you're just an evil person, and you justify your evilness based on the bad things that have happened to you before. Like, it's not difficult.
Okay.
Like, you're
I have
just a spiteful, hateful imp. That's it. It's really
We've seen the reason what the unrighteousness is. So you suppress the truth, and you're revealing the unrighteousness to us.
So would you call the person who ate the body an evil person?
Man.
Well, technically you wouldn't at all because of if you believe in transubstantiationism or whatever. But would you call that person a cannibal? Would you call
Absolutely. I'd rather starve than to, have to eat somebody. But who cares if you die anyway?
I want you on my ship then.
Like, to die is gain, bro.
I want you on my ship then.
Good. Well, I mean, I think it does come down to morals, though, rather than, like, desperation. They do have desperation, but, even if I was desperate, I wouldn't be in a position to go, like, do anything to anybody, because so what, this life is temporary anyway, but, people that do have money do actually steal, cheat, lie. There's been plenty of people, like, that have plenty of money, and including people in the streets that have plenty of money, drug dealers that will happily steal from other people, and they've got more stacks than the middle class American. I've seen it personally firsthand. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't have to be broke to go and do evil.
Yeah, there's so much that goes against the idea that, like, poverty is intrinsically linked with crime. Like, it's just so not true that, like, these people only do crime.
That's a sociological fact.
Or do you? Oh my God, the correlation,
correlation, causation, guys. They're like, yeah, habitual observation means it's true.
Oh,
oh Jesus! You do realize that we can do. You can. Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Yeah, I could see the rooster crow at the sunrise. Do I then
do you deny
come to the
Jesus?
conclusion? Do I come to the
Probably.
conclusion then now that
Tora
the
probably
rooster
does.
causes the sunrise, right?
Do you
But
deny
you got-
Jesus?
I don't deny Jesus. Jesus
Oh my god.
Everybody will bow, and every time will confess that. Every knee will bow. And
Yeah,
confess
why
that
would you
Jesus
ask me if I deny Jesus?
Lord.
No, dude. I do not
I
deny
just wanted to know if
Jesus,
you
the
want to
King
do it
of
before the
Kings.
rooster crowed.
I'll deny Jesus right now. Will that entertain you?
We already know you're a wicked person. You've already told us your unrighteousness, dude. And now we know you have to deny God because you have to suppress the truth of God because he's going to judge you. So that's why you deny him. It's an internal problem that you
Just
need
listening
fixing.
to people
But
who have
Jesus
never
will
been in the
fix it.
situation, judging for the situation, is like the height of hypocrisy. Maybe you should open your book a little, and there's a passage about a splinter in your eye or in your brother's eye and a limb in your. You figure it out, but there's a passage.
I have a question for you. What have I shown you to be wicked, or
He doesn't
whatever
know
state?
any of my no. You don't know any of my life or what I've been through. So to make those assumptions on your side just shows your ignorance there as well.
Okay, but everyone has ignorance. But the question is like, what have I shown you to be wicked? Or I don't remember how you.
You'll eat a person in a survival moment. That's friggin' wicked, bro.
Like I said,
Okay.
somebody who has never been in the situation feels free to judge other people in the situation.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, dudes. I hope you sleep well at night, knowing you just live with that.
I tell you what, man, I sleep like a baby at night. It's fucking phenomenal.
So is stealing to survive a false dichotomy? I mean, stealing, isn't there other options? Asking, working? There's food banks.
Yeah.
What if none of those things exist?
Like we're talking about people in like the middle of nowhere, like with water scarcity, no
Given
resources,
jobs, right?
not like
Given
Americans.
jobs. We were
Not
talking
like
about people
Americans.
that were given jobs, and this is
Mhm.
what they did with the job.
Desperate
They
people
stole.
given jobs. Desperate people given jobs whose situation you've never been in, who now you are judging. Like that's what I want to highlight to you here.
You can't, because that requires empathy, and that's something that he completely lacks.
Why are you
It
assuming that
requires-
he's never been in that position? You're just assuming nobody's been through what you've been through. I would not do that.
I mean, he has to assume that because he has to say that these things happening
I'm
are
assuming
because of
that
these
Tora
behaviors.
was not in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Yes, if this seems
Dog,
like
dog,
a really
you gotta
out there
stop doing that
assumption,
shit, dude.
let me know. Thank you.
Dog, you gotta stop interrupting people, bro. For real. Stop doing that shit.
My dad
You don't
was
have
born in
impulse
Nigeria.
control, dude.
Yeah, you can turn from your wickedness, though. You don't have
Thank
to be
goodness.
that.
Yeah.
Wicked. Did you watch that movie?
Have you ever watched the movie Heretic?
No. Who made it?
Yeah. Well, the main character might be someone you would relate to. When you made that comment, then you come on my ship. Like, because people are nice, then therefore you can take advantage of them. Yeah, you should watch that movie. You'll relate.
Okay, so I will never make a joke again. If every statement that is made can be made towards a moral conclusion towards someone, dude, it was a joke. It was a joke. So at the end of the day, yeah.
Sorry, Renee. I was just going to say I do appreciate your input into the conversation.
Yeah, and if it's a joke, it's all good. It's just, it came right after the conversation about, you'll do anything to survive, So if you were put in that survival situation, I know, you made the joke, I'd take someone on board that wouldn't eat someone.
The idea that I would do anything to survive does not preclude working together to survive. Just to toss that out.
No, it's just that if you could get away with it and it was convenient, you would do evil things to people.
That's what you think?
I'm not talking about you, Renee.
That is apparently what he thinks, but it's fine. It's free. He doesn't have empathy. They don't have empathy. They don't understand. They've never been in these situations. I get it. It's fine.
I've always wondered, like I had a weird fucking youth, and you see people who have trust funds, all the fucking access to any money they want in the world. There's no problem. They have to wake up and sleep. That's all they have to do. And they end up in these horrible freaking places over the course of life. It's just, it just feels like it's weird in the regards of like making a choice without societal pressures on you. It's every step you take. I'm an entrepreneur. As a business, it feels like every step you take, you're a second away from bankruptcy. My decisions will be biased by stress, by things that other people without those stresses still end up making horrible choices. So, like I said, for me, I truly believe in the human story. And you asked earlier, where do I draw history? I draw history upon history that I could observe, and I chose to observe it actively, and see Rome, go to China, go to see these things, and then build my model of what is this, what is that, because when I was younger, we were taught the Bible, the world was 6,000 years old, and it was just like I said, I went around the world and I tried to figure and see things out, and I got lucky to be able to get paid to do it. Not everyone has that experience, and I don't want to come in here with that experience and say I'm on some fucking high horse or something like that. But at the same time, I truly believe until you've seen it, or or been there, or experienced it, or that walk mile another shoe type thing, it's really hard to hear moral judgments. And then when I dissect to see, hey, do you have this base? I ask that because let's have a conversation based off of these criteria of why I may think differently than you. But we can't get there because you're kind of like masking it all, just not saying what you want to say. Let your yeses be yeses and your noes be noes. But that's where I think the biggest problem here is a bit. It's it's like centrifuge a bit. This culture is homogenous and all this other stuff. No, that's not what you're saying. Just say what you want to say.
I want to say that Jesus will help you out of any situation that you're desperate in. And, stories in the Bible and real life testimonies such as my own have shown that. And I don't think that you have to resort to unrighteousness.
Thank you, Taylor. Well stated.
I want to add that most people might claim that they're ethical, they're morally right, until they have to face societal collapse or some existential crisis where they're forced to feed their children, or they start becoming animalistic, because of their fear and anxiety will overwhelm them and will overwhelm their spiritual discernment, and they'll put their flesh or their survivability above God, and they might steal from their neighbors, right? If they have to feed their children, they might steal from you.
Are you saying?
Hold on, that's when you really know if people are truly righteous or not. Is during a time of survival, where you have to fend for yourself and really try to feed your children or something. Go ahead.
Are you saying that you wouldn't, in a survival situation, you wouldn't steal from someone to feed your child?
No, I wouldn't.
So you're lost you're stranded in the woods. You come across an empty cabin. You and your child haven't eaten for a week. You wouldn't go in there and get your child some sustenance.
No.
Dude, this is such cap.
This is the difference between people who put their faith in a higher power and people who put their faith in themselves. People who have an egocentric worldview versus people who have an external reference point for their morality, somebody that holds them accountable, knowing that this life is but a vapor, and if we die in the name of Christ, we gain eternal life, versus somebody who's just trying to survive because that's the most valuable thing to them is their life.
Or their children's lives.
I think this is just the story of somebody who hasn't been there, and yeah, I don't care about that.
The Bible does say whenever you harvest your crops, to not harvest them a second time, just to leave them for the poor who can come and take from your crops. So if they're actually following that, and it's like somebody's harvested and there's leftovers, yeah. And by the way, there's plenty of food on this earth that God grows naturally for us to eat. People have no clue. Like, many things are edible and people don't even know about them. Many, dandelions, flowers, all kind of stuff. God has inhabited the earth for us, to be able to survive. Now, in these different, desert lands that, I feel like it's a weird connection between desertification and paganism. I think that it's weird how all these pagan places end up being like turning into a desert. But that's another topic. But
oh my god, you know what the Middle East is?
She's right though.
Side note,
oh my lord.
Can we go back? Okay, there is food all over the place in any general location. And also the Bible does give provisions on, leaving extra crops behind for people to be able to come and, take. But yeah, God will provide.
All rich people follow the Bible, as is well known amongst the United States.
Well,
all rich people follow the Bible.
The ravens fed him, bro. Like, God has provided a way for it.
And all of them follow it. Like, he has said, hey, do this, and so definitely everybody does that. You are absolutely correct.
Well, my point was just that if someone's...
There wouldn't be hungry people if everybody followed the Bible. There wouldn't be greediness. If everybody followed
so you don't have to follow the Bible, so therefore I really don't care what's in it. Cool. Thanks.
What?
Okay, so my point was just that, like, if someone says that their moral compass is so strong that they wouldn't, rob a can of beans from an empty house to save their child, I just don't think they're being honest with themselves. I think they're deceiving themselves if they think that's the case.
Yeah,
No,
I mean, it's all about the virtue signaling of making the ridiculous position that you obviously wouldn't hold.
Not everybody will turn to animals, dude. Not everybody's like that, bro. You might be like that. Not everybody's like that.
You wouldn't steal from an empty cabin that required no violence to save your dying child. Please.
Well, first of all,
it don't make you an animal to steal.
I'm just saying, you're saying it's an empty cabin, but how do I know it's an empty cabin? I'd have to break and enter in. I wouldn't break and enter into a random cabin and risk getting shot.
Crime,
like, there's so many things that would go wrong with that scenario, bro, that it's just a hypothetical scenario.
You knock on the door, they weren't there.
For my starving child, I can
the
door in, not take a thumb.
Yeah, the last thing I want to do is break into somebody's house
you knock on the door.
All that we needed to do is just ask you a hypothetical and your brain just broke? Is that what you admitted to?
So what I know is that SD would not last 2 minutes in a zombie apocalypse.
I think that was a great response.
Yeah.
You don't have to resort to becoming an animal, dude.
But also, as a greater point, in America, it is impossible to starve. Like, you have to be making dramatic mistakes. As somebody who was homeless as a kid, right?
I agree.
There are so many church programs. There are so many places to where you can get meals every single day. If you are going hungry in America,
man literally just said it's impossible to starve in America.
Well, I just want to say that anybody who would let their child starve to death because they think that would make God mad, I would think God would be much more pissed that you let your child starve to death because you wouldn't go get the food, rather than going and getting the food and him mad because you stole it.
Hold on, dude. Hold on. Yeah, he provides.
What if what God provided for you was this cabin in the middle of the woods that you need to walk into?
Work every day.
Bro, stop trying to pigeonhole the conversation. Listen, if you have faith, God will provide. For all I know,
and what if the cabin is what he provided?
Dude, a deer will show up and lay at my feet, dude, for me to slaughter it. You don't know
Sure, I got it, like, but what if the cabin was the answer to that prayer?
What if? It's irrelevant, dude. I'm not gonna end up.
Okay, got it. You don't want to go down it.
No, hold on. I'm not gonna become.
That's fine. Yeah, I get it. You don't want to engage, Ryan. It's fine. It's cool.
That's dude. Just because
animalistic.
That's animalistic. You start looting at the first sign of societal breakdown.
Animalistic.
You start stealing TVs and shit, bro. Come on, bro.
How many animals loot? I would say looting.
I don't know any, to be honest with
you. The problem here.
Animalistic.
Yeah, the problem here is that, like, sure, if you want to make the extreme scenario of, like, you're literally starving and you have no option. The problem is that when people do these things, when there are other options, they're just less convenient at the time. Which is the overwhelming majority of time where people do these like stealing behaviors, and they justify it of like, oh, I had no other option. Like, no, you had plenty of other options. Like in America, there's no reason to steal food. There's
Again,
so
that's
many
just a
churches.
lie. This is just a lie. People starve to death in America every day. So you're saying that it's impossible? It's just literally
People
wrong.
starve to death in America. They're retarded because half of the food here gets thrown in the trash.
because your aunt who's broken both her legs and needs your help to go to the fucking grocery store, she definitely starved because she was retarded.
It sounds like a skill issue.
Die from eating too much and starving. Only 0.2% of Americans die from starvation.
That's still people dying from starvation. And you know what? There's 300 million. Hold on. There's 300 million people in the U.S. So that 0.2 is 600,000 people.
They are dying from starvation.
That they had the opportunity and they just didn't take it. They didn't.
Yeah, they're dying. They're dying of starvation because they are mentally ill and retarded.
Wow.
How do you know this? How do you know this? You don't know this. You're just asserting this.
Because I know.
No, you don't.
Options.
You're just asserting this.
No,
you're
just
asserting it.
I know.
No,
how
you're just boldly asserting that. No, you're not listening to me. You're not listening to me. Listen to me real quick. All you're saying is that you know what the options are. You are making the assumption that these people then know what the options are. B, that these people are then able to act on that knowledge. Like, you are making two serious assumptions in your argument that don't make any sense.
Your name is Free Mustard. You're a fucking retard.
So you're being neurotic right now, dude. See, this is what happens if you
I really
run on
don't
fear,
care
dude.
what all of you
can't
think.
Straight.
One day you
can't
all will
think
learn
clear,
that,
bro.
Well, I hope
When you run on
never
fear and
starve.
anxiety, you can't think clear, bro.
Can
The
we
first
just
thing
ignore that mustard guy, please? Let me respond to Yasuke. So,
I was going to say the 0.2% of people that were dying were like old Americans, like over the age of 85 in medical facilities. Who
Yeah, I mean, because who cares about the old people? Who cares about them?
No, in medical facilities specifically.
I'm just saying.
I know,
You didn't let her finish
I can't even let her finish.
She stopped talking, you guys.
No, she didn't.
Stop white knighting.
She was continuing her point.
Oh,
You
sure I
guy.
did.
You guys are just placating a troll. You're placating a troll right now.
No, the mods here.
This
are
is all just
placating a
designed
troll.
to irritate you.
Yeah,
I know. I irritate everybody just by existing. It's so great. So great.
Mustard, stop.
Yeah, his entire being is designed to rile people up.
Well,
So just real
I don't
quick,
mind
Yasuke.
letting him speak, but maybe if he could speak without insulting and just wait his turn.
So, I agree with what you said.
No,
Yasuke.
see, I get insulted here every time. I just got insulted down this conversation. So again, like, this is why this happens, is because, you know, people get insulted. So don't insult me, and you won't get insulted back.
Dude, I
I would like to see him act this way in real life.
Like, honestly, just keep him muted. He's not adding anything for the
I
convo.
can't, dude. I'm not allowed to keep him muted for too long. But listen, you gotta chill out, Mustard. Please, bro. Let people talk and don't interrupt them, dude. Just because you get triggered doesn't give you the right to start interrupting everybody, bro. All right, I'm gonna mute you. Go ahead.
Yeah, totally triggered.
Okay, but yeah, Osco's trying to ask something.
I was just going to say, I agree with what you're saying. Like, generally speaking, there's no excuse to die of starvation in America. I think that's more or less ridiculous. The reason why I asked the hypothetical about the random can of beans in an empty cabin in the woods is you're testing with this hypothetical how honest someone is being about their morality. And if they're saying that they wouldn't get that can of beans from the empty cabin in the woods to save their child, I don't think they're being honest with themselves, with us, about their morality.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I would just say the best example of this would be abortion. And that, like, all of the cases that people bring up of, like, oh, these extreme examples of, like, you know, oh, this person is brain dead and they're having to be forcefully kept alive for, 8 months to not terminate the pregnancy. Like, every single extreme outlier case that is brought up that is used to say, like, oh, abortion is, like, perfectly, like, we need it, is, like, less than 1% of cases combined. But the overwhelming majority
never care about them.
The overwhelming majority of cases are not these outlier cases, and they're essentially just elective procedures.
Yeah, Well, I agree with that completely because that's why, like, I disagree with like abortion in cases of rape and incest, for example, or even the life of the mother. But that's 3% of all abortions. So when people start to bring up abortions, I just say, okay, I'll grant you that you can have all of those abortions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. Now, what do you do with the other 970,000 abortions per year? And they'll just say, well, you don't care about the mother.
Hold on, I want to respond to. I want to
Let
respond
people
to Oscar
have
because
bodily autonomy. That's fine.
I'd like to respond as well. Line, you go first.
Okay, thank you. The whole bean thing, dude, in the cabin, dude, like that's like a false dichotomy, bro. Because in my worldview, there's multiple avenues for sustenance, and if I have faith, Yah will provide in many different ways. I could be, I could fish, I could hunt, I could forage. And you are vegan, you know better than this, but yet you give me the only possible option to feed my child is a can of beans in a cabin, dude. Come on, bro.
The answer to his prayer could be anything but the can of beans in a cabin.
No,
Yeah,
Oscar,
he's
what
like,
if that
I
was
literally
you?
can't comprehend this
I-
incredibly complicated and confusing hypothetical. I can't engage. I refuse.
That's not what
I'm gonna
happens.
repeat
If
my
you walk
point.
up
we
to
need
a
a
cabin, you're gonna
PhD.
get
I'm gonna
shot.
repeat my
Literally,
point.
the argument about the other abortions, anti-abortion legislation does not reduce the number of abortions. Historically, we know that this is true. All it does is make those abortions vastly more dangerous and more likely to kill and maim the desperate young women who seek them. So if you think, I'm still talking. So if you think that anti-abortion laws are going to stop these abortions from taking place, you are wrong. We have the historical data on this. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, same thing with these acts are made. Yasuke, real quick, and then I'll let you go. These acts are made out of desperation. Once again, they are going to desperation is the cause.
Hold on real quick. Yasuke's next, then Blob. All right.
Yeah, same thing with murder. Like, even if you make murder illegal, people will still murder. So what's the point of having murder be illegal?
I mean, yeah, why should we have
except that fetuses aren't people, are they?
So now you're changing your argument.
The fetuses have no, it isn't, because you're now making the argument. I am adjusting my argument to the point you're making. You're claiming that abortion is murder. I deny that, and what you are trying to do is impose your moral beliefs on other people. That, again, as I have explained to you previously, is not what laws are for, nor is it how society works. You do not get to dictate your moral convictions on other people when they disagree with you. Except in those circumstances where we have agreed on universal standards. Abortion is not on one of those standards because fetuses are not babies. They are not people. They've never been people. There are no religious sacraments for fetuses. We do not scrounge through menstrual material to see whether or not it contains a fertilized egg. Because nobody
you are also
cares.
menstrual
But
material.
Tony, everybody in this room
Life
was a
begins at
fetus at
conception.
one time. So fetuses are people. We were all fetuses, so fetuses are people.
No,
You mean
that's
the overwhelming scientific consensus?
We were all individually just one cell,
dichotomy.
therefore we all are single cell
When does
organisms.
the fetus become
I
a baby?
love it.
The atoms inside us were once components of stars. Therefore, stars are people. It doesn't make any sense. It's not a logical argument.
When does the
This is
fetus
the problem
become a
with
baby?
materialism. Right here.
Yeah, I mean, you just gave like 50 different points right there. And none of them were related to the original point. None of them were related to the original point.
Man, sorry, Tony. I think you used too many words.
You said that I was
Tony, your
using
words are
murder.
big.
Hold on, real quick, dude. Are we really pivoting to abortion right now? Was that what we're doing?
I hope so.
Man, anything that involves like repeating the same talking point for 15 years.
I want to hear
PhD.
I want to hear PhD Tony versus PhD Blob. Have him duke it out.
That's great. Let's not mod this.
I'm playing.
Let's
I'm
let
joking.
the guy
I'm
speaking finish what he was going to say. Go ahead, Yasuke.
Yeah, no, I wasn't equating abortion to murder. That wasn't the point of saying murder being invoked right there. You just kind of like monkey reacted to that because you heard the word mortar in the context of an abortion conversation, and then you just made that leap for no reason. The entire point is, I'll switch it to rape, right? Like laws against rape don't actually reduce rape. So we have no reason to have laws against rape, because what's the point?
Except for the fact that the rape rate is going down. Let's not let that get in the way of our argument. That would be a terrible idea.
So do laws against things make them lower or not? Why is this one singular thing the magical exception to this? Because with every other behavior that you try to curb as a society,
you don't understand how the punishments for between an abortion and between murdering somebody might be different.
Well, no, that misses the central point. Everyone, almost everyone, we have all near universal agreement that rape violent crime prevention is warranted, but in general, that is not how the law works, nor is it how it's enforced. We would punish the person after, but I see no mechanism by which we can realistically, have armed guards wandering pregnant women around, trying to, in the 8th month, trying to stop them from doing stuff. That's going.
No, so yeah, it's punitive afterwards.
Yes,
somebody in the
punitive.
8th month gets an abortion, and then you're saying that it should be legally wrong or not legally wrong. Yeah.
Yes.
So you should punish them punitively, legally, violently. Yes. Okay.
Well, ultimately, yes, as you say, the legal system does rely on the use of violence. Yes, when we pass a law saying that you can't do this, and I think we would all agree. I hope that we would all agree that a significant after about 7 months. Certainly the mother has had ample time to make the decision, and by this stage the baby could be delivered. It would be severely premature, but babies have survived from that early in the pregnancy. So at this stage it's morally different, morally distinct from getting rid of a collection of cells attached to a uterine wall.
Okay, so you're saying that we should look at the scientific consensus from the experts to find out where this mark is?
Well, when you say this mark, I'd like to know what you mean.
So the mark between when this is okay to abort a baby, no restrictions, no questions asked, versus when it should be legally punished.
Okay, so I'd advise you to use more precise terminology. Fetuses are not babies. So when you say abort a baby, that is internally contradictory. No, it's very important. It's actually very important that we are logically consistent and rigorous in how we approach these, because if we are sloppy in our terminology, we can end up agreeing with something, and then the goalpost, and then sort of the goalpost moves. We would in principle agree with. But yeah, anyway, I can.
So to clarify, you don't think a fetus is a life, right? So once it becomes a human life, is when we should not be able to kill them, and
yeah, that would be my argument. Yes.
Okay, so and we should look at the scientific consensus for what that is, based on what the experts say. Okay. Yes. So biologists from 1,058 academic institutions, totaling 5,577 biologists all around the world from top academic institutions. 96% of them affirmed the view that human life begins at fertilization. It is the scientific consensus that life begins at fertilization.
In which case, sir, we should be going through every menstruation, every piece of menstrual tissue, and looking for the fertilized eggs that have been ejected, and then having a funeral. We don't do that because no one cares, because those fertilized eggs failed to implant and they were ejected during the menstruation. So I don't care what your cherry-picked sample of biologists says. They are arguing something that is fatuous nonsense. We as a society obviously don't treat fertilized eggs as though they are people, because if we did, we'd have a funeral every time one failed to implant in the uterus.
But
that argument does not hold.
If that's your argument, it's ridiculous. It's not realistic. The body has rejected this fertilized egg, therefore it is not in the gestation process. Like you're literally creating a situation that doesn't exist, and nobody would appeal to.
No, yes, it does. It very much
argument.
And you're talking about a very personal time. You're talking about a personal time for a woman, and now you're saying we should be going.
And you're completely comfortable getting all up into her personal time when she's pregnant. What the fuck are you talking about? Us getting into the personal time of a woman? Holy fucking shit! The lack of self-awareness, Torah.
Mustard is pregnant.
Look, guys. You just said human life begins at conception. And I am pointing out
scientific
that
consensus, yes.
no, it's not a scientific consensus. If it was a scientific consensus, you'd be able to point me. No, it isn't, sir.
It wouldn't be published in an issue of Law and Medicine if it was a scientific consensus. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, 1,000 scientists among how many?
But
over 5,000.
In order to say that 5,000 biologists is the majority of biologists, and also that 5,000 biologists are expert in human biology, are both flawed syllogisms. So if you want me to take you seriously on this, you need to actually sample the entirety of the biological literature on this subject and the totality of the medical literature.
This is a moral question, not a factual question.
Well, Jesus Christ, he's the one who appealed to this definition as the point at which human life begins. He was appealing to this, and now you're criticizing me for wanting a scientific definition. He's the one who provided it.
And very interruptive.
No, you're talking like the whole question is not about when does life begin. The question is, when does life have value such that we should consider it a full fucking being with full moral rights such that a mother can't fucking get rid of it? That's the question. It's the moral question, not
I would
the
argue
literal life question. Who cares?
I would argue in agreement with that. Humans have brains. If something doesn't have a brain, it can't be human.
Whoever that cat guy was,
I just want to be super clear. That's not the argument I just made. So I don't.
Well, no, but sort of this is cherry picking of the argument from somebody, incidentally, who unironically believes that magic is real. So let's get that on the record.
Just a genetic fallacy. Okay.
No, it isn't. It shows 100% that your epistemology is not reliable or honest. Because if you're honest,
I showed to you that you were wrong about the scientific consensus.
Hold on, Tony, hold on. Tony, his source is wrong. His source isn't even all biologists. It's some subsection of institutes that they surveyed. It's not all biologists. His premise is just wrong.
Okay. This was the point that I was about to say. The fact that he believes magic is possible and real shows that he is not actually honest. And so when he presents material, we have every reason to believe that he is being dishonest in how he has chosen to present it. And again, that has been verified in this particular case. So thank you, Yasuke, for demonstrating why we should not take you at your word when you present yourself as correctly interpreting statistics.
Yeah, dude, you're just fucking waffling forever.
Yeah, literally what you're doing is just attacking.
Can I please say something real quick? The cat guy, whoever that is, Silent or whatever, he got the question exactly right. It's when does that individual, when does that person, when does that human have value? This idea that it's not a human at conception is more or less just anti-science. Open up any biology textbook. It is a human fetus from the moment of conception. Everyone knows this.
It's not a human.
There is a debate about whether or not that human at 2 weeks old or at 2 weeks pregnancy has value. That's the question of whether or not abortion should be legal or not.
No, it isn't.
Even though we were all fetuses at one time,
no, it isn't.
That fetuses aren't humans.
Oh my gosh, Tony, can you tell us what? Tony, before you just go on it, bro, please. I just came in, but can you define what a fetus mean? What does a fetus mean, and what does life? What are the characteristics of life? How do we recognize that
can never make it.
Oh man, Bible thump.
It's not a Bible thump, bro. This is nothing about Bible. You need to shut your mouth. This is nothing about a Bible, right?
It'll be 10 seconds before you bring it up, buddy. Don't even try. It'll be 10 seconds before you bring it up.
Y'all chill.
Everyone just relax. It's okay. Just relax.
I don't know.
Let's look at the definition of life. Life is the condition that distinguishes animals and plants from inorganic matter, including the capacity for growth, reproduction, functional activity, and continual change of getting dead. Fetuses do not have the capacity for functional activity or reproduction or growth without the assistance of the parent.
Tony, I need to mod here. North, you're not going to sit there and talk all over people when they're talking. You'll get your chance. Just hang on.
I was misrepresented, and then I was spoken over, and I was ignored. So I would like to know. I would like
you
to
interrupted. No, you interrupted when you came in.
Sir, I just answered your goddamn question, and if you hadn't been speaking, you'd have heard the answer.
I heard 3 people speaking at the same time.
Yeah, well, you were one of them, and you spoke over me, sir. So now you can go and look up what the definition of life is on your own, and you will see that fetuses don't match it because they're not capable of independent growth. They're not capable of function.
You're disagreeing
without external assistance. That means that they're not alive, sir.
Hold on, Tony. Look, you don't need to hold the rest of your position and make this argument.
I can't respond. There's no use in me being
one at a time, retards.
Yeah, please, retards. So independent, is that what you're saying? Independent growth. So the moving aspect, let's not pay attention to the movement. Let's not pay attention to the response to stimuli. Let's not pay attention to growth. So we're going to take one aspect of what you say life is, and it's independent growth. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying that it has to be capable of proper.
Being that you just shit all over yourself, please describe what fetus. Define fetus to me. Being that you shit all over yourself when you're speaking about life.
No, hang on. I mean, that's very simply. It pertains to cerebral development and
I'm not even
being able to sense. I'm going to mute you now. You're not going to get to talk in the conversation if you're not going to be respectful.
I'm not speaking to you.
Well, don't speak to me. It don't mean that I can't talk because you're not speaking to me. But
no,
think about cerebral.
The question. He was asked 5 different times.
Talking. Let me get my words out.
And he hasn't answered.
It pertains more to cerebral development, and the fetus's ability to sense is part of it.
I'm asking you to define
this is under.
I'm asking him.
No, you attacked my point. I get to defend my point. I am not obligated to move on to your next script item. I will defend my definition of life, and you will not interrupt me, sir. My definition of life involves sure when I'm finished.
You're always talking.
Okay. Then get used to it because the more you interrupt, the longer I take. The definition of life involves proper function, proper capacity to function, which, as Left Lane points out, requires a certain level of neural activity. If they don't possess that, they are not properly functioning. It's that.
So you're against abortions after the brain
Where's your citation? Where's your citation?
Oh my gosh. Look, y'all are having a actively.
You asked me for my definition. You asked me for my definition. I gave my definition. You didn't ask for a cited definition, but I can point to any fucking dictionary where you look under life. Look in a dictionary under life, and you will see that it requires proper function.
Thank you for telling me.
Get a word in. Is that allowed?
Yeah, he can get a word in.
Please, man, please. I'm just going to say this one last thing because we're having an interaction here. So I'm just going to say thank you for telling me that is your definition, and that's a big presumption on your part. And if you can't define fetus for me, being that it's a 2-part question, it's what is a fetus and what is life? So you're not going to tell me that fetus means a child or offspring or young one? You're going to tell me?
No, it doesn't mean any of those things, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Y'all are actively just having a non-productive conversation, and it's just fucking ridiculous that you're the only two that can talk and purposely have a non-productive conversation about the definition of life when the definition of life is irrelevant to this fucking topic. It is so annoying.
Tony's the only one allowed to speak when he comes in.
Tony, what you're saying, Tony, is that a fetus is still more part of the mother than it is its own thing. So since it's still more part of the mother because it can't live or do anything without her, it's still like her, not really itself yet. It doesn't become a person until it becomes its own self, not part of the mother, is basically what you're getting at.
Yes. To some extent, I would accept that as a valid summary of what I'm saying.
There's no need for me to ask you any more questions, man.
Okay, so why does anybody here think that moral consideration for a zygote or a fetus or an embryo should start at conception?
Well, can I ask you just real quick, when do you think moral consideration should start?
I think it should start whenever I damn well please. Can we engage?
Well, that is the
Yeah,
engagement.
I'll say.
I would say everything
I'll say
else
that
is
it's
completely
important from
arbitrary.
conception. I'll say that. Yeah, it's important from conception. Silent. I'll go ahead and I'll say it.
It's important from conception. Why?
It's an
Because
offspring.
if it wasn't, you wouldn't be here fucking arguing with it.
People conceive, therefore that's when moral consideration should be granted.
A and B come together to make C, not B.
That's the logic.
Not part of B, not part of A, not just
Everyone
part
was
of A,
once
just part of
Stardust.
B.
Does that mean that
It's
everyone
Okay.
is just little baby
May I
stars?
ask a scientific question?
Can I respond real quick? So, like, the reason why I would personally say conception, because everything else is arbitrary. If you say heartbeat, that's arbitrary. If you say
All
brain
morals
waves,
are arbitrary.
yeah, exactly. So if you start with the premise that all human life is valuable and has some sort of rights, you have to start from the moment of conception. So that's my opinion.
Incorrect, sir.
At
Morals
which
are
at which
arbitrary.
point at which point you have condemned yourself to having funerals for menstrual material that includes a fertilized egg.
You think
Right?
women don't
Because
mourn
it
their
started at
miscarried
conception.
children?
Life
Obviously
started
they
at
do.
conception. Life started at conception. You have conceived a child. It didn't implant in the embryo. Now you have to go find the child and have a funeral for it.
No, but there's a big difference between a child dying based on nothing you did and a child you willfully killing a child. Just like if your child runs out in traffic and gets run over, that's a lot different than you pushing them out in front of the car.
Fetus is not a child.
Oh,
When does it become a child?
Yeah, I defined it in the
Okay,
chat.
but
It says it's
that
an
is-
offspring of a human or other mammal in the stages of prenatal development that follows the embryo stage, and humans taken as beginning 8 to 9 weeks after conception.
Yasuke, your cherry-picked paper with a subsection of biologists is not the scientific consensus. I don't know how many times you need to be told this.
When did I say that it was literally every single biologist surveyed? That would be
You did in voice. We can roll. Do you want me to roll it back? Because I'll roll it back.
he gave
I
a
got time.
specific number.
You did present it as
Hey, guys.
scientific consensus, and now you're moving the goalposts. Now
Can I
you're
post
saying you
pictures
didn't
of
claim it
abortion
represented all
material?
biologists.
Of just abortion material. Is that okay? Can I post that?
Pardon?
Can I send you images
I would
of
prefer you
abortion
did
material,
not.
No.
Tony?
No, you can't.
Oh, why?
It's just
That's a
menstrual
problem?
material.
No.
Human life is
Why is
No,
that a
you
problem?
can't.
destroyed.
No, you
Feeling?
can't,
I mean,
sir.
Is
fine.
it-
You know
is it
what? You
against
send me
the law?
those. I'll send you dead bodies. We'll see who likes which.
Is that the fucking problem? A
Is it a
second ago,
problem?
you
I'll
were
just
angry
send you
about it.
pictures of shit in the toilet,
There you
right?
go.
That's right.
Okay,
That'll
I'm
help you.
asking that. I'm
Is it a
asking that
problem?
Riggs be
shitting
banned.
and pissing
I'm
in the
asking that
chat?
Riggs be banned from the server.
Yo, I'm
I'm
outta here. Yo,
asking
let's
that
play.
Riggs.
That's all you, bro.
He just dropped it. He asked if he could. Then he dropped it anyway. It's in the chat there. I'd ask a
you're not my
moderator
authority.
to not only remove that material, I'd ask a moderator
What's wrong
to
with
kick
it?
him from the server. SC Montreal, please remove that offensive material from the
what's
chat
wrong with it?
and
What's
Yeah, your
please
morals
kick
aren't-
Riggs
dude, this is
from the
just-
server.
It's just material,
Please,
bro.
please kick Riggs from the server. That is unacceptable. We ask him not to do that. It's a
Why?
violation. It's a
Why?
violation
Why?
of server. It's a violation of server rules
No.
on two distinct axes. One, it is a presentation of offensive material. Two, it is a presentation of medical material, which you are strictly forbidden to do. So you have violated two of the server rules in the one act, sir.
Tony,
That's not the case.
You thought it was like to destroy a fucking child, Tony. That's what your fucking problem is.
A fetus is not a child. He's done it again.
Okay,
This is why I asked him to be kicked
All right,
from the
What's wrong with
server.
it, man?
All right. Listen,
What's
I'm
wrong with
on
it, Tony?
right
I
now.
thought you were all about it.
Nope, I'm on right now. Let's
Okay.
bring the temperature down. Bring the temperature down.
Yeah. The
Like,
truth is, we all
fucking
understand
calm down.
that to be that's something that we all see
No
having
interrupt-
value.
Yes. come
No,
on.
we don't.
Hold on. Hold on a second. Stop interrupting each other. Just talk. Close your point. Let the other person speak, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to respond to what Yasko just said. No, it is no more. If you got up here and presented shit, or you presented dead animals, or you presented whatever, it's still objectionable, and I don't want to see it, and I should have a right not to have to see it, especially if you ask. And then I say, no, I don't want to see that, and you post it anyway, you're just being rude. And no, none of that suggests that a fetus has, that an aborted fetus has any more value than an amputated arm or a removed organ or any other piece of medical waste. That's not what we're saying.
Your
we're
emotional meltdown says it all,
medical
buddy.
waste.
Your emotional meltdown says it all. You're so afraid to see an aborted fetus because you know that it's an
Not
aborted
afraid.
human.
There's a difference between afraid and don't want to see. I don't know if you need to have that actually explained to you, but holy shit, man.
It's so offensive
What, you don't
that
love
that
to
you
see
guys got
aborted
Riggs
fetuses? Come on, man.
banned from the room because it was so offensive to see this just medical thing.
Correct, because it's not because it was offensive to see. It's because he violated server rules and Discord terms of service. Don't get things twisted around.
Discord terms of service are not violated.
Yeah, what did he
Citation
violate
required?
exactly?
Yes, you've already revealed that you're a liar and an unreliable narrator. So don't give us that bullshit.
What did you see? You see an individual? Is that what you seen?
Oh my god.
You just keep saying that when you don't have an argument for what I actually say.
I saw medical waste. That's what I saw.
You saw what's the problem?
I don't want to see medical waste. That is a violation of somebody's privacy. That is somebody else's medical waste. I don't want to see it.
You don't know the person. You don't know the person.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I know the person or not. It is still somebody else's medical waste, and I don't want to see their private stuff.
Okay.
It's not their private stuff. If it was posted on the internet.
You don't want to see it.
Definitionally, it was allowed to be published.
Look. We get it, right? Riggs is gone. That's up to the mods. You can take it up with them. If you want to continue the conversation and the debate about your position on abortion, let's do that.
Yeah, I would say that childbirth is shown all the time. You can watch childbirth. You can watch medical procedures on television.
Yes, dude, hold on. TV does not actually have real childbirth. TV does not have real childbirth.
In that context, North, in the context where we're watching a medical documentary, the film crew is there. The film crew, you might want to be quiet while I'm speaking because I am trying to answer your question and point out a moral distinction between the. Okay. When a documentary crew is present in a surgical room and a baby is being delivered, they are there with the permission of the parents and the medical team. When an unprovenanced picture of medical waste shows up on the internet, there is no guarantee that the person whose weight it is has given any consent to that. There is no guarantee that it is not a violation of their privacy. There is no guarantee that it is in accord with the desires of the person who suffered the procedure. They are not comparable circumstances.
No, that's just such selective.
I didn't say any time. Can I respond? I'll just leave, man. If I can't respond, I'll just leave, bro. It's all
yeah, real quick.
Can I respond or should I just leave? Just
as
let me know.
As long as we're not posting any medical advice or any other shit that does violate the rules, you guys can continue. Just don't yell.
Can I respond now? Can I respond?
Just don't yell over each other. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to respond without being interrupted. So what I would say is I didn't say every instance. I said you can actually see people giving birth online, on YouTube, on television that have consented to this giving birth and showing the child, or any other medical procedure, getting stitched up. People consent to being seen. Dental work, same thing.
I'll grant you that. But however, nobody here consented to the image we were shown. Goodbye, North.
Stop interrupting, dude. Why are you guys interrupting him every time he's talking? What are you doing? Are you scared of what he's going to say or something?
Not at all. Not at all. I'm
Well, then
just
why do
pointing
you
out
have
that he's making a false equivalence.
Do you have
He's
impulse
making a false
control then,
equivalence.
Steve?
If I'm watching a video on YouTube about somebody giving birth, I have chosen and consented to watch this video. Nobody here consented to see what was given.
No, your behavior, dude. You are erratic, bro. Just calm down.
I don't care about your opinion of my behavior, Torah.
Well, I do, and I'm going to tell you this for the last.
And I don't care about your opinion.
Well, then I'm going to mute you, okay? Like if you motherfuckers talk over each other again, I'm going to start muting people. Like I've been patient. I'm just trying to let's keep the temperature down. Let's let each other talk, finish our points. The next person can go. All right? This is like the 6th fucking warning in 10 minutes. So let's just
sorry. My apologies. I just wanted to ask that another thing be made, because a lot of what is causing the temperature to rise is assertions about what the other side thinks. Please don't do that, because you are straw manning by attributing to other people stuff that you cannot possibly know. So please don't attribute to other people what they think.
Yeah, your emotional meltdown about seeing a picture of an aborted babysitter.
There they go again.
Hold on. What Osco said, though, is a very valid point. You're going to have to pick a point of conception. And what that's going to break down to is just an arbitrary number that you've given. So the most logical response at this point would just go at conception. Right? So now... hold on 1 second. This will be my question. When does it start?
Okay, again, my argument would be that we should listen to a group of professionals and we should consult with societies at large on choosing these guidelines. I would also point out, I would like to make a hypothetical. If life begins at conception, we have 2 embryos. One of them absorbs the other embryo. This happens all the time. It is called chimerism. It's a medical condition where the adult person actually has two distinct genetic codes inside them. They have cells with different gene codes because one absorbed the other. Do we arrest that baby at birth for murder because they have absorbed the other embryo?
Well, I think we're
under your argument that life began at conception, we had 2 lives, we now have 1 life. Did that embryo murder the other embryo?
No, I don't think so personally, because that seems like what you're talking. Okay, what's the scientific cause for that?
It's just
we also have
cellular
manslaughter.
absorption. It's just
why is it doing it? What's the reason for it?
You can look into chimerism. I mean, I don't see how that's relevant to.
It's not relevant. So it's not relevant when it comes to murder cases to know the motivation.
See, this is what he's doing, right? He's getting ready to say that it wasn't intentional. But see, this is why we have invented a category titled manslaughter.
Boys, what's that? All right, let's not change the subject. Let's keep on the same subject. Be nice to each other.
Yeah, well, I was trying.
Tony, I think he asked you a direct question. Can we start with that? Please restate your question to Tony.
When does conception begin?
That's an ill-formed question. What you mean to say is, when should we treat a fetus as being a viable human being?
When does life begin?
And therefore protect it from abortion. And I have already answered this question, that we should consult with medical experts and get their opinion on this matter, and then we should consult as a society and see what the majority of us are happy with.
Yes, and the consensus shows that is at fertilization for when human life begins.
That is another lie on your part, Yasko. You have already had the multiple fallacies behind that argument explained to you, and yet you repeat it as though it's true.
I've shown the data. I've given the study, and there's never been a refutation of it. And there's never been any counterfactual given. If you think that my paper showing
I'm getting ready to smoke. And then I'll go find your refutations.
If you think that my paper of the scientific consensus is wrong, then show me somewhere else that has a more rigorous scientific consensus showing something different. You won't be able to find that because it doesn't exist.
Yes, I will, Yasuke, and I will find it as soon as I get back in from smoking.
The claim that something has not been presented yet, therefore it does not exist, is not a valid syllogism, is it?
No, you're saying that it's wrong, and then you're not giving any reason why.
I'm saying that you're wrong. Yes, and I will get the evidence to you in a moment. Allow me some time to do that, because unlike you, I don't have propaganda talking points ready to loose at an instant's notice.
Just go get that evidence. We'll be waiting.
Yeah, it's just I'm the only one providing data here.
Tony, let's be gentle, please. Thank you.
You big baby, okay.
Yeah, I mean, if someone wants to make an argument that a fetus doesn't have value, they can make that argument. To pretend like a fetus is not a human fetus is ridiculous and completely absurd.
Well, that's what I was talking about. We need to be having a conversation about morality and about having a conversation about like where life begins and placing. Like, I think earlier I mentioned that this is an arbitrary point, and we can have a conversation about what makes more sense of an arbitrary point. But ultimately, every single fucking person is drawing some type of arbitrary line on where moral consideration lies.
Yeah, the only non-arbitrary line is conception, because that's when
that's still an arbitrary line. It's still an arbitrary line.
It's the moment of creation. It's when a new DNA code is created.
Because like when you follow Osco's point as the sort of the starting point, you can say things like, okay, yes, life technically does begin at conception, but like, the autonomy of the mother is more important. And, when you have one life being reliant on another life, then, at a certain point, like there should be the ability for the larger life to get rid of the smaller life. Like that's when you can make arguments like that. But starting on the idea of like, oh, it's not even a human life at all is a non-starter.
I don't even understand how it's productive. It's not. It doesn't matter. It defeats. It's not even the point.
Okay, then you don't care if the abortion happens at 8 months. Yeah, that's what you're saying. It doesn't even matter. You can't make the argument then, because just like Yasuke just proposed to you, you won't be able to have an argument for what I just gave you, because you don't know when life begins. You say it's just an arbitrary number. So why don't we just start it at birth?
We know where life begins.
Who made the argument?
Again, where life begins is not interesting. What's interesting is when does moral consideration begin?
Yeah, that is the central point. But who is making the argument that new DNA begins at conception? Because that isn't true.
When is a new DNA code created, Tony?
3 weeks after conception, 3 weeks after fertilization, actually. 3 weeks into
2 weeks old baby doesn't have a DNA code.
The implantation on the cell wall. So even if you use that as your standard, you're still not talking about the point of conception, are you? So that would mean that the day after pill is perfectly fine, right? If somebody takes a day after pill to prevent the fertilized egg from implanting, everybody would be fine with that.
Why didn't they just not have sex?
Because people enjoy having sex.
It's another values issue.
You're saying people should not enjoy having sex.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
He's like, I've never enjoyed sex in my life.
Not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying you have a different idea of what sex is, obviously. If that's like what you gain from it is just pure pleasure, it's pretty sad, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, society.
Disagree with him.
Interesting way you've loaded all that shit.
I mean, respect to disagree with
you. That a new DNA code is not created until 3 weeks after conception.
Yeah, it just seems like a full, just straight up lie from what I'm saying. Like, that's just not true.
Yeah, I know that
every
it's not
other
true,
source
but I'm
I'm
driving,
saying
so I can't
does not
look it
say
up. I
that,
just want to figure out what I need to look up to debunk him, just like Yasuke debunked him. Hello, Tony. So 3 weeks after conception is when we get a new DNA code?
That's what I was just reading in the literature about this. But the literature I'm reading also says that a human being cannot begin before the appropriate brain structures that are developed that are capable of sustaining awareness. Yasuke's claimed that this represents some sort of biological scientific consensus is therefore debunked. Thank you. Goodbye.
Okay, goodbye, please.
What was your source even saying?
I
Like,
just
link
read
the
my
source.
source. If you weren't listening to me, that's your fault, right?
I posted my source. Can you post yours?
Sure.
Ooh, I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
Okay, so we've gotten
Vasectomies every chance I get.
we've gotten to the point where DNA supposedly is constructed after 3 weeks, and now we've got on the table that it's not a viable human, until after the brain is developed, which happens at what point?
25 years.
When he comes out and he says, "Hello."
That is actually true. Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, but
that was the
there's
answer
some
to his
information
question.
out there that says the brain never finishes developing. So,
Oh, so we're never humans. Nobody's
He
a
said
human.
neural
here.
structures. He said neural structures. He did not say brain developing.
Okay, fair enough. And at that point, when those neural structures are formed, is that where we can start talking about like moral considerations? Because I guess that's kind of where we have to go from there. Is like, is that at that point, is that fetus or the child in the womb, is it, what's its capacity with those neural connections or neural pathways?
Again, we as guys on the internet can have a discussion about this and can argue about it, but in order to resolve this in any meaningful sense, we are going to have to consult with medical experts and society at large before society can agree on what standards it wishes to enforce. Ultimately, these are going to be legal preferences, and there must be societal consultation and there must be scientific consultation. And we can continue arguing and yelling at one another and people insisting that human life begins at conception. And the fact is that the vast majority of scientists and the vast majority of society at large and the vast majority of doctors do not agree that that is the case. And so,
okay, let's go.
The paper you linked does not support that claim.
Did you hear that guy? This is a doctor saying that, or a PhD saying that people they don't agree that the beginning is the beginning. Like whatever it's called thing to say.
That's what I was gonna say. We can just look at this from a logical standpoint. And so, PhD Tony, let's not even go scientific. Would it be when her belly shows?
No.
Like, you know what I mean?
Please do not ask about this topic, bro.
As has been previously established, it would be at the point where we as a society and a series of experts consider the baby to be sufficiently developed to warrant moral consideration.
Didn't it have to have a bunch of physical reactions to develop those neurons, though? So you want to destroy the possibility of developing the neurons before it reaches its capability? Like that's
so
that's your
if a
argument.
man has a vasectomy, is he killing babies?
He's not. Look.
Okay,
guys.
so
He's
this
not
is that's a fatuous objection. It's just a collection of cells, like any other collection of cells. Removing it removes any potentiality, sure, but potential for a human is not the same thing as a human.
You're just a collection of cells.
I'm just a collection of cells, but I'm a collection of cells that is recognized as a human. A collection of
Yeah,
brain
no, other ones are considered
inside
an
a
offspring.
inside a uterus is not recognized as a human.
Yeah, it's
So your
considered
study,
an offspring.
Tony, does not support your claim. Your claim was that the scientific consensus shows that life begins at a point not as conception.
No, that's not what I said. What I said was that neural. If you read down below, it says a human being cannot exist until it has neurological function. So you haven't read the complete paper. You've just read to the bit that you can cherry pick. So we're talking not about when the thing might in some sense be abstractly considered alive. We are considering the point at which it can be considered to be a human being.
This was supposed to be invoked.
They are two distinct points in time, sir, and for you to conflate them in the way that you do is inaccurate.
This was supposed to be a counterfactual to me saying that the scientific consensus was life at fertilization, linking this study claiming that life begins 14 days after of a singular paper of a singular study's opinion does not destroy the counterfactual of the idea that the overwhelming scientific consensus shows that it begins at fertilization. You're just linking a singular opinion.
Didn't you say half an hour ago that you weren't claiming that it was the overwhelming scientific consensus, that it was just a number of people that you had picked? Didn't you concede that as a fact? And are you not now lying to us by claiming that it is scientific consensus when previously you were backtracking from it being scientific consensus?
No, I'm saying that if you were to try to say anything is scientific consensus only if it surveys literally every single person within the field, that would be an unreasonable point of view. This is, 5,000 biologists. They attempted to send surveys out to like 70,000, I think the number was off the top of my head.
You've already been shown to be lying in your analysis of this paper, sir. So
no, I'm not.
Doubling down on those lies. Doubling down on those lies is not going... Sir, you have completely abdicated your credibility in previous discussions, and you continue to do it in this discussion with every misrepresentation of what you claim is data.
Okay, hold on. Your paper says it goes by the ontological definition of a human, right? So that's just an arbitrary definition as well. So you're basically saying in order to be considered... Yeah, so that this is still an arbitrary line where it's drawn. So why wouldn't you just start at the beginning?
All definitions are arbitrary. Because where we define things to be an issue is whether or not something is human.
No, so it's the only survey looking at consensus. The only survey looking at consensus of when life begins shows that 96% of biologists agree on the same thing.
You conflated it again.
There's no other take of consensus. Of
no one's denying
96%.
Life begins.
96% of those surveyed affirm that human life begins at fertilization.
Right, life begins is not the question. Classified as human is the question.
And they're saying for value.
So specifically, the way that it is phrased is affirming the fertilization view of when human life begins.
Yes, but that is not the point at which they become a human being.
Life?
You are. No,
that is specifically the question.
Okay, I've been repeating that life and moral consideration are the same thing for like an hour, and y'all have been circling the drain on this stupid shit. Yeah. Like, what don't you understand about this?
I agree with Simon.
You're exactly right. Sorry. You've been exactly right for an hour, as you say.
I'm right on everything, but my God, y'all have been circling the drain on this shit. When he says they may be human life, but they're not a human being, what he means is they may be alive and they may have human DNA, and we can call them alive, but that doesn't mean that they are worthy of moral consideration.
Why
this is specifically saying
the argument for that, though?
Yeah, so this isn't saying something that's technically a living thing. It's saying a human's life. This is when a human's life begins.
You're just
specifically the claim of the study.
Talking past us. You're dedicated to repeating the same two lines and never making any progress.
So, no, because they don't understand, Yasuke. They don't understand that when we say human life, we mean you attribute moral value to all human life.
So
all of
you're
it.
just purposely misunderstanding what we're talking about, right? You're just purposely talking past us.
Yeah, so it means it means at the very point of conception, the very first moment that pregnancy occurs, that would be when we would give moral consideration to that. That's what you're asking. So so you have the answer. So what is your answer and what's your reason for it?
Okay, I'm going to go with 22 weeks as my answer, and the reason for it is that it's something that we can agree on, and it's arbitrary, and yours is no less arbitrary than mine, and you can pretend that it isn't. You can pretend. I'm still talking. You can pretend that yours is more reasonable and more logical and what have you. The fact is that the vast majority of people don't buy your argument, don't accept your values, and so you're going to, yes, because laws are based on consensus, mate. Because laws are designed to allow society to function.
So we could vote in a dictator.
And that means you can say that you don't agree with abortion all day long. You can say it, you can shout it from the rooftops. I'm fine with that. But what you don't get to do is base laws around it.
Yeah, so if most people agree that rape is okay, then we'll make rape legal.
Except that most people don't agree that rape is okay, do they?
In our culture, yes. Not in every culture.
Please show me one that doesn't. Please show me a society in which rape is perfectly okay.
I mean, Mongolians, the Mongol.
Really?
Are you kidding me?
Not modern day Mongolians. Not modern day Mongolians.
Please cite your sources on that.
Are you talking about Genghis Khan?
Yeah, is it really a controversial thing to say the society of Genghis Khan thought rape was okay? Like, do I really need to cite a source for this?
So here,
are we really sea lioning this argument?
That's not true, sir. That's not true.
Please. So Genghis Khan, in his society, yes, he fought battles and he did horrible things to people after those battles. Within his own society, he stopped stealing wives. He stopped all of those things. Learn his story. His original name was Temujin. How he grew up. He did not allow rape in his society. So you were wrong, even on that regard. But yes, the Mongols.
So some types of rape are okay. Just like in 43 countries today, there is no criminalization of marital rape.
Did I say it's okay? Did I say it's okay?
Did I wake up and morals suddenly weren't relative again?
No, but it's not okay what Genghis Khan and his army did. That's not what I said. But the thing is,
well, how would you know that? Everything is subjective. Morals are all relative, like the last guy said. So how would you know that's not okay?
I know it's not okay because I wouldn't want it to happen to myself or one of my family members. That's how I know it's not okay.
But that's not what they want.
The vast majority of humans, historically and at present, do know that rape is an undesirable thing.
But that's not what they want.
I am still talking. To have happen to people that they care about. That they are willing to do horrible things to other people does not make it right in any sense.
But it's their preference, dude. It's their preference, just like it's your preference for them not to do it. So why are you infringing on their preferences?
Don't interrupt me, sir. Nobody is saying, what we are saying is that it is okay to say you can't rape somebody. That is okay. You can't rape somebody. You can't inflict that harm on another person. But abortion is not that. That is you saying to a woman. That is you saying to a woman that she can't do something to a bunch of cells parasitically lodged in her uterus.
Yeah, you just said you can't make a law about it. So that's what your position is on the grape thing as well. Because
no, it isn't,
if it was their preference, hold on, now you're interrupting me. If it was their preferences to do those things, why would you infringe on their preferences?
But
you don't want your preferences infringed on, right? You don't want your preferences infringed on?
Are they inflicting or infering the person in which they are committing this act to's preference? Yes or no? Because if it's no, it's not what we're talking about. If it's yes, then they're infringing their exact thing you're trying to describe here. So I would say that I would rather have that stopped than stop their infringement of their rights. So
why?
To clarify,
because I'm a man. Because I'm a man. Because
you don't have a reason because you're God.
No, I told you.
You just said because you're God. And you know everything. Because you have the absolute moral. Yeah, because you have an absolute moral standard.
No,
There's men.
Because I'm a man.
The men are doing the act. They are also man.
And men are stopping it because we're the arbiter of force. You said this.
You're the arbiter of truth as well, dude.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Yeah, you get to
arbiter
tell
of
people what
God.
they can and can't do. That's what you just said.
No,
Yes.
we as a
To clarify-
society get to agree on
You're
what
done.
laws apply.
You're done.
Most people in society agree that rape is bad.
There are 20 countries. There are 20 countries that have marry your rapist
don't
laws.
interrupt me. You
Stop tag teaming,
okay?
guys.
Don't
Just
interrupt
one at a
me.
time.
I don't care. When I say most people, pointing to 10% of nations, not even 10% of the world population, does not demonstrate my claim to be false, does it? No, because 80% of countries do have laws against rape. Therefore, most people agree that rape is bad.
We could just look
in
at
these,
the
in these
past.
countries, in these cultures, in these societies, in these countries, in these cultures, in these societies, they should allow it because that's what that society believes.
Do we have a pro rape position here?
I'm gonna say this one more time.
It sounds like Tony is trying to.
I think they're just being dishonest and trying to use the argument they don't believe in.
Oh shit!
I'm gonna
make
say,
a point.
I'm gonna say this one more time. It's gonna be the last time. Don't talk over each other. Get your point across. Pass the mic. It's the last time I'm saying it. And then I'm gonna start.
Normal.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If it's happened in the past that people voted that kind of lifestyle in and the majority agreed to it, it means it can totally happen in the future again.
I don't consider that sort of hypothetical to be in any way relevant. Rape is by definition a hostile and violent act against another human being. Abortion is an act that doesn't involve another human being. That is our point.
And that just goes against scientific consensus.
We do not consider
before 22 weeks. You said,
the
right?
fallacies, and again, you said you'd interrupt people who you said you'd mute people who interrupted me.
He took a long pause, Verdak.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but I was still speaking. So now I get to finish what I was saying. You have had the fallacy of your argument pointed out to you that you have established a scientific consensus. You have not. You have not presented a scientific consensus on when an embryo becomes a human being worthy of legal protections. If you look at the Charter of Human Rights begin at birth. They don't start before. We do not consider that a fetus is a human being. We do not consider that abortion is an act that involves another human. Therefore, it is not in any way analogous to rape, and the comparison is fatuous.
The Human Rights Charter is not a scientific consensus, and the scientific consensus does show that a fetus is a human life, based on all of the available data, and there's no counterfactual data that exists.
What I said, perhaps I need to restate what I said. A human being worthy of legal protection. We do not consider a fetus to be a human being worthy of legal protection.
You just said a fetus. You just said a fetus was not a human life.
Who's we?
That goes against the scientific
He did not
consensus.
say that. That is just a straight up lie, so that you can continue to repeat the exact same talking point over and over and over again, as if no one has already responded to it.
Yeah, but it's not true what he said. There are legal implications for, like, in certain states, if you kill a pregnant woman.
I didn't say that there weren't. What I said was there is a point at which we do not regard a fetus as a human being with access to legal protections. Now, you saying that some fetuses are protected against violence by other people, that's actually violence towards the woman, and the woman being pregnant is an aggravating factor. But it's more the assault on her that is the primary crime.
But also in those crimes, we assume that the woman would have been able to bring the fetus to term. We make that assumption for those crimes.
I really don't understand why the possibility of life is such an argument, to be honest with you.
I don't really know why we want to define life and spend 15 hours.
Yeah, it's a really
defining
dumb
life
argument.
Other than it wastes everyone's time. I don't really get it.
Well, y'all
sorry.
don't interrupt each other. It's all right. Keep
Sorry,
going.
sorry, Silent. You were right the entire time, and I was wrong, and I was allowing myself to be led down, irrelevant.
Oh, you're fine. I mean, if anyone wants to actually discuss, like, where should we draw this arbitrary line? Where is it a good idea for this to be for our society? That's an interesting question, and I think that would be an interesting conversation to have with Yasuke or anybody else. But
I say
just repeat the same line over and over again about
consciousness.
scientists.
Why not
treating
at the
life
beginning?
lines.
We did. We mentioned it many times. Why not at the very beginning?
The fact is about this topic, though, there are so many situations that most people aren't even aware of or haven't experienced, or so many things that could possibly change your mind if you actually went through the same things. So I don't know. It's kind of difficult to argue against abortion.
There you go. It's out of desperation again. The argument from desperation. I wonder if that's like a fallacy or something. Like, because there's no way we can attribute all. We can't attribute all human behavior. We can't attribute all human behavior to just desperation.
This is why I call you soy boys.
I just made a point. Is all.
Yeah.
Again, Vedak, you said you wouldn't interrupt. That guy interrupted somebody else who was speaking.
I know. When left lane's in here now, thank God, someone else can help me control the ship. Like, seriously. Let's go.
People value fetuses differently. Like, that's not surprising. Like, and then that's where the argument ends.
I don't think that's where the argument has to end. Somebody asked, like, why not place it as at the arbitrary line at conception? Well, first of all, really, really pragmatically difficult to place it that early, right? Because most women don't even realize that they're pregnant. So how do you enforce the behaviors of the pregnant woman when she doesn't even know that she's pregnant until she's already 6 to 8 weeks along, right? I mean, just like pragmatically, that makes no fucking sense.
That is one of the biggest things about this whole debate. I can't believe someone finally brought it up. I'm trying to mod you fucks talking over each other. But that single point, sir, you are wise. That is a point of wisdom. Like, I mean, I have kids. You know what I mean? My wife didn't even know that she was pregnant for fucking 4 weeks. You know what I mean? So, like, when we get into these debates, like, I think we should remember those anecdotal points that are probably outside, the schemes and the points that we're trying to convey to each other. Tony, I love you. Tony, I fucking listen to you all the time, man. You have PhD points. They're amazing, right? But they're not always like the facts. You know what I mean?
Then ignore them, because if they don't know they're pregnant, then it's okay. So there's some women that maybe go 4 or 5 months they don't know they're pregnant. Yet, or what?
Again, he just talked over someone who was still in the process of talking.
Yeah, he's.
Yeah, dude. So when it comes to rules, they don't matter if there's no enforcement. So unless you enforce it, people are gonna keep doing that.
Yeah, the question is how actually enforceable is it, right? That's what I brought up. If the woman doesn't know she's pregnant, how do you enforce a law against her?
If she goes to get an abortion and then gets the abortion,
how can she go to get an abortion when she doesn't know she's pregnant?
Yeah, that's the whole thing. I don't understand what your point is about that. So then if we just declare life starts at the very beginning, any point along that line from the beginning, if you intentionally do something wrong to get rid of that baby, would be a problem.
Tori, here's another
many hidden premises in the statement.
Yeah, here's another mind bender for you, Tora. She gets killed. She didn't even know she was pregnant. Guess what? The purpose faced in double homicide. That shit happens in states. So explain that.
Yeah, that happens. That there's states, just like you just said, that is something that people are questioning and wondering if we should enact a double homicide there. So it's not. I'm not crazy for what I'm saying.
Well, the fun part is that those groups of people came together and decided that, and nobody here is saying that groups of people can't come together and then decide what they would like to do.
So, yeah, it's just in this sense, like culturally, right? You have it to where when a fetus at any stage of development, when the mother is aware that she's pregnant, if the fetus is unwanted, then it is not considered a life. As soon as it is wanted, everybody universally agrees that that is a life. Like everybody treats, the stomach as if, doing a little baby talk to the stomach, like putting some, classical music on the belly of the baby. Everybody treats the fetus as a living human being from conception if the baby is actually wanted.
So
that's
it's not the same.
I have a
describing reality. Yes, finally, for once.
That's an argument ad populum.
To that. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over anyone, but I have a response to what Yasko just said. That people that people employ social norms in acceptance of the mother's professed ambition to carry the child to term has no bearing on whether or not an unwanted, an embryo is in fact a viable human being and has access to legal protections. That's not a relevant point at any point in this analysis. So I don't see why you brought it up.
It's just the point is that they are considered a life or considered not a life based on whether or not they're desired. In terms of de facto, how we treat it in a social fabric.
And I agree. And honestly, Yaske, I of all the things that you've said, I will make a statement that was the most intellectually honest thing that you've said, because I would say that is a situation. Once it's like even in the double homicide case, it's assumed to go to birth. The woman who got killed may have been on the way to get an abortion. You know what I mean? But that's not factored in. But I understand what you're saying, but you have to understand two things. That is a choice that another human being is going to have to make. And it is out of it. As men, think about it. We don't have rights. If you want the kid and she doesn't want it, there's nothing you can do. So at the end of the day, it's your. I completely agree with you on what you're saying. But what Tony is saying is, okay, let's make a definition. Let's do this. Let's do that. Instead of throwing just broad cataclysms essentially across the entire field. But I understand what you said there, and I agree with that. I do. It does sound and feel like that. But at the same time, these things have been medically defined. There are rules, like there are these aspects and barriers and stuff like that. But I would say that is a point. I wouldn't say it's completely irrelevant, but it's not to really what we're talking about. But I really liked that. Was very intellectually honest to me.
But
yeah,
again,
it's just
sorry, off you go.
It's just in the point in that laws are a social thing, and we're talking about, what should we do for like social cohesion? And I'm bringing up like, here's the actual way that we treat this in a social context.
Okay, so are you opposed to that? Let's just do it that way then. What's the problem with that?
I mean, the way that it's being treated socially is that at least in the modern day, in the modern age, this is not true for the overwhelming majority of society, that a life is de facto a human life. It becomes a human life based on whether or not it is wanted by other people. That is how we de facto treat it. And yes, I obviously disagree with that.
Why?
That's more religion.
Well, I have another question to make. So you're saying that an embryo is a life by definition. So do we hold funerals for miscarriages?
Using moral consideration for a literal thing, it's really. We're going to go back to it? Okay, great.
Sorry, I mean, sorry. Is that not a relevant question here? Because he's saying that the embryo that they're talking to is a life. No, it's not. It's a potential life. It has the potential to eventually become a life, but that doesn't make it a life. Is that sorry?
But that
Obviously,
doesn't matter
we could die in a car
right.
accident
Okay,
tomorrow.
fine.
Yeah, you're right.
I'll listen to Silent. He's been right on this every single time, and I'll defer to him again.
Conversation isn't about that. But look, let's go back. Why do you oppose just going by the de facto way you've described something that I think is probably pretty accurate to how we view abortion in society. Why do you oppose that?
I mean, there's so many reasons. Like there is the obvious, like a religious aspect, but I had my position on abortion before I was religious, even vaguely. I mean, you could make all of the arguments from the sort of the really from every single angle, because there's not a single angle in which abortion is a good thing. Primarily, you could argue it from like the health of society and the incentives that it gives. It gives perverse incentives for people when they can essentially just sleep around without any consequences, which essentially just breaks down fabric society.
You're just jealous other people get to integrate? Is that really where we're at right now?
That's where we're at. Yes, correct.
Dude, well, yeah, that's your values, bro.
I don't want to hear about the religious shit.
Yeah, you value
that's not a religious
argument other than you don't get your dick wet.
You've watched too much television in your day.
Again, Verdak, they're talking all over Silent, both of them.
One at a time. One at a time.
I think I got my point out. That's okay.
Yeah, it's not a religious thing. It's, what do you think is good for the health of your society? Like in terms of, maintaining that kids have fathers and kids have two parents. That's not a religious thing to say that people should have two parents.
How does banning abortion do that?
Yeah, that doesn't help economic issues at all.
Abortion separates the consequences of the feel-good pee-pee go wet to having an actual child, and it increases the amount of single-parent households when you divorce sexual acts from committed relationships. And abortion is a big part of
relationships, that. It has to do with committed relationships and marriage. That doesn't have anything to do with whether abortion is allowed.
No, specifically because abortion is another aspect which divorces the act from the consequences. So you can, have sex with, 100 random guys, and it doesn't matter. There's no consequences for it because you don't care.
You sound like
this is like really like going back to Nirvana shit. It's just about your libido. That's so cringe.
What happened? What girl did this to you?
I think the problem is he doesn't have any girls, and that's the issue.
That's
fair call.
I'm at the societal norm. I am the centrist in this position. This is the position of the overwhelming majority of human history.
Oh my Lord in heaven.
Okay.
Let's so Yaska, you can assert that you are the societal norm. Quite frankly, you've never expressed a normal opinion in all the time that I've known you. You're not normal in any
It is a societal norm, though, Tony. If you think about it, to wait till marriage to have sex isn't a societal norm.
That is not a societal norm.
I also said the historical norm. I said the historical norm, which it is the historical norm.
No, I don't think it was.
No, it really isn't. No, and indeed, the very concept of marriage is not a historical norm.
Okay, then why do people get married?
Back in ancient Egypt, people moved in together and then they moved out when they'd had enough. So there was no formalization, no religious ceremony. So the claim that marriage is a historical norm
is just gaslighting.
Yeah, I don't think that's true at all. There's always been marriage ever since the beginning of time.
Hey Yasuke, I'm just curious, what religion do you subscribe to?
Dutch Reformed Christianity.
Okay.
Oh yeah, no, you're definitely not you didn't say Methodist or Baptist. Like a bad news,
but he didn't. He needed to stay Dutch Reformed, so he's weird, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
did
I just
marriage
want to be
contract.
specific with my terms, you know?
Yeah, guys.
To be fair to
for sure,
Yasuke,
I want to be really specific with my terms. Yeah.
Because especially
I know you
especially in
like-
these contexts, in these circles, there's way too many people who are just like I read the Bible and like I don't go to any church and I don't believe in any church
Yeah,
or
they're
anything.
not as smart as you,
and like
right? You're better than
having
them.
no having no
Yeah.
concept of like any type of systematic theology, and it's essentially just whatever I interpret is true.
Yeah, you're so
Yeah,
much
and you're
better
just
than
you're
them,
so
right?
much better than them. Yep, exactly.
I mean, I think that, you know, just reading the Bible on your own and coming to your own interpretations is not a very useful thing. It's very flawed.
Wow. Amazing.
We've
Yeah.
gotten we've
Calls
gotten
himself
like
the censor,
therapy.
so.
This is like casting couch levels of therapy off this fucking phone call in the last 10 minutes, I guess. We're
Silent,
learning so much.
did you ever answer? Sorry, I was in and out, so maybe you did. But when you think human life deserves moral consideration and why, did you answer that question yet?
No, he just wants to make fun of your position on it.
My answer is viability.
But that's completely arbitrary based on like
It
technology,
is.
location, so on and so
Every
forth.
single line drawn in this sand is all arbitrary, my guy.
I see.
Yeah, except for conception.
Yeah, Oscar, do you want to bring up your?
Hey, Oscar, have you ever read? No, never mind. I'll think about it later and ask you.
Hey,
Yeah,
Yasuke, can
Oscar.
I ask a clarifying question about your abortion stance?
What's up?
So you think there's no circumstance in which abortion is at all like reasonable?
No, not in the no. What? I do not think the thing that you just said that I think. I think that obviously, if it's a question of, you know, the life of the mother or the life of the baby, you have complete ability to make that choice. And if anything, I think in most cases you should take the choice of the life of the mother. But that is your choice to make in that situation. And obviously, there can be a couple other like various different niche outliers. That being the most prominent is if the mother's life is in danger, or if it's an ectopic pregnancy and the fetus is already dead, like actually just dead, then yeah, obviously there's no issue there.
We're talking about having to get an abortion because of irresponsibility. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But surely you see the self-serving nature of males telling females that they have to bear the consequences of sex, right? Surely you see the unfairness of that.
I mean, this is why we have societal systems that are set up to take these inequities and take these unfair situations and then make societal structures to make these things not be issues. As in, you know, enforcing the idea that, you know, shaming people who have sex without getting married or like get pregnant without getting married, and enforce this idea that, you know, before you have kids, you should be in a stable, committed relationship.
So you've taken what I consider to be the single most destructive element of religion, which is to say its manipulation of sexual guilt. And you've turned it to, and you've tried to turn it into a virtue.
Yes.
I don't believe that the manipulation of sexual guilt is anything more than a power grab by an institution that is trying to use something universal to humans in order to advance its own interests and significance.
Yes, I advance the interest of thinking that it is bad for people to grow up in single-parent households. I think that is one of the worst things that can happen to a child. Anything that incentivizes that is something that is bad and should be heavily enforced outside of society.
Did you say that it's the worst thing that could happen?
It's obviously not the worst thing. There's probably a whole bunch of worse things, but it is one of the worst things.
Abortion?
Abortion is the worst thing that could happen to a child, yes.
Well, given that abortion doesn't happen to children, that's not a relevant comment. Children are not aborted. Fetuses are aborted, and this is why I said much earlier in the
What about
conversation
after 22
that you have to be very specific in your use of language, and you have not adjusted your language to reflect the realities of this conversation.
I mean, I'm adjusting that. I'm not adjusting the language to your incorrect view on the matter.
Oh, okay. So really quick. So if you're willing to legislate the women, why not legislate the men and make sure, like you said, single family house? So now we need to force marriage upon conception, right? And now we need to make sure this guy has a job and he's working. So we need to put him in a work camp.
I mean, why should we all have arranged marriages then, right? If marriage in 2-parent households are the absolute goal, everybody should have arranged marriage.
Yeah, why not, dude?
Yeah, arranged marriages are actually pretty successful. Like, look
that
at
way
Indian Christian
you know why you support
populations.
that? Because that's the only way you're gonna get bitches, bro.
You know what's cool though, dude, about that is you can selectively breed that way, right? You want tall people, bro. You plan it all out, man. It's beautiful.
You do a little eugenics, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, plus it's also de facto marriages between one family and another.
When he was a teenager, he didn't get any, so he doesn't understand that teenagers routinely get some.
I just wanted to butt in to thank Yasko for publicly pulling his pants down here. It's been very gratifying to watch people react to it. I have to go. Everybody have a great night.
Thank you for completely embarrassing yourself. I appreciate it.
What you would have to do
We're also
get vasectomies, until which time they would get married and decide as a couple to have kids.
And no,
I mean, like, why don't we just have like forced breeding camps? I mean, that seems like the best way, right?
So in that sense, that goes back into a point is that all of society is based on the controlling of people's appetite, whether that be literal appetite or sexual appetite. Societies do not get built if you do not have a controlling of your appetite. In the same way that, if you're eating the grains that you're supposed to be storing for winter, and in the same way is that if you're not controlling your sexual appetite and then you're just going to breed like a rabbit, like this is R selection versus K selection in terms of breeding strategies. Where there's the rabbit breeding strategy of just like, I gotta go.
Intelligent ways.
Oh my god,
your libido. Like honestly,
no, it's not even that. Like he's just like going straight for like I'm waiting for him to bust out the little boots and the little sash.
You remember how funny you said you kept
we gave him an opportunity for a camp.
Hey, hold on a second. So your theory actually might be like kind of sound a little bit if you think about it from like a societal perspective, but individuals do that themselves. So again, let's not speak in generalities.
Individuals do what?
About that. Thank you.
It's also the modality of it. Like, how far beyond contraception should that go? Like, isn't contraception enough to curb that appetite?
No. Fundamentally, you are doing gay acts.
What?
I mean, that's a funny way of putting it. But
you're touching a pussy. That's gay as fuck.
Hold on.
I knew it.
I need a definition.
This is not a religious.
I'm discovering my sexuality right now.
Yeah, this is not a religious point of view. This is not a religiously informed point of view. But
it sounds very religiously informed.
It really does.
But sex, even if it's with a woman, that is outside of the context of a marriage or isn't for the purpose of reproduction, is just gay.
You just called heterosexual. Wow. Hey guys, I hate to break it to you, but you're all gay.
Guys, do you get more pussy than I do? You're automatically gay because you're having sex outside of marriage, you loser.
Look, I don't want to know what he thinks about vasectomies, then. I must be gay as fuck.
I mean, it's not particularly difficult to like have, random hookups, random relationships.
Oh yeah,
it's very easy, in fact.
Except you don't ever, and you're mad about it.
I too have had several hookups.
I too have a black friend.
No, so I get what you're saying a bit, Yasuke, because like over the course of life, like legitimately, you get to a point where you have kids, you have a job, you have fucking time constraints, your dick's not going to be driving your choices. That comes with time. What you're trying to do is prescribe a moral judgment on people, essentially, on your current feelings, basically. Like that. That's kind of that's kind of all I want to say. Like I'm not trying to punch down at you, punch up at you, pick at you. But I really hope that when when time comes and other events happen in life for you, you're able to just keep a very open mind about what can be.
Just go tell him to go get laid. That's honestly better advice for where he's at.
No, dude, don't. No, you can't. This is the thing. Like, honestly, you can't fucking shame people for stuff like that. And I
don't think he thinks we're shaming him. I think he's very proud. That he.
Small question. Shame people for stuff like that? Isn't that what we do here?
I wouldn't.
Can we get the reasoning behind the comment? I mean, what do you mean by that, Yeske? To say that sex outside the marriage between a man and a woman is gay? It's like undefined as far as what gay means to most people. What do you mean by that?
A clarifying question that might help that is like, is that true for couples that are over childbearing age? Sex with are they having gay sex then?
Well, it's in the concept.
Yeah, no, they're all having gay sex.
Yeah, this is also why I was just clarifying as outside of the context of marriage.
Yeah, he said that.
Yeah. But essentially, is that it's a question about something being more or less exclusively for the pursuit of pleasure and a pursuit of the carnal desires, to where there is no value in this act outside of the carnal physical pleasures.
Guys, how could you be having fun without me?
Is this,
I mean, you're just gay.
And you're
just gay. What's up?
No, but the funny part, about all of it.
I mean, he's not using the word gay in the context of homosexuality, though.
I get it.
I feel like it kind of. I feel like that's.
Technically, it could be. I mean, you could associate, that type of behavior to the people of Sodom, and sodomites and all that other concept. You could tie it there, but.
Wait, why is it such a bad thing to enjoy sex? I understand why you don't want a woman to enjoy sex, okay? Got to keep the women down. I understand. Based, okay? But I don't really understand why you don't want guys to enjoy sex, okay? Aren't you a man, okay?
No, you can enjoy it in the context of a marriage.
Well, why can't I enjoy it outside of a marriage? What's the problem?
I gotta say, some of the very, very most best days of my life was in a cornfield or a creek bank with a chick. It's like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with it.
What if you're married and you have enough kids and you're on contraception? Is that do you have to be married and want to have kids, or is it one or the other?
Brothers and sisters falling in love and meeting each other and marrying each other and having children, and what happens and why that happens. Because of the promiscuous sex that people have. Have you heard of that?
Damn.
Well, if it's not that, it's the murder of the individual child if they're not going to actually give birth to that child. So
many fundamentalists. So many.
Yeah, I just wondered, Yeske, have you ever watched Owen Benjamin?
Not really, outside of a couple clips. You obviously know my position on Owen Benjamin, and I know that you've been a fan of Owen Benjamin. So,
I like.
I don't want to be too disrespectful of him.
I get that other people don't. He triggers people but this is definitely one of his arguments where he said if you're basically having promiscuous sex with lots of different partners, you're basically gay. You're a gay man.
Yeah. It's not an uncommon position.
Yeah. I get it. I get it if it's outside of marriage and it's not for procreation and it's just for pure pleasure, just for the pure pursuit of pleasure. I kind of get his position. It's interesting because, I'm a big fan of Alan Watts, as you know, and he always said that it's the only thing they disagreed with his father on, because Alan Watts believed that, sex should be a pleasurable thing. So It's an interesting topic, actually.
Who is Alan Watts? Was he? That sounds like a philosopher. Okay.
Yeah. You've never watched Alan Watts? Oh my god.
Selfishness and self-gratification.
I was confusing him with a occultist figure.
Oh, the Scottish guy, Alan Watt.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
This
a Scottish guy. Yeah.
Yeah, this guy, doesn't he have like some stuff related to like occultism?
Yeah,
there's a Scottish dude called Alan Watt, W-A-T-T. But I'm talking about Watts.
Yeah. Alan Watts. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Anyway, North, you're trying to get in?
Does anyone care that like natural affection for the offspring or the furtherment of mankind or the society has just gone out the window due to the fact that if people are going around having promiscuous sex and they're willing to not only make this child but then execute the child to, for their selfish behavior and self-gratification, it becomes very obvious to me that if they allow the child to be born and you have all of these brothers and sisters meeting each other and falling in love and getting married, not knowing that they are brothers and sisters, and then the repercussions of that and what that entails, it just shows that the natural affection for others has gone out the window and it's all about self-gratification and selfish behavior. And that should just clearly be understood to be wrong, right?
Because this is
the ones laughing should be clearly understood to be wrong and completely moronic, right?
Man,
the question was moronic.
Could you make the same argument without making moral indictments?
No.
I said consequences of brothers and sisters finding each other, falling in love, not knowing that they are related to one another. What are those consequences? Are they actual consequences, or are we speaking about
Show us what the consequences are. What are the consequences?
What's that happening?
Is that happening where there's consequences? Is that a consequence we should worry about in real time?
So it doesn't happen at all. Okay, that's the claim you're making? Thank you.
If you say so.
Did I say it all, or did I say does it happen?
And to the ones snidely laughing, it's weird to me. It shows
there's like
me
four of us snidely laughing.
Affection.
You're gonna have to be more specific.
There's no natural affection, and it's very clear to me.
Oh, I have natural affection for people who have affection for me.
No, you have an unnatural.
I can already tell by the way that you go about business that you don't have an affection for me. Life sucks. Sometimes you don't meet people who are kind.
Yeah, I'm well aware. That's what I just pointed out. I pointed out that you meet people that have no natural.
Oh, I'm kind. I'm just not kind to you.
Or others other than themselves, right? I just pointed
keep telling
that
yourself that. Yeah. It's funny
it's
because it's
evident.
only to you. That's why I'm laughing. Because you think that it's just general and universal because it's only based off this interaction you've had with me because you're dumb. But it's funny.
Are there any Swedes here? No Swedes. But yeah, so this is something that is just my understanding of Swedish culture from knowing many Swedish people, talking to them, and this just seems to be sort of like how Swedish culture sort of operates, especially within like the dating scene. I don't have like, strict sources or hard numbers, so just take that understanding. Is that in Sweden, it is very normal for people to, go on a date, have sex on the first date, and then, the woman goes home and like cries of like, oh, I don't know if he actually likes me. And so in that sense, it's so divorcing the like physical act of like carnal pleasure from anything actually.
Why is that unique to Sweden?
Why
I feel
does
like
we
that happens in
believe you
America
when you
too.
admit to not having any notion of this is true or not?
But also,
No,
would that be a bad thing?
I'm saying that it is true based on everything that I've heard from people who live in Sweden.
Right, but you can't
understand
provide
Swedish
it.
culture.
So like I don't accept anecdotes. I haven't ever. I don't know why you would think I would now.
But even if you did, would you rather every sexual encounter be a traumatic experience?
I don't see how it's guaranteed that it will be.
Sleep with whoever you want. Just don't kill your babies afterwards. That's my request.
quote unquote babies.
If it's not a developing child, what is it?
Fetus.
So that would be an offspring, a child. She's with child. She's not with fetus. But you could say the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
Just-
English isn't precise. Oh no.
This also just does go into something that Osco was talking about, in that there was a claim made that, oh, DNA doesn't start until like 3 weeks, which was just a complete fabrication based on what Osco found.
No.
Tony made that.
DNA starts at DNA's there in the germ cell. That's weird to say DNA doesn't start for however many weeks. That's not true.
That
I
claim,
would say
that claim
I
was
would say
made
it would be.
very confident.
I think it would be. I haven't looked into it, but I think if you were to extrapolate it and expand it, it would probably say sequencing at that point. But
Every
I don't
sperm
know.
is sacred.
No, it's just there is a unique set of DNA that is neither the mother's or father's at the point of conception.
So until it sequences, no, it's not. You have a set from the mother. If it's it's going to be an X, and then you have a set from the father, and then once that sequences, that's when you get that unique set of DNA. I think Tony's claim is that sequencing time for that unique set is potentially 3 weeks. I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there are valid arguments to be made that like a fetus doesn't have value, worth intruding on the mother's value. Like, I disagree with them, but I think there's compelling arguments to be made at different stages, be it heartbeat or brainwave or even some people make it at birth, for their first breath. But just to say, oh, that's not a human life, that's not a human fetus, that's just retarded in my opinion.
Yeah. Also, that sequencing happens essentially within moments of conception. Like, it's not something that takes 3 weeks.
I think what Tony might be talking about is the cellular differentiation and when things start to define and be where they're supposed to be and turn in what they're supposed to be. This cellular differentiation happens later on. So that may be what he's talking about.
I don't think he knew what he was talking about. It sounded to me like he was just literally Googling it as I said that and then backed off from the claim after I
he's just like Fight the Flat Earth. They all do the same thing. Like, I remember being in the remember the old, no, you won't remember, long time ago, the old Tartaria sort of server. I can't remember the exact name of it. Who was it, David or somebody that ran that? And Fight the Flat Earth was exactly the same. He literally learned something as we all basically learned something. Somebody brought in a new thing, and he learned it literally in that moment. And then 2 minutes later, he's teaching us all about it. It's great.
Yeah, I call he's definitely illegitimate in my opinion as far as expert on these things.
When Tony says fully functional neurological system, or there was so many different things that he said that didn't make any sense. Even the one aspect he was taken out of what life actually is. He took one aspect, right? And that aspect, I don't even know if he had a basis for that aspect that he represented. But when it was shown to him responding to stimuli to actually develop and grow, all of these different things to metabolize, all of these different things that life, the characteristics of life, how we describe life, he denies those things and wants to point to one thing. Then he tells you it's his own definition. And when you're told that, a fully functional neurological system, what about coma patients? They don't have fully functional. That's what they say.
You've already been answered that, North, in the chat. I did it for you. You don't call a dead body. A dead body suddenly doesn't become not human because they're dead, North. Like, that is just the dumbest argument I have heard.
What does this matter?
I'm saying when you're saying there's no individual because there's not a fully functional neurological system. When you say that life is not, you're silly, man. You're saying that
No,
life
you are
is
because
not
you're assuming
described
that
as
what I'm
something that
saying is that
able to respond to stimuli.
there's this
You're
state
saying
that
life
you either
is
are or
not.
aren't in. But what I'm saying is there's the state that you reach, and then once you reach that state, you are that going forward. It's not a
You know
hard
what?
concept, I promise.
Okay, let me just say this then. Let me just ask you this then. Are you saying that life is not described as something that can respond to
No,
stimuli?
I didn't say that at all.
Well, I'm
You
just
didn't
let me
listen to
finish.
me. You wanted to
Well,
talk and didn't
you
listen
didn't
to me.
listen to me
So here,
because
let
I'm
me
not
repeat
finished.
myself north. Let me repeat myself north
That's
so that
okay.
you
I'm not going
understand
to
me.
listen to you.
Okay?
That's
I'm
okay.
not
I'm not going to
calling
listen to you.
life something that you either are
Constantly
or are not
interrupting me.
and
I'm
is a
not going to listen to
binary
you.
thing. I'm calling life
I'm not going
a
to listen
state
to
that
you.
you reach and then you have it going forward.
Listen to something else, man.
Somebody
I
mentioned
can't
first
listen to
morality.
someone who
Isn't that
constantly
exactly what
interrupts
the
me,
Bible
and
says?
I'm not able to finish my point. I
Yeah, like
can't
you don't
listen to
interrupt
you
anybody
because
else. Hilarious.
I can't engage with you. If you're
Well,
going
then
to be
stop
like
engaging with
Tony
him.
and cut
Mustard,
me
can I
off,
ask you a question?
if you're going to be like Tony and cut me off, I can't engage
I'm
with
sorry that
you.
your
Tell me who you are
poor
so I can
ego
know
can't
me.
handle it. Maybe you should grow up, get a little thicker skin, pull on your evangelist cape, get your armor of the
Maybe
Lord
we should have a
going, and
moderated
just
debate.
fucking
Maybe someone should
talk.
mute you while I'm making a point, and maybe they should mute me while you're making your point. And let's see who has the better point. Maybe we should do
I
that.
will every day of the year.
Let him make his point,
Can we do it
please.
right now? Can we do it right now, please? Or
Yes,
no?
please let him make his
No,
point.
because you're not worth my time.
Okay, thank
So
you.
you won't do
That's
it.
what I thought. That's what I thought.
Please let him make his point, please.
I thought it was any day of the year.
I
Now
think
it's no. You're not
I think
worth my
Oscar
time.
had a question.
So this is the problem. So the statement you made, you said a developing child. No one on the other side of the table would refute that. But if I am baking a cake, can you eat that cake? It's not a cake yet. That's what the gerund implies. It's in progress, in transition to. So we can't disagree with you. Say, yeah, it is a developing child. Yes, but at
That's
this
not what
point,
Tony said. That's not what Tony said.
Well,
I
is
think
And I don't
Tony
Tony
think
did
here
that's
say
what
for
this
that.
fuck's
guy's
sake?
saying.
Tony's not here, but I think he did say that. I don't know if he said it in those words. I don't know, but he does not deny that this is a developing. I think he even said it. The potential
Hey
for
man,
human life.
are you feeling desperate? You don't have to lie, you know?
Hold on.
I'm
I think
lying about what?
because
Yeah,
you
Tony
mentioned the
definitely
Jaren,
did not say that.
there's
I,
a
A
I
difference
said
developing
he's
cake
not
is
between
not a
here,
good
and I didn't want to.
analogy.
Well, guys, Tony's not
Tony
here. Why do we need to
definitely
defend
said the
his
potential
position?
for human life, but again, yeah, Tony's not here. So why are we talking about Tony?
if I can clarify just what Renee said,
You
there's a
guys were talking about
distinction
Tony, and
between
I just told you what he said. So
holy
that's
shit.
just to clarify.
He
Am I coming
complains
through?
about being talked over, though. Remember?
Cool. There's a
You're talking over
distinction
a
to be
moderator.
made between a developing child and something developing into a child. Since we were mentioning grammar, I thought that was important.
Yeah, just to clarify, you guys were speaking about Tony, and I just told you what he said specifically, and then you
I was
denied he
talking
said
about
it.
grammar.
So it's okay.
Do you think pregnant women should be able to do drugs that would harm the baby?
Not if they want to
No, I
keep the
don't.
baby.
Wait, what?
No, I don't think that'd be good for the baby or the girl to do drugs.
Should that be against the law?
I think it is against the law.
Yeah, they should get an abortion first. If they're gonna do drugs. Easy.
Well, if it's like child endangerment or whatever, then wouldn't also abortions be under that same category?
No, because there's no child to endanger.
So if there's no child to
So
endanger, then a mother should be able to do drugs until, whatever amount of weeks that you say that it's.
No,
wait,
I think
who
that
said?
happens a lot. That truly
What
happens
do
a
you mean?
lot.
There's no
People.
child to endanger? What do you mean? Somebody's gonna like live with those consequences for the rest of their life.
Not
I mean,
the
not
abortion.
Of a mother
necessarily.
who does drugs?
Yeah,
You
they
could have
will.
a miscarriage beforehand. Like, no
Who are they
pregnancy is ever
endangering?
actually going to come to term.
Well, I don't think that's
Wait, what?
No pregnancy is guaranteed to come to term.
I
That's
think that's kind
fine.
of beside the point,
So if
though.
somebody's doing drugs when they're pregnant, I mean, aren't they harming another person?
If they want to
In
keep the kid,
themselves.
yes. If
You're
they
not
don't want to
guaranteed to
keep
make
the
it
kid,
home. What are you speaking about?
Doing
It's
drugs
not.
when they're
Help
pregnant?
interrupt people.
You're not guaranteed to make it home. So I don't know what your point is. there's actual murder, which is no statute of limitations. There's misrepresenting of what a developing child is actually, and
Do
there's
you,
a
do you have a script that you're going over? Because
of
you
what
repeated this
an
like an hour
individual
ago
life
in
is.
text, man. I'm already bored.
Blah 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 is all I'm hearing.
I'm
All I
sure.
hear is blah blah blah. No natural affection. I'm a dirty whore. That's all I'm hearing.
I'm sure. Stupid people don't insult me, North. You should know this.
I think you guys are circling, and I already said that, like, the
Only
difference here is
intelligence.
the value we give to a fetus, and that's it.
No, but Taylor's point is that if this fetus at a particular stage of development is not life, then the mother doing drugs is not harming a human. Therefore, she should be able to do all sorts of drugs until whatever point we agree upon.
Differently.
I generally think, as a mother, you are free to drink or not drink in all 50 states while pregnant. So, seems like we, as a society, have decided to say it's up to the mother.
You'll be breaking the law in 20 states.
I don't think like drinking a glass of wine is going to kill the baby. I think people like exaggerate it.
Like probably a joint's not going to kill it either, right? Like we can go down this road. How many joints exactly is it going to take?
How many what?
Well, you said one drink of wine's fine. So how many joints does one drink of wine equal?
I don't know. That's kind of hard to measure, huh?
Probably have different effects as well. Alcohol and weed. But I think that the point is a different one. It has long-lasting effects if you're intending to keep the kid. If you're not, it's a moot point. Well, glad you're coming with me on that.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, there's all kinds of things a lady can do. There's more than two, right? He named two things. There's like even besides drugs, like a human in general can like run into a wall and hurt herself, like
Hey, Demok.
Who drew those? Who drew the images of fetuses? Who was that put it in the school books? Remember?
Heckle.
And these were drawings, and were they accurate?
They were drawings
Yes,
by
yes,
hand.
they're reasonably accurate. Yes.
Reasonably. Now,
Yeah.
from my memory, if I could just finish what I'm saying, from my memory, and my memory usually serves me right. So from my memory, these were not accurate drawings, and they were drawings, right? They were not actual photographs.
They didn't have photography.
So I understand they didn't. I understand they didn't have it, but that's my point. My point is these were drawings, and this was not an accurate from my memory.
Yeah, your memory is incorrect.
Just let it be an echo chamber, man. I won't bring the other side of the argument. Just you guys go ahead, man.
It's true. He did make some. There are some errors, but on the whole, they're actually fairly good.
Just curious, Brenda, because you weren't here for the conversation. What is your take on abortion?
I think abortion should be retroactive up until the age of 20.
Is it going to be a fucking abortion too?
At any time, your parents can pull the plug on you. To be serious, I think abortion should be safe and legal. It should be available to everybody, and it should happen about the 20th week, if that would be the limit.
Yeah, I think that's actually most people's close to their opinion. Like I remember reading something around whatever that court case was that overdid Roe v. Wade. I saw a study where they asked people who were pro-choice and people who were pro-life. And, of course, the pro-life people said, yeah, I'm pro-life. And the pro-choice people said, yeah, I'm pro-choice. But then if you actually looked into the study, most people thought it was wrong to have an abortion after the first trimester, even though they would say that they're pro-life or pro-choice. But before the first trimester, they thought, it was okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much my position. Yeah.
And that's what like most European countries and like most other countries have that sort of idea.
You bet.
Yeah, no, we only have to argue about the absurd cases when the absurdists are around.
Well, I mean, there's absurd case, quote unquote, absurd cases on both sides. I mean, like when you have someone, there was someone in here a couple of weeks ago talking to me about it, and he said a mother should have the right to kill her baby at any moment as long as the umbilical cord's still attached.
That's a weird take.
That's probably like mine. Not as strong as mine, like about 20. Maybe if I'm being fair, maybe about 16 or so. But around 11 or 12, I think you'd lose a lot of kids because around that age, they I mean, good God.
Well, it's funny, but like that is like saying that you can kill a baby at like 8 months is
kidding.
more or less the same thing as saying you can kill a 1-year-old or a 15-year-old.
It's like McToon is starting up, and I'm out of here.
Was it Osco? Was it you who said someone mentioned first breath? Because I remember reading somewhere that the Bible, that's actually what the Bible says is where, like, I don't know if it's talking about life or you become a person, but I remember reading something like that the Bible has that as a delineation mark.
There are some like Christian arguments that like some of the more like liberal church sects, like I think some of the Methodists and stuff like that, would say that it is first breath, and they have some sort of justification for it, but I'm not sure exactly why. I just had a conversation with a pastor about it once that was pro abortion, and she said, at the first breath, and that gave some verses, but I've never really looked into it.
Yeah, I think I might have read those at some point.
Yeah, I just think people should have some justification for why. I mean, what I hear from most of the pro-abortionists are just my body, my choice. A woman can do whatever she wants, and then you ask them to hone in on when like moral value should be considered for the child, and they can give no explanation whatsoever, no justification whatsoever. It's just they think that all abortions are infringing on a mother or on a woman, so they're inherently bad, just neglecting to realize that there is another human involved in the whole thing.
Yeah, I've come across those. You get them on both sides.
Yeah, and I'm like pretty like I think all abortions are wrong, and I wish that all abortions were illegal. But I also recognize that I'm like an extreme person. Like I'm someone who thinks like killing mosquitoes is bad. So I recognize that I could be a little bit misguided in that. But for
I'm
me, it
so
makes the most
against
sense.
you on that. I think we should eradicate mosquitoes. They are the worst thing
I'm with
to
Renee.
ever. Oh my gosh, those
down with
things.
mosquitoes.
Except
I would,
mosquitoes.
if we could eradicate the mosquitoes, life would be better.
You've never seen a small child get carried away by a North Carolina mosquito? I have.
Those like those.
I hope you're a fan of malaria, because that's how you get malaria.
You can't keep them as pets.
Oh, it is related though. Because one of the earliest treatments for syphilis was to intentionally catch malaria, so that you'd have a hot enough fever to burn out your syphilis. So
malaria is good for you. Yeah,
full circle.
Those mosquitoes and everything. It's only the female ones that are biting you, so you're not really mad at all the mosquitoes. It's just the females.
Yeah, so like you're helping their gene pool when you think about it.
I've thought that before. I mean, the fast ones and silent ones are getting away, right? We're just killing the slow, noisy ones.
Yeah, and the ones that you feel, right? So really, we're helping people down the line where you won't feel it when it bites, and
Mosquitoes.
Blessed are those who don't believe in evolution.
Thinking about the first breath thing, I bet it's based on like the creation story where like it says like he formed Adam and Eve and then he breathed the breath of life into them. So if I had to guess, it's probably like a extrapolation from that.
Yeah, I was watching. I don't remember who it was. Probably Bart Ehrman or one of those guys, talking about how at the time that was the notion of the spirit. Like it was just the breath, and that it wasn't eternal, and it didn't like go anywhere. But when it stopped happening, that was you were no longer the spiritual person, so to speak. Like that's what that meant at the time, or something like that. I'm not doing it justice, I'm sure, but that was the same passage.
Yeah, it was funny when I was having this conversation with this lady pastor. I was an atheist walking the Camino de Santiago, which is a Christian pilgrimage, and I was arguing with her that abortion was wrong, and she was a pastor arguing with me that it was completely okay. It's a very weird moment.
A friend of mine did that. He
Wait,
got
what?
pneumonia.
That's hilarious. A female pastor was arguing that abortion's okay. Are you kidding? That's oh my god. What is happening?
That's how you know she was Methodist. Baptists don't do that.
Doesn't it say something about
Might have had one.
like females shouldn't be?
Yeah, and that's why the Baptists don't do that, Andy.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's a passage in scripture that says females shouldn't be pastors or something.
Yeah, and that's why the Baptists don't do that, Andy.
I think, Andy, I think the passage is women shall be silent in places of worship and stuff like that. I forget what chapter that's in, but
The
that's what
daddy
the
gotta be the mama too.
Do you know what's funny about that passage is you guys all the time bring up passages that were added to the Bible later, and in the earliest manuscripts, that passage isn't found. So that's weird, right?
It's not?
Wait, is that true?
Hold on, the earliest manuscript of the Bible?
It sounds weird.
What is that?
The earliest manuscripts don't have that. What is that
which
from
manuscript
Timothy?
specifically? Can you be specific?
Yeah, the Byzantine.
He might not know off the top of his head. There's like thousands of manuscripts.
Yeah, but
I'm just telling you I'm just telling you if you look up that verse and
If
look,
I make a
there's
claim about
controversy
something,
over it.
then I know which one I'm claiming about.
Yeah, Torah, pull from the tens of thousands of manuscripts the specific one. Find it.
Dude, I'm not even offended by the verse. I'm just saying I think it's funny. When
I'm not
like,
either.
bring
I'm
it
just
up.
curious.
Yeah. No, I hear you, Max. I'm not to you. I'm just saying like it's funny because like when this verse is brought up, everyone's like, "Yeah, this is in the scripture." You know what I mean? But like when then we bring up other verses, you're like, "Oh no, that's not even found in the early manuscripts."
Paul wasn't.
I don't think I've ever said that about any verse that you've ever brought up.
Paquito.
It's a common motif in almost all religions that women shouldn't be teaching over men, though.
That doesn't make sense.
But it's also in the context of specifically, essentially theological questions, like in the context of a church.
Yeah, I don't think.
Like
I don't.
Yeah, like it doesn't say that like a woman can't teach somebody about like cooking or something.
Cooking class, right? Yeah, definitely put women in.
Isn't one or the other justification? Go for it.
If I followed the Bible's worldview, how can I not come to the conclusion of women being evil?
Women being what?
Evil.
Oh
Yes.
no, yeah. That's simple, right? Don't you just read it? And then you understand all of like the Torah was the first thing that actually was like the first document of its kind that had rights in it for women. Like no one ever cared about women. They considered them second class citizens.
Timmy Robbie would like a word.
Go for it.
Well, I mean, yeah, you could claim, it's hard to say which text is older, but yeah, I'm just saying the Torah literally had specifications even for a baby in the womb. You know that whole eye for an eye passage everyone likes to throw out? That's like if two men are engaged in a fight and then a woman tries to go break it up and then one of the men like hits the woman and something happens to the baby. Like if it's an eye of the baby that gets damaged, an eye for an eye of that man. That's where that passage is.
Instructions on how to perform abortions.
Excuse me? No. No, you're thinking
Oh,
of
you're talking. So
yeah,
where
you're
do
talking about
aliens
Numbers
come
5.
from? Were they like
That's
robots or Elon Musk babies or Hawking walkers? Like what the fuck? Like we are robot. Shoot the
And test
women
tube
in
freaks.
island. It's weird, right? Just weird.
But no. But my question is, it's like when you look at the stories of the Bible, like one of my favorite ones is Samson, and he goes and like does a riddle, and he's marrying a woman, and he tells the woman's tribe a riddle, bets him a bunch of stuff. Parties going on through the marriage, they can't get it right, and they go to the wife, his new wife, and they finally get the answer out of her because she went to him like, "Oh, baby, please tell me you don't trust me," type thing. And they come to Samson, and he's like, "You never would have gotten that answer unless you plowed with my heifer." But throughout the Bible,
are you
even
talking about like
Delilah.
him cutting his hair?
No, that was Delilah. This is another
Oh,
story
okay.
about. But that was like the riddle was like while he was going to get married, he killed a lion and like a while back, and then he saw the lion corpse and it had like a beehive in it.
Yeah,
and, like,
yeah,
the
yeah.
riddle,
And you ate
yeah,
the honey out of okay.
yeah. But when you look at it, like when you brought up Delilah, cutting his hair, like when you look at it, women are nothing but deceitful. They like I don't understand how you can have a biblical worldview and stand against that a bit.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
all
So
women,
I
but
could.
like Canaanite women, right? Yeah, but go ahead, Yosuke.
Yeah, no, I could defend this. Yeah, all women are evil, and also
Oh,
all men.
dear no! Stop,
You're defending
Yosuke.
it.
Yeah.
Stop it!
That's
Stop!
awesome.
No,
No,
it's
no,
just
no,
the
no.
case that all women are evil. There
No,
are good
I'm
women.
there's a
in
no, 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 no,
philosophy.
no. Hang on. Let me spit. I'm spitting for real. Okay, let me cook. Okay, all women are evil.
Yeah, you're cooking yourself.
All men are also evil. Like we are all evil. We are all sinful, and so the entire conception is that like there are certain things that are like unique and different between men and women, and we have natural inclinations, natural ways in which men do evil that are different from the ways that women do evil. Like we just innately have sort of we have different dispositions, different realities, biologically, roles in society, et cetera, et cetera. And so, there are rules for every person, both men and women, that are distinct, but they are ways to curb the evil of this population and that population. So in the same way that there are rules for women to sort of curb particular evil tendencies of women, there are just as many, if not more, rules that are trying to guide to give a structure to guide the evil inclinations out of men.
And then can you then explain how an Iron Age person knew how to provide lessons for modern society?
This is
He's
something that
saying,
like
can you accept all of the history and believe that we are the smartest of all humans right now? That's kind of what that question begs, right?
no, it's just a general thing. Is like the same problems that were there a billion years ago are the same problems that are here now. You read C.S. Lewis, right? And you see a lot of the problems and things that are sort of spoken to in his work. You kind of realize that it's the exact same problems that we have today. It's just a different sort of platform. But like the problems that we face in humanity are fairly universal.
It's not the problems that I bring into question. It's the solutions.
Yes.
Yeah, and when the problems are universal, the solutions can also be universal.
That is not at all how that works. P does not equal NP.
Well, let's just narrow it just to that universal. And like what I was talking about, women evil. So that's a struggle between man and woman, right? When you hear the stories from the Bible, I hear a man being deceived by a woman over and over and over again. Why would I not extrapolate that all women are just deceitful towards me?
Okay, do you know that the curse that fell upon women when the fall of man occurred? This painful childbirth is the first thing. And the second thing, there's two things, right? The second thing is that the woman will want to have charge over the man. So yeah, we already know why they are like that, but that's no reason to hate anyone, bro.
I never said hate.
You can get that out of them. Anyways, yeah, women are they will submit to you if you live a righteous life.
And I never said I never said hate. I'm asking like how if I'm seeking, I'm in life and I look towards the Bible, I'm in an issue with my girl, and I'm reading a similar story or whatever. But like I said, I just don't find a story that wouldn't lead me to believe that women constantly deceive or deceitful.
So yeah, just to go ahead and read Abraham and Sarah's story. You could read like tons of different other ones. There's like a bunch of stories.
I would say Sarah was deceitful to Abraham. Hey, Abe,
I would agree.
I'm too old. I can't have a baby. Go have a baby with whoever you want. Oh, I got blessed by God. Kick that kid out. Never want to fucking see it again. I would say that
it's
she's
kind
deceitful.
of a straw man of the whole scenario that went on because it is a lot.
Then let's read the entire chapter. Let's go verse by verse.
Well, no, you don't have an understanding. You're saying to us we shouldn't read the Bible literally, right? And then you proceed to take it exactly literally without any symbolism of who the children of Isaac became.
But you take it exactly literally. I'm speaking to your worldview.
I don't. I know where.
Yes, you do.
To
That's why you think the world's
scripture.
flat. That's why you think there's a firmament.
Can you then give us your model?
Hold on, real quick. I've multiple times said the Bible is agnostic on the shape of the earth, bro. Multiple times.
Right, so
you don't know me.
Can you then please explain to us where you know it's metaphorical and where you know it's literal and how this decision process works?
Well, that's gonna be it's like Pardes is the system that's used. So in the story that he was talking about, literal things did occur. That you have the birth of Isaac, you have the birth of Ishmael, but they're also symbolic of two nations, right? So there's not only the literal part, there is also a whole story being told that's deeper, and then the reasonings behind Sarah's decision are more understood rather than be straw man like this guy just said.
I'm with you. Hold on, Renee. Please. I'm with you. I got it. Like, yes, there's a literal part and there's a metaphorical part. Not what I asked about. What I asked about was how do you tell those apart?
No, what do you mean? How do you tell it apart? If it's metaphorical, it speaks within a metaphor. But what I'm saying is you can take
how do you tell if it's metaphorical or literal?
Dude, you could take that literal part and derive metaphors from it as well. Like if
I'm asking how do you tell which one to take which way?
Let me explain it to you. Let's say the Bible says the earth is like a circle, right? So then you can be like, okay, maybe the earth is literally like a circle. Or maybe it's like how life is like a circular cycle. You know what I mean?
I know what you're saying.
Every single thing in the scripture.
You're still not understanding the question that I've asked you. No, you don't understand the question. Let me ask you again.
No, there is multiple. Listen, dude.
You finished your answer. Let me respond to your answer, Torah.
I never finished
Holy shit.
talking, bro.
Okay, repeat yourself, please. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. There's multiple levels to every single thing in the scripture. So when you're looking at it, you're not just going to be like, I only take this part literal.
Said the same phrase.
I only take this part metaphorical. You would analyze all of it with both literal, metaphorical analysis.
I haven't said you couldn't. I'm asking you, what's your analysis? How do you apply this analysis? Lead me through your method.
This whole story is literal. Even her kicking out Ishmael after he was mocking Isaac.
Yeah. But there's more to it than just a literal story. There's a lesson to be learned from the story as well. Wouldn't you agree, Taylor?
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think she was unrighteous for doing that.
I said,
all right, I'm done, Renee. You're up.
No, you didn't do anything.
got my point out.
All you did there is just shout it over me the entire time I was talking.
I showed exactly.
And then you changed your question.
I showed exactly.
No,
I didn't.
You're doing it again, dude.
Torah,
you're
can
doing
roll
it again. You're shouting
you just lied about me.
Yeah,
you just lied about me. Yeah, you just lied about me. You're such a righteous person, but you've lied about me. Would you not lie about me? Would you not lie about me? Would you not lie about me? You're not lying about me. Okay, so here, let me tell you what the lie is I didn't change my question. My question remained the same throughout. You can roll back the tape if you would like.
Yeah, you said, where do you know, what do you use to know if it's literal or metaphorical? And I told you there's going to be a deeper question than just, oh, do I take this part just strictly literal? You would go deeper into it. And then at the very end, what did you ask me? Go ahead.
I asked you the exact same question.
No, you didn't. You could
Yes,
just
I did.
ask it again. Just
But
go
no,
ahead.
I did. I asked you, how do you tell?
You said what?
Which part do
how
you take
you
literal
said, how
and which
do you
part do you take
analyze
literal?
that?
You
said,
exactly.
how do
That
you
is the
come to
question.
that
It's the
analysis?
same question, Torah.
Yeah.
Torah, it's
Okay,
the same
so you
question.
did-
How do
oh,
you
okay,
come to
so-
that analysis, Torah?
Lester,
It's the same question.
chill.
I want to know this method. I've asked you it 5 times. I've rephrased it a couple
chill.
Yeah,
times.
I gave
Could
you
you
the
please
answer in the
just answer
very
it?
beginning, and I called it par
No, you
death.
didn't, Torah.
Yes, I called
Torah,
it
no,
par
you didn't.
death. I called it
Right.
par
So
death.
the answer
Look it up
is
for
the
yourself.
answer. Torah.
B-A-R,
I got it. I got it. What you're
D-E-S.
saying. I'm repeating it to you to make sure that I have understanding what you're saying. You're telling me that it's your decision and your interpretation, which means I don't
No,
care
that's
because
not
it's
correct.
singular to
I
you.
specifically
Thank you,
cited par
Torah,
death.
for explaining
No.
it to everybody.
You're getting
No.
smoked right now, bro. It's so
No,
embarrassing for you to
I'm
talk like
not.
this. Yeah, because I
I'm
gave
not.
you, I
I'm
cited
not.
I cited
I'm not.
the
You didn't
source of
cite shit.
you see,
You
you're
didn't
just
cite
shouting
shit,
over me.
Torah.
It's how bad you
Torah,
lost,
because you're
but now you
lying.
have
Because you're
impulse
making shit
control.
up, Torah.
You have
That's why.
impulse
Every
control
time you do
issues.
this, Torah, you make
You have
shit up.
impulse
Stop
control
making
issues.
shit up.
Okay, somebody mute this guy because it's ridiculous. You can't just have someone shout over someone the entire time. This is absolutely nonsense, bro. What kind of behavior is that?
Well, you shouted
Okay,
over me
so-
first, bro.
Dude,
No, I
chill.
don't shout
Okay.
over you. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you
bring
do,
it down
bro.
real quick.
Every time,
You're
bro.
doing it again, man.
Go ahead, Torah. Just go.
Yeah, so I'm telling you that there's a system that some use called par des. Okay, you didn't look that up.
Right,
And
I
it's
got
not
it. It's
up
your
to
own
my
personal. I don't want to
No.
look it up. It's your
Hey, you're
personal
interrupting.
You
interpretation.
did it
It's the
again.
one that you
did it
follow. I
again,
get
bro.
it that
You're
it's a
done.
group,
You're
but it's the group
absolutely
that you
garbage
follow.
at debate.
Correct,
You
because
cannot
you're
have a
fucking
debate with me.
wasting
Yeah, correct. You
oxygen.
are
Hey,
You're
garbage.
wasting. I'm
moderators,
trying
is
to
there any
respect your
moderators?
plants, Torah. Your plants need
Wisdom.
oxygen. You just going on
Left
and on and
lane.
on and on and on isn't really helping them. I'm trying to help them.
Left lane, are you here? Anybody? No? Okay.
Yeah, I'm driving in Fort Worth, Texas. I
out.
can't do nothing.
Yeah, someone gotta calm down this blowtard.
I can't believe you.
Yo, dude, what's your issue, bro? What's your problem?
Well, I don't
man?
have an issue.
Yeah,
I
it
don't have an
sounds like
issue.
you're acting out of desperation again because you're doing things that are very like incongruent to normal society. Like when people are having
Well,
a
I hate to
conversation,
break this to you,
they don't
Torah.
typically
Torah,
talk
I hate to
over
break
the
this
other
to you.
person.
Discord
So I
isn't
don't know
normal
what's
society.
happening.
Discord isn't normal society, Torah. I have
Okay,
bad
then
news.
what is this?
It's Discord. It's not normal society. Why would
No,
you think
so
it's normal society?
people in society right now in normal society aren't here talking to you.
I didn't say that.
Yeah,
Maybe
are
you should.
confused,
Maybe you
sir?
should roll back. Listen to what I said. I said this is Discord, Torah. This is not
And-
normal society.
And
You
can you
still
explain?
civil and respectful though here. You know, everybody can be civil and respectful. I just want to say and Ishmael, those are all literal stories. Everything's literal. I was saying there is a deeper meaning, which is absolutely true. There is a lot of deeper meanings pretty much behind everything in the Bible. You can look deeper into it, but it's a literal events that actually happened and stories that actually occurred. So, but I did want to say Ishmael was like 14 years older than Isaac when he was told to leave after he was like mocking Isaac. And I don't think that was unrighteous of Sarah, but yeah, there is a lot of wicked people in both genders in the Bible. I'm not trying to like defend
Thank you
women or
for
anything, but
Thank you for further
ahead.
showing that it's just his particular interpretation. I
No,
appreciate it.
it's a literal story, but there's deeper.
Right, I got it. You have a different interpretation than him. That's what I said.
I don't interpret. I just read it for what it is. I don't need to really interpret anything.
Yeah, okay, hold on,
That's
guys.
interpretation.
You're gonna have to specify the difference in our interpretation because we literally said the same thing.
Tor, I have a question. You said that I straw
No. Hold on. This gentleman just made a claim that we have different interpretations. He's going to need to specify the difference. Otherwise, he will be known as a liar here.
No, I don't. Because if you're too stupid to
so
realize
you
it, I
are a
don't care.
liar,
But to
and you're
elucidate it,
scared
see,
to have
here's the
an
part where
actual
you're interrupting me,
conversation.
Torah. You like to complain about me interrupting you, but you feel free to do it to me all the time. So, like, fuck off. Now you're really not getting an explanation for interrupting me. Enjoy the fruits of your own behavior.
Dude,
Yep, you're
acting unhinged.
scared. He's garbage at debate, obviously,
Dude,
because
come on,
these are
man.
the tactics you play when you have nothing.
Yeah,
So,
says
how
the
does it
Christian
feel to
insulting
look
me
like an
yet again for
embarrassed
the
little
umpteenth
boy
time
that
today,
can't
being
engage
really
in
upset that
adult
the person he keeps
conversation?
insulting
How does it
doesn't want to
feel,
have a
bro?
particularly
How does it
worthwhile
feel?
conversation?
How does it
Wow,
feel to
it's
be a
so
little
surprising.
embarrassed boy that doesn't
I'm
want to
not
have an
embarrassed.
adult
You're the one who's
conversation
talking.
because you're
You're the
running
one who's
away from your
embarrassed.
claim?
Stop
Why are you running
projecting.
away from your
I'm not
claim,
running
bro?
away from
Yeah,
any
you
claim. I
okay?
was
Then go
literally
ahead and tell me
explaining
what
it
the
to you.
difference. Go
Torah,
ahead
you're
and
not
tell me the
listening to
difference
me.
between.
Torah, I was
Go ahead and
explaining
tell
it
me
to
the
you.
difference.
Torah, I was
Guys,
explaining it to you, and then you interrupted me like a little
yeah,
bitch, so you
you're gonna
don't get
shut up, or
anything.
I'm gonna mute you.
Is there any
You're gonna
moderation?
I don't even have any idea what you're rebutting because y'all are talking on top of each other. And Mustard, I think you're primarily the issue.
Yeah, Torah. Yeah. I was in the middle of explaining, and then Tor decided to interrupt me. And so that's it. He doesn't get an explanation. He likes to complain about me doing it to him, can't provide the same courtesy. So he gets nothing.
Okay, no problem.
Or I
If
would
you
just
don't,
leave
if
one,
you
to be
want to run
honest.
away from the claim, that's
I
perfectly
wasn't
fine. But you
running,
did
Torah,
say
and then
that.
you
Who's
interrupted me.
interrupting here? Okay,
I
yes.
am,
So
because you
what you
interrupted me.
okay,
Correct.
what you can do at this point is point out the difference if you want to save some
No, what
face.
you can do at this point is just shut the fuck up.
Yep, you're
Yeah,
done,
Tora, I
dude.
don't think
You're
he wants to
done.
engage. Thank you for trying though, Tora. Taylor, did you have something to say?
I don't think that anything's gonna come of this. So not really.
No, he's cooked, dude. You're done, man.
Pigeons
You tried your
continue
Look
best.
at
going
him. You
over the
hear him taking
chessboard.
back. You hear him eating. He's cracking up. He's literally going insane.
Yes,
Tor,
because the pigeons are spreading around the chessboard. It's
Tor,
hilarious.
can you steel man my claim? You said I straw manned it. You remember?
Yeah, your steel man is that well, you described scenarios in the scripture. Are you talking about your claim that why would Christian men like women because of the scripture?
I didn't say not like. My claim was how could I find like where how do I not see them just being deceitful?
Yeah, because when they have a good man in their life, they're not that way. Not all of them. And you can make that selection that there is women that are deceitful, but I don't understand. So are you. You are deceitful too. So what's the problem?
I'm deceitful?
Yeah, you're a deceitful person. Yeah, you'll lie, cheat, and steal if you're desperate.
Okay.
That you admitted that earlier.
So now we can make moral claims upon one another?
Well, I'm
Yes,
just
that's how
saying
Torah
that was
goes.
your claim earlier.
asking,
Isn't that correct? That you will lie, cheat, and steal if you are in a desperate situation to the point that you would eat another human being?
I said I was talking about starvation and desperation can they could be equated, but I would use the word I use, especially if you want to call me a liar and that I'm deceitful.
Okay, what, you don't think starvation is a form of desperation?
I said that. I agree with that, but I suggest
Okay,
you
so what are
use
you
the word.
upset
So
about?
you use the word that I used, not the word that you're using, because you're trying to say something else that I
No,
didn't
I
say.
said in order to lie, cheat, and steal, you would do it out of desperation, not just starvation, actually. Because I bet you do it today. If you said you're an entrepreneur, right? Lower your prices 10%.
I can't. There's no way I can
You
lower my
can't?
prices 10%.
You have absolutely no way to cut into your profit 10% to help out the people in America?
How would cutting my prices 10% help out the people in America?
It helps the end consumer save money. You don't want people to save money?
I do.
Okay, then why don't you help them? You're in a situation and an
So
opportunity
do you know
where
what
you
a
can help
SAS
people
is?
to
Do
save
you know
money.
what a SAS? Do you know what a SAS is?
Go ahead.
So it's like a service.
It's like a mustache.
So you have free services and things like that. So if I were to cut my prices 10%, I don't have you can't cut your prices 10% on services on because they're free. They're free. You sign up for them.
I'm
You
also
download
in the
an app.
business for myself. So you're
Okay.
saying, okay, so then how do you make money?
There's other ways I make money, but it's not off the. There's data. There's the Treasury reserve fund.
Do you work for yourself or what?
I work with other people.
Are you an entrepreneur or like what are you, dude? You said you were an entrepreneur earlier. That usually
you don't
means
think
like you
entrepreneur
own a
works with other
business.
people? Yes, I work. So I'm my own boss. Is that the statement?
It doesn't sound like you are. It sounds like you work with other people who could also make decisions. And if there was a majority of them that had a
That's called
different
a
opinion
board.
than you,
That's called a
so
board. That's called a
yeah,
board. Have you heard of a
yeah,
board?
of
Yeah, that's
course
what
I
you do
have.
on
Yeah, I'm a
boards. So
corporation. Yeah,
yeah, you're discussing what you talk about on boards.
yeah. I am on the board, and I'm the one
So
on
am
the
I.
board.
Yeah,
Yeah,
awesome.
exactly. So, but yeah,
So we
I
do the
make the
same
ultimate
process.
rule because I'm the president of the board.
Oh, so that's all about your operating agreement. You know, I had to sell board seats. People invested; they wanted to have controls. That it was just negotiations, but boards are formed for multiple reasons. But
Okay,
that's
well,
all
do you
about
want
your
to cut?
operating
Why
agreement.
don't you propose something to cut the prices so that the end consumer, saves a little money? Because I'm sure you guys, could give up a little bit, right? It's not like you need exactly
So,
what you have.
so,
You're not
so.
living paycheck to paycheck, are you now?
Oh, dude, I'm an entrepreneur. I said earlier, I feel I'm one breath away from bankruptcy every second.
What kind of business are you running if you feel like you're one breath away from bankruptcy every second?
Remember, you're talking to a rich kid.
No,
I'm not a rich kid.
I'm not a rich kid
No,
either.
not you, not you, not
I'm
you.
not a rich kid, dude.
Talking about
Oh.
Torah down there.
I'm an I own an air conditioning company. That's not a rich kid thing, dude. This is something I just worked up my
Sure
way
it
while you
wasn't.
were going
I'm
to
sure
college.
I'm
While
sure
you were
you
going
worked
to
very
college,
hard.
I
Torah,
was
you don't even
working
know
on air
when I went to
conditioners,
college,
bro.
Torah, but you love to
But
interrupt
yeah,
me though. It's fun. You can interrupt me.
you
You love to
literally
interrupt
spoke
me.
in the middle
You
of my
love to interrupt.
sentence.
Yeah, correct. I joined the conversation. I'm
Maybe we
allowed to
should
do
just
that, Torah.
interrupt him so he knows how it feels, and then he can maybe get a little bit taste of his own medicine. I don't want to do that, but it's pretty annoying that he's doing that to you, Torah.
I see you all don't realize that I do it to the people who've interrupted me. Well, that's obvious. Can't expect people to think.
No, so back to I'm deceitful. I'm a liar. Remember? Like I said, if you're allowed to make moral indictments on me, am I allowed to do the same to you?
You can, but what I was saying was in the context of the conversation, you're saying women are deceitful, and I'm just saying, yeah, men are deceitful too. It's pretty much what Yossi was
We
telling you.
agreed with that.
So yeah,
Yeah.
so if I have this view that everyone is deceitful, it really doesn't make a lot of sense to be like, yeah, but shouldn't you specify women are deceitful? It's like,
But
no,
there's
yeah,
many
everyone is deceitful.
But there's many stories in the Bible you can turn to see the virtues and the justices and the strengths and the power of men, though.
Yeah, and you could see how those men were deceitful too.
Yeah, exactly. So you have examples of like I said, there's more examples on the other side. You're arguing to your point. If both people are deceitful, I have a life crisis. I turn to the Bible. I read the book. I read stories about women being deceitful.
Is that how you think it works? It's just like you have a life crisis and then you rub a lamp shell and then a genie pops out and grants your wishes. That's what you think this is all about?
That I don't know how to answer that. That's not what I said.
Because that's technically what you're saying. You're like, I don't believe in God, but when I'm in a crisis, I turn to the Bible and then I read it as if it's some kind of lamp with a genie in it.
Is it not the moral arbiter of your truth?
Not of your truth.
I'm asking you a question.
If it's not your worldview, why would you look to it for truth?
It's your worldview. You look to it for
guidance.
Yeah, what is that? Yeah, okay, so you look for it for guidance, okay? And then what did it guide you to? It guided you to the fact that people are deceitful?
But like I said, it also guides you to stories about men being kings and powerful and all that other stuff too. Like there's way more of that than there is of women being deceitful.
Yes, of course, it invokes the patriarchy. Yeah, even the fact that they call God the Father. Yeah.
I'm not even trying to go that route. What I'm saying is, because the original statement was about the literal interpretation of the Bible, which we're kind of off of. But like, what I'm saying is, if I am to read this book for my arbiter of guidance or truth or whatever we want to use that word, if I am to use this book and I find stories of women being deceitful, would I not have to naturally come to that conclusion? I understand you said both people are deceitful, but I said there are stories about men not being deceitful, being very virtuous, very honest, very whatever. But you kind of see just the theme of women being
Wait,
deceitful.
what men? What men were very virtuous and like? There's not that many.
Is God
What are you
virtuous?
counting?
Is God virtuous?
Yes, he is.
What did they say about David? What was the statement they made about him?
David
He
faltered
is
a
a
lot.
man. He is a man after God's own heart.
Yeah, that doesn't mean he didn't falter. It just means he
I
always
didn't.
turned to God in all
Okay,
times of
so I
faltering. So
answered
he
your
was also
question. I answered your
deceitful.
question
But
about
that's
being
only two.
virtuous.
You've named two people so far. How many people you
There
think are
needs
in
to
the
be more than
Bible?
one. There's a lot of people.
Well,
in the
you
Bible.
said there is way more men that are virtuous than any women in the story. That's your claim. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're okay. So I'm trying to think through, and I know we have Noah, we have Seth, we have all of the ones leading to Noah, right? But we don't have much about their story, so we don't know about their faltering and whatnot as well.
But we do
have
know that they're
Joseph.
virtuous men, right? We know of them. They're honored in history, in lore, in literature, in
Yeah,
the Bible.
but what does it mean to
men.
be virtuous to you in the
I said
Bible?
I
Doesn't it
gave you
mean that
one
they
example.
always turn to God?
I gave you one example. I gave you one example.
They always turn to God when they falter. They always
I would say
repent.
I would say it's very virtuous of them. But I gave you one example of that's what I believe. I said David is an example of virtue, and I think God says David's an example of virtue.
Okay, yeah, but okay, so cool. You got David is an
Okay, yeah.
example of virtue. Yeah, but I wouldn't take all of his examples. I wouldn't be doing what he did with Bathsheba.
That's after the
You know,
fact. He didn't know.
yeah,
He didn't know at the time. That's
well,
after
no,
the fact.
he knew.
I have a
What do you
question.
mean he didn't know at the time? You don't think he knew the 10 Commandments?
What law do you think he broke? In your opinion, I have an opinion. It might be wrong. Do you think it
Do
was
not
purely
commit
sleeping?
adultery and don't covet your neighbor's stuff.
So
Don't
the king
murder.
did not.
He murdered his
The
wife.
king. The
Don't
king
murder.
did not
Her
have the.
husband. Sorry.
The king did not have the right to sleep with whoever he wanted.
That's correct. Actually, the king, if you read the law, is only supposed to have one wife. And it actually,
Are
when
you
you read the
serious?
law, yeah, when you read the law,
So Solomon.
says a
So
king.
Solomon
Yes,
is
yeah,
Solomon is a
yes,
bad.
dude, Solomon.
Okay,
It literally,
David's a bad man.
the law states why you should only have one wife as a king, and that is because otherwise you will go and you will try to buy all the horses and trade horses with Egypt. You will end up with like 700 concubines. It basically describes Solomon's curse his life that he ended up with.
Okay, so
Solomon
but
did
what I
turn
said,
back to God in the end of his life, but do you think it was good? Have you read Ecclesiastes?
yeah, I've read the entire Bible. So what I'm saying to you is, and you're pushing forward past
So
the
when you're
question.
looking for help from the Bible, you go to these stories rather than like the moral issue. You don't just go to the law.
Right?
Why don't you just go to the law that deals with the issue?
Because there's not. I kind of want to go down this road yet, but like what I'm saying, what I'm trying to say to you is, I like David committed a sin, right, and he got punished for that sin. You said it was adultery. I say it's not. I don't think it was adultery because I think the king had the right to sleep with whoever he wanted to.
Not according to the law in the Bible. So I don't know why you think it's right. I guess
What
you're the
law?
arbiter of truth and you are God.
Can you point to that law?
Yes,
because
I can.
I see it in practice. I see David having many wives. I see Solomon.
Yeah, I
having
can
many.
point it. I'll get it for you.
Well, there's Deuteronomy 17:17. He shall not multiply wives for himself, lest his heart run away.
Yeah, I think that's it. But yeah, you could find it in the Torah and Exodus as well, I think.
What was it again? He shall what?
He shall not multiply wives for himself, lest his heart turn away. Deuteronomy 17:17.
And must not accumulate large amounts of wealth in silver and gold for himself, which is also something Solomon did. So just because Solomon did some wrong things, it doesn't mean you're cast out by God. So that's a beautiful story for someone like you, Renee. Yeah, David too. Same thing, right? This man also did some. Yeah, he did. He did some things that he had to repent for.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
and
so
his
that's
wives had to
beautiful.
repent for him. That's the thing. Like his wives had to repent for him. I mean, this is what I don't understand. It's like I don't understand that. I guess I don't understand that.
Okay, that's cool. That's an incredulous argument that you're giving, but because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's not the case. And so, yeah.
Because you speak. I was speaking out loud. What I'm saying is, so even one of David's punishments one time was having his wives taken from him, his wives. So like I just don't understand how the king has a practice that is in front and commonplace and known to everyone that's openly against the law of God in which he is ruling over these people. So that's what I don't understand.
Amazing. Isn't that amazing that God can still use someone that falters in sin and for a good purpose? Isn't that amazing?
That sounds amazing. That does sound amazing.
So that should give you hope that even though you're a wretched, wicked individual, that there's hope for you.
All right. So we're back to moral indictments.
Well, no, I think I'm a wretched and wicked individual at times as well, but I know that with Jesus, I can change that. I don't have to be wretched and wicked anymore.
Even when desperate. But the thing is, the term desperate, and I said, if you want to use terms, I literally said starving. And if you were to actually be
even if starving, dude, because I have the bread of life, bro.
Go for
I have
it.
the bread of life.
If you want to make that statement, even if starving, then we just meet a we disagree.
Yeah, I know, because you think life is all that there is, dude, and I know that life is but a vapor, Renee.
Please be quiet.
Life is but a vapor. It's only the very beginning.
I understand. But what I'm saying is, like earlier when we were talking about this, the end result of the scenario in which I'm now being talked upon is a person who was in the woods and they came across a cabin and they wouldn't feed their child with stolen food. And I truly cannot get anywhere, essentially, with that assessment, because it just feels so morally and intellectually dishonest.
Yeah, it just seems to me that you only think food comes from the grocery store or something. It's very weird, I know.
Renee, think about it like this, though. Put yourself in that position. Imagine that was your cabin. That was your last can of food to feed your family. Now, you want people to just come into your place and steal your last can? So if someone else is going to live, but your family has to die? Do you see how that sort of... Okay, go ahead.
And I understand what you're saying. There's an other side to the story. You know what I mean? And what you're saying is you want to take your psyche essentially out of self and attribute the other individual. And the way the statement was kind of made was, I don't know how you say no to it unless you add those types of caveats. And that's not the caveats that were added.
Well, you don't know that the love is defined in the Bible, right?
It's patient, it's kind, it's that verse.
Well, no, love is actually the willingness of one to lay down their life for another. It's like, that's the theme of the whole scripture, and it's defined in the scripture. And for someone who's read the entire Bible and didn't grasp what love is.
So you're telling me there's not a verse that says love is patient, love is kind. You're not telling me there's a verse that doesn't say that. And I asked you if it was that verse.
Correct.
You're referring to a different verse, because the word love is well spread across the Bible.
Yeah, those are attributes of love. Yeah, those are attributes
so if you were referring to a different verse, from my understanding of the definition that was in the Bible, because it says love is patient. So
yeah, those are synonyms, for love.
I understand that, but exactly. Like I said, do you have an actual, is there like a Webster's definition, like definition that was in there? Is that what you're pointing me to now?
No,
one that is
I'm just telling you, when we define terms from the scripture, we use the scripture to define them. Like sin, right? Is defined in the scripture as breaking the law of God, right? That's what it's literally defined as. So when we look to the scripture for these definitions, we see love is patient, love is kind. But what is all that actually meaning? And then we see a verse that says God is love, and this is what love is. Love is that one would lay down their lives willingly for another. You know, so that encompasses all of that patience kind of. Obviously, if you're willing to lay down your life for another, you're going to be patient, have self-control, all these things. Yeah.
Okay. You're taking moral prescriptions that you can make, I guess, to say that, but like it's like I said, you make a claim. I haven't read the Bible, or I haven't made the claims that I've read the Bible are fictitious. You call me deceitful.
You told me that you read the whole Bible just like 5 minutes ago.
I have read the whole Bible. Yes, I have.
So then what's your issue with me telling you that you've read the entire Bible and you'd miss this point? You don't think the main part of the story is that Jesus laid down his life for yours?
The question you asked me was, never mind.
That's okay. No, I understand. I understand this is a difficult conversation, but you do agree the whole story is about Jesus laying down his life for yours, right?
I don't want to. I can't. I can't. I'm sorry.
I know it's hard.
Wait, you don't want to admit that? I mean, like, that's just universally recognized. That is the beauty of the gospel.
It's truly not about admitting anything. I don't.
It's scary, dude, because I just feel like an adversary would say the same thing. So it's really concerning. Yeah.
So here's a question. Here's a good question. As you take your stance of, I know the Bible because I read it, I know the Bible because of this, I know the grounds because of that, isn't the entire Christian ethos about a testimony, essentially?
Yeah.
Like your experience with God?
You can reduce it to that if you'd like.
So like why, when like these examples are given, like there's no testimony with it?
Testimony of what? Like what example? Can you be more specific?
Your assertion of it in your life from God. That's the testimony, right?
Well, I've given you the indirect evidence, as if that's.
And now I'm asking for your Christian testimony.
You want me to share my testimony here?
Sure. Yes.
Yeah. I grew up in the church. I walked away from the church when I went to college. I got a degree in criminal justice associates and a business administration associates. I decided I didn't want to do that anymore. So then I went into air conditioning work. I got a job doing AC. I moved to Arizona from Florida doing that job. And I was still interested a little bit in the question, but after college, I was pretty convinced everything was just naturalistic, materialistic ordeals.
Mm-hmm.
So I kept doing air conditioning and, just going about life, normal. I partied very hard, very, very hard. I don't know how I'm still here to this day. I went down in the pit all the way down, down, dude. And so it was rough. So I worked my way out without God, just worked my way out. My grandparents is who I moved out to Arizona for. They passed away. So that was a little rough. And then I met who is my wife today. My grandmother always used to say, you need to marry that girl, right? So I was like, but marriage is really just a Christian concept, and I'm not a Christian, so why would I ever do that? So I started thinking about it more, and my wife and I had major issues. And she was my girlfriend at the time. And so I said to her, why don't we try to go to church? Maybe that'll help. Maybe that'll fix things. Because I've seen it help with my parents' relationship. I've seen it help with many relationships around me my whole life. And I just looked at it as a rehabilitation concept. Mm-hmm. So we went and life got a little better. We did a couple things, donated to children. We sponsor children and stuff. And we felt really good inside about that. And I decided, maybe it is right to do the marriage thing. So I prayed to God and I said, God, please, I need you to reveal yourself to me, that if you are real. And I started to do a lot of research on the internet. I did hear about flat earth and I was kind of, I was like, whoa, is it even possible they're lying about what the earth is? And I was like, wow, that could be a possibility. I got really deep into presuppositionalism because I know everything that I believed with the globe, I presupposed already because I was taught it. So I wanted to rid myself of those ideas and presuppositions. So that's why I'm big into epistemology, because I started to ask myself, how do I know what do I know? What I know. So, and then I started to come up with the idea of reasoning being, what is the reason for reasoning? And you've heard my arguments many times. So I came to the conclusion that these were all indirect proofs of the God ultimate source existing. I thought it was me for a little while, and I thought it was Christ consciousness and all this new age stuff. And then I got out of that because I saw a gentleman named Rob Skiba. I saw a lot of his work, and I felt like what he was talking about was really important. And I found out that the 10 Commandments are still standing, because as I was a kid, I was told the law is done away with. But then I came to the conclusion after this, now at this point in my life, I'm reading the scripture, I'm learning it, I'm going to church, I'm doing all these things. And I'm deciding, the commandments are still intact. However, the church we go to doesn't believe that stuff. So I was like, this isn't really lining up. So I kind of went my own way. And since then, following the Torah and taking the Sabbath off and doing all these things with the Torah, I find that I have a beautiful and wonderful relationship with my wife. I have a beautiful relationship with the Creator. He made a lot of my dreams come true. I moved back to Florida. I bought a house. I have chickens. I have fruit growing all over my property, and it's a beautiful life. And I follow God because I believe we're only here for a short amount of time, and there's way more to this than just our 70 years that we're here. And I want to please God and do everything in His will. And Christianity was the only coherent version that I saw, because I looked through everything and I thought it was New Age for a long time.
And of that beautiful story, like of that entire journey and entire course of that, at no point do you need to subject your morals onto others, even though you believe it would lead them to happiness.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing is I would want them to leave suffering. I don't want them to have suffering. So I noticed that I also had a humanistic value. So yeah, and then I noticed I was suffering without God and His law, because I was just like walking around blind. Like I didn't understand what life is about and how we should treat people and why we should treat them nice. I knew it was good to hold the door open to make someone smile, but it's like, is it good to tell every single person in the world Merry Christmas? It's not the same. So it's like I wanted to know where this line was, and how we should know what we should do and what we shouldn't.
Well, it gets back to like just the specificness of it. Is it good to tell someone Merry Christmas? I would say, is it good to spread joy?
Yeah, definitely spread joy. Yeah, for sure.
But it's different than Merry Christmas, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like, for sure. Yeah, you could say Happy Holidays or Holy Days or whatever.
I'm not even like I'm not that. I wish people would just get over all of that and just let it be Christmas. But like what I'm saying is, it's you intend to spread joy. You said Merry Christmas. That may have offended someone. That's something else. But it's not. It's the intent, and that's where I think you try to force your worldview on people so you can dictate their intent. That's why you called me deceitful. That's why
the intent. The intent is more. The only way I know your intent is by your words. That's it.
I agree. But also by action. But I get that. But we're talking like me and you because we're on Discord. We're just talking. I get that. But yes, I understand that. But at the end of the day, what I was saying, it's a different statement to say I want to spread joy than to say I want to spread. I want to say Merry Christmas. It's a different statement. They have a lot of overlapping, but it's different. And where
I'm just not ignorant. I'm just not ignorant on other people's beliefs. You know what I mean?
I agree. I try to be. I try to make people feel as if I don't play fucking delusion games, but like I try to make people feel like happy. I want to spread joy. You know what I mean? Like, and if that's not me saying Merry Christmas, and I have still the ability to spread joy by saying something else, I would choose to say something else so I can spread joy. But like, but that's
you
what
could let people know Jesus loves them.
And that's what I said. But remember what I said earlier. That's where you found your joy. You know what I mean? And like I said, you think if everyone else can do it, then they can be just as happy as you are. But the thing is, it's like that's not the case, And it's not like it's not the case because you reject God. I know many people that love God and they're not happy. And it's not like they're miserable. And I get what you're saying. It's a bit of like God saves lives, just the concept. So
Yeah. I hear you. I'm just saying the perspective overall of my life is happy, not that I'm always happy in the moment. You know what I mean? Like
that.
I understand now bad things occur. Like I got to go to the dentist to feel pain so that way he can fix the problem so I don't feel pain in the future. So I understand that concept beautifully, and I think the scripture really lays that concept.
Yeah, and to even add on that, the Bible, I don't think it's just about happiness. Happiness comes because of the righteousness, I believe. It's righteousness over happiness. I mean, someone could be happy doing whatever they're doing, but the gist of Christianity and Jesus is righteousness, repenting. And then through repentance, and that you can actually enjoy the blessings.
So then repent on your own time. Don't force me to repent for your beliefs that are not my beliefs.
I don't think anyone's trying to do that at all.
And yet Torah is constantly judging people for their beliefs. So,
do you think that like
I can judge worldviews. That's fine.
Do you think premarital sex havers are gonna go to hell then?
I don't get to make the decision on who goes to heaven or hell, man. I'm sorry.
No, but what do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't believe premarital, like if you're saying in the middle of them having premarital sex and they haven't repented and they die,
well,
where do they go?
Premarital sex and they're having abortions left and right. They're going to hell, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're making their life hell because what's happening is they're being degenerative. It's not generative to have that behavior. So they're actually living in hell.
No, they are not. You feel they are living in hell. They are just living their lives. You keep putting your beliefs onto other people.
He asked me, what do I think?
Yeah. People do that anyways.
Could you think that they make poor choices that don't lead to the outcomes that you have in life?
Well, yeah. What my whole thing is, if you want to change society, you have to change the values of society, and how I would implement that would be public shaming and propaganda campaigns. I wouldn't even do laws or anything like that. I would just like how we public shame drunk driving. I would do the same thing for abortion.
I don't think public shame's a good system of punishment.
Well, you should tell that to the campuses, college campuses that are all Marxist, because that's literally what they did.
Tell me you've never been on a college campus.
Yeah, college campuses are Marxists, and if you hold like a Christian patriarchy worldview, you will be shamed and mocked. Actually, it also works with flat Earth, for example. Like flat earthers don't really want to come out and say they're flat earthers because they're publicly shamed.
If
I'm gonna be
you
honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. In my experience in the college that I'm attending right now, is that people don't care what your views are. We're here to learn.
unless you're telling your fellow students what they should do to meet your morals, then I tell you to fuck off.
There are instances where public shaming occurs right now. I mean, you guys have heard of Chris Hansen.
I'm not saying
where he
there aren't.
tracks down predators, and they publicly shame them, and then I think the police do that. They post
we
photos.
do it. Yeah, we do it with drunk driving
because
right now, and it
publicly
works.
shaming
So
pedos
it's-
is such a bad thing. Yep.
Well, no, we're not saying. We're saying that it works. That's what we're saying.
Does it though?
So yeah, yeah.
Does it though?
Publicly shaming drunk
Because
driving.
we still have these people.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to eradicate the
Okay,
thing
so
completely,
it's not really that
but
effective. Got it.
well, no, it does help. It pushes in the
Does
right
it? Because I
direction.
think the laws
It's
might
true
have helped a
because
little
there's two.
better.
Oh, sorry.
Do you have any citations on it helping? Because like Mel said, like we still have it plenty around, so I don't see it tamping down on anything.
Perhaps it's not. The awareness is not ubiquitous yet. However,
we have a lot.
Perhaps you're just saying this as an example that doesn't really back up what you're trying to back up.
Well, the kids today growing up aren't near. I don't think there's near as many drunk driving accidents as there was, you know.
Yeah, and
in
that's
the
also
90s.
because we started putting laws. You know?
Yeah,
it's also
like-
illegal to drive drunk.
Yeah, we didn't
It's not
shame.
just public shaming. It's you will get your life ruined.
No,
because you
no. We
went and drunk
publicly
drive.
shame them. No, now there's rules in place. Yeah, that the bartender can keep your keys or whatever. Do like order you an Uber. These things. We have more access to more of these things, and we publicly shame a person when they try to drive home drunk by taking away their keys.
No,
That's
we
a form
don't
of public
shame
shaming.
them. We take their keys and get them a Uber. That's not
Cora-
shaming them.
Cora, when did anti-drunk driving laws begin to get passed?
Oh, I don't know exactly.
Oh, okay. I didn't think you would.
I can Google it for you really quick.
The mid 80s.
Tony Robbins, he's done a lot of research, and he says that there's two motivating factors for people: the pursuit of pleasure and the avoidance of pain. So sometimes, perhaps, I mean, if that's true, perhaps public shaming would be painful for someone.
I don't think Tony Robbins. I don't think Tony Robbins is a good authority to cite for this kind of information, though. To be fair,
Oh yeah. But okay, well, forget about him then. What about pursuit of pleasure and avoidance of pain? Would you guys agree those are two motivating factors for people?
Yeah. I mean, so if you look at it like economically, you have like the stock market. You heard the phrase "fear and greed." You know. You know, I would say those two things, but you know, just to try to derive them down to just two elements, you know, it's very hard for me to just to. That's why I hate it. I was like fear and greed. There's so many other fucking factors, but it kind of operates like that. But yeah, I just couldn't derive it down to just those two metrics.
What about
Or, like-
pursuit of pleasure and avoidance of pain? Do you think those were probably more accurate?
I mean, I would say that I would have to change the term. Are you talking about just physical pleasure? Because I would just say the pursuit of happiness, I guess, because I would say that would encompass pleasures, you know?
Yeah, I think that would work.
Yeah, and then like I would be a bit like avoidance of pain. I would say yes. I would agree with that phrase. Without having to like try to change I would agree with that phrase of avoidance of pain. But yes, I would agree with his pursuit of happiness and avoidance of pain. I'd agree with that.
Oh, I have an interesting list, Eden, that I'm wondering if he agrees with. Do you agree one should strive to act with compassion and empathy toward all creatures in accordance with reason?
Yes.
Do you believe the struggle for justice is an ongoing and necessary pursuit that should prevail over laws and institutions?
No. Oh gosh.
No.
Oh gosh. Oh my
You know what I'm
god.
reading?
Yes. Yes, I
Okay.
do. Yes, I do.
What you reading?
Communist Manifesto.
The 7 Tenets of Satanism. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my lord, man!
I think it's
The
funny
Cold
that
War
you
did a
agreed to
number on
all
our culture.
you
Like,
agreed to the all creatures thing though, and then you eat cows.
I said but did it say within reason? Right, within my
Yeah.
reason,
So what's
eating food,
reasonable? What's a reasonable reason to kill it?
eating
Yeah.
food,
Why should
eating
you kill
food.
a cow? You can't eat a
I have
cucumber.
other choices. I could, but I wanted to, and I didn't even choose a cow.
Cows are
You
delicious
did.
though.
Why do you got to
But as
take the
it,
I
life
just
of an
wanted a
animal?
burger, man. I just
why
wanted a
did I
burger.
take the life? If I ate a vegetable, I took a life of a vegetable.
So it's just arbitrary, essentially.
Well,
in
you're
your
being
opinion.
arbitrary, yes, because plants are also living things.
You're the one being
Yeah.
arbitrary, not me. Like if I
I
ate
know
a
why
cow, I
I
ate a
can eat
cow.
meat. I have laws that tell me
But
I
no,
can
you
eat meat.
you think it's absurd to agree with that first tenet of within reason, and I define my reason. I'm hungry and I'm going to eat a cow because I chose to eat a cow.
Yeah, I don't think that's a reason. I don't think that's a justification. There's many other ways to fulfill hunger than eating a cow.
Once again,
So,
Torah
yeah.
is here to tell us what he thinks about our actions.
So what
No,
can I
it's
eat?
obviously
No,
true
excuse
that
me,
there's
Torah.
other
Torah,
solutions
if
to
You're
life
not
hunger
allowed
only
to
than
say what
comes,
you
eating a
think here.
cow, bro. It's
if life
You're not
only
obvious.
comes,
allowed to say what you think. Saying what you
if
think is
life,
against the rules, unless it's someone agrees with it.
well, this is a debate channel, right? You know, but
How,
if
how dare you say what you think?
oh, if life comes from life, what can we consume then that's not once alive?
So
Well,
when it specifically said creatures, so then plants you're saying are creatures.
uh,
I'm saying plants are alive, for sure.
So you're
your
saying they're
argument,
creatures though, because
your
the first tenet of
Yeah.
Satanism was about creatures, and now you're
read it
talking about
again.
plants.
Read it again, please.
One should
Read it
strive
again.
to act with compassion and empathy toward all creatures in accordance with reason.
Yes, I would.
Plants
Then
are creatures.
I would agree with you in the statement that creatures. Yes, I would agree with that statement. Creatures are plants.
Plants are creatures, you
Are
mean?
creatures? Yes, yes, yes.
Oh,
That
okay.
sounds that way if you want to say it.
But are you saying then they are creation?
What plants are creation?
Yeah, what does that word creatures mean?
The good old etymology fallacy. We love it. We love it around here.
That word creatures to me means the things that God gave us dominion over on this earth. I'm going to answer questions like you.
That's perfectly fine. You'll probably have a coherent and reasonable worldview if you do.
We'll have a conversation at that point, at least.
To be fair, the archaic definition, meaning, around the time of the Bible and stuff like that, of creature is anything living or existing, such as dresses, jewels, and other transitory creatures. So there you go.
Yep, she's correct.
So my
I
statement
think the
was
hell
that
out of a cow, dude.
But the Bible was not written in archaic times, at least in English. It was written 400 years ago in English. It's not archaic. Archaic is like what
so
you
they
guys call Neolithic.
So basically, you're saying God wrote a new Bible.
You silly.
Hold on, please. You're saying that they just wrote a new Bible because it's English?
Huh?
You're saying
No, the
that
word they would not have used the word creatures in Latin or Greek because it's an English
Bro,
word.
this is all
So
semantics,
as far as
dude.
the
Who
use of the
cares?
word
It's
creature
like
or whatever, yes, it has to be limited to an English. The discussion has to be limited chronologically if we're talking about an English word, because English has not existed forever.
I get what you're saying now, but it doesn't. I get what you're saying now, but it doesn't. But I get what you're saying now. It's not absurd. But it. But
Well, Ray,
I get.
Ray Zanzen, you can explain it to the people
I
who
don't
vehemently deny with their mouth frothing.
I don't want to really. But I get what you're saying.
It's
I
hard
truly
to
do.
it's hard to explain things to people who don't reason.
Yeah.
Dude, it sounds like
yes.
Nobody wants to
Yes,
spend
it
time explaining shit that you just make up, Noah. That's what it is.
Yo, if you want an explanation, ask Rennie Zan. and he can explain it to you.
I have my own explanation. Thank you, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Noah, you didn't know everyone in here is their own god and they're the arbiters of truth and morality?
Yeah, like Torah.
Yeah, what do you knew?
Torah doesn't have his own god.
Doesn't have his own interpretation or his own morality.
Not at all. Who would say he does?
Yeah, I don't claim that I am the ultimate
20
arbiter of
hours
all
a day
knowledge
in
and
this
morality.
PC
Yeah.
talking
Yeah,
about his
that would be the joke, Torah.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you all have figured out that you have ultimate knowledge.
Yeah.
No.
We're better than you. That's just what it is.
And ultimate morality.
No, I also didn't say that.
I legitimately am just talking about a word definition here that I am familiar with. So nowhere in that did I at all claim all knowledge of anything.
How do you know that?
What?
I don't know.
God, are we tired of religious shit now? Can we talk about flat earth?
Wow. No one wants to talk about flat Earth. That's crazy.
Earth being flat is what caused the dinosaurs to go extinct.
True.
Ooh.
Because when the meteor hit, it tilted the flat earth and they all just fell off the edge.
Exploded.
Simple physics.
I'd eat
Okay.
a dinosaur too, by the way, if I could. I'd eat cows, dinosaurs.
Yeah, do you have a favorite
all of it.
dinosaur?
No.
I mean, come on, people gotta have favorite dinosaurs, right?
Um,
I like the
Brontosaurus
Chinese
is
dragon.
big.
It's pretty cool.
I don't think that's
5
real,
fingers,
dude.
orbs, serpentine,
I don't think that's a dinosaur.
flies without wings.
I believe Noah is just being facetious.
As Noah does.
But
Would you eat
Pachyrhinosaurus
people?
is my favorite.
Would you eat like another fully sourced human? If possible.
I would have to be stranded in the Andes in a plane crash to even entertain the thought
No, but
of
like,
eating another man's flesh.
why does it have to go to an extreme? What if it's just like there's a bunch of people that are terminally ill that are dying with whatever illness, and they find like a waiver or they put it in their will that they're okay with their body being consumed by their peers in the community. And
Eating diseased flesh is probably not the best idea.
I would personally not eat any meat from human unless I was stranded in the Andes in a plane crash. That's my answer to the hypothetical.
what if it tastes really,
No.
really good?
No,
Even
I
if it's
think
good.
I'm fine. I think I'm fine. You can have it if you want it, but I'll be okay.
That's what potatoes are for, dude. You know? So that one doesn't have to eat the flesh of fellow humans.
Yeah, dude, I'd maybe like try it maybe and see.
What's the most
If it has
ethically
like really
sourced
good
plant?
reviews and the Yelp reviews are crazy, I might, man. I might catch a kebab. You know?
God. I'm sorry, Mel, what?
I was just trying to think like what's the most ethical fruit or vegetable that you gather?
The most ethical?
Yeah, so like for instance tubers like potatoes, right? You generally harvest them at the end of their life. So like it's
They're
kind of like his
unethically-
idea. But like,
ethical
so bananas, well, like, or a seeded fruit, you're essentially taking their children. So is that more or less ethical than like harvesting a potato?
What about like an orange? It's already like packaged and sliced up for you. That's crazy.
I wasn't even thinking that. I was thinking more like for fruit. We have mulberry trees that grow free in the neighborhood. So, like, there's no extra labor or fertilizers or anything like that that goes into them. And so I consider that ethical in that way. I wasn't thinking about it in the same way that you were. Children, like, I legit wasn't thinking children.
That's part of their reproductive process.
Yeah, it is. It is. No, I get carrots. How about carrots?
I don't know. Well, those are tubers too, right? Oh, we do get baby carrots. That's true.
No, baby carrots are adult carrots that are cut with a water laser to be the shape of carrots.
Oh, I didn't know that.
All right, I got a good question for you, Coco. If you were like in a survival situation in the middle of the woods, which do you prefer that you come upon, a bear or a man?
I'm taking the tree.
You would need to define that a little bit better. So what do you mean?
No, that's the hypothetical. You got to pick one.
No, fuck off. What do you mean survival situation?
There's no one around. There's nothing. You haven't seen anything. You have no cell phone. You have no form of communication. All you have is your bare hands, and you just woke up in the middle of the woods.
Bare hands.
Then I'm fine with the bear because I'm in the woods all the time, just like that.
Okay, tell us how to make a fire with like your bare hands.
Well, that would depend on where you were, what season it was, what type of forest you're in.
All right, it's Alaska and it's the middle of winter.
Well, then you have to start digging to get stuff that's not that's not green anymore.
If you're in Alaska in the middle of winter in the forest trying to start a fire, you're just retarded.
Just walk us through the process of how
you should first be making a survival shelter that you can crawl into.
Or maybe find a man that has a fire already and a camp and everything, and maybe you just stumbled upon a really good man and he already has everything for you that he could take care of you. But you chose the bear, so you're gonna have to figure out how to make fire, lady.
Yeah, because some rando out in the middle of the Alaskan woods with a fire is going to be prime material for who I want to spend the rest of my life with. Yep.
Well, you don't have to spend the rest of your life with him. He could actually get you to society.
A man that would have a fire and everything else that could take care of me for the rest of my life. That's what he said.
No, I didn't.
A hunk of a man.
No, I did not say that.
My personal interpretation is I'll take the tree. I'll take the tree.
So you also
would, you tree hugger.
come onto a man that like had all the necessities for you to call help to get back home, all that stuff.
That wasn't part of the hypothetical. It's just a random man.
Well,
he could have that or not.
Yeah, exactly. It's random, but the chances are that could happen, right?
And this is why I asked to clarify the survival situation, because now he's throwing in all this. I run into a man in the woods that happens to have a pack on his back that has everything I could possibly need to survive.
No. He doesn't have anything on him. It's a random man. The possibility does exist that he's the man that I'm saying. The possibility does exist that he's a complete rapist. I don't know. But I'm just saying, you're not willing to roll the dice on that?
The possibility exists that he's fucking lost in the woods because he's a dumbass, and I'm
okay, then can you walk us through the process? You want to walk us through the process of how you're getting that fire started, since you're a survivalist?
Well, as I had started to say before you interrupted me with this man having everything I would need, the first thing you would want to actually do is build a shelter for yourself before you even think about starting a fire. But, whatever, you do you.
Okay, so you built the shelter. Okay, we got the shelter built. Now we're going to need to make fire. So walk us through the process.
Light you on fire, bro.
You're a survivalist. Come on. You've been in many woods before. You know how to do this. Walk us through it. Maybe someone will learn something.
I'm a survivalist, so there's no way I would be out there without flint and steel. So let's start with that.
No,
Can
you
we?
can't engage with the hypothetical? What's going on? The hypothetical is you ain't got none of that.
Which makes no sense.
That's
How did that
sometimes
happen?
because
How
you're
did
in a
that happen?
hypothetical scenario and you said you're a survivalist and you're saying you can't make fire unless you have flint.
No, I am saying that if I were out in the woods, first thing I would have flint and steel anyway. It's in my pack.
No, you don't have your pack in this hypothetical.
So if
Which
you
is a
didn't have,
ridiculous scenario.
well, the question is now, if you didn't have all those materials and you had the ability to happen across a man or a bear, and you don't have any of those, which one would you pick? That's the question now, I think.
Yeah, and then if she could walk us through, if she chooses the bear, if she could just walk us through how to make a fire since she's a survivalist, that'd be awesome.
And I asked him to narrow down what he meant by that, and he just started going off the rails that the man would have everything. So at this point, it's really freaking ridiculous.
No, it's a random man. The possibility exists that he could, but the possibility exists he might not. So that's like the gamble you're taking. So you said, I'd just go with the bear. Okay, and now I'm like, okay, so you're a survivalist, so I would just like you to explain how we could start a fire.
Dude, what are you getting at? Like, what is that bottom of you asking these questions? What's your point?
His point is because he thinks I don't know that how you start a fire is going to be different based on where you are, what the ground cover is like, what kind of wood
You put yourself in your best scenario. Put yourself in the best scenario. Put yourself in the middle of the desert.
To
Just go ahead,
describe,
wherever you want to be.
did you ask me the question? Thank you. So he's
What is going on? Who gives a fuck about starting a fire in the wilderness?
Okay, well, that's the point. The point
How is
is
this
this
relevant?
lady claimed to be a survivalist, but I guarantee she could not even walk any of us through starting a fire with her bare hands. But she claimed to be a survivalist. There's the point.
She was trying to say something, and then you started interrupting her. So
Okay, go ahead. Walk us through it now that you've Googled it, probably.
3 times now you interrupted me. So no, I'm done. Like, this is a setup. I know it's a setup.
Who the fuck cares if you're a survivalist? Why do you feel the need to prove yourself? Why do you feel the need to make a woman prove herself to you?
Yeah, that's the point. Why do you have to prove you're a survivalist to us, right? Yeah, exactly. Are you a survivalist or not? Because if you were, you would just have told us how to make a fire. It's okay if you're not.
So I would say to me it's a bit absurd to pick a bear almost under any circumstance, simply because did you ever see that Timothy Treadwell documentary? I mean, I think the odds.
You know what I think, man? I think that people, like, when women get asked this question, usually, and then men hear women say like, "Oh, we'd rather go with the bear." Men are like, "Yeah, but the bear's almost certainly going to kill you or try to kill you or eat you or something. So you're better off with the man because the man may be crazy, but there's a good chance he's not going to try to fucking kill you." And it's like,
well, what are you gonna even get out of the bear?
Dude, I think
hugs. You know what I mean? Like you gotta train the fucking bear. Like, you know what I mean?
This is what I
like,
think, dude. This is what I'm saying. I think, you know how like you ask your boys like if you were ever asked this hypothetical question like, "Oh, what would you do if you were a woman for 24 hours?" And dudes will be like, "Oh, I'm gonna go out, fucking have sex whenever I want and all this bullshit." I think honestly, what would happen is if men and women switched for 24 hours, sexes, I think men would end up crying at the end of the 24 hours because you're now like shorter, smaller, weaker than like half of the population. You go outside
Doesn't
thinking like
matter.
everything is gonna be fun. You go outside thinking everything is gonna be fun, thinking you're gonna like do like have all this sex or whatever it is you think, and it's just not gonna go the way you think. You're gonna have a bunch of creepy, weird, ugly old dudes staring at you everywhere you go. People are going to be hitting on you constantly, looking at your ass, hollering at you, whistling at you. You're going to feel uncomfortable. And then at the end of it, you're going to feel like, wow, I can't go anywhere without any of this unwanted attention, and you're going to hate it. And then you're going to have periods on top of that.
What if
So
you're
I think
Ronda
most
Rousey?
guys are going to hate it. I think women, though, would enjoy being a man for 24 hours because now you don't have to worry about like not getting listened to or paid attention to in a professional setting. People will take you more seriously when you say something. You don't have that attention.
What professional setting are you
didn't
in?
want any profession. So all the time. So women say all the time, often, that when they're in any professional setting, especially male-dominated ones, that they feel that their opinions oftentimes are pushed to the side, that people don't take them seriously because
No, that's
they think because
Discord.
of their gender.
No, that's just
I
on
think in
Discord.
general. So, but I'm telling you, I feel like if we switched, women would be free of periods. They would enjoy that shit, and they would feel like they could go outside without the fear of getting
Bro, where the fuck do you live?
sexually harassed or violated, especially
Where
if
the fuck do you live where chicks get
period,
sexually
though.
harassed? Listen, where the fuck does this guy live? Where chicks go outside and they get, what is this, like fucking the Middle East? As far as I'm concerned,
okay,
dude,
you've never
chicks
heard
do not
women
go
ever
outside and
say
get
ever
sexually
that
harassed, bro.
they feel that they can't, bro. Okay. You've never heard women ever say like, "Oh, I feel like I can't go outside all the time by myself because of fear of
What
people
country do you
like
live in,
harassing
bro?
or."
You sound like you live in a first world country, but you're painting it out to be like some sort of third world country we live in where it's Mad Max when you go
Yeah,
outside.
because that happens.
Well, women
dude.
do go to the
Do you
bathroom
have like
together.
women in your life?
Noah,
Do you
so he
have
does have
women? Do
that
you have
point.
female friends?
Okay.
Ever?
What is that?
You've never heard that?
What does it matter if females go to the bathroom or not? He's like making it out to seem like females have some sort of hard life. And this could be the easiest life ever for anyone of all time ever living in our society,
I think you think
especially as a
that,
woman.
but I think that you have an inability to put yourself in their shoes, honestly, and I think that's where a lot of this comes from.
That might be your problem.
This question, the whole point of this question of like, would you prefer a bear or a man? And then,
Dude, I mean, I've
women
had
get
females
asked this,
around
and
me
then
all
they'll
my
say
life.
bear,
I've had
and
a
then
sister, I've
guys
had
will
a
be like,
mom,
"Oh,
I've
you're
had
fucking dumb."
girlfriends. No one tells me this fucking horror show fucking over exaggerated shit except for you and some other complainers.
It's college campus.
Yeah.
No, this isn't college campus.
God forbid a guy talks to you. That's not sexual harassment, bro.
That's not what I'm talking about.
That's not even that bad, bro. That's not bad at all, dude. There's people who go outside and they get fucking shot in the face. And you're like, oh, a guy hits on me. Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah, and there are girls that go outside and get raped. Like, I don't care about your guy getting shot in the
Yeah,
face.
not this
You know,
place, though.
like,
Not what you're explaining. Not the society you live in.
I'm not the one explaining it. Holy shit, Noah. Learn
You
who's
are.
talking. No, I'm not. I randomly came in, Noah.
Okay, then the last guy who sounds like a fucking first world liver. The last guy who lives in a first world as well.
Oh my God,
no.
no.
How old are you?
You're hilarious.
Old enough.
No.
Oh my God, you're hilarious. The first thing that's ever happened to me in my life is a guy hit on me one time. Oh my God, that's so hilarious.
What?
The hardest thing in my life is getting hit on by guys. It's so hard.
That's super hard.
Yeah, and if one more guy compliments my dress, I think I'm gonna go insane. I'm gonna end myself. It's so hard.
In my professional opinion, Noah needs to get laid.
Yeah, right, but he never will.
That's a horrible opinion to have.
Yeah, look, the guy who's like fucking supposedly speaking for women is now saying that like anyone who has a differing opinion with him needs to get laid. That's the most irrational bullshit I've ever heard.
He thinks that solves something. Like that's what he's amounted getting laid up to the point like he doesn't
anything, you're
value
the guy
it
who
at
doesn't
all.
get laid, bro. You think that
Yeah,
that
probably.
your
You think I don't get
opinions and
laid?
logic are gonna change?
That's hilarious.
You
Yo,
think your
you have to
fucking
try to
opinions
prove it
and
to
logic are
yourself
gonna
and prove it
change?
to
You think
us.
your political opinions are gonna change? You think your religion's gonna change if you get fucking laid, you fucking idiot?
Well, who said
I think your incel opinions will in fact change if you get laid, correct?
I was noticing the fact that we live in the greatest time of all history, and especially for women, and there's no problems for any of us, basically. And you're sat here complaining about a girl went outside and got hit on once, got complimented for her fucking dress or how she looks. Like as
No,
if
I'm
that's
pretty
some
sure.
sort of
I'm pretty
harsh
sure a girl went
reality.
outside and got raped. But you know, if that's
Yeah,
what you
I don't
think,
know what
go ahead.
society I don't know what shitty society you live in. I guess you live in India or something. Because last time
No,
I
it
checked,
happens all the time in the
actually,
U.S.,
you're
dude.
right. You're right. You're right. Actually, a lot of Muslims have moved into Europe recently. Do you live in Europe? Is that why you're saying that?
Nope, I live in America, my friend.
Are you in one of those places that was invaded by Islam and now all their women get raped? Because maybe you do have a point. But
I
as
live in
far as
America, my
Islam,
friend.
okay, so not it doesn't happen.
I live in my.
Where are you going that so many women are getting raped? I'm curious.
Who said so
We're
many?
this rape capital of the world. Let me see it. Maybe I can be a what is that thing that Batman is and fight the crime. What is that shitty thing that Batman is? A fucking whatever it's called.
I honestly find it cool though because it's really cool to me that this guy
from the mass rapes that are happening. Please, what city are you in? Let me go there and help you out. It must be really bad. It must be like the worst
According
city in
to
America.
the Office for Victims Crime, Office for Victims of Crime, which is a U.S. a United States.gov site, there are 1.3 forcible rapes of adult women every minute.
Every minute. Okay. What city are you in where women are walking outside and getting raped?
This is the U.S.
Curious.
Did you not hear?
No.
When I said it was the U.S.
What city
Okay,
you're
cool.
in?
Got it.
I'm asking you what city
I didn't
you're
say
in.
anything about a city, Noah. No, I didn't say anything about a city.
You said you live somewhere where women
You don't
go outside
understand
and get
it.
raped.
I do. It's called the United States of America.
Where's that at?
The United States of America.
I want to go on the street over there and help solve that problem. So
It's the United States of America.
That's not
the United States of
The
America.
United States of America. No one goes outside and gets raped.
Do you want the official? Do you want the official United States of America documentation? I'll go ahead and give that to you. Here you go. It's already in the text chat. There you enjoy it, Noah.
Try go outside. Yo, stop funny muting me because you can't handle the truth. Try go
I'm
outside.
not muting anybody, Noah.
Sorry, stop funny muting me because you can't handle the truth. Try go outside and just argue with a woman, let alone try to attack them physically and see how many people are going to come to her side and beat the fuck out of you, let alone get you arrested, bro.
Man.
You're just making shit up, dude.
I'm not just making shit up. That's the funny part here. You are, which is hilarious, but I'm not.
Go outside and get raped, bro. That's you making shit up. No one's going outside and getting raped.
It's factually accurate.
Multiple rapes in New York
I don't know,
City
dude.
in the past 2 years.
My sister goes outside every day.
There has been
went outside every day. My mom goes outside every day.
I know you don't want to hear it.
I know.
But in New York City, there is
in New York,
has been open
maybe in New York
street rapes in the last.
Not only
couple
that,
years.
San Francisco, they're doing it in the streets, naked sodomy, bro.
I heard they do it to
terrible,
guys in
bro.
San Francisco.
Actually,
Maybe the guy's right about New York. The guy that said that about New York might be right because
You know what the problem is, though? I wouldn't be surprised that the rape numbers are up because of guys like this dude that says, you just need to go get laid. See, you tell people to do that, they can't get laid, and then they have to forcibly do stuff to women, dude. You're so terrible because you think
I mean, God forbid they learn how to be a better person to attract people, right? God forbid they do that. That's
state, bro, because there ain't nobody going outside of my state and getting raped. But the guy who piped in to say New York City,
I'm sure that whichever state you're in, Noah, you're there.
Me talking was not your invitation to interrupt me. Me talking was not your invitation
like a
to
personal
interrupt.
issue.
Yo, the guy who piped in to say New York might be right about that. No doubt, there's probably people you probably go outside and get raped in New York. But as far as my entire state, that ain't happening here. And I don't know what other fucking shitball state you're from.
Which state?
I actually do find it cool.
Is that Hawaii?
Which state do you live in, Noah?
Yes, Hawaii.
Oh yeah, well there are in here, yeah, because I live here, so yeah, no, there are.
You live in Hawaii too?
There was one on my campus this year, in fact.
You live in Hawaii too?
Have you not picked that up from the conversation?
What campus is that?
I really don't care because I don't want to meet you.
I just don't believe. I don't believe you.
All you get is my state.
I don't believe anything you say.
That's fine. I don't care.
Who went outside and got raped?
Cool.
When did you see someone go outside and get raped? I'll take
Do I
care
have
of
to
it for
see
you
it for it to happen? Do I need to hear a tree fall in the woods to know
Nobody
it
goes
fell?
outside and gets raped, bro, except in New York City.
Dude, Hawaii is so
Nobody's
gay,
going outside and getting raped.
Dude,
except
that's
in New
not.
York
Hold
City,
on,
dog.
that's not even the philosophical question. It's if you heard it, not if it fell, bro. Get it right.
I don't care. I wasn't trying to get it correct, bro.
He wasn't trying to get it
cool
correct.
That there are,
he was trying
I
to get it
actually
wrong.
find it cool that there are people,
That's incredible to
there
try
are
to get it
states
wrong.
and there are cities where people are not getting raped. Could you share that
isn't that cool?
information? Because it's really cool actually that places like this exist. Because some people live in these shithole countries and shithole cities where people are getting raped. So it's cool that there
100%.
are these. It's cool that there are these places called utopias where that doesn't happen. Can you please
wouldn't
share
call it
the
a
information
utopia.
of what kind of utopia where that live in, so that people can move there? Because this information is vital.
Yeah, but we don't want your rapists going over there.
It's a
We don't want
utopia
rapists
for
like you
women
coming
because
over
they are
here.
not getting raped, and it's utopia for deluded people like you as
It
well.
is. It's not
North
utopia. It's
Korea.
just basic. It's just basic societal.
It's not
Just
utopia.
basic civilization. Yeah, it's just basic. It's just
Just
basic
basic
civilization and
civilization.
not.
Okay, yeah.
Like if you have a basic civilization, you have a laws and people follow the laws, and you have punishments against the laws. And one of the first things usually implemented is murder, then theft, then rape, and then like outside of that, everything else is kind of like here and there. But in most civilized places, you can't just go around outside on the street doing that.
Unless you change the
There'll be
definition of rape. Unless you change the definition of rape, like they have. Like if a woman consents,
the guy who said New York, I actually believe that.
If a woman
they rape
consents
people on
and
the street
she's
on New York.
drunk, if a woman consents and she has sex and she's drunk, she could file for rape. You know what I mean? So if a man and a woman,
And
are
that's
both
very different
drunk,
than what they were describing, though. What they
no,
were
that's
describing
what-
is
that's
someone
like-
minding their business, going outside their house, and getting like taken.
That's
like
not what the numbers
like it's
come
fucking
from.
Liam
though.
Neeson.
That's not what the numbers come from. You know what I mean? They define rape as like straight up. Like if you're both drunk and you have sex, dude, you guys rape each other. bro.
You seem to have missed. You seem to have missed in that site the description called forcible. I would encourage you to read things before you opine upon them.
Dude, I mean,
that's what women would say. That's what women would say. It was forced upon them while they were drunk.
Dude. I'm outside right
They
now.
don't read
I
in
pray to
Hawaii,
God
bro.
someone tries to rape a female near me. I'm ready. I have a fucking license to
what?
kill. I'm ready, bro. I hope to God someone tries to rape this chick next to me, bro. I have a license to kill. But it's not. But guess what? It's not gonna happen because nobody's just walking around in broad daylight grabbing chicks off the side and raping them. Unless you live in fucking Pakistan or New York.
I actually find it really cool that in my life I got to meet an actual deluded person like you, Mr. Noah. I thank God for that because this is such a wonderful experience to meet a deluded person like you. For example, the argument you just made, and I'm talking, so you might want to sit the fuck down.
When I go outside,
I'm actually talking, so you might sit the fuck down because me talking isn't an invitation for you to just bump in because I know that you're triggered, but shut the fuck up. And
you were calling me deluded when all you can recount is my eyewitness testimony, which is not a delusion. It's just a witness testimony.
Stop
unmuting me, you little bitch.
Are you just
Sit
running
your
a script?
fucking deluded ass down, you little bitch.
I'm sitting down right now. I'm sitting here right now.
Shut the fuck up.
Not deluded though, because
I thank God for the.
right now.
I thank God for the. I thank fucking God. I thank fucking God, and I'm going to talk over you, you fucking asshole. I'm going to talk over you, you fucking asshole, because I was speaking. I was speaking. Noah, shut the fuck up.
Oh, I see another woman. She's not getting raped.
Fuck up.
She's just walking to her yoga
class. Shut the fuck up.
Stop, Laurie.
I better go warn her. I better go warn her that she might get raped.
I was speaking. Shut the fuck up.
I can get out.
Can I speak, Mr. Noah? Or are you will you stop getting triggered, you fucking little piece of shit?
I'm not really. You're clearly the one who's triggered. But the problem is you say I'm delusional, but I'm looking at women right now outside, and they're not getting raped.
Shut the fuck up. I thank fucking God.
I'm looking at a woman right now.
Yo, guys, there's a lady here.
I thank fucking God that I'm not getting raped. I thank fucking God that I got to meet. I thank fucking God that I got. I thank fucking God that I got to meet a deluded person like you, Mr. Noah.
How am I deluded when I'm looking in real life and people are not getting raped in front of me? They're fine and they're walking to yoga class.
Thank you for asking me that question, because your stupid explanation of how rapes happen is, because your country doesn't have shut the fuck up, you piece of shit.
My explanation was
Shut the
from
fuck
you.
up. I am answering your question. If you don't want me to answer your question, then shut. If you ask a question, then shut the fuck up. If you ask a question, then shut the fuck up and listen to the fucking answer. If you ask a question, then shut the fuck up and listen to the answer.
Did not ask you a question, bro. No one's asking you anything.
You did ask a question. You did ask
Nobody's
a question.
asking you shit,
shut
bro.
the fuck up.
Nobody
Yes,
wants to hear your question.
So shut the fuck up. And even if you didn't, you shut the fuck up because I was speaking. Shut the
Wait, she's
fuck
with a
up.
guy, but guess what?
Yo,
The
is there
guy's
a
just
mod
walking with
here?
her. The guy's just walking
Please
with
mod
her.
Noah.
Yeah, mod me. I'm definitely the one going shut the fuck up and cursing the whole time.
Oh yeah, Laurie, you gotta stop, dude.
I am
we get
cursing
it. You
There's
because
another
he cannot
woman.
let me.
This woman's a little older.
I'm cursing
Hold on,
because he isn't letting me speak.
Dude, chill out, Laurie, for a second. Okay, what Noah was saying, I don't know if that's a great argument to say because you're not seeing anyone getting raped, therefore nobody is getting raped. That doesn't
No, that's
really
not my
follow.
argument. It's not my argument.
What's your argument? And also your argument.
That's not my argument.
Your
Bro, why are
argument
you
was
talking,
also
bro?
your argument also
Why is
was.
Hold on, let him give his argument.
Your argument
Let him give his
also was
argument.
that people are getting raped because there are no laws against
Take it easy,
Your
Laurie.
argument
Take it
was
easy.
people are getting raped because
Yo,
they
that wasn't
didn't
my
in your
argument,
shithole country make
Zora.
a law
I'll let you know what
against
my
it.
argument is when this
Again,
guy's
your
done
argument
spurging.
was that people are getting
I'll let you
raped
know my
because
argument
there is
when
no
this
laws
guy's done
against it.
spurging.
In every fucking country, there is a law against raping. There is no country where there is no laws, and that's why rapes happen. You fucking idiot.
Shitty fucking.
And you
Okay,
said
so
that's why rapes happen
is
because
this guy
your fucking
done?
shithole country didn't make a
Is this
law
guy
against it. You
done?
fucking moron.
Yeah, we
Okay,
got it.
Lauren,
Okay,
your
okay, go
shithole
ahead.
country doesn't. Your shithole country does not adequately protect women or whatever shithole fucking city you live in.
We
These
have
guys
rape
were
laws,
saying
you fucking moron. Again, you made the
can I get a
same
moderator?
fucking
This
stupid
guy's
argument
fucking. This
that
guy's
your
on
country
drugs.
doesn't have
This guy's
laws
on
against
drugs,
it.
bro. Someone get
Thanks.
this guy a fucking joint or something. Yeah. So what these guys were saying in here that were opposing
So again,
me
I
were
was
saying
saying, I was making a point here. I was making a point here.
Okay,
I was making a point here.
I'm gonna turn you
I was
down,
making
bro.
a point here. That's
turn you down,
against
dog.
the law. That's
Sorry.
against the rules. You cannot do that, George. You cannot do that,
How do I
George.
turn you down?
You cannot turn.
How do
You
I
cannot turn
How
down
do I do
people.
that?
You cannot turn
You gotta
down
pull up
people.
his profile and just
It's a new
there's a
You cannot
volume
turn down people.
there.
Is there a way that I can mute this guy?
Again,
Is
you
this
made a
ridiculous?
point. You made a point that
This
rapes
guy's not
happen
even letting me
because there
speak
are
at
no
all
laws
whatsoever.
against it.
This is
You
like
made a
the
point
worst
that
behavior
people are
ever.
getting raped because there are no laws against it.
No moderator.
You made a point that
Yo, is there
people
a
are
mod
getting
in
raped
here?
because no
No,
one
that's
made a
not the
law
point I
against
made.
it. That
It's not the point I made. You have never heard my point once because you've only
there is no
continuously
country out
interrupted
there
it.
where that law doesn't exist.
Yo, that's not
Every
the
single
argument.
nation in
You
the world
misunderstood
has
the argument.
every single nation
didn't
in the
hear
world
the
has
argument.
laws against rape. Every single nation in the world
said there
has
isn't a
laws
law.
against rape.
Nobody
Yes,
said
you
there isn't
did.
a
Your
law.
argument was
Nobody said that.
yes, you
Okay,
did.
okay, we
You
got
did
it.
say
Hold
that.
on.
Multiple times. I'm still
We're
not
not
able
gonna
to
be
make
able.
my
We're
argument
not gonna
because
be.
you're just
Hold on,
because
dude.
you didn't
We're
make
not gonna
laws
be able to
against it.
engage with Laurie. We
Your
have to
argument was
stop.
because
Well, it
you
doesn't
didn't
matter.
make
It
laws
doesn't
against
matter.
it. It does matter. It's a
Because we
stupid
can't mute this
argument.
guy. We can't.
A
How do
piece
we
of
do
shit
that?
argument was you
How do I
didn't
mute
make a
this
law
guy?
against it.
You gotta pull up his
That
Your
wasn't my
piece of shit
argument.
argument
That wasn't my
was you
argument.
didn't make a law against it.
That wasn't my argument. That was slander.
It was your argument. Your argument
That was not
was
my argument.
because
That
you
was
didn't make
slander.
an yes, and then your argument was
That was
well,
not
I
my
went out
argument. This is
today.
slander.
I went out today and I didn't right now see anyone get raped, so it doesn't
Yeah.
happen anywhere.
That is not.
was
That is
also
not the
your
full
argument.
argument. But this is
It
slander.
was your argument. That was your
Slander.
argument. I'm
Slander.
outside right now, and
Slander.
I'm hoping that people get raped.
Slander.
And if they don't, then it
Slander.
doesn't happen. I'm going
Slander.
outside. I'm right
Slander.
here right now. I'm hoping and I'm praying to
Slander.
God that people get raped. And if
Slander.
it doesn't happen right here, right now,
Slander.
then it doesn't
Slander.
happen at all. That's your
Slander.
argument. You're so stupid. You're such a piece
Misrepresentation.
of shit.
Misrepresentation. Insults.
I'm
misrepresentation.
faithfully representing your argument. I'm
Lies.
faithfully repeating
Lies.
Hey,
it.
Lori, can you stop
Lie.
now?
Not a
If you guys want to
repetition.
engage, just go back and forth, 30 seconds each.
He doesn't want to
Thank you.
engage. He just wants to be an
No,
emotional.
he doesn't. You don't want to engage. You
No, he
didn't let me speak.
Lori, just
I've
give each
only
other
been trying
30
to get in,
seconds.
and you've not let me get in once, sir.
Because because
not
you
actually
didn't
let
want
me get in and make a
you
point
didn't
once.
let me get in. You didn't
That's
let me
not
get
true.
in. So I started over talking you because you were over talking me.
Yeah, this is a lie. This guy's a liar.
Noah, why don't
I'm
we
a
let
liar
him go?
because I faithfully represented your
Liar.
argument.
That's a lie. You did not. You did not faithfully represent anything.
I did,
Okay,
because
so,
you did say that, you live in a shithole country where they didn't make a law against it. That was what you said.
Go on, I still can't make my point. I've been trying to make my point for 10 minutes
well,
now.
you can make your point, but it's gonna be a shitty
No,
one
not
because
with you
I
in the
destroyed
not with you in the VC. Not with you in the VC. You've just funny mute. Okay, so
yeah.
The other side
you
of the
were
argument.
funny muting me. You were funny muting me.
Case in point. Case. So in this VC, we're claiming that they just get raped. That women will go outside and they just get raped all the time. That rape is plentiful and it's everywhere.
That's a dishonest argument because no one said
issue
that.
Or whatever. That is exactly what someone said. Yeah, someone actually said that.
No one
That's
said
what I was
that.
responding
No one said that. You're a liar.
Before you were even in, Laurie, before you were even in the VC, someone said
No
that.
one said that.
You did not hear that part of the argument.
When I was in, no one said that. When I wasn't in, no one said that.
As the person you're referencing, I didn't say that, Noah.
100%.
As the person you're
100%.
referencing, I didn't say that, Noah.
I don't even know if I'm really referencing you. All I know is someone said women go outside and they get raped. I said that's definitely
correct.
not
That
the
was
case.
me. That was me.
We live in a society, a civilization where you will
where
not
people
see
go
women
outside
getting
all the
fucking
time.
raped. Yeah, people will not be going outside
where
and
people
getting
go
raped in broad
outside
daylight.
all the time and then get raped. Yes, correct.
Yeah,
that happens
definitely
all
not.
the time. Definitely does.
Definitely not.
I just talked to you about two ones that happened in
Nobody's
New York
going
City.
outside and getting raped.
And yet Cole just told you about two.
And again, you said that
Dude,
no one is going outside and getting raped. So again, you say that you live in a utopia where that doesn't happen. You full of shit person.
Try to shit talk a woman, bro, when you're outside, and there will be 10 guys lining up to kick your ass. Let alone trying to rape a woman in public in broad daylight. There's no chance you're gonna get away with it. Like you will be stopped.
And yet
if you
people
think this
do.
is something people are getting away with, you're fucking delusional. Yeah,
do.
if that was the case, we'd actually see it in reality. But we don't see it in reality. We just hear about it through your stories.
May I have 30 seconds to point out that I posted in the text chat that in 2023, Texas, an open carry state, had over 15,000 forcible rapes that were not stopped by any good guy with a gun.
Just don't want her anywhere near him.
I mean, that might be true in Texas. I don't know. I just know that in my state, I'm outside all the time. There's women in bikinis out all the time. Never once have I ever, or any of my friends or anyone I've ever known, seen a girl get pulled in broad daylight off to the side and get raped. If you think that's the case, you're fucking delusional.
Obviously,
you're fucking delusional.
You're claiming that you can see everything everywhere that's happening around you at all times. Correct?
Let me actually give you a primer into how to rape a person. You go somewhere where there are no other people. That's the first thing. So
I don't need to know.
How
That's
in your deluded mind you think there is no rape because in public places where there are other people there isn't rape here. I'm in this place where there are 50 other people, and because it doesn't happen in this space where there are 50 other people, then it doesn't happen anywhere. You're so stupid.
How do you know? How do you know how to rape someone? That's kind of weird, bro. It's kind of fucking weird, dog.
Here where I live, I actually happen to live in Finland, and can I share a wonderful piece of information about Finland? In Finland, and do you know, Noah,
you have a lot of Muslims
no one
raping
sleeps.
That's why you think there's a lot of rape.
I want to share a wonderful piece of information about Finland.
That's
no
not
one
how it works
sleeps.
in my country. We don't have
no
Muslims.
one's. Yes, I know. I know in your country, no
we don't
one
have
gets
Muslims,
raped.
bro. So people
in
don't
my
rape like
country,
they do in your country.
no one actually sleeps. People don't need sleep here in Finland. The evidence I have for this is I'm alone in my room. Do I see anyone sleeping here?
Bro.
I don't see anyone sleeping here.
Why am I not
in
able to turn
Finland,
this
no
down?
one needs to sleep. So if you are getting tired, like imagine a world where we can hear and no one needs sleep here because I'm here alone in my room. Is anyone sleeping here? No.
Shut your mouth.
So that's perfect evidence.